My name is Ye Feng. I'm a senior at Shanghai University. I'm 185 centimeters tall, and I'm known as the school hunk. Today is my third anniversary with my girlfriend Meng Yue. Having just received my internship salary, I can't wait to give her an unforgettable surprise. But when I was downstairs at Meng Yue's internship company, I actually saw Meng Yue throwing herself into a man's arms. Anger and doubt surged in my heart. I couldn't help but walk forward and ask coldly, "Meng Yue, who is he?" She was stunned for a moment, then responded coldly, "Ye Feng, let's break up. Love can't be eaten. You can't give me the life I want." At this moment, a calm voice sounded in my mind. "Congratulations to the host, awakening the 100-fold consumption cashback system." I was stunned, and the words in my mind rang again. The host can get 100 times cash back for any amount of consumption. The system cashback amount is obtained through normal channels. Please feel free to use it without worrying about being pulled into a slice. Is this not a dream? I opened my backpack and saw a card emitting a black light. I was overjoyed. I have seen this kind of situation in novels, but I didn't expect it to happen to me today. Excited, I picked up the electric scooter that had fallen on the side of the road and ran towards a nearby convenience store. "Boss, give me a bottle of mineral water," I shouted at the counter. After scanning the code to pay, the voice sounded again. "Congratulations to the host for spending 2 yuan. The cashback of 200 has been deposited into your Supreme Black card with the last number 8888. Another pack of cigarettes. I was in a good mood and continued to order. "Young man, can we pay the bill together? It's such a hassle to make so many trips back and forth." The boss said helplessly. No problem." I agreed with a smile. "Congratulations to the host. You spent 50 yuan, and the cashback of 5,000 yuan has been deposited into the black card with the last number 8888. Now I believed it completely. I left the convenience store and returned to my rental house. Staring at the small space, I secretly made up my mind that I must make good use of this cashback system. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang suddenly, interrupting my thoughts. It was Yang Chun, the eldest roommate of Shanghai University. The four of us had lived together since our freshman year and had a very good relationship. "Old four, I have something to talk to you about," Yang Chun said hurriedly on the phone. "Boss, what's the matter?" I asked. "The second and third brothers, are waiting for you at the old Sichuan hot pot in front of the school. Come on. We are missing you." "I'll be there soon," I replied, thinking about the aroma of the hot pot. Lao Sichuan hot pot restaurant is close to the school, has good quality and low price, and is a favorite among students. When I walked in and saw them sitting in the corner, I felt relieved. "Boss, second brother, third brother, how come you have time to get together today? How is your internship going? I got my salary today, so I'll treat you today." I pulled out a stool and sat down, opened a bottle of beer, and filled it up for myself. The three of them looked at each other, somewhat surprised at my state. They knew I had just broken up, but they still looked relaxed. "Fourth brother, you didn't order too many dishes. Just add whatever you want," Yang Chun said with concern. "Another serving of tripe and mutton." I called the waiter and gradually relaxed. Graduation is not far away. "What are your plans?" I picked up the wine glass, drank a glass of wine, and felt much more relaxed. Yang Chun said, "My family has arranged it for me. After graduation, I will go directly to a company in my family to gain some experience." Chungwon pushed his glasses and said with a smile, "I plan to go home and take the civil service exam. My parents are old, and I'm the only son, so I want to be with them." Wang Chao also interrupted. "Brothers, don't be sad. Your brother Chao is planning to settle down in Thompson Epine in the future." "TSKU?" I patted his shoulder. "Come on, I'll just sell you to get a new toilet." After a few bottles of wine, everyone's faces began to turn red. Wang Chao glanced at me and suddenly said quietly, "Old four, did you break up?" "Yeah, we just broke up today," I replied indifferently. "Damn it, why do you look so calm and collected?" Wang Chao opened his eyes wide in surprise. I waved my hands and chuckled. "Well, let's just break up. It's better to cut losses in time and see people's hearts clearly." Everyone toasted each other, and all their worries disappeared in the wine. While I was still drunk, I used the excuse of going to the bathroom to go to the front desk and ask for another box of wine to settle the bill. The phone beeps. "Congratulations to the host. You spent 650 yuan and got a cashback of 65,000 yuan, which has been deposited into the black card with the last number 8888. Back at the table, everyone had more and more bottles of wine, and memories came to mind as the cups and glasses clinked. After the drinking party, the four of them staggered out of the bar, supporting each other and singing Auld Lang Syne, feeling like they were back in their student days. Back at the rented house, I quickly washed my face and fell into the bed. The next morning, the alarm clock rang shrilly. I rubbed my dizzy head, struggled to get up, packed myself up, got on my electric scooter, and headed straight to the company. When I arrived at the company, I just greeted the receptionist when I was pulled aside by Zhang Tao, who was also an intern. He said mysteriously, "Ye Feng, have you heard? The company seems to be promoting an intern to a regular position ahead of schedule. I guess it's you." Really? I was a little surprised, but also didn't feel it was a big surprise. I already had the system, and converting my internship into a regular job was actually no longer within my consideration. However, within a few minutes, the supervisor Wang Gang walked out of the office. Everyone stopped what they were doing and focused their attention on him. Wang Gang cleared his throat. First of all, the company has decided to make Wang Ziqiang a regular employee ahead of schedule. There was a murmur in the crowd. This Wang Ziqiang, he didn't have any special performance in normal times. Everyone thought he was going to be laid off, but he turned out to be the first to be converted to a regular employee. I sneered in my heart. It seems that the rumors are true. Wang Ziqiang is really Wang Gang's nephew. Wang Gang looked at everyone and then announced. The second thing is that because Ye Feng offended a client, which caused the client to be very dissatisfied, the company decided to end Ye Feng's internship early. I stood up and sneered. Wang Gang, you are using your public power to take revenge on your personal grudges, right? And you're saying that I offended my clients? I haven't even seen what my clients look like. I won't take the blame for this. Wang Gang's face darkened. If you don't want to do this, get out of here, he roared in frustration. I was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so I packed my things and left with a cold sentence. Wang Gang, you wait and see. Things will change over time. Let's see. My colleagues had regret in their eyes. I waved my hand, turned around, and left in style, thinking, it's impossible for me to work as a part-time worker. I have the support of the system. Why should I suffer here? After leaving the company, I found a trash can, threw the things in it, and rode my electric donkey to the Huawei flagship store. In the past, I might not have been willing to change my phone, but now that I have money, I have to treat myself well. After entering the store, the clerk greeted me warmly, and I pointed casually. Huawei Mate 60 Pro, give me one. At this moment, a familiar harsh female voice sounded in my ears. Hey, isn't this Ye Feng? I heard that you were dumped by Ye. Haha, you are so poor, and you still want to buy Huawei? You are so shameless. I looked back and saw that it was indeed Meng Yue's best friend Jing Meng, the gold digger who loved to gossip. I raised the corner of my mouth and said lightly, Zheng Ming, your mouth is still as smelly as ever. Did you not brush your teeth before going out? Zheng Ming's face darkened, and he continued to be sarcastic. Come on, stop pretending. You are such a stingy person, and you still want to buy Huawei. Ha! Who told you I can't afford it? I smiled at the clerk and said, take me to the front desk and swipe the card. Including the phone and various accessories, the total amount was 11,000. The phone rang again. Congratulations to the host. You spent 11,000 yuan, and the cashback of 1.1 million yuan has been deposited into the black card with the last number 8888. After changing the SIM card and picking up the bag, he was about to leave. Zheng Ming, who was standing next to him, looked at him in disbelief and said in a mocking voice, Ha, Ye Feng, you are really good at pretending to be poor. You really deceived Ye before. You deserve to be dumped. I glanced at her sideways and said coldly, have you said enough? If you have, get out of the way and don't block the road. There was a chill in my words. Zheng Ming subconsciously stepped aside, and when she came to her senses, she was so ashamed and angry that she started cursing at me behind my back. However, I was in a good mood, riding my electric scooter leisurely on the road, checking the balance of my black card, and found that the cashback had accumulated to 1.2 million, which made me feel happy. I rode to Wanda Plaza and let myself indulge myself today. When I walked into the Armani store, the clerk sat lazily, without even saying hello, and just ignored me. I didn't bother to argue, so I just picked out 2 sets of casual clothes and said to a clerk, help me take them out and try them on. The clerk stood up lazily and said with a fake smile, Sir, the total price of these 2 sets of clothes is 350,000. Are you sure you want to try them on? I smiled coldly. Are you afraid that I can't pay? The clerk looked disdainful and said, I don't mean that. I'm just afraid that it will get damaged and cause trouble. I said coldly, then go get it. After changing her clothes and looking in the mirror, her temperament instantly improved by more than 1 level, and she nodded with satisfaction. Then, I took out my black card and handed it to the clerk, saying calmly, "Swipe the card." The clerk was a little surprised. He didn't expect that I really swiped the card, so he quickly and respectfully returned the card with both hands. The system prompt sounded in my ears. "Congratulations to the host. You spent 350,000, and the cashback of 35 million has been deposited into the black card with the last number 8888. I was so happy that I went out with my clothes in my hand. Next stop, Patek Philippe. When I arrived at the store, the clerk's attitude was obviously different this time. It might be because my outfit gave them enough trust. I picked out a Patek Philippe Phantom worth 7 million and also bought an Hermes belt and a handbag. When I left Wanda Plaza, the cashback had accumulated to 1 billion. Standing at the entrance of the plaza, I couldn't help but shout, "Great!" This attracted the attention of passersby, but I didn't care at all. I rode my electric scooter and went straight to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. When they arrived at the store entrance, the security guard was stunned. A young man, wearing high-end brand clothes, riding an electric scooter? Is this how rich people play now? When I walked into the exhibition hall, I went straight to the G-Class on the stand, which is the car I have always dreamed of. Just as I was staring at the car in fascination, a discordant voice came from behind me. "Hey, isn't this Ye Feng? He's still obsessed with the G-Class. What a pity. People like him can probably only drive this car in their dreams." When I turned around, it was indeed Wang Yong and Meng Yue. I secretly sighed that I didn't check the almanac before going out today. It was really unlucky. I ignored them and walked over to the sales lady and asked, "Do you have this G-Class in stock?" Saleswoman Linny smiled and said, "We have a top-of-the-line car in stock. If you want to buy it, you can pick it up this afternoon." Just as he was about to swipe his card, Wang Yong laughed disdainfully. "Ye Feng, you really dare to ask? You just lost your internship. You should have less than 5,000 yuan on you. A poor guy like you can't even afford a wheel, let alone a G-Class. And you still pretend to come here to waste people's time." I looked at him and sneered. "So it was you who did this. Who is that bastard Wang Gang to you?" Wang Yong laughed even more arrogantly. "Haha, Wang Gang is my cousin. If you offend me, I will make it impossible for you to survive in Shanghai. Why don't you go back to your hometown?" I smiled calmly. "You think this can hit me? You are too naive," Wang Yong said sarcastically in frustration. "Attack you? I never took you seriously." I snorted coldly. "How about this? Let's make a bet. If I can buy this G-Class, you will bark like a dog 3 times here. Do you dare?" "Ah, you're so bold." "Okay, I'll make a bet. If I can afford it, I'll kneel down and learn it 100 times. Wang Yong laughed. I glanced at Meng Yue, who was standing beside me. She also sneered. "You are so poor, and you want to compete with Brother Wang? You don't know your own limitations." I said to Lin Yi calmly, "Then prepare the contract." 10 minutes later, Lin Yi handed the contract to me. After I signed and swiped the card, the system prompt sounded on time. "Congratulations to the host. The consumption of 2.1 million. The cashback of 210 million has been deposited into the black card with the last number 8888. At this time, Wang Yong and Meng Yue looked at each other in disbelief. "How is this possible? How can you afford it? You and this salesperson must be in cahoots. You must be working together to cheat me." Lin Yi smiled coldly, looking at the two people in front of her with embarrassed expressions, and said with a bit of sarcasm, "Mr. and Miss, I can guarantee with the reputation of our Mercedes-Benz that Mr. Yi bought this G-Class in full." Later, Lin Yi added, "The Patek Philippe Phantom on Mr. Ye's wrist is worth 7 million yuan. It's easy for him to buy a car." Wang Yong and Meng Yue stood there in a daze, looks of disbelief on their faces. I glanced at them and said calmly, "Let's complete the bet. Why don't you kneel down and bark like a dog?" Meng Yue's eyes widened, her voice trembling a little. "Impossible. Ye Feng, you are so rich. Why did you pretend to be poor before? If I knew you were rich, how could I leave you?" Meng Yue felt mixed emotions. The Ye Feng in front of her was not only handsome, but also capable. She was actually very satisfied with being with him at first. But Zhang Meng's advice led Meng Yue astray. She clearly threw away a piece of unpolished jade. Wang Yong's face darkened, and he slapped Meng Yue viciously, growling, "Shut up and follow me." Wang Yong was so angry that he didn't care about the bet at all. He hurriedly ran away with Meng Yue, and before leaving, he didn't forget to say a harsh word. "Boy, how much money do you care about? Things may change, so let's wait and see." I shook my head and watched the two people leave. I felt relieved. I wasn't disappointed with Meng Yue, but I was speechless about my own past judgment. How could I have fallen for such a gold digger? Linny couldn't help but say, Mr. Yi, are you going to let them go so easily? I smiled calmly. Let them go. The Magic City is not big, but not small either. There are plenty of opportunities. Driving the G-Class I just bought, I happily cruised the streets and enjoyed the beautiful scenery of Shanghai. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. It's great not to work, and it's even better to not work and still have money. The phone suddenly rang. After I answered it, a sweet voice came. Brother, guess who I am? I couldn't help but laugh. This is my sister Ye Lin. She has been clinging to me since she was a child. This girl is really good at acting like a spoiled child. Let me guess. Is this our little piggy Lin? Hate it. You stinky brother always teases me. Ye Lin said coquettishly, and then said mysteriously, Brother, there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? I smiled and said, Then let's hear the bad news first. Brother, why don't you play by the rules? Ye Lin muttered, and then said happily, Actually, there is no bad news. The good news is that my admission letter has come out. Guess which university I was admitted to? Could it be Peking University? Is there a talented girl in our family? I said exaggeratedly. You're wrong. Stupid brother, I was admitted to Shanghai University. Soon I will be in the same city as my brother. Ye Lin said coquettishly. Okay, but don't cause me trouble when you come. I teased her on purpose. Then, Ye Lin muttered, Humph, I'm not going to pay attention to you. By the way, brother, my parents are going to hold a graduation party for me in a few days. Will you come back? Of course I can. How can I miss our little princess's graduation party? I replied with a smile. Yeah, brother is the best. I'm going to eat, brother. Remember to eat too. Ye Lin hung up the phone excitedly. Thinking about this little girl coming to Shanghai to study, I felt warm inside. When she was little, she would hide behind me and stick her tongue out at her mother whenever she got into trouble, which made me get punished a lot. At this time, Ye Lin was happily telling her parents the news at home. This girl is really an impetuous little girl. Ye's mother grumbled while arranging the food. Old Ye, hurry up and wash your hands and eat. You fiddle with your flowers and plants every day and never help me. Ye's mother shouted. Father Ye said with a smile while washing his hands. Wife, you are so capable. I will only cause trouble if I go. You are the only one who talks well. Mother Ye was so happy that she started laughing. Ye Lin excitedly told her parents, I just called my brother, and he said he would come to my graduation party. Mother Ye frowned slightly after hearing this. Your brother is doing an internship in Shanghai. How can he have time? He must be trying to cheer you up. When school starts, go to Shanghai by yourself, and don't cause trouble for your brother. Ye Lin pouted unhappily. My brother never lies to me. He will definitely come. Father Ye laughed and joked. Tisk tsk. You girl, you really kissed your brother too much. Your old father, am so sad. After hanging up the phone, I looked at the balance in my account and secretly thought that it was time to buy a house in Shanghai. My sister is also going to Shanghai to study, so we should have a place to live. Anyway, there is 1.2 billion in the account, which is more than enough. Hee, I will go to look at houses tomorrow. My stomach suddenly started to growl, and then I realized that I had been so busy spending the whole day that I had forgotten to eat. I opened my phone and searched, and found that there was a highly rated ancient-style restaurant nearby called Fengming Pavilion. 10 minutes later, I arrived at Fengming Pavilion, parked my car, and walked through the gate. What caught my eye was the ancient decoration. Exquisite carved door knockers, landscape paintings, and calligraphy works hanging on the walls, and the arrangement of tables and chairs also exuded an ancient atmosphere, as if I had traveled back to the heyday of the Tang dynasty. Just as I was sighing, the waiter came up and said with a smile, Sir, what would you like to eat? I was stunned for a moment, then I reacted and couldn't help laughing. The waiter explained, Not only is the decoration of our Fengming Pavilion ancient, but the names are also antique. If you need anything, just call Xiao Waiter Da. I nodded, secretly thinking that this place was quite interesting and today's meal was worth it. Waiter, bring me some of your signature dishes and a pot of good tea. I said casually and leaned back in my chair. But soon, my eyes were attracted by a woman in ancient costume in the corner. She was wearing a light green plain gauze long skirt, with a white veil covering half of her face. With the sound of the zither, she looked both delicate and mysterious. Pour a cup of tea, listen to the sound of the piano, and the air is filled with an intoxicating elegance. The ancients loved romance, poetry, wine, tea, and books, which really makes sense. Just as I was immersed in this rare comfort, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Senior Ye Feng here. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl in a white t-shirt and jeans waving at me, smiling sweetly, but a little nervously. I tried to recall her carefully, but I had no impression of her in my mind. The girl came over with a girl wearing glasses and introduced herself with a smile. Senior Ye Feng, I'm Li Xiaona, a sophomore at Shanghai University, and this is my roommate Shernan. When we first enrolled, you were the representative who gave a speech to us freshmen. You were so impressive at that time. I smiled and asked, "Two junior girls, what's up?" "We are late and have been queuing for a long time, but still haven't gotten a seat." "Senior, can you let us share a table with you?" Li Xiaona looked expectant. Her eyes seemed to be saying, "If you don't agree, I will cry." I smiled and nodded. "Please sit down. The senior is treating us today." Li Xiaona's quirky look reminded me of my younger sister Yulin. Li Xiaona happily pulled Shernan to sit down and excitedly called the waiter. "Waiter, bring 2 sets of tableware." Seeing Li Xiaona learning so well, I couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl is really lively. The dishes were served, and the 3 of them were eating with relish. Li Xiaona glanced at me and asked cautiously, "Senior, I know I shouldn't ask, but I still want to know, have you really broken up with Senior's sister?" I was stunned when I heard that, then smiled calmly. "Those who left me, yesterday's day cannot be kept. Those who disturbed my heart, today's day is full of worries. Those who should leave cannot be kept, and those who should come cannot be avoided." After listening to this, Li Xiaona actually sighed and said softly, "Love comes from nowhere, but it goes on forever. Hatred ends without knowing where it will end, but it disappears with a smile. Senior, life is like this. You will experience what you are supposed to experience, so just let it go." I murmured in a low voice, "There are 3,000 diseases in human beings, but only lovesickness cannot be cured." Li Xiaona replied unconvincedly, "Nine-leaf parietal, cicada pupa at winter solstice, snow the previous year, can relieve the longing." I laughed and retorted, "How can there be cicada pupae on the winter solstice? How can a branch of Paris polyphylla produce 7 leaves? Lovesickness is like poison. How can it be cured by medicine?" At this time, Shernan couldn't help but interrupt. "Two talented men and women, can you take care of the feelings of us poor students? You are going too far off the topic." Afterwards, Shernan looked at Li Xiaona helplessly, as if to say, "Please, senior, please speak directly, don't beat around the bush." I laughed. Okay, I won't pretend to be affectionate anymore. It's all in the past. There's nothing to be sad about." Li Xiaona also smiled and asked shyly, "Senior, can I add you on WeChat? I took your seat today and asked you to treat me to a meal. I will treat you another day." Although she said that, she was very happy in her heart. This way, she would have a reason to ask the senior out alone next time. After Li Xiaona added WeChat, "I want to pay the bill." After receiving the cashback, I casually asked, "Two schoolmates, are you going shopping or going back to school?" The two discussed it for a while and replied, "Senior, let's go back to school. It's getting late." "Okay, then I'll give you a ride." After saying that, he took the 2 of them out of the restaurant and came to my car parked outside. "Senior, is this your car?" Li Xiaona pointed at my G-class with a look of surprise on her face. I nodded. "Yes, I just mentioned it today." She looked at me for a while and said hesitantly, "I heard you were dumped because you were poor?" I smiled and said, "Maybe this is fate." Along the way, the car was strangely quiet. Li Xiaona looked at my profile through the reflection in the car window, and she seemed a little disappointed. The big boy who used to be full of smiles now has a bit more determination. Growth is always unforgettable and distressing. When I arrived at the school gate, I didn't rush to leave after saying goodbye, but decided to go back to the dormitory where I hadn't been for a long time. As soon as he opened the door, Wang Chao shouted, "Old Four, you're back. Your outfit is extraordinary. Did you win the lottery?" Chengwen also came over and pointed at the watch on my wrist. "Oh my God! Patek Philippe? You've become rich. Tell me, are you being kept by some rich woman?" I lazily leaned against the bed and said with a smile, "Go away. What rich woman? This is good luck that fell from the sky while I was walking." Wang Chao's eyes lit up as he stared at my wrist. "Godfather, you've turned bad. I checked. Your watch costs 7 million. Tell me what's going on. If you don't explain clearly, I won't let you sleep today." Seeing the 2 brothers excited, I was stunned for a moment, thinking that I couldn't talk about this system casually. After thinking for a moment, I calmly said, "Well, after the breakup, I was packing up my things in the rental house, and I found a hard drive at the bottom of the box, and there were 200 bitcoins in it. I just sold it yesterday. Old four, you have accomplished a small goal in one go. Wang Chao's eyes lit up, and he was envious and admired, but there was no jealousy in his tone. This is simply a case of comparing people to people and getting killed, comparing goods to goods and getting thrown away. You have to treat us. Chungwon patted my shoulder and said seriously, Old four, a blessing in disguise. This sudden wealth shows that Meng Yue is not your ideal person, but you must keep your heart and don't squander too much. Second brother, with the tone you give me, I think you can stay in school and become a philosophy professor. Wang Chao couldn't help but interrupt. If I win this money, I will definitely enjoy life and experience the life of a rich person. I laughed and waved my hands. Okay, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wait for me to go to the school supermarket and buy some food and drinks, and then we can have a drink together. After ordering the barbecue takeout, I went straight to the supermarket near the school. After walking a few steps, I arrived at the door of Brother Lee's store. When Brother Lee saw me enter, he smiled and greeted me. Hey, isn't this Ye Feng? How are you doing recently? Is your internship going well? Brother Lee, long time no see. My internship ended early, and I came back to school today to visit you. Are you working alone? Didn't your sister-in-law come to help? I answered with a smile. Brother Lee sighed. The little guy is sick, and my sister-in-law is taking care of him at home. What do you want to eat today? I'll give you a discount. I smiled and picked up a few packets of snacks, then took a box of beer and went to the counter. Brother Lee, how much are these? Originally, it was 158, so I'll charge you 150. Drink less, and come drink with me after you graduate. Brother Lee patted my shoulder jokingly. No problem, Brother Lee. Come back often when I'm done with my work. I returned to the dormitory with wine and food, and my brothers couldn't wait any longer. We sat around the table and opened bottles of beer. The moonlight from the window shone on our faces, bringing a long-lost warmth. As they got tipsy, everyone gradually opened up their hearts. Chungwon took a sip of beer and choked up as he said, I really didn't want to leave Shanghai, but my parents had a son when they were old. In order to support my schooling, my father cut off his finger while working on a construction site, but he just consoled me by saying it didn't hurt. From that moment on, I vowed to do my best and go home to shoulder this burden for him. Wang Chao and I listened quietly, feeling mixed emotions. Raising my glass, I toasted, Brother, you are amazing. You are truly a man of Shandong province. Then Wang Chao spoke, his usual playful face suddenly turned serious. Second brother, fourth brother, you may think I am free and easy, but in fact my parents divorced when I was young, and only my grandparents were with me. After they passed away, I became indifferent, no longer worried, and it doesn't matter. The three of them raised their glasses again, feeling slightly tipsy. Chungwon put down his wine glass and looked at me straight in the eyes. Old four, after listening to what we said, it's time for you to speak too, right? I smiled, put down the cup, and the memories came flooding back to me. My family is ordinary, my parents always quarrel, but they are loving. When I was a child, a friend of mine almost drowned, and I could only watch him get hurt. After that, I vowed to practice swimming, but I can never go back to that day. We drank, talked, and laughed. The moonlight outside the window, mixed with a little night rain, seemed to wash away the dust of the past and witness our friendship. The three of us were drunk. Chungwon shook his head gently, helped Wang Chao and I back to bed one by one, and murmured, It's my blessing to know you. I don't know if we can get together again after graduation. In the early morning, the sunlight shone gently on my face through the curtains, and I was a little dazed because of my headache. I struggled to sit up and saw the wine bottles and leftover snacks scattered on the table. I must have drunk too many glasses of wine last night. I searched for a long time and finally found a cup. I drank half a cup of water and felt a lot more awake. Seeing that Chungwon and Wang Chao were still sleeping, I walked lightly to the window, opened a crack, and let fresh air flow in. Dragging my tired body, I began to clean up the mess, put the wine bottles back into the box, threw the leftovers into the trash bag, and wiped the table with a rag. After I finished cleaning up, I carried the garbage out, threw it away, and went straight to the cafeteria. When we got to the cafeteria, we walked straight to the window and said, Annie, give me a bowl of millet porridge. Just as I was about to take out my phone to pay, I realized it was out of battery. In the awkward moment, I heard a voice of payment successful in my ears. When I looked up, it was my junior schoolmate Li Xiaona with a beautiful smile. Senior Ye Feng, good morning. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Li Xiaona looked at me with a smile. Good morning, junior high school girl. I'm so lucky to meet you. Otherwise, this situation would be a bit awkward. I smiled awkwardly. Li Xiana burst out laughing. So your phone is out of battery. No wonder you didn't reply to my message yesterday. I thought you were ignoring me. I was upset for a long time. Senior, let's stop standing and find a table to sit down. After sitting down, I drank a mouthful of millet porridge, and a warm current instantly spread throughout my body. Li Xiana supported her chin, stared at me with a smile on her face. I looked up and teased her. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No, nothing. Li Xiana's cheeks flushed slightly. I just think that with your face, you can become a celebrity. Then I really have to thank you for the compliment. But being a celebrity is too exaggerated and not suitable for me. I laughed and teased, then changed the subject. Why don't you have class today? You don't look like a good student. Senior, you are too modest. Li Xiana smiled. Indeed, I don't have classes this morning, and there's only one Taoism class in the afternoon. Besides, I am a good student, and I never skip classes. She emphasized with her eyes wide open. By the way, Senior, you can call me Xiana. It's too polite to call me Junior. Li Xiana blinked her eyes, her face full of anticipation. I nodded. Okay, I'll call you Xiana from now on. Brother Feng, Brother Feng? Li Xiana called out happily several times, as if she had obtained some treasure. Then Li Xiana asked with twinkling eyes, Brother Feng, there is a new movie coming out tonight. Can you go to see it with me? I thought about it and didn't have any plans for the evening, so I nodded and agreed. Yeah, I'm so happy. Li Xiana danced with joy. I'm going to make my roommates envious when I get home. The hunk from Shanghai University is watching a movie with me. I'm so proud. I smiled at her crazy look and said goodbye. Xiaona, I have something else to do. I'll pick you up in the evening. Okay, Brother Feng. Remember not to forget. Li Xiana replied happily. After saying goodbye, I went to the car and connected my phone to the power bank. It is really difficult for modern people to move without a mobile phone. After charging the phone, he called Xiaowei, the rental agent. Brother Xiaowei, this is Ye Feng. Do you have any listings in Thompson Epine? Ye Feng, have you made a fortune? You want to buy a house? I do have a few units in Thompson first class, but the price is not low. Xiaowei's tone was full of surprise. Okay, let's meet at the entrance of Thompson Epine in half an hour. I hung up the phone and drove straight to the destination. When I arrived at Thompson 1 and saw the sunshine filling the community, I felt excited. Soon, I could become a part of this place. Not long after, Xiaowei also arrived. Seeing the G class next to me, he couldn't help but sigh. Ye Feng, you've hidden it well enough. You can even drive a G class. It seems that you rented the house purely to experience life before. The scenery of the community is refreshing, with lush trees, neatly trimmed lawns, and fountains dancing slowly to the music, making it look particularly upscale. Xiaowei took me to the house, and when I opened the door, I saw a salesperson talking to a middle-aged couple. The middle-aged man had a big gold chain around his neck, and the woman's hands were almost full of rings, looking very rich. When she saw us coming in, the woman said in a harsh voice, Oh, do you think we can't afford it? And you arranged for someone else to come and see the house at the same time. Xiaowei stepped forward to explain, Brother Chenhai, how can I be considered a disruptor if I bring clients here? The salesman Chenhai looked at me with disdain. Lu Wei, you are too funny. Bringing a little kid to look at the house? And you have a big name behind you? I'm afraid you were just pretending. I sneered. Who told you I can't afford it? I came here today to buy a house. The middle-aged man glanced at me and sneered. Young man, this house is not something you can buy casually. You should save enough for a down payment first. Chenhai even more servilely echoed. Mr. Huang is right. This guy probably just came here to take a photo and brag about himself. Unlike you, who looks like a wealthy man. Seeing Chenhai's flattering and bullying face, Lu Wei was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at him and cursed. You sycophant, dare to make up stories about my friend again. Believe it or not, I will break your legs. I quickly stopped Lu Wei and said to him with a smile, Brother Xiaowei, there's no need to get angry with this upstart and lackey. Let's just give him a slap in the face. As soon as she finished speaking, the middle-aged woman immediately got furious. As a newly rich woman, what she hated most was being laughed at for being uneducated. I added slowly, Brother Xiaowei, look at this person. Not only is she a nouveau riche, she's also a bitch. The middle-aged man Huang Yue finally couldn't help it and said coldly, Boy, if you have the guts, buy this house. If you really have that ability, I will bow to you and apologize on the spot. I sneered and raised my eyebrows in response. You said it. If I buy it, You apologize to me and Xiao Weiga. Otherwise, I will do whatever you want. Lu Wei immediately called the company, and a few minutes later, the company manager's son Ming arrived at the scene with the financial and contract documents. When manager's son saw me, he was extremely respectful. After handing me the contract, he said, "Mr. Yi, please take a look at the contract. If there are no problems, you can sign it at any time." I quickly signed my name and turned to ask Sun Ming, "Manager's son, is it a bank transfer or a credit card?" Huang Yue, who was standing by, sneered, "You're still paying by credit card? A house worth 120 million yuan. Young man, you're really good at pretending. Don't you even know how much you have?" I calmly took out a Supreme black card from my pocket and handed it to Sun Ming, saying calmly, "Manager's son, swipe the card. It will also open the eyes of some people." When Sun Ming took the black card, a trace of astonishment flashed across his face. He obviously knew the importance of this card and immediately instructed the finance department to handle it. A few seconds later, the POS machine displayed "payment successful." Sun Ming handed the card back to me with awe on his face and whispered, "Mr. Yi, I will follow up all the subsequent procedures. If you have any needs, just let me know." At this time, Huang Yue and his wife were completely dumbfounded, stammering, "This is impossible. How can this card be used to pay so much money?" Sun Ming glanced at them coldly and said sternly, "Mr. Huang, this card is the supreme black card of Global Bank. There are no more than 10 of them in the whole of China. The cardholder must have a cash flow of more than 10 billion. This is not just a card, but a symbol of status. Why don't you apologize quickly?" Huang Yue and his wife were stunned when they heard this. Their legs went weak, and they knelt down and quickly apologized. I waved my hand and said calmly, "Forget it, don't dirty my place, get out of here." Watching them leave in a hurry, I asked Sun Ming, "Manager's son, do you still have villas for sale?" Sun Ming replied respectfully, "Mr. Yi, with your status, an ordinary villa is not up to standard. It just so happens that the Shun family has a set of Cloud Villa number 6 for sale. It has a first-class location and a great view. Are you interested? I will contact you." The Cloud Villa is a masterpiece of master design. It is not only a residence, but also a symbol of status. I nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, you go and arrange it." After Sun Ming and his team left, I looked around and admired my new home with satisfaction. The spacious living room was hung with exquisite crystal chandeliers, which cast a warm light. The floor-to-ceiling windows had a wide view and overlooked the entire city. It was really a great place to live. Looking at this luxurious decoration, my sister Yi Lin's smiling face came to my mind. She must be very happy here. Thinking of my family, I decided to take time to go back to my hometown to attend Yi Lin's graduation banquet and accompany my parents. Before I knew it, it was almost time for my appointment with Li Xiaona. I took the car keys and headed to Shanghai University. I stopped by a milk tea shop and bought 2 cups of milk tea, thinking that girls would like it. As soon as I walked to the parking space, I saw Li Xiaona standing by the car looking around. I walked over, and Li Xiaona took a glance and muttered, "Brother Feng, did you run out to see other beauties?" She pouted her lips and looked jealous. Looking at Li Xiaona's cute appearance, I couldn't help but reach out and rub her hair, and her face suddenly turned red to her ears. I realized that I was a bit abrupt and apologized immediately. "I'm sorry, Xiaona, I didn't mean it. I just thought that it hadn't arrived yet, so I bought you 2 cups of milk tea. I don't know if it suits your taste." Li Xiaona took the milk tea with a smile in her eyes. "Thank you, Brother Feng. How did you know I like milk tea?" Don't tell me. I wasn't angry at all just now. If those schoolgirls knew that the school hunk personally patted my head, they would probably be jealous. "Brother Feng, I have already picked up the tickets. It's for Wanda's cinema. Let's go." Li Xiaona excitedly raised the ticket in her hand. After we got on the bus, we arrived at the cinema in a short while. While she was getting the tickets, I bought a bucket of popcorn. The saleswoman glanced at me and came over enthusiastically. "Handsome, would you like a drink? I get off work at 9, we can have a drink together." My heart tightened, and I quickly picked up the popcorn and left, then ran back as if I was escaping. Li Xiaona saw sweat on my forehead and handed me a tissue in confusion. "Brother Feng, why are you running so fast? And you are sweating so much." I wiped the sweat off my face and coughed. I was afraid that the movie would be delayed, so I ran faster. Li Xiaona nodded and believed it. After checking our tickets, we found our seats and the movie started. The movie was about a love story during school days. In the end, the heroine died unexpectedly and the hero was alone at the wedding, which was very sad. As soon as the movie ended, Li Xiaona burst into tears and kept grabbing my arm and wiping her tears. I patted her arm gently and said with a smile, Xiaona, let's go eat something. You need to replenish your energy after crying all night. You won't have the energy to continue crying if you're hungry. Li Xiaona was so amused by me that she burst into laughter. Brother Feng, you are really a straight man. The two of us found a barbecue restaurant. The flames jumped on the grill, the aroma filled the air, and Li Xiaona skillfully rolled the beef and handed it to me. Brother Feng, thank you for accompanying me to the movies today. This special barbecue roll is my personal gift to you. I took a bite and praised, it tastes good. You really have the skills. The addition of garlic slices makes the beef taste stronger. Li Xiaona smiled and said, I saw it online. It said if you eat meat without garlic, the flavor will be half as good. I tried it and found that it is really delicious. After the meal, we had a pleasant chat in a relaxed atmosphere. When I got up to go to the bathroom, Li Xiaona suddenly handed me a pack of tissues. I was stunned for a moment. Then I took the tissue and thanked him with a smile. Li Xiaona lowered her head and blushed with shame and quickly explained, Brother Feng, don't get me wrong, I was just worried that you didn't bring tissues to wipe your hands. I smiled and nodded, secretly thinking that this little girl was really cute. After I finished the matter, I returned to my seat, only to see a fashionably dressed woman standing next to Li Xiaona with an unfriendly tone. Xiaona, who is this? He doesn't look that good. Maybe even worse than Brother Bayan. The woman sneered, her face full of disdain. Li Xiaona explained aggrievedly that this was her high school classmate Mu Tong, who was holding a grudge against her because the boy she once liked confessed his love to her. Today, she happened to see the location Li Xiaona sent, so she came over to provoke her. Seeing Mu Tong's ridicule of me, Li Xiaona immediately got angry and rushed forward to fight back. You said I can, but you are not allowed to say Brother Feng. In my heart, Brother Feng is the best. No one can compare to him. Mu Tong sneered and shot back. Oh my, you're still protecting me, Li Xiaona. You're really good at pretending to be cute. Concubine Hua is right, bitches are just hypocritical. I looked at her coldly and whispered, You'd better apologize to Xiaona, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Apologize? Mu Tong laughed sarcastically. What a joke. You two dogs are really a perfect match. You're a perfect match. The jealousy and disdain in her eyes became more and more obvious. Just before Mu Tong finished her words with a pa sound, Li Xiaona's hand had already fallen heavily on her face. Mu Tong was stunned for a moment, covering her face, and then rushed towards Li Xiaona like crazy. You dare to hit me? I will fight you. I stopped Li Xiaona and stood in front of her. The surrounding customers were also attracted by this sudden conflict. At this time, the mall security arrived and quickly pulled us apart. Mu Tong looked at the increasing number of people, said something harsh, and left angrily. After I compensated the mall for some damaged items, I left with Li Xiaona, who kept her head down and remained silent. Along the way, Li Xiaona kept her head down, almost buried in the seat. I couldn't help but laugh and said, You were so brave just now. How come you're like a little quail now? Li Xiaona raised her head and said with some regret, Brother Feng, should I not have done it? But she scolded you. I just couldn't help it. Li Xiaona paused for a moment, as if she had made up her mind, and whispered, Brother Feng, I actually like you, since the first time I saw you. Li Xiaona lowered her head and blushed as she continued, I wanted to confess my feelings to you, but you had a girlfriend at the time, so I could only step aside and pay attention to you. Later, when I heard that you broke up, I started to get close to you. But today, I really caused you trouble. I'm sorry. After saying that, Li Xiaona gently pushed open the car door and prepared to leave. I reached out and pulled Li Xiaona back, looked at her seriously, and said, You want to run away without waiting for my answer? Li Xiaona looked at me nervously, full of expectation but not daring to speak. I smiled and said, Xiaona, actually I should be the one to confess my feelings. Will you be my girlfriend? Li Xiaona was stunned for a moment. Then a happy smile spread across her face. She rushed over and kissed me gently. She had been waiting for this kiss for 2 years. After their lips parted, Li Xiaona whispered happily, Brother Feng, please take me back to school. Back to campus, we walked hand in hand on the path. Li Xiaona spun around happily like a little bird, with a sweet smile on her face, as if every step she took was telling of her joy. Xiaona, Senior Ye Feng, you too. Just then, she ran into her roommate Shernan. Heather stared at our holding hands in amazement and immediately covered her mouth and said jokingly, Oh, I didn't see anything. You guys continue. Nan Nan. Li Xiaona was so embarrassed that she chased after her and grabbed her, and the two of them laughed and made a mess. I smiled as I watched them playing and suggested, "Let's go to the supermarket and buy some snacks for the sisters in the dormitory." The three of us arrived at the supermarket. When Brotherly saw me bringing two girls over, he smiled and joked, "Ye Feng, why did you bring two beauties here today? Which one is your girlfriend?" I patted Li Xiaona's shoulder and said, "This is my girlfriend, Li Xiaona, and this is her roommate, Shernan." Li Gu responded cheerfully, Okay, okay, kid. Buy more if you bring your girlfriend with you, and treat them well." We bought a cart of snacks, and Brotherly gave us a discount when we checked out. When we sent them back to the dormitory, Heather wisely took the snacks and went upstairs first, leaving the two of us alone. Li Xiana hugged me and whispered, "Brother Feng, thank you. I am really happy today." Watching her back as she ran up the stairs, my heart felt warm. For the first time, I felt the sweetness and happiness brought by this pure love. Chapter 11 Cloud Villa Obtained. Li Xiana ran back to the dormitory and opened the door, only to see the three girls staring at her with smiles on their faces. Among them, Sun Jingjing and Li Bingbing were acting out the scene that had just happened downstairs. Li Xiana blushed immediately and ran to the bed and covered her face with the quilt. The three girls were not willing to let her go so easily, and they pulled her up together. "Xiaona, tell me quickly, how did you trick our school idol, Senior Ye Feng, into getting his hands on you?" That's right. Tell me quickly, that's my dream girl. And you actually tricked her into getting her." "No way. I'm so cute. Why can't Brother Feng like me? You are just jealous of my talent and beauty." The three girls looked at the boastful Li Xiaona and rushed up to her and started scratching her. "Have mercy, three ladies, I will speak. Isn't it enough for me to speak?" Then he told what happened today. "It seems that your classmate Mutong not only failed to hurt you today, but also helped you a lot. Hee hee, it's really a case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken." Li Bingbing sighed. "Yes, Xiana, you are really a fool with good fortune. If Mutong knew about this, she would be so mad that she would die, haha." Sun Jingjing also laughed. "Our Xiana has finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. You two may not know this, but she has been in love with Senior Ye Feng since she first entered the school. At that time, she even asked me to help her find out about the senior. Now she has finally got what she wanted." Shernan revealed the little secret to the two. "Hee hee, so many delicious foods can't fill your mouth, so I won't give you any more." After saying that, Li Xiaona was about to grab the snacks, and then a new round of fighting started. In Tianjin, Yi Lin's mouth twitched as she watched Ye's father and mother sitting on the sofa watching TV. This old couple quarreled every day over watching TV, and after the quarrel, they showed their affection in front of her as if nothing had happened. It was really speechless. Yi Lin picked up her phone and sent a message to Ye Feng. "Brother, when will you come back? I haven't seen you for a long time. Your poor sister can't stand watching your parents show their affection every day. It's too much for me as a single dog." On the other side, Ye Feng had just returned to Thompson Epine and was lying on his soft big bed, grinning foolishly. When his cell phone rang, he thought it was a message from Li Xiaona, but when he opened it, it turned out to be a message from Yi Lin. "Little girl, I'll be back in 2 days. Don't worry, I won't miss your graduation party. Just pretend that mom and dad didn't see it. I was your brother too. Hee hee. As long as they are happy, that's all." At this time, a phone call came in. Yi Feng looked at the number and saw that it was Sun Ming's call, so he pressed the answer button. "Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry to bother you so late. I have already contacted the Shun family about the Cloud Villa I mentioned last time. The head of the Shun family wants to invite you to the Cloud Villa tomorrow morning to discuss in detail. I wonder if it is convenient for you." Yi Feng thought about it, and since he had nothing to do tomorrow, he agreed. After agreeing on a time, he hung up the phone. "I hope the Cloud Villa can be raised a little higher tomorrow. Then the cashback will be very considerable." After Yi Feng washed up, he returned to bed, chatted with Yi Lin and Li Xiaona for a while, and then fell asleep. The sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows and shone onto Yi Feng's face. Feeling the warmth, Yi Feng gradually woke up. He felt so lucky. It was another day to be alive. He opened the curtains and looked at the busy people outside, who were constantly running for a living. He felt emotional. He was once one of them. Since the arrival of the system, his life has undergone earth-shaking changes. He has unimaginable wealth and a sweet love. So money is a good thing. It can solve 99% of the troubles in the world. Yi Feng washed up, changed his clothes, and came to the mirror. Looking at the spirited young man in the mirror, he said narcissistically, He's so handsome. After taking a look at the time, Ye Feng went downstairs and prepared to leave. He had an appointment with the head of the Shin family today, and it would not be good to be late. Get in the car, turn on the navigation, and set off for the Cloud Villa. Since we avoided the morning rush hour, the journey was relatively smooth, and we arrived at our destination quickly. Sun Ming, who was standing at the door, saw Ye Feng coming and trotted over to help Ye Feng open the car door. He said enthusiastically, "Mr. Yi, you are here. Please wait a moment. I will contact them right away." Sun Ming went to the security room outside the gate and explained his purpose. The security guard verified the situation with the head of the Shin family and let him pass. Under the guidance of Sun Ming, Ye Feng came to the gate number 6 of Yunwan Villa, parked the car, and Sun Ming pressed the doorbell. Soon the door was opened, and a little girl about 10 years old poked her head out, looking at Ye Feng and the others curiously with her big eyes. "Big brother, you are so beautiful. Meow Meow likes you so much. Can you play with me?" A figure also appeared in front of the door, with a tall figure, handsome face, and a pair of deep and wise eyes looking at the little girl with loving care, but the fatigue on his face could not be concealed. "Meow Meow, this is Dad's friend. You go and have fun first. Dad wants to talk about some work matters. Dad will play with you later." "Okay." Shinru Miao looked at Ye Feng aggrievedly, nodded slowly, and left reluctantly. Shinhauern was very surprised when he looked at such a young Ye Feng. This villa can be worth up to 1 billion Chinese coins. It seems that Ye Feng's identity is not simple. Then he adjusted himself and said, "This is Mr. Yi. I'm Shinhauern. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so young. He is really young and promising. My little girl is naughty, so please don't mind me." "Mr. Shin, you are very polite. My daughter is very cute, and I like her very much." Ye Feng was also surprised when he saw Shinhauern in his early 30s. He originally thought that as the head of the family, he must be over 50. It seems that there are many stories. Shinhauern invited the two of them into the study, served them 2 cups of tea, and got down to business. "Mr. Yi, I heard from Sun Ming that you are interested in buying this villa. I wonder if you have heard of it? This Cloud Villa is the best in the entire Magic City. When the family bought it, it cost 800 million Chinese yuan. With the appreciation of the land, the price is now over 1 billion Chinese yuan. If Mr. Yi is willing to buy it, I am willing to sell it to you for 800 million Chinese yuan." Ye Feng couldn't let him sell it at a low price. This was a huge cashback, so he quickly said, "Master Shin, I, Ye Feng, am not a person who takes advantage of others, so let's make a deal at 1 billion Chinese yuan." Afterwards, Ye Feng asked Shinhauern for his account number and transferred 1 billion Chinese yuan to him. "Congratulations to the host. You spent 1 billion Chinese yuan and got a cashback of 100 billion Chinese yuan, which has been deposited into the Supreme Black Card with the last number 8888. Ye Feng was very excited when he saw the long string of numbers in his global bank account. In the whole of China, there might be many people with a net worth of hundreds of billions, but there are only a few who have a cash flow of hundreds of billions. Chapter 12. Investing in Shuns. Shinhauern, who was standing by, was also very surprised when he saw the arrival information, because he saw that it was transferred from a personal account of Global Bank. Such a large personal transfer amount could only mean that Ye Feng was the owner of the Global Bank's Supreme Black Card. This mysterious Mr. Yi must have a deep background. Ye Feng also handed over the transfer matters to Sun Ming. He was very satisfied with Sun Ming. He thought Sun Ming was capable, but he was too flattering to himself. "Master Shin, I heard from Sun Ming that the Shin family has encountered problems with its capital chain. Could you please tell me about it? Maybe I can help." Ye Feng now has a large amount of funds in his hands, and he also wants to own some industries. Besides, he cannot let go of such a good opportunity to take advantage of the system. Shinhauern's eyes lit up. He knew that Ye Feng had terrifying cash flow and was also willing to use his strength to save the Shin family. "Mr. Yi, I am a few years older than you, so I am arrogant and call you Brother Yi. This is a long story. My Shin family has developed smoothly in the past few years, and its size has reached 50 billion Chinese yuan. All the credit goes to my sister, Shanghai University. She has a unique vision and a high talent for business. She doubled the market value of the company in just 2 years. After seeing my sister's talent, the Feng family, one of the 4 major families in Magic City, planned to let their youngest son Feng Zhiping, who was uneducated and unskilled, marry into my Shin family. My father strongly opposed it at the time, and when Feng Zhiping was entangled with my sister, he was kicked in the lower body and could not move from then on. My Shin family suffered crazy revenge from the Feng family, and various industries were madly suppressed. My father also died of a sudden heart attack because of this. It can be said that my Shin family and the Fong family have a deep hatred. Brother Yi, if you help my Shin family, the Fong family will definitely hold a grudge against you, so you have to think carefully. Seeing Shun Haoren's frankness, Ye Feng no longer had any worries. He was also very curious about the talented girl Shanghai Yue. He was not afraid of being hated by the Fong family. He had a system. How could he be worthy of the system if he was afraid of this and that? Brother Shin, I have decided to invest in the Shun family. How much money do you think it will take? Shin Haoren was shocked. After he finished speaking, he no longer held out hope that Ye Feng would invest. It would be very unwise for the Shun family to go against the giant Fong family. Brother Yi, thank you so much. The current market value of the Shun family is about 35 billion Chinese yuan. If you invest 10 billion Chinese yuan, I am willing to give you 35% of the shares. Brother Shin, let the legal department draft the contract. My investment will be credited to your account at any time. Shin Haoren hurriedly contacted the legal department to draft an equity transfer contract and sent it to the Cloud Villa. Ye Feng took a look and found no problem. So he signed his name and then transferred 10 billion Chinese yuan. Brother Yi, thank you so much. Don't worry, I will definitely live up to your trust. At this time, Ye Feng was very confused. After spending 10 billion Huaxia coins, why the system still hasn't responded? System, why is there no cashback? Host, the system provides cashback for consumption. Investment and stock ownership do not fall within the scope of consumption, so you will not receive cashback. Then you didn't tell me earlier. You didn't even ask the host. You traitor, tell me, how can investment and acquisition be counted as consumption? Host, the cumulative cashback reaches 10 trillion. After the system is upgraded, all your expenses will be included in the cashback. At the same time, the cashback will be issued in the form of points. 1 point will be awarded for every 100 million Huaxia coins accumulated. Points will be opened at the same time. Mal, please host continue to work hard. After finishing the conversation with the system, the three of them left the study. Seeing Ye Feng appear, Shen Ruomiao rushed over and hugged him. Brother, you and your dad have finished talking about work. Now you can play with me. Shen Haoren looked at his daughter and said, Meow Meow, Dad has sold this house to Uncle Ye Feng. We need to pack up our things and go live in another home. Brother, can I still come here to play in the future? Looking at Shen Ruomiao, who was full of expectations, Ye Feng knelt down, stroked her head, and said, Meow Meow can come at any time. Brother will always welcome you. Brother Shin, don't rush. You can take your time to clean up. I will be there in a minute. Wouldn't stay here. Brother, you are so kind. Shin Ruomiao kissed Ye Feng on the face. After playing with Xiao Ruomiao for a while, Ye Feng said goodbye and left. Ye Feng returned to the car, turned on his phone, looked at the air tickets from Magic City to Jincheng, and after thinking about it, he chose a first-class ticket at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thinking that he would soon meet his parents and younger sister whom he hadn't seen for a long time, Ye Feng felt excited and decided to pick out some gifts. I drove to Wanda Plaza and arrived at the familiar Patek Philippe. When the clerk Mo Qingqing saw Ye Feng coming, she greeted him enthusiastically because Ye Feng left such a deep impression on her. The last time he bought her a Patek Philippe Phantom worth 7 million, and he was so handsome. It would be great if something could happen between her and such a handsome boy. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am the shop assistant Mo Qingqing. Welcome to visit us again. Ye Feng looked at her and felt that she was familiar. It should be Mo Qingqing who received him last time. He walked up to her and said, Please recommend 2 watches for me, one for middle-aged men and one for young girls. Mo Qingqing thought for a moment and then took Ye Feng to the display case. Mr. Yi, this Patek Philippe time is very suitable for your requirements. This men's watch is designed to be stable and elegant, yet very low-key. It uses the highest quality materials. It is not only extremely accurate, but also has drop-proof and waterproof features. The price is 3.5 million Chinese yuan. I want this one. Can you recommend a women's watch? Mr. Yi, please move over here. This beating youth watch is specially designed for young girls. The pink appearance makes it look more youthful and energetic. And the reputation of Patek Philippe is the best guarantee of quality. The price of this watch is 2.8 million Chinese yuan. Ye Feng carefully observed the beating youth. It really matched Yi Lin and Li Xiaona. Thinking that he had never given Li Xiaona a gift, Ye Feng decided to buy 2 pieces. I like this dancing youth very much. I want 2 pieces. Please pack them separately for me. Okay, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. I will pack it for you. Mo Qingqing quickly brought over 3 gift boxes, The men's watch was in a blue gift box, and the women's watch was in a pink gift box. Ye Feng paid with his card and left. Mo Qingqing was dazed as she watched Ye Feng's leaving back. Qingqing, stop looking. Mr. Yi has already gone far away. A young and wealthy man like him would not look down on us. Sister Zhang, I don't. I just fantasize that Mr. Yi is my boyfriend. I never get tired of looking at that charming face of his, especially since he is so rich. Haha, yes, who wouldn't like a handsome and rich boy? Chapter 13. Choosing a Gift. Ye Feng did not walk far after leaving. At this time, he was thinking about what gift to give to his mother. He was strolling around casually and saw a jewelry store not far away. Ye Feng walked over and came into the store. Welcome to Dafu Jewelry, sir. If you need anything, you can tell me. You can also take a look yourself first. The salesperson said enthusiastically as he looked at Ye Feng, who walked into the store. It was also Ye Feng's first time to come to a jewelry store. He was not familiar with the place, so he responded, I want to buy a jade bracelet for my mother. Can you take me to have a look? Yes, sir. Please follow me. I followed the salesperson to the booth and looked at the dazzling array of bracelets, but I didn't know how to choose for a moment. Seeing Ye Feng like this, the salesperson introduced at the right time. Sir, look at this pair of Xinjiang green bracelets, which are very suitable for middle-aged women to wear. Following the salesperson's introduction, Ye Feng had a simple understanding of jadeite. After looking around, he found that the prices range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Thinking of how his mother would get mad if she knew that he bought a 3.5 million watch for his father and a bracelet worth hundreds of thousands for her, Ye Feng shuddered and hurriedly told the salesperson, Do you have any bracelets of better quality? The price is probably over 3.5 million. Sir, please wait a moment. I have an icy jade bracelet that meets your requirements. I will go to the store manager to apply for it. Soon after, the salesperson and the store manager came carefully holding a brocade box. The store manager carefully placed the brocade box in the center of the table, fearing that it would break by accident. Hello, sir. This is the icy jadeite bracelet you wanted to see. Ye Feng observed it carefully. The texture of this jade bracelet was delicate and smooth, and it sparkled with a soft luster under the light. It was extremely transparent, and the internal texture could be clearly seen. At this time, a woman with a fat face rushed over, grabbed the bracelet, and started trying it on. Ma'am, this gentleman saw the bracelet first, the salesperson said hurriedly. So what if he saw it? He didn't pay for it. It's mine once I put it on my hand. Tell me how much it is. I'll buy it, the woman said arrogantly. Baby, only you are worthy of this bracelet. A handsome man in his early 20s said flatteringly. Ye Feng tried hard to suppress his nausea when he saw this scene. He could really call her baby. It seemed that she was a little puppy being kept. Give this bracelet to this woman. I don't want it anymore. Ye Feng felt sick when he saw the fat woman. Why would he want something that she had touched? But then something even more disgusting happened. Little brother, you are sensible. Are you interested in following me? As long as you have good physical strength, I guarantee that I will buy you a car in a year and a house in 5 years. Please think about it. After the middle-aged woman said this, she threw a coquettish glance at Ye Feng. Ye Feng couldn't stand it anymore and started to dry heave into the trash can. Then he pointed at the middle-aged woman and cursed. You fat bitch, you look like a pig. You're making me sick to death. Get out. The middle-aged woman was instantly furious. What she hated most in her life was people calling her fat and calling her a pig. She immediately rushed towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng dodged to the side and saw the middle-aged woman hit the wall heavily. The young man immediately ran up and helped her up with great effort. Baby, are you okay? I'm so worried. Let me see if you're hurt. The middle-aged woman raised her hand and slapped the man, angrily saying, Come on, beat him so hard that his mother won't recognize him. As soon as the man rushed forward, Ye Feng kicked him to the ground. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman became obedient and dared not move forward again. You are so cruel, boy. Sooner or later you will fall into my hands. Oh, it seems that you are quite powerful. What do you do? How could this person fall into your hands? Ye Feng asked her with a smile. Kid, I work in the funeral industry. Are you scared? Humph. Ye Feng immediately jumped aside. It was so damn unlucky. The middle-aged woman kicked the young man who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead twice. Stop pretending to be dead and follow me. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately stood up and followed the middle-aged woman to leave. At this time, the store manager immediately came over and stopped him. Madam, this bracelet costs 3.8 million Chinese yuan. Would you like to pay by credit card? Or transfer money? What? Why is it so expensive? Hearing this, the store manager gave a look and several salesmen gathered around. The middle-aged woman had no choice but to swipe her card and ran away in shame. Ye Feng looked at the store manager and asked, "Manager, do you have any bracelets of this quality or higher?" The store manager thought for a moment and said, "Indeed, there is one, but it's not in the store. There's an imperial green bracelet at the Magic City main store, but the price is 100 million Chinese yuan. If you need it, I can contact the main store to send it to you, but I need to verify the capital, so please forgive me." Ye Feng didn't care and opened his phone to show it to the store manager. When the store manager saw the long string of numbers, he stood there in shock. After he came to his senses, he quickly invited Ye Feng to the VIP room. Half an hour later, a team of security personnel escorted an exquisite box to the Dafu Jewelry Wanda store. In the VIP room, a mature, steady, middle-aged man with bright eyes opened the box skillfully. "Mr. Yi, I am Zhu Mingjie, the person in charge of Dafu Jewelry in Shanghai. Thank you for choosing Dafu Jewelry. This is a glass-type imperial green bracelet. Please appreciate it." Ye Feng walked forward and saw that the imperial green bracelet had an almost transparent texture, exuding a rich green color, and its surface was as smooth as a mirror. It lay quietly in the box like a work of art. Ye Feng decided at first sight that he wanted him. He turned around and said to Zhu Mingjie, "Mr. Zhu, I want this bracelet. I'll just pay with my credit card. This bracelet is simply perfect." Ye Feng took out the black card, threw it to Zhu Mingjie, and continued to look at the bracelet. "Congratulations to the host. You spent 100 million Chinese yuan and got a cashback of 10 billion Chinese yuan, which has been deposited into the Supreme Black Card with the last number 8888. Ye Feng took the black card handed over by Zhu Mingjie, took the bracelet, and left. Returning to the car, he carefully packed up the gifts he had purchased today, leaving only a pink gift box on the passenger seat, and drove to Magic City University. When he arrived at the dormitory door, Ye Feng sent a message to Li Xiaona. After a while, Li Xiaona ran out happily and rushed into Ye Feng's arms. "Brother Feng, I miss you so much." He. After a long time, the two separated, and Ye Feng handed the gift to Li Xiaona. "Guess what's in there?" I won't guess. I like whatever Brother Feng gives me." The two of them held hands and walked around the campus, enjoying the leisure time. Passing by a supermarket, Ye Feng bought 2 bottles of lemonade, and then the two sat down on a nearby bench. Chapter 14, Returning Home. "Xiaona, I have a flight tomorrow morning and will be home for a few days. Brother Feng, I won't be able to see you for several days. Remember to think of me when you go home and don't fail to reply to my messages." Ye Feng looked at Li Xiaona and touched her head lovingly. It felt so good to be cared for by someone. "Don't worry. How could I not reply to your message? You're so cute. I don't think you're enough." Li Xiaona nodded with a smile, leaning on Ye Feng's shoulder, her face full of happiness. "Brother Feng, it would be great if I were older. If I were the same age as you, I would have met you earlier and married you earlier." Ye Feng hugged her waist tightly. This silly girl. "Don't worry. I see all living things as grass and trees, but I see you as a green mountain. No matter what happens in this life, I will never give up on you." The two of them just snuggled up to each other quietly. Silence was better than words at this moment. Two hearts close to each other were better than 1,000 words. The sky gradually darkened, and the two smiled at each other and said at the same time, "Let's go eat." They both laughed at the same time. Some people have known each other for a long time, but they are worlds apart. Some people have just met, but it seems like they have known each other for 1,000 years. "Brother Feng, you have to catch a flight tomorrow, so I'll treat you to the cafeteria today." I once fantasized about eating in the cafeteria with Brother Feng. "Hey, I have a big appetite. You're going to spend money today." The two walked hand in hand towards the cafeteria. Along the way, people kept exclaiming, saying that they were a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. "Brother Feng, what do you want to eat?" Ye Feng thought for a while and said, "I'll order some steamed dumplings and a bowl of egg soup." "Then please wait a moment, sir. The waiter will be back soon." After saying that, he skipped away. What a lively girl. Just think about it. My life will be filled with happiness after I marry her. "Sir, your dumplings and egg soup are here. Please enjoy." After saying that, he sat down opposite Ye Feng and started eating together. "Xiaona, do you like to eat soup dumplings too?" Ye Feng asked in surprise, looking at the same food on the table. Shouldn't girls like to eat things like snail noodles and rice vermicelli? I want to try the food that Brother Feng likes, but it's a pity that there are no pancakes from Jincheng here. Otherwise, I would definitely try it. Looking at her serious expression, Ye Feng felt a wave of warmth. After dinner, at least Xiaona's repeated request, Ye Feng had no choice but to send her back to the dormitory, and then he went home obediently to sleep. There was no other way, because he had to catch a flight the next morning. When Li Xiaona returned to the dormitory, 3 gossipers immediately surrounded her. Xiaona, why don't you share your thoughts on the date? Yeah. Tell me, did you kiss the senior? Heather noticed that she was carrying a pink gift box, and her eyes immediately lit up. Xiaona, is this a gift from Senior Ye Feng? Open it and take a look. Under the coercion of the 3 people, Li Xiaona obediently opened the gift box, and an exquisite pink watch appeared in front of everyone. Li Bingbing saw the brand of the watch at a glance and looked at Li Xiaona in surprise. Xiaona, this is actually a Patek Philippe, the top luxury watch. Sun Jingjing, who was standing by, immediately took out her cell phone to check. Xiaona, this is a new Patek Philippe beating youth. The price is 2.8 million Chinese yuan. Xiaona, I didn't expect that Senior Ye Feng is such a rich guy. You have to treat us to delicious food. I want to eat snail noodles with pig's feet. Li Xiaona was also shocked. 2.8 million Chinese yuan. Is Brother Feng so arrogant? Bing Bing, Heather, Jingjing, I feel that I cannot accept this gift. It is too valuable. I want to return it to Brother Feng. I'm not with him for these things. Hearing her words, the 3 nodded and agreed with her idea. At this time, Ye Feng, who was lying on the bed and watching short videos, received a message from Li Xiaona. Brother Feng, the gift you gave me is too valuable. I can't accept it. I want to return it to you. Ye Feng looked at the message and felt distressed. He didn't expect that the first gift he gave to Li Xiaona would not be accepted because it was too expensive. After organizing his words, Ye Feng replied, Xiaona, I don't know whether you are rejecting the gift or me. When I chose this watch, my first feeling was that it is very suitable for you, not its value. I want to give you all the watches that are suitable for you. This is not about money, but because you are my girlfriend and I want to share with you. Brother Feng, I'm not rejecting you, it's just too expensive. If I accept it, I feel like I'm with you just for your money. Xiaona, I know your character, so I don't think you're with me just for money. If you don't want it, then you can only give it to someone else. You don't want that to happen, do you? After Ye Feng's constant persuasion, Li Xiaona finally accepted it reluctantly. Women are so hard to understand. I don't want to sleep. The next morning, Ye Feng got up early, packed his things, took a taxi, and went straight to the airport. I passed the security check smoothly and was guided to my seat by the flight attendant. Ye Feng took out his mobile phone, adjusted the angle, took a selfie, and sent it to Li Xiaona. Xiaona, I'm already on board. Don't worry. Putting away his phone, Ye Feng lay down in his seat and rested quietly. Not far away, several graceful stewardesses in uniform were chatting. Lily, I just found a handsome boy in the first-class cabin. His deep eyes and high-nose bridge are really attractive. If I didn't have a boyfriend, I would have wanted to chase him. Are you interested? How about we switch classes? Sister Hong, is this true? I'll go check it out later. I love looking at handsome guys the most. I promise you'll be charmed to death. I think the handsome boy is well-dressed. He must be a rich boy. Lily, you must seize the opportunity. Soon, I began to feel a sense of weightlessness, and the plane took off. As it rose steadily, my vision gradually widened, and I could see the scenery on the ground. Ye Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed, heard footsteps approaching. He slowly opened his eyes, and a beautiful and charming face appeared in front of him. Her facial features were like a finely crafted work of art. She smiled warmly and said softly, Hello, sir. Would you like something to drink? We have tea, red wine, orange juice, and cola. Ye Feng looked at this familiar face and asked tentatively, Molly? Molly also looked at his face carefully at this time and said in surprise, Ye Feng. Ye Feng smiled and looked at Molly and said, Old classmate, long time no see. Yeah, it's been almost 4 years since we graduated. Look how successful you have become. Wearing Armani, you look like a rich man. Stop teasing me. By the way, were you recommended by the school to come here for an internship? Yes, I have just completed an internship for 3 months. I will be able to officially start working after graduation. Old classmate, please leave me your contact information. I want to cling to the thighs of the rich. Chapter 15, Buying a Car. After exchanging contact information, Molly brought him a glass of orange juice, agreed to let him treat her to a big meal, and then left. Ye Feng also fell into deep thought. He and Molly were classmates and also sat at the same table. During the busy and youthful years of high school, the two became best friends, helping each other and undermining each other. But later, Molly failed to declare her love to Ye Feng, and with her parents' divorce, her personality gradually became withdrawn, and the relationship between the two gradually became unfamiliar. Seeing Molly coming back, Sister Hong stepped forward and asked, "Isn't he handsome?" "Molly, you have to seize the opportunity." Molly smiled bitterly and said, "Love is love, but the water is not. He used to be my desk mate, and I confessed to him, but was rejected. He said he only saw me as a friend. After graduation, we didn't contact each other for 4 years. Now that we meet, I have let it go. It's good to be friends." 2.5 hours later, the plane landed safely at Tianjin Airport. Ye Feng said goodbye to Molly and left. After leaving the airport, I felt that the air of my hometown, although not fresh, was full of nostalgia. Home is the concern of every wanderer. No matter where you are, there is always a feeling of attachment and longing for home in your heart. Adjust your mindset, get in the car, and head home. When he arrived at his home, Ye Feng calmed down his excitement and knocked on the door. My mother's nagging voice came from inside the door. "Who is it? It's the middle of the day, and you came at a good time. I just made lunch." When she opened the door and saw Ye Feng standing at the door, Ye's mother was stunned for a moment. After she reacted, she pulled him into the house and complained to her eldest son, whom she hadn't seen for half a year. "You little brat, you didn't even tell me you were coming back. You've grown wings, haven't you? You haven't eaten yet, come on. I just made egg noodles, you eat first, I'll see what I'm making." Seeing my mother was about to go to the kitchen to cook again, I quickly grabbed her. "Mom, no thanks. I haven't had the egg noodles you made for a long time. This will do." "Okay, what do you want to eat tonight? Mom will make it for you." If Yilin knew you were coming back today, she would be so happy. "You don't know. She keeps nagging about when you will come back. It almost annoys me to death." Mother Yi kept muttering, but her face was always filled with a happy smile. "Mom, you don't have to work so hard. Let's go out for dinner tonight. I'll treat you. I'm your son, and I've made a fortune." "Son, aren't you doing an internship? How come you became rich again?" Ye's mother looked at him with confusion. "Mom, I had some bitcoins before, and I sold them because the price was good recently." "How much is it worth?" "You can keep it for yourself. Mom has money, and I will treat you tonight." Ye's mother didn't know much about virtual currency and didn't take it seriously. "Mom, where's my little sister? That girl goes out to play every day and doesn't even help me with the chores at home. It seems like she went to the beach with her classmates today." After eating the egg noodles, Ye Feng lay down on the sofa. This was the bed he had slept on for several years. The house was not big, 90 square meters with 2 rooms. When he was young, his parents had 1 room, and Ye Feng and Yi Lin had another room. As Yi Lin grew up, Ye Feng moved to the sofa. After all, even siblings had to avoid suspicion. Later, his parents were worried that Yi Feng would not rest well, so they asked him to move into his parents' room. Yi Feng did not agree, and finally changed to a sofa bed. When he rested at night, he pulled the bottom of the sofa, and it became a bed. There are more than 100 billion Chinese yuan in the account now. Tomorrow I must take my parents and my younger sister to buy a villa. I also need to buy a car. Oh, it's still early, so Yi Feng plans to go now and buy the car first. "Mom, I'm going to go out for a while, and we'll be back before dinner." "You kid, you just got home and you go out, be careful." After leaving home, Yi Feng took a taxi to Jincheng Meng Yue, a large luxury car sales company, divided into 2 floors. Each floor is about 5,000 square meters. When he walked into the store, there were not many people inside, probably because it was a weekday, so Yi Feng wandered around casually. "Yi Feng, are you home? You didn't even contact me when you got home. Let's have a drink together. By the way, why are you here? Are you planning to buy a car? I'm a salesperson here. Tell me which one you like, and I'll ask my boss to give you a discount." Yi Feng saw someone coming and went over to give him a hug. It turned out to be his childhood friend Wei Liang. "I just got home today. I didn't expect to run into you while taking a walk. Come on, let's talk while we walk. I'll even introduce you to the car. Otherwise, the boss will see you and fine you again." "Liangzi, what luxury cars do you have? Take me to see them." "You know what? There really is a supercar that just arrived. It's the Aston Martin 1-77, one of the world's top supercars. It's expensive. Let me take you to the second floor to have a look." When he came to the second floor, a silver supercar immediately caught Ye Feng's attention. Wei Liang introduced, "This is the Aston Martin 1-77. It is equipped with a naturally aspirated 7.3L V12 engine with a maximum power of 760 horsepower and a maximum torque of 750 newton meters. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 3.5 seconds and has a maximum speed of 354 kilometers per hour. Isn't the performance particularly strong? What's even more powerful is its price, 50 million Chinese yuan. I can't make this much money in several lifetimes. Liangzi, do you have the keys? I want to sit in it and take a look. Ye Feng liked this car very much and planned to buy it. Xiao Feng, wait a minute, I'll ask the manager. I don't have the authority to use this car, but I'll try my best. After saying that, Wei Liang quickly walked towards the manager's office. After waiting for a while, and seeing that Wei Liang had not come back yet, Ye Feng walked towards the manager's office next door. As soon as I walked to the door, I heard the manager swearing at Wei Liang. Who do you think you are? You're showing it to your friends. Do you know how expensive that car is? I can't even afford to pay for it even if I sell you. How can a nobody like you afford a car like this? Know your place and get out of here. Because of himself, Wei Liang was scolded like that. Ye Feng was so angry that he could not bear it anymore and kicked the door open. You bastard. Come and curse my brother again. I will destroy you right now. When Wei Liang saw Ye Feng rushing in, he immediately stepped forward to hold him and said, Xiao Feng, don't be impulsive. I'm fine. Come out with me. We can't afford to offend you. Seeing Ye Feng being held back, manager Wu Fei also became bolder. Boy, do you know where this is? If you dare to cause trouble, I think you are tired of living. Also, Wei Liang, you are fired. Get out of here immediately. Hearing that Wei Liang was fired, Ye Feng became even more angry. He broke free from Wei Liang and kicked Wu Fei to the ground. Chapter 16. First Encounter with Qian Zhongwen. The quarreling and fighting sounds on the second floor soon attracted many customers to watch. At this time, the security guards of Meng Yue also arrived. They were also very dissatisfied with the manager Wu Fei, so they waited until Ye Feng finished the fight before arriving. Seeing the security guards coming, Wu Fei pointed at Ye Feng and said fiercely, Hurry up and beat me up. Otherwise, I will fire all of you one by one. The security guards all looked at each other, and no one stepped forward. The security captain came out and said, Manager Wu, the conflict is over now. We have no right to beat up customers of Meng Yue. Wu Fei pointed at the security captain with a grim expression and didn't say a word. A middle-aged man came to the scene with a serious face and asked, Who can tell me what happened? Wu Fei rushed over immediately when he saw the person coming and cried, Boss Qian, this Wei Liang and this kid came to our Meng Yue to cause trouble and beat me up. Boss Qian, you have to take care of this for me. The man who came was the boss of Meng Yue, Qian Zhongwen. Although he looked elegant, he was once a well-known figure in the underworld, but later he seized the opportunity to clean himself up. Qian Zhongwen looked at Ye Feng and Wei Liang and said, Young man, I want an explanation. An invisible pressure pressed down on Ye Feng, stabilizing his body. Ye Feng looked at him and said slowly, Boss Qian, I have also heard about your past deeds, but today I came to buy a car from a friend, and this Wu Fei insulted me and my friend. This is not appropriate. Indeed, it was my fault for hitting someone, and I am willing to make compensation. Qian Zhongwen looked at Ye Feng with admiration, thinking that such a young man could withstand his pressure and speak with reason and logic. Then he looked at Wu Fei. Seeing Qian Zhongwen's look, he hurriedly explained, Mr. Qian, this guy wants to see the Aston Martin 177. How can he afford it? I refuse. My boy, is he right? Mr. Qian, do you also think I can't afford it? I originally wanted to buy it, but now I don't want to buy it anymore. Ye Feng looked at Qian Zhongwen seriously and said, Young man, are you admitting that you're messing around? Or are you kidding me? Playing tricks on you? No, I just want to ask Mr. Qian if you want to sell your luxury car. You name a price and I'll take it. Young man, this car is worth about 1 billion. Are you sure you want it? At this time, Qian Zhongwen was not only admiring, but also curious. He didn't know where Ye Feng got the confidence from. Mr. Qian, I'll buy Meng Yue for 1.5 billion. I wonder if you're satisfied with the price. Qian Zhongwen looked into Ye Feng's eyes. He confirmed that the young man was serious and asked doubtfully, Little brother, I can see that you don't care about Meng Yue. Why did you buy it? Ye Feng pointed at Wu Fei and said, Because of him, I want to drive him away. Is it worth it? Worth. Seeing Ye Feng's affirmative answer, Qian Zhongwen nodded with satisfaction and said, Abeo, break Wu Fei's leg and drive him out of Tianjin. After a scream, Wu Fei was dragged out of the luxury car club. Qian Zhongwen smiled and said, "Now you have no reason to buy it, right? I still welcome you to buy the car. Little brother, are you interested in coming to my office for a cup of tea?" "Mr. Qian, wait a moment. I'll ask my brother to help me buy the car first. Otherwise, I'll really be here to cause trouble." He then took out the card and gave it to Wei Liang, asking him to buy a Bentley Bentayga and an Aston Martin 177, and then went to his office with Qian Zhongwen. After pouring a cup of tea for Ye Feng, Qian Zhongwen looked at him and said, "Little brother, I admire you very much. You are very similar to me when I was young, loyal, courageous, and responsible. I know it's unlikely for you to help me, so I want to make friends with you." Ye Feng originally wanted to make friends. After all, he had been in Shanghai for a long time and couldn't deal with any problems his parents had in time, so he just agreed. "Ha, from now on I'll call you Brother Yi, and you can just call me Brother Qian. If you have any difficulties in the future, tell me. It may not work in other places, but in Tianjin, I still have some face for you." As a big man who has been in the underworld for more than 10 years, Qian Zhongwen has a very accurate eye for people. People like Ye Feng are definitely not easy to find. If you make friends with them as soon as possible, you will definitely get a lot of rewards in the future. But he didn't know that it was this friendship that saved him from a catastrophe in the future. "Brother Qian, you're also in the real estate industry. Do you have any good villas to recommend?" "Brother, I have developed a villa area at the East Lake Resort. Go there tomorrow and take a look at anyone you like. I will give it to you." "Brother Qian, I can just buy it directly. It's not much." "That's fine. You don't need this little money. Come on, brother. Let's have a drink tonight. I have a bottle of good wine." "Brother Qian, today is really not possible. I just came back from Shanghai and promised to have dinner with my parents. I'll treat you another day." "Okay, then I'll wait for you, brother." "Huh." The two chatted for a while, and then Yi Feng said goodbye. After leaving the office, Wei Liang rushed over and said, "Xiao Feng, you rich guy, when did you get rich? Here, this is your card. I got a lot of money from you today. The commission from these 2 cars is 1.5 million. Haha, I'll treat you to a big meal someday if you're free." "Okay, when I'm done with my work these few days, I'll definitely give you a good meal. Liangzi, you have to perform well. Brother Qian just said that he wants to promote you to sales director, so you have to work hard." "Yes, I will definitely work hard. If you want to be busy, go ahead and do it. I have to tell Xiaowei that this time the betrothal gifts and the house are all settled." Ye Feng asked the staff to help drive the Bentley back home, while he drove the Aston Martin 177 all the way home at full speed. Ye Feng went downstairs and waited for a while before the staff finally arrived and parked the car. Ye Feng scanned a red envelope of 1,000 yuan, and the staff left with many thanks. When he got home, Ye's father had also returned home. He was tending to the flowers and plants on the balcony. Seeing Ye Feng coming in, he immediately came out, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Stinky boy, you didn't even tell me you were coming back so that I could pick you up." Ye's mother, who was washing clothes, yelled, "You old man, you just finished arranging the flowers and you slapped my son. You're the one who made the clothes dirty." Hearing this, Father Yi went to wash his hands dejectedly, which made Ye Feng laugh. After a while, Yi Lin opened the door and came back. When she saw Ye Feng, she immediately rushed up and hugged Ye Feng. "Brother, you didn't even tell me you were coming back. Otherwise, I wouldn't go out to play today." "Okay, I brought you a gift. Do you want to see it?" Yi Lin let go of Ye Feng and hurriedly said, "Where is it? Let me see it quickly. Hee, I know that brother treats me the best." Chapter 17, Gifts for Family. Ye Feng took out the prepared gifts from beside the sofa and placed them on the table. Ye's father and mother also came over at this time. Looking at the 3 exquisite gift boxes, Yi Lin's eyes lit up. "Brother, is this pink one mine?" I like pink the best." After saying that, he grabbed it. "Mom and Dad, this is your gift," and looked at Yi Feng with satisfaction. Their son had grown up and knew how to give back to his parents. Yi Lin, who was standing by, had already opened the gift box and took out the exquisite watch. She couldn't let it go and took several photos to post on her moments to show off her brother's love for her. "Dad, Mom, open it and take a look at how beautiful my watch is." Father and Mother Yi opened the gift boxes one after another. Father Yi took the watch and put it on. He couldn't hide his happiness. Ye's mother opened the gift box, and an emerald green bracelet appeared in front of the 3 of them. Mother Yi put it on her hand and loved it very much, but she took it off quickly and said, "Xiao Feng, this must be very expensive. Mom is old and doesn't need to wear these. You should give it up. I will keep the money to help you find a wife." And Lao Yi, take it off quickly. You are so grown up and you still want things for children. Father Yi also took off his watch reluctantly and put it back into the box. Just as Ye Feng was trying to persuade his parents in pain, Yi Lin screamed, "Brother, my classmate said that the watch you gave me is a Patek Philippe. It is worth 2.8 million Chinese yuan." Yi Lin looked at Ye Feng in surprise. "Not only your piece, but also Dad's piece, and the price is higher." Mother Yi looked at Ye Feng nervously and said, "Xiao Feng, we can't do anything illegal." "Don't worry, the source of this is absolutely legal. Little sister, please teach Mom about Bitcoin." When Ye's parents learned that the highest price of a Bitcoin was nearly 2 million Chinese yuan, they found it unbelievable. At this time, Yi Lin came over and asked mysteriously, "Brother, how much is Mom's bracelet?" A small goal. After saying that, Ye Feng invited his family to go out for dinner. Yi Lin looked at her mother with eyes full of stars. "This is a walking little goal." Coming downstairs, Ye Feng called out to his parents who were walking out. "Mom and Dad, I bought a car for Dad this afternoon. Let's drive there." "Brother, which car is it?" Ye Feng pursed his lips. Looking in the direction of Ye Feng's mouth, Yi Lin immediately ran over. "Brother, it's a beetle." Looking at his sister who was lying on the beetle and touching her constantly, Ye Feng was furious. He quickly walked over and grabbed her ears, pressed the car key, and then a white Bentley Bentayga next to them lit up. Yi Lin looked at him aggrievedly and said, "Brother, it hurts so much." "Hey, it's a Bentley." "Brother, can you give me one too?" "Okay, when you pass your driver's license test, I'll give you one." "Girl, you want a car at such a young age." "Xiaofeng, you've spoiled Lin too much." Ye's mother blamed. While the mother and daughter were playing, Ye's father drove to Jinhui Restaurant. Jinhui Restaurant is one of the top Chinese restaurants in Tianjin. It specializes in a variety of cuisines. Both Chinese and Western food are outstanding, and the decoration is extremely luxurious. "Come to the front desk. Miss, give us a private room." "Sir, there is a minimum consumption for the private room. If you don't have a large group, I still suggest you sit in the lobby." The receptionist said politely, "Let's go to a private room. I want a quiet environment." The four of them came to the private room. Ye Feng was too lazy to order food and just ordered a set meal for 188,888. Jinhui Restaurant is indeed a top-notch restaurant. The dishes came up one after another in a short while. Looking at the dazzling array of delicious food, Yi Lin's mouth was watering. Ye's mother looked at Ye Feng with a complaining look, blaming him for spending money recklessly, while Ye's father sat there happily. At the dinner table, Ye Feng kept picking up dishes for his parents. "Mom and Dad, eat more. This tastes really good. Try the Wagyu beef. Mom, you can also drink the bird's nest. If you like it, I'll add more for you." Yi Lin, who was standing by, was stabbing the roasted suckling pig with her lobster claws and looking at Ye Feng with a resentful look on her face, as if wondering why he didn't pick up any food for her. "Mom and Dad, I plan to go look at a house tomorrow. I've already contacted someone. It's in the East Lake Resort. I'll buy a car so that you can travel more conveniently when you live there in the future." "Okay, let's go and have a look tomorrow. It's time to pick out a wedding house for you. Otherwise, if you keep spending money so lavishly, it will all be spent sooner or later." Ye's mother said in deep agreement, "Brother, you have a good eye. My classmate lives there. It's really nice. There's a resort, an amusement park, and a hot spring hotel. There's so many fun things. It's only half an hour away from the city. It's very convenient. And I heard from my classmate that a subway has been planned there and construction will start next year." "You are quite clear about it, Mom. I will transfer some money to you. You are always reluctant to spend it. Now that your son has money, you can spend it with confidence. I will transfer it to you after you have spent it." After saying that, Ye Feng transferred 20 million Chinese yuan to his mother. It was not that he did not want to transfer more, but he was afraid that his mother would not be able to bear it if he transferred too much. Ye's father on the side tried hard to wink at him. Ye Feng gave him a reassuring look in return, and then transferred 2 million yuan to Ye's father. Seeing Yi Lin looking at him expectantly, Ye Feng couldn't bear it and transferred 500,000 yuan to her. It was not good to keep too much money on a little girl. After the meal, Ye's mother wanted to pack up the food, but was stopped by Ye Feng. Ye Feng was worth hundreds of billions, so how could he let his mother eat leftovers? When they got home, Ye's father and mother had gone to bed early, and the brother and sister sat on the sofa chatting. "Brother, I feel like today is so unreal. I'm a little scared. I'm afraid that when I wake up, it's all a dream and you're still in the magic city. I'm also afraid that this is real and you'll get busier and busier and won't love me anymore." "Silly girl, what are you thinking about? How can I not love you? We are blood relatives. If you have any problems in the future, you must tell me. Now I have the ability to help you solve all the difficulties. Hey, thank you, brother. You should go to bed early. I'm going back to my room. Ye Feng smiled helplessly. This little girl was becoming more and more thoughtful. He lay on the sofa and chatted with Li Xiaona for a while before falling asleep. He was indeed a little tired today. Ye Feng was woken up by Yi Lin early in the morning. He looked at the time and saw that it was just past 7 o'clock. He said to her helplessly, "Sister, it's only 7 o'clock. Keep your voice down. I want to sleep for a while." "Hey, brother, we're going to buy a big house soon. I'm so excited. Don't fall asleep. Look at me wearing this dress today. Isn't it beautiful?" Yi Feng replied, beautiful, without even raising his head. At this time, Ye's mother came out and pulled Yi Lin away, who was still muttering. "Your brother left the plane yesterday, without even taking a rest. Go back to the room and let him get some sleep." Yi Lin stuck out her tongue and went back to the house dejectedly. Chapter 18, Buying a House for Parents. It was past 9 o'clock when Yi Feng woke up finally. At Yi Lin's urging, he quickly washed up. After having breakfast, the family set off. At this time, Ye's father was already waiting in the car. When he saw the three people getting off, he said, "Xiao Feng, this car is really nice. I didn't expect that I could drive a Bentley in my lifetime. Huh? Look how proud you are. It's all because of your son. Come on, get in the car. Let's set off as soon as possible," said Ye's mother. Yi Feng took out another car key and said to his parents, "I'll drive the other one. I bought 2 cars yesterday." Seeing Yi Feng coming to the Aston Martin 177, Yi Lin rushed out of the car, came to her side, opened the passenger seat and sat down, and shouted to Ye's father and mother, "Mom and Dad, you go first. I'll take my brother's sports car over." After getting in the car, Yi Lin looked at the exquisite and luxurious interior and asked Yi Feng, "Brother, this car must be very expensive, right? I saw online that sports cars are worth millions. How much did you pay for this car?" Looking at his money-loving sister, Yi Feng felt that it was time to give her a good education. "This is an Aston Martin 177, worth 50 million Chinese yuan. Don't worry about it, little girl. Don't worry. I'll give you a sports car when you pass your driving test. This will save you from being easily cheated by others in the future. I know my brother loves me the most, Donghu Resort is not far from Yi Feng's home, and it takes less than 20 minutes to get there. When he was a child, before the resort was built, he came here to play with his parents and dug a big bucket of clams. Donghu Villa is located beside a tranquil lake, surrounded by lush trees and offering a broad view, allowing people to escape from the hustle and bustle of the city and feel the breath of nature. The 4 of them came to the sales center and looked at the magnificent decoration. Father and Mother Yi were a little timid, but Yi Lin looked at it excitedly. Since it was a villa sales center, there were not many people. A few salespeople with bright makeup gathered together to chat. When they saw Yi Feng and his family arriving, no one was there to greet them. "Brother, come quickly. Look at this villa. It has an excellent location. You can see the entire East Lake from the yard. Let's go and see it in person," Yi Lin said to Yi Feng excitedly. Walking to the sand table and seeing that the location was indeed good, Yi Feng shouted to the salesperson who was chatting nearby, "Miss Sales, take us to see this villa in person." Several salespeople looked disgusted. They felt that taking Yi Feng and the others with them was a sheer waste of time. Yi Feng frowned and was about to get angry when a young girl with a youthful face ran over. "Sir, if you don't mind, I can take you to see the villa in person, but I just got here not long ago, and I'm not very familiar with the business yet." Yi Feng looked at the little girl in front of him. She was not very old and should be a student working during the summer vacation. I looked at the girl's work badge and knew her name was Su Yali. "Miss Su, please take us to have a look." Yi Feng called his parents and sister to come and follow Su Yali to see the house. The salesperson at the side mocked, "Yali, stop working. They don't look like they can afford a villa. They must be here to get some free gifts." Su Yali ignored them, but looked at Yi Feng seriously and asked, "Sir, what is your name?" "My last name is Yi. I see that you are about the same age as my sister. You should still be a student. Don't be nervous." "Mr. Yi, I'm a student, and I'm here to work during the summer vacation. Please wait a moment. I'll go find a sightseeing bus." After saying that, she ran to the door, found a sightseeing bus, and drove it to the door. The 4 members of the Yi family got in the car and arrived at Building 8 of Donghu Villa. The exterior of the villa adopts a simple and modern design style, and the white walls blend harmoniously with the surrounding natural environment. "Mr. Yi, this is the villa you saw on the sand table just now. Please come in." Su Yali opened the door of the villa and invited several people in. The interior decoration of the villa is also simple and modern, with high-quality furniture and decoration. The living room is spacious and bright, and the floor-to-ceiling windows fill the room with natural light. The bedroom is warm and comfortable, equipped with soft bedding and exquisite bedside tables. The kitchen is fully equipped, providing convenient cooking conditions for residents. The bathroom is spacious and clean, with high-end sanitary ware and shower facilities. The villa's garden is also carefully designed, with green trees and fragrant flowers. The winding paths guide people to stroll through it. There is a small fountain in the center of the garden, and the sound of water gurgling adds a sense of tranquility and peace to the entire villa. Mr. Yi, this villa number 8 is the largest villa in the entire East Lake, with the best scenery. It is also fully decorated, and you can move in at any time. From furniture and appliances to various decoration materials, all are the best. But the price is also very high, otherwise it would not be possible to keep it until now. Ye's father and mother didn't say anything, but their love could be seen from their eyes. Not to mention Yi Lin, who was running around the room at the moment, touching this and looking at that. At this moment, Ye Feng made the decision and said, "Miss Su, this is it. Let's go back and sign the contract." Su Yali suspected that he had heard it wrong and asked seriously, "Mr. Yi, are you saying that you want to buy this villa?" "Well, I want it." "Go back and sign the contract. I'll pay in full." Su Yali jumped up excitedly. This was her first order, and it was a huge order of 50 million. Now she would not have to worry about tuition fees, and it could also greatly improve her own and her mother's lives. Realizing his own gaffe, Su Yali blushed and hurriedly explained, "Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry, I'm just too happy. This is my first time to open an order." "It's okay, let's go. I'm still waiting for you to take us back, but don't get too excited when driving. I don't want to take a bath in the East Lake." Ye Feng joked. The few of them soon returned to the sales center. When they saw Su Yali coming back, the mocking voices of several salesmen were heard again. "You came back so soon. I think you must have been shocked by the luxury of Villa number 8. "That's right. They must have done good deeds in their previous lives to be able to see such a luxurious villa." Sister Zhao, no, Mr. Yi has decided to buy number 8, and we are back to sign the contract." Several salesmen looked in disbelief, and then a feeling of jealousy arose. Soon after, Su Yali, who had prepared the contract, and sales manager Wang In came to Ye Feng. "Mr. Yi, I'm the sales manager Wang In. The contract is ready. Sorry for the trouble. Let's go to the finance department to sign the contract." Arriving at the finance office, Ye Feng transferred 50 million yuan for the house and signed the contract. "Manager Wang, will this sales commission belong to Miss Su?" Ye Feng asked when he was about to leave the finance office. Chapter 19 Investment. Wang En looked at Ye Feng and said, "Mr. Yi, don't worry, the commission will definitely be given to Ali." Ye Feng was worried that Su Yali was a temporary salesperson and her sales performance would be attributed to Manager Wang. He admired this independent girl, so he reminded her again, "Manager Wang, I am always friends with your Qian. I hope you will keep your promise." After Ye Feng left, Wang En immediately called Qian Zhongwen. "Boss Qian, today a young man named Ye Feng came to our villa sales center to buy villa number 8. After he paid, I found out that he was your friend. I didn't give him the biggest discount. This is my dereliction of duty. Please punish me." "Oh, Brother Yi is really decisive. He just said it yesterday, and he went today. Well, this is not your fault. It's okay. He doesn't need this little money. Did he leave? Never mind. I'll call him and tell him." After hanging up the phone, Wang En wiped the sweat from his forehead. He almost offended a great Buddha today. At this moment, the little thoughts in his heart were completely extinguished, and he decided to pay Su Yali the highest commission. On the other side, Ye Feng, who was about to leave, received a call from Qian Zhongwen. "Haha, Brother Yi, I heard from my subordinates that you bought the villa number 8 today. It's really an extraordinary move. It's the king of villas. Thank you for your support. Brother Qian, it's too polite of you to say that. I should thank you for leaving such a nice house for me. Brother, do you have time? I'm at the East Lake Golf Course. Are you interested in playing?" "Okay, Brother Qian, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Ye Feng told his parents that he was going out to meet some friends, and his mother and father drove back. Yi Lin insisted on going with them, so he had no choice but to take her along. "Brother, where are we going? Do I know your friend?" Yi Lin asked like a curious baby. "My friend is at a golf course not far from here. You may not have seen this person, but you may have heard of his name." Ye Feng said with a strange look on his face. "I haven't seen him? Who is it?" "Qian Zhongwen." Brother, is it too late for me to get off the bus now? Hi, you little girls still have time to be afraid. Is it too late? The two arrived at the destination, reported Qian Zhongwen's name, and were directed to the green. When they arrived at the door, the muscular man Abeo, who they met at the famous car club before, was guarding the door. Brother Bao, I'm here to look for Brother Qian. Mr. Yi, you can just call me Abeo. Brother Qian is inside with some friends. After saying that, Abeo knocked on the door. After hearing the reply, he opened the door and invited Ye Feng and the others in. After entering the door, Qian Zhongwen was seen playing ball with a haggard middle-aged man. Seeing Ye Feng and the others, Qian Zhongwen smiled and said, Brother Yi, you came quite quickly. Who is this girl? Brother Qian, this is my sister. She heard that we were going to the golf course, so she came over to take a look. Brother, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Zhang Jiwei from Yuandao Investment. Mr. Zhang, this is my younger brother Ye Feng. Don't underestimate him, because he is very wealthy. Ye Feng and Zhang Jiwei shook hands, and the two got to know each other. At this time, a weak voice came into the ears of the three people. A wrong person? Ye Feng looked at Yi Lin with a frown on his face. How could he say that to this little girl in front of her? Qian Zhongwen on the side burst into laughter. Yuandao Investment, you're such a sucker. Ha, you're making me laugh to death, Ye Feng. Your sister is so cute. Lao Zhang, you've been so unlucky lately. Maybe it has something to do with your name. How can you be happy if I call you a sucker every day? Zhang Jiwei nodded in agreement. At his age, he still believed in these things. Little sister, you really enlightened me with your words. I always felt something was a little weird before, but I don't know where it is. It seems that I really need to change the name of the company. Qian Zhongwen asked them to sit down. Yi Lin felt that they had something to discuss, so he found a golf club and went to play golf far away. Old Qian, I won't waste my time on empty talk. I don't have the energy to buy the land in the free trade zone. Can you give me some investment so we can develop it together? Or I will transfer the money to you directly. Zhang Jiwei said helplessly. He had spent 3 billion Chinese yuan to buy the land in the first place, intending to build a large logistics and trade center. However, things did not go as he wished. Due to the failure of several major company projects, the company suffered from a serious shortage of funds, so he had to find Qian Zhongwen. Mr. Zhang, your project will cost an estimated 10 billion Chinese yuan. I can only allocate 3 billion to maintain the operation of my own project. I think you can only come up with 2 billion, so there is still a funding gap of 5 billion. This is not easy to handle. Thinking back to when Qian Zhongwen was whitewashing his wealth, Zhang Jiwei had given him a lot of help. He also wanted to help Zhang Jiwei very much, but the funding gap was too big, and he had no choice. Just when the two were at a loss, Ye Feng spoke up. Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, don't worry. I have invested the 5 billion. If it's not enough, I can add more. The two looked at Ye Feng in surprise. In Qian Zhongwen's opinion, Ye Feng was so young that his net worth was only about 1 billion at most. But this was 5 billion in cash, so his net worth was terrifying. Only then did he realize that he originally wanted to build a good relationship with a rising star in the future, but now he could see clearly that this was not a rising star, but a bright moon. Brother Yi, how much can you add? Zhang Jiwei asked in a low voice. 10 billion. If it's not enough, we'll think of another way. Ye Feng said casually. The two of them looked at each other, not knowing what to say. This was too extravagant. Finally, it was agreed that Zhang Jiwei would invest 2 billion plus land, accounting for 40% of the project. Ye Feng would invest 5 billion, accounting for 35% of the project, and Qian Zhongwen would invest 3 billion, accounting for 25% of the project. Zhang Jiwei would be responsible for the overall project promotion. Brothers, I am only responsible for paying the money. I am not responsible for the project. I am too lazy. I will just take the dividends. Ye Feng will have to go back to the Magic City soon, and he doesn't want to involve too much of his energy. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy life with that time? Brother Yi, I'm the host tonight, and we won't go home until we're drunk. Old Qian, you always say you have good wine. I have to try it tonight. After the three of them decided to stay at Qian Zhongwen's East Lake Hotel that night, Ye Feng took Yi Lin and said goodbye. On the way home, Yi Lin looked at Ye Feng in confusion and asked, Brother, I think Brother Qian is not as scary as the legend says. He looks very elegant, just like a professor. Well, Brother Qian was forced by life in the beginning. If he wasn't ruthless, he wouldn't have a way to survive. Now he is the real him. Chapter 20 East Lake Hotel. After returning home, Yi Lin took her parents by the hand and started to show off her golf skills. Her exaggerated expression made her parents laugh. Mom and Dad, guess who I met today? It's Qian Zhongwen, the legendary boss. Mother Yi looked at Ye Feng and asked nervously, Xiao Feng, the friend you're going to meet today is Qian Zhongwen? How do you know him? You can't go astray. Ye Feng gave Yi Lin a reproachful look and explained, Mom, brother Qian and I met when we were buying a car. Now he's doing a legitimate business, so don't worry. Yes, Mom, brother Qian was very kind today. He was as elegant as a professor. He is not as scary as people say. Yilin also helped to explain. Seeing her children say this, Ye's mother realized that she was worrying too much. The children have grown up and have their own ideas. They have to walk their own paths in the future. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ye Feng set off for Donghu Hotel. The journey was smooth. After parking the car, a young man came over and stared at Ye Feng's car with shining eyes. Brother, your car is an Aston Martin 177, right? It's so cool. There are only 5 of these cars in China. Can I take a picture of them? Looking at this outgoing young man, Ye Feng generously threw the key to him. Meeting his fate, get in the car and take some photos, or you can drive around. The young man took the key and thanked the owner repeatedly. After taking a few photos in the car, he started the car and drove around the neighborhood. Brother, aren't you afraid that I might run away with the car? This car's performance is incredible. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Peng, and I'm from Kyoto. Looking at the confidence emanating from Zhao Peng, Ye Feng felt that Zhao Peng must be of extraordinary status. Ye Feng from Tianjin. Brother Feng, I'll leave first. I'll treat you to a big meal when you have time to come to Kyoto. As Zhao Peng left, Ye Feng also walked into the hotel. Zhang Jiwei in the box saw Ye Feng appear and smiled heartily. Brother Yi, you are late. You have to drink a glass as punishment. Qian Zhongwen on the side also said, 1 cup is not enough. You have to drink 3 cups. Haha. Today I brought 2 bottles of 1976 5-star Matai. Brother, you have to drink more. Ye Feng didn't want to spoil the fun and agreed directly. After the 3 of them sat down, the waiter started serving the dishes. Ye Feng filled a glass of wine, stood up and said to the 2 of them, Brothers, I'm late today, so I'll drink a glass as punishment. I'll drink it first. Okay. Brother Yi is really straightforward. Thank you Lao Qian and Brother Yi today. Otherwise, I will have to sell this piece of land. Without further ado, if I, Zhang Jiwei, can be of use in the future, I will never refuse. Let's do it. After drinking 2 glasses in a row, Ye Feng quickly ate some food to suppress the urge. It was the first time for him to drink so much liquor. Seeing Ye Feng's discomfort, the 2 of them slowed down their drinking. Brother Yi, I heard from Lao Qian that you will be returning to the Magic City soon. I heard that the Feng family, one of the 4 major families in the Magic City, and the Shen family have started a war again recently. This time it's quite a big fight. Do you have any news? When Ye Feng heard Zhang Jiwei's words, he knew that Shen Haoren had started to act, but he didn't say whether the talented girl Shen Yue had taken action. Brother Zhang, this time it was the Shen family who launched the revenge. The Shen family received a sum of money, and with Shen Yue, the Feng family will definitely be bitten off a big piece of meat this time. I didn't expect that the Shen family could still raise some money, but the Feng family is powerful. I think if the Shen family can't get any more investment in the future, it is very likely to be swallowed up by the Feng family. Zhang Jiwei has been in the business world for many years and is very familiar with business wars, but he still doesn't think highly of the Shen family. Brother Zhang, don't worry. The Shen family can't lose. At worst, I can inject capital into Shen Haoren. I'm also very curious about how Shen Yue can defeat the Feng family. So is you Brother Yi who did this. The Feng family will have a hard time this time, but we still need to be careful about the Feng family's revenge on you. I say, you two, on such a beautiful day, why don't you drink and recite poems instead of discussing the Feng and Shen families? Come on, have a drink, Qian Zhongwen said, then raised his glass and drank it all. The 2 of them drank a glass directly. Ye Feng was also a little drunk at this time. Looking at the 2 brothers with uncertain expressions, he admired them very much. Brother Qian, can you reserve one of the banquet halls at the East Lake Hotel for me the day after tomorrow? My younger sister is going to hold a graduation banquet. Qian Zhongwen smiled and said, It's a small matter. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely arrange it for you. Thank you, Brother Qian. The 3 of them drank for a while, and Ye Feng was completely drunk. Seeing this, Qian Zhongwen arranged for him to stay at the Donghu Hotel. At the table, Zhang Jiwei looked at Qian Zhongwen and asked, Old Qian, this Brother Yi is not simple. Conservative estimates show that his assets are no less than 20 billion Chinese yuan, and that's cash flow. He's just a little immature, but he will definitely be a dragon and phoenix in the future. Yes, that's why I made friends with him. But you got an investment right after we met. Old Qian, I have also investigated Brother Yi. His parents are ordinary people, and he was just an ordinary student before. But in the past half month, he suddenly has astonishing wealth. All this money came in from abroad. Brother Ye's identity is not simple. Qian Zhongwen stared at Zhang Jiwei with a serious expression and said, Old Zhang, let me remind you not to delve too much into other people's secrets, otherwise it will easily bring disaster. You just need to maintain a good relationship with Brother Yi and don't have any ulterior motives. The purpose of his friendship with us is nothing more than to take care of his family, so just do this well. Old Qian, you see things clearly. I've learned my lesson. I'll drink a glass as a punishment. Zhang Jiwei raised his glass and drank it all. The two chatted for a while and then checked into the Donghu Hotel. The early morning sun shone on Ye Feng's face. He slowly opened his eyes and felt a headache. He felt weak and shook his head helplessly. Ye Feng tried to recall what happened last night, but his memory was as blurry as if it had been washed away by alcohol. I struggled to walk to the bathroom, looked at the pale face in the mirror, couldn't help but smile bitterly, and washed my face with cold water to sober myself up. After drinking a bottle of water, he returned to bed, picked up his phone, talked to Ye's mother, and fell into a deep sleep again. At the Yi family, Ye's mother was complaining about her son, while Yi Lin was happily packing her things. When she returned home yesterday, she insisted on moving to the East Lake Villa. Ye's father and mother had no choice but to agree and decided to pack up and move in early this morning. Mom, my graduation party is tomorrow. Have you decided where to go? Little girl, your brother just said that he has booked a hotel for you at the East Lake Hotel. Are you happy now? Your brother just dotes on you too much. Pack quickly. I also need to inform the relatives about the address of tomorrow's graduation banquet. Chapter 21 Moving. Looking at the packed things, Ye's mother felt a headache. She originally thought that there were not many things, and she could just let Ye's father drive away. But now there were so many large and small bags, especially Ye's father's pile of flowers and plants, which made Ye's mother want to hit someone. Finally, in order to avoid being affected, Yi Lin found a moving company on the internet. Soon the moving company arrived and carried the packed boxes down one by one from upstairs, while Ye's mother greeted the neighbors downstairs. Meiwan, are you moving? Yes, Xiaofeng made some money outside and insisted on buying me a bigger house. No matter how I tried to stop him, I couldn't. Alas, children nowadays are so disobedient that they don't know how to save money to marry a wife. Mother Yi complained, but she couldn't hide the smug expression on her face. Your children are filial, so you should be happy. Your family has cultivated 2 prestigious university students, so you can enjoy your life in the future. As long as the child is doing well, that's all. Sister Yi, let's not talk about it for now. Old Yi is here to ask me to come visit you when you have time. I left the home where I had lived for half my life amid the envious eyes of everyone. When they arrived at the Donghu Villa, Ye's mother directed the movers to put the things in the spacious living room. Ye's father also placed his flowers and plants in the yard, and then sat in the pavilion in the yard, admiring the flowers and plants. It was so comfortable. I want to find some old friends, have a pot of tea, and enjoy the flowers while sipping the tea. Wow, I'm looking forward to this day, just thinking about it. Ye's mother's shout interrupted his thoughts, and he had no choice but to get up and go back to the villa. Seeing Ye's father coming back, Ye's mother said, Old Yi, move the clothes to the second floor quickly, and then you can make your flowers after you are done. Yi Lin chose a room on the 3rd floor, put the doll she brought on the bed, and placed her own photos at the head of the bed. After finishing her work, she lay on the soft bed, laughing from time to time. Near noon, Ye Feng woke up again. Feeling a little better, he got up and washed up. When driving out of Donghu Hotel and passing by a residential area, Ye Feng's eyes lit up when he found a breakfast cart. He hadn't eaten pancakes for a long time and was indeed a little craving for them. I got off the bus and walked to the dining car. I said to a woman in her 40s, Sister, give me a set of pancakes and a bag of breakfast milk. The elder sister skillfully made the pancakes. After a while, Ye Feng took the finished pancake, scanned the code, paid 10 yuan, and returned to the car. Smelling the familiar flavor, I took a bite with enjoyment on my face. It was good, just like the taste I remembered. After being away for so long, I still wanted to have a taste of this. After finishing his meal quickly, Ye Feng drove to the East Lake Villa. He didn't know whether his parents had finished packing. Arriving at the villa, Ye's father was working on his flowers. Seeing this, Ye Feng joked, Dad, how about I buy you a piece of land so you can build a flower base for fun? Confucius once said, those who know are not as good as those who like it, and those who like it are not as good as those who enjoy it. Dad, you could definitely do it well. Father Ye's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. I'm old now, I don't want to bother with this anymore. I'll just grow some flowers in the yard. Looking at the change in his father's expression, Ye Feng knew that he was moved, and it seemed that he had to prepare a surprise for his father. Ye's mother, who was watching TV in the living room, saw Ye Feng come back and quickly called him over. Xiao Feng, when you're out, I don't object to you drinking, but you must drink in moderation, otherwise it will be bad if something goes wrong. And you must not drive after drinking. Don't worry, Mom. I know the severity of the situation. Mom, I want to hire 2 nannies, one to clean up and one to cook. What do you think? Ye's mother knew that her son was worried about her, but she felt that she was in good health, so she refused and said, Son, I'm still in good health, so I don't need a nanny for now. I'll find one when I'm old and can't work anymore. You're about to graduate, so hurry up and find a wife and give me a grandson as soon as possible. The figure of Li Xiaona appeared in Ye Feng's mind. His mother would definitely like her when she saw her. Yi Lin would probably become her best friend. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but smile. Ye's mother also gave him an expression that said, as expected. Before she could ask any questions, Ye Feng ran away. Yi Lin opened the door as soon as she heard footsteps and saw him rushing up to the 3rd floor. She asked with a puzzled look on her face, Brother, what's wrong with you? Is Mom going to hit you? No, if she's going to hit you, she'll hit me. Hearing Yi Lin's question, Ye Feng said unhappily, What nonsense. How can my mother hit someone? I'll buy you some clothes for the graduation banquet tomorrow. Hearing his words, Yi Lin flattered him and urged them to set off quickly. The brother and sister drove to Yansha town. Unlike ordinary shopping malls, each brand has an independent European-style store. Each store is connected like a miniature town. Each area here is clearly divided, and you can go to the area you need. In addition, there are seats everywhere, which is really a blessing for male compatriots. Ye Feng directly pulled Yi Lin to the clothing area. He didn't want to accompany his sister to visit the whole town. Girl, do you have a favorite brand? I don't want to go in and look at all of them. Yi Lin thought for a moment and said coquettishly, Brother, I don't know which brand to choose, so just accompany me to take a look. Helplessly, Ye Feng could only be a tool to accompany him. The two came to Prada. The clerk was not very enthusiastic when he saw Yi Lin at first, but when he saw Ye Feng, who came in later, he immediately greeted him warmly. As a clerk in a luxury store, he had a good eye and could tell at a glance that Ye Feng's Armani suit was very expensive. Mr. and Ms., welcome to Prada. If you need anything, please tell me. I will serve you wholeheartedly. Ye Feng pointed at Yi Lin and said, Let's buy her some clothes. After that, he found a place to sit down. Yi Lin was also dazzled by the selection. She felt that every piece was very beautiful. Just when she didn't know how to choose, the clerk introduced, Miss, this is exactly this year's new spring outfit. This outfit suits you very well. It is youthful and energetic. Especially with your fair skin, it must be a perfect match. You can try it and see how it works. In a short while, Yi Lin tried on 3 sets of clothes, and he liked all 3 of them. When he didn't know how to choose, a woman who looked like a student came into the store and was surprised to see Yi Lin there. Yi Lin, why are you here? Looking at the person who came, Yi Lin frowned. The person was her classmate, Zheng Guohua. The two of them did not have a good relationship. Yi Lin was also very confused. Why did Zheng Guohua always compete with her, whether in studying, dressing, or even making friends? If she couldn't beat her, she would spread rumors to slander her. Chapter 22, Buying Clothes for Yi Lin. My brother and I are here to buy clothes. Is that not okay? Yi Lin said, unhappily. Brother? My beloved brother, right? I heard that your brother hasn't graduated yet. Can he afford to buy you a Prada watch? I heard that you were showing off your Patek Philippe watch on your WeChat moments a few days ago. I thought you got the picture from somewhere, but now it seems that this beloved brother gave it to you. I didn't expect that Yi Lin, who is excellent in both character and study in our class, would be kept by someone. Hearing that Yi Lin was slandered like this, Ye Feng slapped Zheng Guoguo in the face, looked at her coldly, and said, Apologize. Covering her swollen and painful face, Zheng Guoguo was full of disbelief. She was actually beaten. Even her parents had never beaten her since she was a child. Today, she was slapped because of Yi Lin. She looked at Ye Feng with jealousy and said, How dare you hit me? Do you know who my godfather is? Just wait for me. She just picked up her phone, made a call, and started crying. Yi Lin looked at Ye Feng with some worry and said, Brother, why don't we go and not bother with this crazy woman? Ye Feng shook his head. He knew that if he didn't teach Zheng Guoguo a lesson today, she would definitely take revenge on Yi Lin in the future. He couldn't stay with Yi Lin forever. If she was hurt as a result, he would blame himself for the rest of his life. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a big belly came to Zheng Guogua and said a few words of comfort, then shouted, "Who dares to hit my goddaughter? Chen Tai? If you have the guts, stand up." Ye Feng walked up to Chen Tai and said coldly, "I hit him. Is there any problem?" "My God, Mr. Yi, why are you here?" After seeing the appearance of the person, Chen Tai broke out in a cold sweat. How could this bitch Zheng Guogua offend this gentleman? This guy is a close friend of Mr. Qian. "Do you know me?" Ye Feng asked doubtfully. He had never seen the person in front of him before. "Mr. Yi, I'm a general manager of Donghu Hotel. You had dinner with Mr. Qian yesterday and got drunk. I took you to rest. Don't you remember anything?" Chen Tai said cautiously, fearing to offend Ye Feng. He drank too much yesterday and had no recollection of how he went to rest afterwards. "Tell me, how should this problem be solved?" Although Chen Tai knew himself, he still wanted to teach Zheng Guogua a lesson. "Zheng Guogua, come here and count out a Master Yi to apologize." Chen Tai didn't dare to defend this goddaughter anymore. He didn't want to die with her. Zheng Guogua was so frightened at this time. He knew who Mr. Qian Chen Tai was talking about, so he knelt down and apologized. "Mr. Yi Lin, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have slandered you. I'm not a thing. I'm not a human being." Zheng Guogua apologized while slapping himself. Seeing Zheng Guogua begging for mercy, Ye Feng lost interest. He waved his hand and let Chen Tai take her away. Chen Tairu was pardoned and left in disgrace with Zheng Guogua. At this time, the shop assistants were also looking at Ye Feng nervously, fearing that something they did would make him dissatisfied. After all, he was Mr. Qian's friend, and they couldn't afford to offend him. Seeing this situation, Ye Feng lost interest in shopping any further. He asked the clerk to pick out 2 of the latest bags and pack them together with the 3 sets of clothes that Yi Lin had tried on before. After paying, he took Yi Lin away. "Brother, I just felt so relieved. Zheng Guogua always picks on me at school. Let's see if she dares to spread rumors again in the future." Looking at the proud Yi Lin, Ye Feng rubbed her head and said, "Okay, she won't dare to do it again. Remember to tell me if you have any problems in the future. I will take care of it for you." On the other side, Chen Tai stared at Zheng Guogua fiercely, as if he wanted to eat her up. This idiot almost caused him to offend Ye Feng. She was more of a hindrance than a help. "Zheng Guogua, if you want to die, don't drag me into it. If you dare to offend Master Yi and Miss Yi again, I will sell you to Burma." Zheng Guogua was also scared at this time. She couldn't understand why Yi Lin, an ordinary person, and Ye Feng, a student, could be so close to a big shot like Qian Yi. She felt that she had offended Yi Lin so much before. So would she be retaliated against? Fear filled her whole body. After leaving Prada and preparing to go home, the brother and sister saw a dessert cart. "Brother, I want to eat egg waffles. Can you buy them for me?" "Girl, if you want to eat, just go buy it. You have money on you." No, what my brother bought for me is delicious, Yi Lin said coquettishly. After hearing what his sister said, Ye Feng had no choice but to take her to the dessert cart. "Boss, I'd like a strawberry-flavored egg waffle, a serving of octopus balls, and 2 cups of lemon black tea." "Okay, little girl, there are 2 more egg waffles in front. You can take a rest on the table and chair next to you. I'll call you when they're ready." There were 4 sets of simple plastic tables and chairs next to the dessert cart. The 2 found an empty seat and sat down. "Brother, how are you and your girlfriend Meng Yue doing?" "We've broken up." "Ah, broke up." "Brother, don't be sad. I think you should have broken up a long time ago. Although I haven't met her in person, from your photos and the way you get along, I don't think she likes you. She just treats you as a backup, the kind that can be discarded at any time." Ye Feng sighed. Even his sister could see it. How could he have been so blind to take the coldness as a test? "Brother, stop sighing. You're so handsome. I'll introduce you to some girls later. Your sister has several beautiful girlfriends. Your stuff is ready, little girl." After hearing what the boss said, Ye Feng quickly got up to get it. He didn't want to listen to his sister anymore. After scanning the code to pay, he took the item and put it on the table. Seeing that Yi Lin wanted to say more, Ye Feng quickly said, "Stop, don't say anymore. I have a new girlfriend." Hearing this, Yi Lin's eyes became brighter and brighter. When she was about to continue asking questions, a weak voice interrupted her. A cute little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, stood beside her and said, "Big sister, I want to eat egg waffles." Seeing the cute little girl, Yi Lin immediately felt sympathetic and imagined a bunch of scenes of abandoned children. Then she handed the egg waffles to the little girl and told her to eat slowly, and she would buy her more if it wasn't enough. Yi Lin turned her head and whispered, "Brother, do you think this little girl has been abandoned? She is so pitiful. Why don't we take her home?" Ye Feng looked at her as if she was a fool. Her imagination was too rich. Look at the little girl's clothes. Although they are not from a famous brand, they are very clean and tidy. It can be seen that her parents love her very much. Look at the way she eats. She eats in small bites, which shows that she has good family education and does not look like she has not eaten for a long time. She must have been separated from her parents not long ago. Chapter 23. The Lost Girl. Yi Lin nodded in agreement and smiled awkwardly. "Brother, you are observing carefully. I didn't notice it." He turned to look at the little girl, showing what he thought was a gentle expression, and said, "Little sister, what's your name? Why are you here alone?" The little girl also stopped and looked at Yi Lin, as if to confirm whether she was a bad person. She then glanced at the egg waffle in her hand, as if she had made a great decision. "Sister, my name is Nyo. I came here with my dad today. He just received a phone call. I was playing nearby while waiting for him. Then I saw the Eggets here and came over." When Nyo said this, she seemed to react and burst into tears. "I lost my dad. Woohoo, I lost my dad. How can I explain this to Da Huang when I get home? Da Huang loves his dad the most." Yi Lin asked in confusion. "Nyo, who is Da Huang? Is he your grandfather?" "No, Da Huang is my dog. He's super cute," Nyo said seriously. Yi Lin couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. The way children think is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. "Nyo, can I help you find your dad?" "Well, thank you, sister. You are so beautiful and kind. Da Huang and I will thank you." "Oh, Nyo is such an honest child. I like you so much." Listening to the conversation between the two, Ye Feng forced himself to hold back his smile. His sister was just like a child, a real livelier. "Nyo, where did you and your father get lost?" Ye Feng asked gently. Nyo lowered her head and thought for a while. "Big brother, I just know there's a big Mickey Mouse and a big drum next to it. I was playing over there at the time, and there was a brother beating the drum. I got scared and ran away, and then I couldn't find my way back." Yi Feng thought about it for a while, but had no impression. So he came to the floor plan of the nearby Yinsha town and took a careful look. It should be in the square between the clothing area and the food area. Besides, the town service center was also there, so he could ask the staff for help. "Little sister, let's go to the square to help Nyo find her dad." Nyo must have gotten lost there. Yi Lin held Nyo's hand and followed Yi Feng towards the small square. "Sister, this is it. This is the Mickey Mouse. I was playing here just now." The three of them began to search nearby, from the nearby shops to the toilets, but they did not find Nyo's father. Nyo's eyes gradually began to turn red, and tears welled up in her eye sockets, almost ready to fall out. Her expression made the brother and sister feel very distressed. "Don't cry, Nyo. I still have a solution." "Big brother, what else can you do? Daddy is missing. Will he be hungry? Will he be angry with Nyo? Nyo shouldn't run around. Whoa. Don't cry, Nyo. Let's get more people to help you find your dad, okay?" Seeing Nyo gradually stop crying, the brother and sister took her to the service center of Yinsha town, found the staff, and explained the situation. The staff also took it seriously, comforted Nyo for a few words, and then contacted the town's broadcasting system with the intercom. The staff told Nyo that they would use the radio to look for her father, and soon the news of looking for Nyo's father spread throughout the town. Not long after, a man in his 35s wearing a blue shirt and black trousers came running over in a hurry. When he saw Nyo, an expression of relief appeared on his face. He quickly walked to Nyo and hugged her tightly. "Nyo, I'm sorry. It's Daddy's fault for not noticing you were missing. I deserve to die. Can you please forgive Daddy?" Nyo was also very excited. In her heart, which was different from that of a normal child, she was surrounded by love. Maybe it was deliberate love, maybe it was real love, but it didn't matter. "Dad, Nyo lost you. Don't cry, Dad. Nyo has found you." If Dad had lost you, not only Nyo would be sad, but Da Huang would also be sad. Seeing Nyo's father hugging her tightly, Ye Feng felt a little touched. A man in his 30s, with white hair appearing on his temples like mushrooms after rain. Perhaps this is also a man with a story. "Dad, it was my big brother and pretty sister who helped me find you. They're so nice to Nyo. Not only did they feed her egg waffles, they also helped her find her dad. Nyo loves them so much." The man came in front of the brother and sister, bowed deeply, and said solemnly, "Thank you both for helping me find Nyo. Yi Wuhan has no way to repay you. Please accept my greeting." Seeing Ye Wuhan was so serious, Ye Feng stopped his sister who was about to stop him and accepted the greeting. Brother Yi, I am Ye Feng, and I cannot accept such a great gift. Nyonyo and I get along well with each other, and today is also fate. I wonder if Brother Yi has time. I will find a place for us to chat for a while. I have no way to repay your kindness today. I will leave everything to Brother Yi. Ye Feng and his 4 companions arrived at the Donghu Hotel. When the hotel manager Chen Tai saw Ye Feng arriving, he immediately went to greet him. Young Master Yi, you are here. I apologize for offending you today. Please do as you please today. I will make the arrangements. This will be my apology to you. Seeing that he was so humble, I knew that if I didn't accept it today, he would definitely be uneasy. After all, he was Brother Qian's subordinate, so there was no need to hold on to every little thing. So I said, Manager Chun, today's matter is over. My friend and I will have a simple meal today. Just arrange a private room for us. When Chen Tai heard Ye Feng's words, he felt relieved. He was afraid that Ye Feng would not accept it. Don't worry, Master Yi. I, Old Chun, will make sure everything is arranged for today. The 4 of them came to the private room, and soon after they sat down, the dishes came up one after another. Nyonyo's eyes lit up when she saw the various top-quality dishes on the table. She had never seen many of the ingredients before. Seeing this, Yi Wuhan looked embarrassed, and Yi Lin tactfully came to Nyonyo's side, and the 2 of them enjoyed the meal very much. Looking at the reserved Yi Wuhan, Ye Feng said, Brother Yi, shall we have a drink? I don't drink alcohol, but today I am grateful to you, my brother, and I will sacrifice my life to accompany you. As they were toasting each other and getting drunk, Ye Feng asked the question in his mind. Brother Yi, I have 2 questions that I don't know whether I should ask or not. Ye Wuhan paused while picking up the food and said slowly, Brother, you want to ask why Nyonyo's mother spoke to me in an ancient style? Ye Feng nodded. He hadn't heard Nyonyo mention her mother since he met her today. She had only been talking about her father and Dahuang. Besides, a man in his 30s like Ye Wuhan shouldn't speak like the ancients. Although he didn't speak in a fancy way, he sounded like someone who had walked out of history. Chapter 24. First Encounter with a Warrior. Ye Wuhan was silent for a long time before he said, I wonder if Brother Yi has ever heard of a warrior. Ye Feng shook his head, but at this moment, a storm surged in his heart, as if a door had been opened, and the things inside the door were subverting his worldview of the past 20 years. Brother Yi, do warriors really exist? Why have I never heard of them? Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Aristocratic families that have been passed down for hundreds of years usually have warriors, but they are unknown to the public. Just like hundreds of years later, parrots and tigers became extinct, leaving only a passage in a book that says there are birds in China with 7 colors that speak human language, and there are giant beasts in the mountains that look like cats with the word king on their heads and are as big as cows. They are the lord of all beasts. Will people also think that what is said in the book is false? Ye Feng nodded in agreement. He wouldn't believe it if he were in his place. Nyonyo's mother and I are warriors. In a conflict, her mother was seriously injured and left us forever. Later, I faded out of the warrior circle and just took care of Nyonyo. At this time, Ye Feng was sad about his unfortunate experience, but was also attracted by the word warrior. He had a martial arts dream since he was a child, holding a 3-foot sword and traveling around the world. Brother Yi, can you tell me about the levels of warriors? If it's not convenient, forget it. Ye Wuhan looked at him solemnly. He had already said a lot today and didn't mind saying more. Warriors are simply divided into 4 realms: external strength, internal strength, acquired strength, and innate strength. The acquired strength is also called a master, and the innate strength is called a great master. The world of warriors is much more cruel than the normal world. Brother Yi, I advise you not to get involved too much. Ye Feng also calmed down. As an ordinary person, if he participated in the world of warriors, even 800 lives would not be enough. It would be better to get some cash back. Brother Yi, what kind of job are you doing now? Hey, I'm an investment manager at an investment company, but I was just notified of layoffs today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed that Nyonyo was missing. Ye Feng immediately became alert after hearing Ye Wuhan's words. This man is a warrior, and to be able to be an investment manager, his abilities must be very good. He is a rare talent. Brother Yi, are you interested in working with me? I can give you 2 choices. One is to be my full-time bodyguard with an annual salary of 5 million Chinese yuan. The other is that I plan to set up an investment company, and you will be in charge of it. The annual salary is also 5 million Chinese yuan. You can consider it. Don't worry about Nyonyo. I like her very much. I can ask my parents to help take care of her, or I can hire someone to take care of her. Yi Wuhin was moved. His weak spot was Nyonyo. He had been laid off because he had spent too much energy taking care of Nyonyo, which caused dissatisfaction with his boss. However, he did not regret it because his daughter was his only hope. Brother Yi, I want to invest in a company, but I have a request. I hope I can bring Nyonyo with me to work. I don't want to miss her growth. Otherwise, I can only give up. Ye Feng thought he was going to put forward some other conditions, but it turned out to be this. He immediately agreed and transferred 20 billion Chinese yuan to Yi Wuhin with a wave of his hand. Brother Yi, you can use this money to set up a company and invest in projects first, but I hope to acquire as many companies as possible. Before the system is upgraded, there will be no cash back on the investment, but it is different for acquisitions. You can get generous cash back and speed up the system upgrade. Yi Wuhin was so shocked when he saw the information of the account arrival that he could not express it in words. A full 20 billion Chinese yuan was transferred to him, just like that. Wasn't he afraid that he would run away with the money? He calmed down and said seriously, "Thank you for your trust, Brother Yi. I will definitely fulfill my mission." Brother Yi, you can arrange the establishment of the company yourself. Don't worry about the funds. The 20 billion is only the first batch of funds, and there will be more funds injected later. After the two discussed some details, they saw that Nyonyo was a little sleepy, so they stopped chatting and ended today's dinner. Originally, Ye Feng planned to let the two of them stay at the Donghu Hotel, but when he saw that his parents refused, he did not insist. He booked a room for himself and Yi Lin respectively and went to rest. After all, the graduation banquet was also here tomorrow, so he would not go home. Lying on the bed, Ye Feng looked at the ceiling and whispered, "System, you said warriors exist. Do the legendary gods and Buddhas also exist?" Host, no existence beyond the strength of this plane has been detected yet. After the system is upgraded, will items related to warriors or cultivators appear in the mall? Host, the system mall contains everything. There is nothing it doesn't have, except what you can't think of. The mall has countless top-notch items. Please upgrade the system as soon as possible. Hearing this, Yi Feng became more curious about the system mall that would be opened after the upgrade. It seemed that he would have to work hard to get cash back. The next day, Yi Feng got up and was a little confused. Why didn't Yi Lin come to call him for the entrance banquet today? This was not like her character. After washing up, he left the room with doubts. When the waiter outside saw Yi Feng coming out, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Mr. Yi, Manager Chen asked me to inform you that the entrance banquet is scheduled in Chaoyang Hall. Miss Yi has already gone there. Do you want to go over now?" It turned out that Yi Lin had already left. No wonder she didn't come to disturb me in the morning. I nodded to the waiter and followed him to the Chaoyang Hall. Inside the banquet hall, the lights were soft, illuminating the carefully decorated environment. The walls were hung with ribbons and balloons, creating a festive atmosphere. There were 4 tables on each side, with exquisite tableware placed on them. In the front was a huge display screen with a pair of bright red couplets displayed on it. First couplet, "A family of scholars nurtures talents." Second line, "Success in the imperial examination brings honor to the family." Horizontal banner, "Academic success." Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that Chen Tai was very capable. At this time, the phone rang. After taking out the phone and answering it, Yi Lin's voice came out. "Brother, come down as soon as you wake up. The relatives will be here soon. Mom and Dad are also downstairs. You are the only one missing." "Got it. I'll be down right away." When they arrived downstairs, 2 buses arrived at the hotel entrance. Yi Feng and his parents went to greet them together. Friends and relatives got off the car one after another, and the family of 4 greeted them warmly. At this time, harsh voices were heard one after another. "Oh, Maywan, I didn't expect that your family could hold a graduation banquet at the East Lake Hotel. How much money would it cost? It's better to be down to earth. If you try to be pretentious, you'll end up crying when you come back." Ye's mother's name is Wang Maywan. She is the youngest among her siblings, with 2 older brothers and 3 older sisters. The one who was speaking at this time was her eldest sister-in-law, Li Fengxia. Mother Ye's face looked very ugly at this time, but she still suppressed her anger and asked them to go upstairs. Chapter 25, Admission Banquet. Ye Feng Frunet. He had disliked his aunt since he was a child. She was a sarcastic, mean and snobbish woman who always spoke highly of others to praise herself. "Xiao Feng, I didn't expect you to come back. You are about to graduate. Do you plan to come back or stay in Shanghai to develop?" The speaker was Yi Chong, the eldest brother of Ye Feng's uncle. Ye's father has 6 brothers and sisters, and he is the 4th child. His eldest uncle is Ye Yuanshan. His second uncle is Ye Yuanhe. His third uncle is Ye Yuanhu. His father is Ye Yuanhai. His oldest uncle is Ye Yuanxing, and his youngest aunt is Ye Mo. Unlike my grandmother's family, the relationship on the Ye family side has always been very good. There are no conflicts and they are very close. Brother, I just came back because I have nothing to do. I plan to go back after Xiaolin's graduation banquet is over. I also plan to develop in the Magic City in the future. 4th brother, I haven't seen you for more than half a year. You have become more handsome. Hee. Ye Feng looked at the person who came. It turned out to be the old man's sister Ye Ting. Although this girl was usually very gentle, if anyone provoked her, she would really chase you home with a brick. Ting Ting, when did your brother stop being handsome? Let's stop chatting at the door and go upstairs. Seeing that people had gone upstairs one after another, the 3 of them also came to the Chaoyang Hall. There was a small table and a hotel staff member at the door. They should be the people arranged by the hotel to collect the gift money. Originally, after Ye's mother had the 20 million transferred by Ye Feng, she did not intend to collect the gift money for this graduation banquet, but she reluctantly agreed after being persuaded by her relatives. At this time, people in the hall had already taken their seats. The host on the stage was praising Yi Lin for her hard work in studying. Ye Feng felt embarrassed, but Yi Lin was listening there with pride. After a long wait, the host finally finished his speech, and the waiters brought various delicacies to each table in a timely manner. At this time, Yi Wuhan also came into the hall with Nyo. Yi Lin quickly ran over and took Nyo's hand, brought her to the reserved table, and said to Yi Feng, "Brother, I invited Nyo here. Let's come to this table to eat with Brother Yi and Nyo." At this time, Li Fengxiao was making trouble again on Ye's mother's side. Looking at the table full of delicious food and wine, she was very jealous. Why did Meiwan have to put on such a show? Oh, Meiwan, sister-in-law, I heard that you moved. Did you sell the house? You too, it's just a graduation banquet. If you don't have money, just find a more ordinary place. There's no need to sell the house. Look, this table costs at least 10,000 yuan. Look, this wine is Mao Dai. We all know each other. It's just a college entrance examination. Now college graduates don't have jobs. What's the use? Unlike my Wang Jiadong, although he didn't go to college, he is doing well now. He is now doing supporting decoration for Yuanda Group and earns 1,000,000 yuan a year. By the way, waiter, how much is this table of dishes? I will arrange a few tables one day and talk about the wedding with Jiadong's girlfriend. You aunts can also come. After all, you rarely have the opportunity to eat at a hotel of this level. Madam, this table costs 8,888 Chinese yuan, not counting the drinks. If you want to reserve it, you can pay a deposit first, and I will reserve it for you in advance. Everyone at the table looked at Ye's mother in disbelief. This graduation banquet should have cost 800,000 Chinese yuan. Meiwan, are you crazy? You're spending so much money. Are you really going to sell the house? You're not going to be able to live like this anymore. Don't worry, sis. Xiao Feng made some money in the Magic City. He arranged the graduation banquet. Old Yi and I didn't contribute any money. We didn't sell the old house. Instead, Xiao Feng bought us a new house. How is it possible? How can a student who hasn't even graduated yet afford to buy a house and hold such an expensive graduation banquet? He must have gone astray. I heard that many students are brainwashed and join pyramid schemes after graduation. You have to be careful. Maybe soon he will come to trick us into buying his products, making investments, and finally run away with the money. Li Fengxia said with a solemn look on her face, as if she had seen it with her own eyes. In her eyes, no one could get rich except her son, Wang Jiadong. Mother Ye's face also turned cold. She didn't want to argue with her sister-in-law, but she kept pushing her feet. Just when she was about to explode, the door was pushed open and 2 middle-aged men walked in, each carrying a box. The people who came were Qian Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei. Brother Yi, we are not late, are we? Haha, it's all Lao Zhang's fault. He made me wait for him. Otherwise, we would have arrived earlier. Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, come and sit down. Our table hasn't started yet. Yi Feng also went up to greet them. Brother Yi, wait a moment. Let's pay the gift money first. Please don't refuse. This is courtesy. Otherwise, we won't sit down at the table. The two opened the box and placed it on the table, and a box full of money appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Jiwei, chairman of Yuanda Group, gave a gift of 888,888, and Qian Zhongwen, chairman of Fuyu Group, gave a gift of 888,888. Upon hearing the names of the two men, all the guests were extremely shocked. These were the two big men in Tianjin, especially Qian Zhongwen, who was very famous. Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, you have given me a lot of face by arriving here, and you have also paid so much gift money. Come and sit down. It just so happens that I have something to say to the two brothers. Li Fengxia, who was standing by, was also extremely terrified. She had offended Ye's mother many times. She forced out an ugly smile and said to Ye's mother in a flattering way, Meiwan, I didn't expect Xiaofeng to be so capable. Please don't be offended by my nonsense just now. I see that Xiaofeng has a good relationship with Mr. Zhang of Yuanda Group. Can you help Jiadong to say something good? After all, Jiadong is your nephew. Ye's mother was eating by herself and ignored Li Fengxia. She knew this woman too well. Even if she helped, Li Fengxia would scold her behind her back. It would be better not to help. At the other table, Yi Lin greeted Brother Qian and Brother Zhang obediently, then started eating with Nyo. Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, I plan to set up an investment company. Yi Wuhan next to me will be in charge. I hope you two can help me. At this time, Qian Zhongwen looked towards Yi Wuhan, and the two of them looked at each other. Qian Zhongwen only felt his body tremble, and beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He knew that Yi Wuhan opposite him was not simple, and was most likely a warrior of a high level. This brother Yi was really not simple. Brother Wuhan, I'm Qian Zhongwen. If you need any help in the future, just tell me. I, old Qian, will never be vague. Zhang Jiwei looked at Qian Zhongwen in confusion. When did old Qian become so easy to talk to? And to someone he met for the first time, Mr. Qian seems to be a fellow traveler. You don't have to be nervous. I've already left that circle. I'm just an ordinary person now. Tsupte bintisis, li fanchiastantrum. Ye Feng heard from the conversation between the two that Brother Qian should also be a warrior, but his strength should not be as strong as Yi Wuhan. Brother Qian, do you have an office building for sale? I plan to buy it for my investment company to use as an office. Yi Feng asked. Qian Zhongwen looked at Zhang Jiwei and asked, Old Zhang, haven't you always wanted to sell your Jinwei building? What do you think? Why don't you just sell it to Brother Yi? Okay, if Brother Yi is interested, I'll give it to you later. There's no use for me keeping Jinwei building. Brother Yi, when you come back, please contact Brother Zhang and don't let him suffer any loss. Brother Zhang has helped us a lot, Yi Feng said. He was not short of money, and he could not lower the price just for the system rebate. At this time, Ye's father and mother came over with wine glasses. Seeing this, Yi Feng immediately stood up and introduced, Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, these are my parents Yi Yuanhai, Wang Meiwan, Mom and Dad, this is Mr. Qian, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Qian, Mr. Zhang, thank you both for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend my daughter's graduation party and for giving me such a generous gift. My husband and I would like to offer you a toast. After saying this, the couple drank it all in one gulp. Qian Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei also stood up, drank a glass, and said with a smile, We are the two of us who are disturbing you. Please don't be offended, Brother Yi and sister-in-law. We are also very close to Brother Yi and Yi Lin. Yi Lin, who was standing nearby, heard their conversation and muttered, Brother Qian and Brother Zhang call parents big brother and sister-in-law and call me and me brother, younger brother and younger sister. Then we have to ignore our parents and call them big brother and sister-in-law. Yi Feng rolled his eyes at Yi Lin. What on earth was this little girl thinking about every day? No wonder her mother always scolded her at home. Seeing the two of them sitting down, Yi Feng apologized and pulled Yi Lin to toast with his parents. The family came to the Yi family's table. Father and Mother Yi first expressed their gratitude. After drinking a glass of wine, the eldest Uncle Yi Yuanshan said with emotion, Old for, in the blink of an eye, the children have grown up. Even Lin Lin is going to college. We are all old too. Brother, yes, we are all old now. I remember when you used to take me to rob bird nests. 40 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Feng was also pulled over by his three brothers. Xiao Feng, I didn't realize that you were quite capable and even know such a big shot. The eldest brother Yi Chong patted him on the shoulder and said, Yes, this kid has been like this since he was young. He hides everything. He shocks everyone at the critical moment. The second brother Yi Hua added, This kid is really stubborn. When he was beaten as a kid, he refused to beg for mercy. If I hadn't seen him, he would have fought to the end, said the third brother Yi Lin. Listening to the complaints of his three brothers, Yi Feng's face was full of helplessness. It was not that he didn't want to say it, he just recognized them not long ago. Seeing that Mr. and Mrs. Yi were toasting at the table below, Yi Feng quickly followed them. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he would be criticized. Everything went smoothly for the next few tables, but as expected, something went wrong at the table at my grandma's house. Just as Mr. and Mrs. Yi finished expressing their gratitude, my Aunt Li Fengxia jumped out. Xiao Feng, I see that you are very familiar with Mr. Zhang from Yuanda Group. Your cousin Jiadong is doing interior decoration for Yuanda Group's buildings. You can give him a call and ask him to give your cousin more work. Isn't this more practical than saying a few nice words of thanks? At this time, Ye's mother's face was black. She couldn't bear it anymore. She pointed at him and said, Li Fengxia, you still have shame. You're endless, right? You've been sarcasm since you came here. Thank you? What do you have that I should thank you for? If it weren't for my late eldest brother, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to you. You're always talking about the Zhang family and the Li family. If you don't want to come, take your money and get out of here. Hearing this, Li Fengxia couldn't stand it anymore. She sat down on the ground and started to make a scene, crying that her husband had died early and now she was an orphan and a widow and was being bullied by her sister-in-law. Seeing that people's attention was drawn to her, Li Fengxia became even more cheerful. Ye Feng's face was icy cold, and he gritted his teeth and said, Aunt, I advise you to leave now, or I will make sure your son won't get any work from Yuanda Group, or even from the entire city of Jin. Li Fengxia immediately stopped what she was doing, patted her butt, took back her gift money cursing, and left in disgrace. Looking at the people whispering, Ye's mother felt very embarrassed and left early. Ye Feng returned to his desk. Qian Zhongwen glanced at him, lowered his head, and said slowly, Do you want me to teach her a lesson or make her disappear? Ye Feng shook his head and said, Don't bother, Brother Qian. I can handle this little thing. Besides, we are all relatives. There is no need to kill us all. Soon after, the guests left one after another, and Qian Zhongwen arranged for the hotel bus to take them back. Ye Feng also took the car arranged by the hotel back to the East Lake Villa. When he entered the house and saw his aunt, second aunt, third aunt, and uncle's family were all there, Ye's mother's mood also improved a lot. Mom, are you feeling better? If you're still angry, I'll go teach her a lesson. Forget it. For your uncle's sake, I won't bother about it. Just don't contact him anymore in the future. Ye's mother sighed. She felt sad every time she thought of her eldest brother. When they were young, they took good care of them. He started working early to earn money to support his younger siblings. He suffered a lot in his life and passed away before he could enjoy the good life. Thinking of this, Ye's mother said, Xiao Feng, your cousin Jiadong, you can help him if you can. After all, your uncle only has this one son. Ye Feng nodded, which was considered as his agreement. At this time, my uncle's youngest son, Wang Xiaoshui, ran down from upstairs and after seeing Ye Feng, rushed into his arms. Brother Feng, I haven't seen you for a long time. By the way, I just saw a piano upstairs. Cousin, can you play it? Xiao Shui, I can't play the piano, but there is a good place that you probably haven't discovered. I'll take you there. Ye Feng took him to the underground floor, which was divided into 3 areas. In the middle was a row of wine racks, storing various famous domestic and foreign wines. Several refrigerators also contained a variety of beers and cocktails. On the left is a KTV that can accommodate about 10 people. It is fully equipped with top-notch lighting and sound effects. Every 3 months, a dedicated person will come to update and inspect it. On the right is a small cinema that can accommodate 20 people. It is equipped with massage chairs so that you can experience the most comfortable viewing experience. Ye Feng took out 2 cans of Coke from the refrigerator, handed one to Xiao Shui, and said, You can sing on the left and watch a movie on the right. Where do you want to go? After Wang Xiaoshui opened the Coke and took a sip, he thought for a moment and said, Brother Feng, can I watch Shonda first and then go sing? Ye Feng laughed and said, You clever little thing. You want to have both. Okay, I'll let you play Shonda first, and remember to find me upstairs when you're done. Chapter 27, Return to the Villa. After playing the game for Xiao Shui, Ye Feng returned to the hall. When Ye's mother saw that only Ye Feng came up, she asked, Why did you come back alone? Where's Xiao Shui? He's watching a movie downstairs. When he's done, he'll come up to find me. Is there a TV downstairs? Ye's mother asked puzzledly. Mom, haven't you been to the basement? There's no TV in the basement, but a small cinema, a KTV, and a wine cellar. You should take a good look at this house. Hearing that the whole family was interested, they went downstairs one after another. After a while, Xiao Shui came up with a sad face. It turned out that after this group of people went downstairs, they saw that the cinema had changed the movie, playing to a Chinese anti-Japanese war film. So Xiao Shui was naturally forced to leave. The corners of Ye Feng's mouth twitched. What a bunch of old children they were. Helplessly, Ye Feng had to take him to the study room on the third floor and played Xiongda for him on the computer. Congratulations to the host. You have spent 2 billion Chinese yuan, and the cashback of 200 billion Chinese yuan has been deposited into the Supreme Black Card with the last number 8888. The sudden system prompt made Ye Feng stunned. After thinking about it carefully, it should be that after the entrance banquet, Yi Wuhan dragged Zhang Jiwei to handle the procedures for Jinwei building. This brother Yi is really decisive and efficient. I picked up my phone, opened WeChat, and found Li Xiana's name. This Xiana hasn't contacted me in the past 2 days. I don't know what she is busy with. Xiana, have you been busy these past 2 days? Why don't you miss me? After sending the message, I received a reply shortly afterwards. Brother Feng, I miss you every day, but you must have something important to do when you go home, so I didn't dare to disturb you. I was very happy to receive your message today, because you were thinking about me too. Silly girl, if you miss me, contact me. I'm almost done with my work here. I'll be back in 2 days. I'll treat you to a big meal when I get back. Yeah, Brother Feng, I want to eat at Foaming Pavilion too. That's our blessed land. Yeah, wait till I get back. He put down his phone and saw that it was almost time for dinner. His mother and the others had not come up yet, so he called Chen Tai. Lao Chen, Ye Feng. Please prepare a table of food for 20 people and send it to number 8, East Lake Villa. Young Master Yi, don't worry, I will arrange it immediately and guarantee that it will be delivered within half an hour. Only then did Chen Tai feel at ease. He had been worried that Yi Feng would take revenge on him, especially since Master Qian went there in person and prepared generous gifts. If young Master Yi had mentioned it casually today, he would probably have been on a train to Siberia to dig potatoes. After hanging up the phone, Chen Tai immediately arranged for the kitchen to prepare Yi Feng's meal first. Then he personally drove with 2 staff members to Villa number 8. After watching the short video for a while, the doorbell rang. Yi Feng opened the door and saw Chen Tai coming. He asked in confusion, "Old Chen, why did you come in person? You can just arrange someone to send it over." Chen Tai directed the staff to place the dishes on the dining table on the first floor and said, "Mr. Yi, it's okay. It's my honor to serve you." Yi Feng also knew what he meant, so he said, "Old Chen, the previous misunderstandings are all in the past. I didn't take it to heart, so you don't have to worry about it." "Thank you, Master Yi. I will definitely remember this lesson. I will not disturb you while you are having your meal. Goodbye." Yi Feng looked at the food that had been laid out and called out, "Xiao Shuai, come down to eat." Then he went downstairs and called up his mother, aunt, and uncles. Just as we were about to start eating, Yi Lin's voice came from outside the door. "Brother, please come out quickly. Dad is drunk, and I can't hold him anymore." Yi Feng hurried out to take over Ye's father and asked, "Where have you been going again?" "Hey." After the party, Dad insisted on going to Uncle's house. When he got there, he reminisced about the past. "Brother, you don't know Dad told a lot of embarrassing stories about his childhood. Haha, when Grandpa asked Dad to scratch his back, Dad actually lay on the ground looking for a long time and then asked Grandpa where his back was, but he couldn't find it. Haha, Grandpa was so angry that he beat him with a stick." Yi Feng almost laughed himself to death. His father had this side when he was a child. In order not to die of laughter, he quickly sent Yi Lin to eat, and he helped his father to the elevator on the first floor and sent him to the room on the second floor to rest. When they returned to the restaurant, Ye's mother asked, "How is your dad? How much did he drink today? This old man doesn't even consider his age and still drinks like this." "Mom, stop talking. Dad is happy today, so just ignore him. Wait until he wakes up tomorrow, and then you can deal with him." Yi Lin, who likes to watch the fun and stir up trouble, added fuel to the fire. After dinner, it was already dark outside, and it was drizzling. Mother Yi said to them, "Big sister, second sister, third sister, and brother, you should stay here today. There are still many empty rooms upstairs, enough for us to stay." Yi Feng also advised, "Yes, you and my mother don't see each other often, so stay here today. I'll turn on the KTV and you can have some fun. Go upstairs and rest when you're tired." After Ye's mother and Yi Feng persuaded them in turn, they finally agreed to stay. Ye's mother took a few people upstairs to assign rooms, while Yi Feng went downstairs to turn on the KTV, cut a fruit plate, got some drinks, and returned to his room. After returning to the room, Yi Feng took out his cell phone and called Yi Wuhan. "Brother Wuhan, you are really fast. Jinwei building was completed so quickly. I just saw that Lao Zhang wasn't drunk, so I took him back to the company to complete the formalities. By the way, did you call to tell me anything? Well, there is something I need to do. There is a Jincheng flower base about 5 kilometers west of Donghu Resort. I wonder if you have heard of it." "I've heard of it. It's said to be the largest flower planting base in Tianjin. Do you want to buy it? The price is not low. A conservative estimate is 5 billion Chinese yuan. Brother Wuhan, I want to buy it and give it to my dad. Money is not a problem. Just go ahead and buy it. I'll transfer some money to you later. Okay, I'll contact Lao Qin later. He knows the people in this area well. I'll try to get him as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Ye Feng transferred another 50 billion Chinese yuan to Ye Wuhan. Looking at the 230 billion Chinese yuan still lying quietly in his account, he couldn't help but sigh that the speed of spending money was still too slow. He had to get a cashback of more than 9 trillion to upgrade the system. Ye Wuhan is in Tianjin, so it seems that I have to go back to the Magic City as soon as possible. I don't know how fast that genius girl Shanghai University spends money. I have to find a way to recruit her to my side. Chapter 28, Tianjin Flower Base. At this time, a groping sound caught Ye Feng's attention. A thief broke into the house? Impossible. The security of Donghu Villa is not for show. When I went downstairs, I saw Father Yi rummaging around in the refrigerator. He seemed hungry and was looking for something to eat. No wonder he didn't eat dinner at night. He must be hungry after sobering up. Ye Feng quietly walked behind Ye's father and patted him on the back. Ye's father took a few steps back. Seeing that it was Ye Feng, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You little brat, you scared me to death. I thought it was your mother." "Oh, where's your mother? Why isn't she home? Has this old woman been drifting lately?" "She hasn't come home so lately." Ye Feng took out his cell phone and said to his father, "Dad, what did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly." Looking at Ye Feng's actions, Yi Yuanhai also pretended to be stupid and said, "I was wondering where your mother went. I missed her so much when she was not at home." Seeing his father like this, Ye Feng stopped teasing him and said, "Dad, my mom is singing with my uncle downstairs." "Singing? Why didn't I hear any sound? Are you trying to make fun of me again?" Helplessly, Ye Feng had to take his father underground. When his father saw the wine cellar and KTV underground, his eyes suddenly lit up. "You little brat, why didn't you tell me earlier that there was such a great place?" After saying that, he pushed the door open and joined them. Ye Feng looked helpless. "Don't you guys even want to take a look after moving in?" The next morning, Ye Wuhan took Nyo and went straight to the Jincheng flower base. Qian Zhongwen had already made the arrangements for him yesterday, and they scheduled a detailed discussion at 9 o'clock in the morning. After identifying himself to the guard, Ye Wuhan was taken into the conference room. "Mr. Yi, welcome. Please take a seat. Since I received Mr. Qian's call yesterday, I've been looking forward to your arrival. I didn't expect that Mr. Yi is so young." Huang Jinchong said enthusiastically. "Mr. Huang, let's not beat around the bush. Just name a price for your flower farm. I believe you won't ask for too much now that Lao Qian has found you." Huang Jinchong calculated the price of the entire base yesterday, and it was 5.5 billion, but he still wanted to fight for it. After all, no one would hate money. "Mr. Yi, I built the Jincheng flower base. To be honest, I really don't want to sell it, but Mr. Qian found me, so I have to give him the face. How about 6 billion Chinese yuan?" Huang Jinchong looked at Ye Wuhan nervously, fearing that he would ask for too high a price and make him dissatisfied. "Mr. Huang, prepare the contract." Although the price was a bit high, it was still within a reasonable range, so Ye Wuhan agreed. It was because Ye Feng, the rich man, said that he would take over this flower base at all costs. "Congratulations to the host. You spent 6 billion Chinese yuan and got a cashback of 600 billion Chinese yuan, which has been deposited into the Supreme Black Card with the last number 8888. A system notification sound woke Ye Feng up from his sleep. Seeing the huge cashback, Ye Feng immediately became alert. It seemed that Ye Wuhan had made the right choice. In just 2 days, he had received 800 billion in cashback. At this moment, his phone rang, and Ye Wuhan's voice came when the call was connected. "Brother Yi, the Jincheng flower base has been acquired. You can ask Uncle Yi to take over at any time." "Brother Wuhan, you are too efficient. I will transfer some funds to you. I will go back to the Magic City tomorrow. You can just worry about Tianjin City." After that, Ye Feng transferred another 100 billion Chinese yuan. He hoped that Ye Wuhan would spend the money as soon as possible, so that the rebate from the system upgrade would be enough. "Brother Wuhan, I'll go over and take a look in a while." When I went downstairs, I saw my parents chatting with Yilin, and the relatives had already gone home. "Mom and Dad, I plan to go back to the Magic City tomorrow. According to the date, your graduation certificate should be issued soon. It's time to go back," said Ye's mother. "Brother, I also want to go to Shanghai with you. I want to see what Shanghai University is like. It's too boring at home." Yi Lin looked at Ye Feng pitifully, and at the same time kept looking at Ye's mother, as if asking for advice. Okay, stop pretending. Just go, but don't cause trouble for your brother. Ye's mother said with a smile. Dad, let's go out for a while. I have something to tell you. Father Yi walked out of the house with a puzzled look on his face. When he was about to ask where he was going, Ye Feng said, Dad, drive with me, and I'll take you to a good place. The Jincheng flower base is not far from the Donghu Villa, and the father and son arrived there after 10 minutes. When they arrived at the destination, Father Ye's eyes lit up. As a veteran flower lover, he knew this place very well. Xiao Feng, are you going to buy me flowers? You are worthy of being my son. You know how to care for your father. Big brother, Grandpa Yi, you are here. Come here quickly. The flowers here are so beautiful. Nyo ran over excitedly. Ye Feng squatted down and picked up Nyo, making her laugh. Hearing Nyo's laughter, Yi Wuhan also came out. Uncle Yi, Brother Yi, come and visit our flower base. Yi Yuanhai was confused. Our flower base? Then he thought of something and looked at Ye Feng excitedly. Dad, this place is under your charge from now on. Do you like this gift? I like it very much. Haha. After the excitement, Ye's father also calmed down. Xiao Feng, can I? Although I like to grow flowers and I am pretty good at it, I am afraid that I won't be able to do it well on a large scale. It would be a pity to waste these flowers. Hearing Ye's father's concerns, Yi Wuhan comforted him. Uncle Yi, don't worry. All the technicians here have been retained. There are special personnel responsible for large-scale planting and maintenance. Hearing this, Ye's father felt relieved and accepted this great gift with great joy. He ignored them and took Nyo to appreciate the flowers and plants here. Yi Feng looked at Yi Wuhan's outfit and said helplessly, Brother Wuhan, I know you are a person who doesn't like to accept favors from others. How about I give you a raise? Let's say 20 million a year. Bonuses are not included. You are now the president of our Huanyu investment company. You should change your outfit and your old Pusan, otherwise people will think that our company is not strong enough. I will assign a secretary and an assistant to help you share some work and help you take care of Nyo. I'm not discussing this with you. It is a task assigned to you. You can do it in the afternoon and buy a few sets of clothes for Nyo. Just use the company's account. Brother Yi, there's really no need. You should know that we warriors don't care about these things. You are a warrior, Nyo, right? You have to consider Nyo. Nyo will go to school soon, and you don't want her to be looked down upon by her classmates, right? Brother Wuhan, please don't refuse. If you refuse, you are not treating me as your brother. Okay, in the end, Yi Wuhan had no choice but to agree. He might not do it for himself, but for Nyo he had to accept it. However, he would always remember this kindness in his heart. Chapter 29 returned to the Magic City. Yi Feng drove back alone, but Ye's father stayed there. He was reluctant to leave this beautiful sea of flowers. After booking 2 plane tickets to Shanghai online, Yi Feng pushed the door and returned to the villa. Seeing several suitcases piled up in the hall, Yi Feng asked his mother, Mom, are our relatives coming? Why are there so many luggages? Mother Yi said unhappily, It's because Yi Lin wants to go to the Magic City with you, so she wants to bring these things. Yi Linlo was just getting off the elevator with a large stuffed toy in her arms. When she saw Yi Feng, she immediately said, Brother, do you think I should bring anything else? This is my first time leaving Tianjin. I wonder if I've prepared enough. Yi Feng was speechless. Seeing her posture, it seemed like she was going to move her entire home over there. He walked over and knocked on Yi Lin's head and said, Girl, why are you bringing so many things? I have everything over there. Put them all back. Just bring a set of clothes. Yi Lin covered her head and looked at Yi Feng aggrievedly, reluctantly sending the luggage back bit by bit. You are the only one who can handle Lin Lin. Xiaofeng, you must keep an eye on her when you get to the Magic City. Don't let her learn bad things. Mother Yi instructed Yi Feng. Don't worry, Mom. With me here, the girl can't make trouble. Don't underestimate Lin Lin because she seems to be very erratic. She actually has her own ideas and knows the pros and cons. But she is very dependent on her family, which makes her look a little silly. The days of returning home are always short, especially when we grow up. People are busy running around, but home can only be kept in the heart, guiding people in the direction of progress. At the Tianjin airport, with Ye's father and mother reluctant to let them go, Yi Feng and his wife boarded a plane to the Magic City. Brother, this is my first time taking a plane. I heard that there are free food and drinks on the plane. I will definitely try them later. Yi Lin chattered like a lark. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you again. A voice interrupted Yi Feng's thoughts. Molly, I didn't expect to see you again. Sister Molly, hey, I'm Yi Lin. Do you remember me? We met when my brother took me out to play when we were little. Little Yi Lin? I haven't seen you for so many years. The little girl has grown into a beautiful lady. Sister Molly, you are a real beauty. You are so beautiful. There must be a lot of people chasing after you, right? After taking a look at Ye Feng, Molly said slowly, no, I still like someone. The plane is about to take off. Little Yi Lin, fasten your seatbelt, or you will fall. 2 hours later, the plane landed safely and the brother and sister left in a taxi. Brother, where are we going now? You have to take me out for some fun. You little girl, you only know how to play. Let's go home first, and then I'll take you to Magic City University to have a look. Not long after, the two arrived at Thompson Epine. Seeing the name of the community, Yi Lin's eyes lit up. Brother, you don't own a house here, do you? I saw it online, and the houses here are very expensive. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll give you a set when you get married. That's annoying. I'm still a baby. But you, brother, when are you going to take me to meet my sister-in-law? Last time you only said half of it and haven't finished yet. Let's go home first. We can meet each other when we go to Magic City University later. When they arrived outside the door, Ye Feng recorded Yi Lin's fingerprints and irises, which would be more convenient. The two came to the room. Ye Feng put away his luggage and took the car keys. When he was about to call Yi Lin, he saw her looking around like a curious baby. Brother, I love the big round bathtub in the bathroom. And the big floor-to-ceiling window is so beautiful. My dear brother, can you agree to a small request from your lovely sister? Can you let me live in your bedroom? I love that room so much. This little robber wanted to occupy his room on the first day he arrived. Since she was his own sister, Ye Feng had no choice but to agree. Yeah, I knew my brother is the best to me. Looking at the happy Yi Lin, Ye Feng also laughed. Lin, when school starts, do you plan to live here or in the school dormitory? Yi Lin thought for a moment and said seriously, brother, I still want to live in the dormitory. After all, university life is incomplete without living on campus. I can come back and live here on weekends, Okay, whatever you say. Find some time to take the driver's license test. I'll give you a car when you come back, so it'll be more convenient. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely pass the driving test as soon as possible. I have to choose carefully and let you bleed. Okay, you can pick whatever you want when the time comes. Now, let's go to Magic City University. When Ye Feng was driving past a flower shop and was stopped by Yi Lin, he looked at Yi Lin in confusion. Brother, are you going to meet your sister-in-law empty-handed? What else? You are such a straight man. I don't know how you managed to win my sister-in-law's heart. Get out of the car and buy her a bunch of roses. Ye Feng also suddenly realized and immediately got out of the car and went to the flower shop next to him. The owner is a woman in her 30s. She is not particularly pretty, but she exudes an intellectual beauty. When she sees a customer entering the store, she enthusiastically asks, handsome boy, do you want to buy flowers? Boss, I want a bouquet of red roses. Ye Feng said, it looks like the handsome boy is going to be given to your girlfriend. Wait a moment, it will be ready soon. The shop owner took out a bunch of bright red roses and said, my handsome boy, these are the roses I just put in. I wish you and your girlfriend will be as loving and long-lasting as these blooming roses. Ye Feng said thank you, scanned the code to pay, returned to the car, handed the roses to Yi Lin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and drove to Magic City University. When he arrived at Magic City University, Ye Feng held a rose in one hand while Yi Lin held the other. Brother, Shanghai University is so beautiful. Look at the library, it's really cool, and the teaching building is very modern. And the toilet. I want to talk about the toilet. Seeing Yi Feng's face gradually darkening, Yi Lin tactfully stopped talking. Yi Feng was a little thirsty at this time, so he took Yi Lin to the supermarket. The boss Zhao Li was listening to music leisurely. When he saw Yi Feng, he smiled and said, I haven't seen you for a while. It seems that you are very busy recently. Who is this? Seeing Zhao Li's somewhat puzzled look, Yi Feng knew that he must have misunderstood, so he began to explain. Brotherly, this is my sister Yi Lin. She will soon be a student at our Magic City University. I brought her here in advance. You scared me, kid. I thought you had a new girlfriend. Anyone who saw you with all these roses would misunderstand. What Yi Feng didn't know was that he and Yi Lin were seen on campus by Li Xiaona's roommate Shernan. Chapter 30, Misunderstanding. In the girls' dormitory, Li Xiaona was in a daze. When will Brother Feng come back? He has been gone for many days. I wonder if he misses me. He should be back by now. Shernan rushed into the dormitory. Looking at Li Xiaona's infatuated look, he didn't know how to describe what he had just seen. After adjusting her state, Shernan decided to tell her. Xiaona, I just saw Senior Ye Feng at school. What? Brother Feng is back? Where is he? Li Xiaona said with surprise, and was about to go out when Shernan grabbed her. Xiaona, listen to me. I just saw Senior Ye Feng holding a bouquet of roses with a girl at the entrance of the supermarket. Don't get excited. Maybe I saw it wrong. Xiaona, wait for me. Li Xiaona quickly ran to the entrance of the supermarket, and seeing Ye Feng and the other person sitting at the door, she could no longer bear it and started crying. Yi Lin looked at Li Xiaona in confusion and said to Ye Feng, Brother, that girl is so weird. She cried when she saw us. Ye Feng looked back and saw that it was Li Xiaona. He immediately ran over, but was stopped by Shernan just as he was about to get close. Senior Ye Feng, I didn't expect you to be such a scumbag. Xiaona likes you so much, but you're still cheating on her. Are you doing this to Xiaona? What's the point of you coming here pretending to be so hypocritical? Go and be with your girlfriend. Xiaona, let's go. He's not worth your sadness. Ye Feng was also in a state of confusion at this time and hurriedly stopped Li Xiaona. When he was about to explain, Yi Lin ran over and said, Brother, this is my sister-in-law, right? Brother? Li Xiaona looked at Ye Feng with a stagnant expression. Before he could speak, Shernan said, Little girl, what a low-level excuse. You've been discovered. You said they are brother and sister. How do you explain Rose? You said he is your brother. How do you prove it? Although Yi Lin is usually silly, she is very smart at this moment. She pointed at the roses on the table and said, My brother bought those roses for my sister-in-law. As for brother and sister, that's even simpler. Brother, give me your ID card. She took out her ID card from her bag and handed it to Li Xiaona together with Ye Feng's ID card. Sister-in-law, take a look. Are the addresses on the ID cards the same? We are siblings from the same father and mother. Ye Feng secretly gave Yi Lin a thumbs up. It would be difficult for him to explain this. Li Xiaona looked at the brother and sister awkwardly. She knew that she had misunderstood. Shernan, who was standing next to her, also realized that she had lied about the military intelligence, so she said sorry and fled. Sister-in-law, come on. Let's go sit over there, don't stand here. The three of them sat down, and Ye Feng took the rose and placed it in front of Li Xiaona. Xiaona, I give you this rose. I wonder if you like it. Li Xiaona took the rose with a happy look on her face, and then whispered, Brother Feng Lin, I'm sorry, I misunderstood just now. Sister-in-law, it's okay, don't take it to heart. If you have time in the afternoon, let's go shopping and let brother pay the bill. The atmosphere among the three of them gradually became harmonious. When Li Xiaona learned that Yi Lin was also about to enter Shanghai University, she became even happier. In the future, she would be able to learn more about Brother Feng from her and get along well with her future sister-in-law. Seeing that they were having a good chat, Ye Feng reserved a table at Fengming Pavilion for the evening on his mobile phone. Just as he finished booking the table, Shun Haoren called him. Brother Yi, you invested so much money in my Shun family, but you never asked about the progress? Brother Shin, I trust you. Besides, it's not a lot of money. Why did you think of calling me today? I have packed up the Cloud Villa. You can move in any time. Tomorrow night, the Qin family, the first family in Magic City, is hosting a charity dinner. I wonder if you are interested, brother? Ye Feng had no interest in the dinner, as it was nothing more than some business flattery, but he was interested in spending money. Brother Shin, I will definitely attend tomorrow night. Okay, I'll send you the address later, and see you tomorrow night. Shortly after hanging up the phone, Shin Haoren sent an address, the Magic City Pearl Hotel. Brother, are you going to attend a dinner party tomorrow night? Can you take me and Sister Xiaona with you? I have never been to a party before, okay. Okay, let's go together tomorrow night. Seeing Ye Feng agreed, Yi Lin jumped up happily and pulled Li Xiaona to go by address. Ye Feng drove the two girls to Wanda Plaza, and the three of them went straight to the luxury goods area. They first came to the Armani store, intending to choose a suit for Ye Feng first. When the clerk saw Ye Feng, she immediately came up to him warmly. She had seen Ye Feng's generosity last time. Mr. Yi, welcome to Armani. What do you need this time? I will serve you wholeheartedly. After taking a look at the familiar clerk, Yi Lin said before Ye Feng could say anything, Take us to look at the suits. The clerk led the three people to the suit area and pointed to a black suit and introduced it. Mr. Yi, this latest suit is designed and handmade by the top Italian designer Ferrando Armani. It uses the best materials. It is not only very comfortable to wear, but also can well reflect the best body proportions. It is very suitable for a tall man like Mr. Yi. Brother, go and try it on. I've never seen you in a suit before. Ye Feng took the suit handed to him by the clerk and went to the fitting room. After changing clothes, he walked out of the fitting room and looked at the dazed Li Xiaona and Yi Lin and said, "What are you two standing there for? Take a look at this dress." "Brother, I just realized how handsome you look in a suit. Ah, it's blinding my eyes. How does that saying go? The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and you are unparalleled in the world," Li Xiaona said with a smile. Yes, that's it." Yi Feng looked at Yi Lin and said seriously, "Yes, it is indeed a dog eye, a single dog." Li Xiaona, who was listening nearby, burst into laughter. Yi Lin looked at Yi Feng with dissatisfaction. "Sister Xiaona, why don't you take care of your Xiaofengzi? How can he say this to his own sister?" "Okay, you guys also pick out 2 dresses." Yi Feng quickly changed the subject. Finally, Yi Lin picked out a backless dress, which made Yi Feng's eyelids twitch. If his mother knew about this, she would have to run all the way from Tianjin to Shanghai to teach her a lesson. Li Xiaona chose a very conservative dress, but it matched Yi Feng's suit very well. Yi Feng asked the clerk to match a handbag for the 2 of them, picked out a few pieces of accessories, and then paid and left. "Brother, how did you and Sister Xiaona know each other?" Yi Feng looked at Yi Lin mysteriously and said, "You want to know? I'll take you to a place, and you'll know." Chapter 31, Buying Fengming Pavilion. "Brother, I discovered that you don't love me anymore after you had Sister Xiaona. You even kept it a secret from me," Yi Lin said with a pout. Li Xiaona, who was standing by, quickly stepped forward to comfort her. "Girl, the place you're going to later is where Xiaona and I formally met. When the time comes, you can see for yourself that it will be no better than what I say." Yi Feng said speechlessly, "TSK, you just don't love me anymore, and you don't even comfort me. Sister Xiaona is still the best." After saying that, he made a face at Yi Feng and started chatting with Li Xiaona. Soon after, the 3 of them arrived at Fengming Pavilion. There was already a long line at the door. After Yi Feng verified the information with the waiter, he was taken to the reserved seat. "Brother, Sister Xiaona, this place is so beautiful, with an ancient atmosphere. Look at the young lady playing the guzheng over there. She is so ethereal. Did you meet here? It's so wonderful, it's like traveling back to ancient times. Lin, Brother Feng, and I had our first official meeting here, and we sat at the same table. My roommate and I shared a table with Brother Feng," Li Xiaona said happily. Perhaps she did not take the initiative at the beginning, and now she cannot get what she wants. "The names here are also very special. If you call a waiter, they won't answer you. You need to call a waiter before they come over. Why don't you try it?" Yi Lin's eyes lit up. She had only heard of this name on TV, but she didn't expect to experience it today. "Waiter, bring me 2 kilograms of wine and 5 kilograms of beef," Yi Lin said proudly while standing on a stool. Yi Feng's face was full of black lines. He knew that his sister would make some trouble. He glared at Yi Lin and said, "What is in your mind every day? Waiter, bring some special dishes, a pot of longjing, and 2 glasses of orange juice." Yi Lin said dissatisfiedly, "I saw people ordering food like this on TV, especially when I stepped on the stool. It looked very impressive. What a jerk. Don't you behave like a lady? Let's see how you'll get married in the future," Yi Feng said unhappily. Li Xiaona felt very warm watching the brother and sister bickering. As an only child, she envied others for having a brother who loved them so much when she was little. They could bicker, care about each other, and act like spoiled brats to their heart's content. She thought that she would definitely give birth to more babies for Brother Feng in the future. Her face turned red unconsciously when she thought of this. "Sister Xiaona, what are you thinking about? Your face is red." Come on, are you making fun of me too? Tell me the truth, or I'll let you experience how powerful your future sister-in-law is. Look at my breast-grabbing dragon, claw hand. Looking at the 2 people playing and fighting, Yi Feng smiled happily. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. "Hey, isn't this Yi Feng? The good thing about pretty boys is that they can pick up 2 girls at a time. TSK, little girls, you have a bad taste. What's so good about a poor boy without a job? Nowadays, looks can't make a living. You need money too." The person who came was Wang Gang, Ye Feng's supervisor during his internship. Yi Lin looked at Wang Gang like he was a fool. Where did this man get his confidence from? He said her brother was a poor boy. "Wang Gang, you really are haunting me. It's okay that you're ugly, but it's wrong for you to disgust others. I almost forgot about you, a piece of trash, but I didn't expect you to come and ask me to deal with you." Ye Feng felt that this guy might have something wrong with his brain. You? You think too highly of yourself and want to deal with me. Boy, do you have that ability? You really think you're a big shot. In my eyes, you are just shit, Wang Gang said disdainfully. Yi Lin couldn't help it at this time and scolded Wang Gang, making him face black with anger. At this time, the boss of Fengming Pavilion saw the quarrel and rushed over with several security guards. Gentlemen, I am Zhou Muyao, the person in charge of Fengming Pavilion. If you two have any conflicts, please do not argue in Fengming Pavilion. Otherwise, I will have to ask you to leave. Ye Feng looked at Zhou Muyao and said, Boss Zhou, are you selling Fengming Pavilion? Name your price. Wang Gang almost laughed to tears when he heard Ye Feng's words. Ye Feng, you are really not afraid of biting your tongue. You are too much. You want to buy Fengming Pavilion? It's ridiculous. Do you know the value of Fengming Pavilion? At least 80 million Chinese yuan. You are so poor. You can't even afford a table. Ye Feng ignored Wang Gang and continued to say to Zhou Muyao, 100 million Chinese yuan. Sir, I have no intention of selling Fengming Pavilion, and please stop joking about this. Zhou Muyao did not believe that Ye Feng could buy Fengming Pavilion. Hi, Ye Feng, you're just like a clown now, keep performing. If you can buy Fengming Pavilion, Wang Gang, will crawl out of here today. 150 million Chinese yuan. Ye Feng continued. Mr. Yi, it's not that I don't trust you. I don't want to sell Fengming Pavilion. I built this place with my own hands, and I have feelings for it. Don't want to? That doesn't mean we can't sell it. Boss Zhou, 200 million Chinese yuan, and you will continue to be in charge of Fengming Pavilion in the future. Zhou Muyao was very satisfied with the price, but he still doubted whether Ye Feng had the ability to buy it. Mr. Yi, if you can really come up with 200 million Chinese yuan, then Fengming Pavilion will be yours. Ye Feng asked Zhou Muyao for an account, transferred 200 million, and then watched him quietly. After receiving the bank card payment information, Zhou Muyao said respectfully, Boss, from now on, Fengming Pavilion belongs to you. What are your instructions? Ye Feng looked at the frightened Wang Gang and said coldly, help him fulfill his promise. At this time, Wang Gang also reacted. He couldn't understand how the poor boy who was once controlled by him could come up with 200 million Chinese yuan to buy Fengming Pavilion. This was unscientific. Just when he wanted to run, two security guards came in front of him and pushed him to the ground. He looked at Ye Feng with resentment on his face and crawled out of Fengming Pavilion in humiliation. Boss, do you have any other instructions? Zhou Muyao said respectfully. He understood that Ye Feng must be extremely powerful since he spent 200 million Chinese yuan to buy Fengming Pavilion just to vent his anger. You will be the manager here from now on. Fengming Pavilion will still be in your charge. I will not be involved. All the food you eat today will be free to celebrate Wang Gang's escape. After Zhou Muyao left, he announced that all meals would be free of charge, which caused a round of cheers from the people. The consumption level of Fengming Pavilion is not low, so they can save a considerable amount of money this way. Some people also posted this matter on the internet, which caused quite a stir in the Magic City. Brother, you were so handsome just now. The way Wang Gang crawled out was so funny, just like a big turtle. I was laughing to death. Yi Lin said exaggeratedly. Chapter 32, Crazy Carnival. Li Xiaona also looked at Ye Feng with admiration. Which woman doesn't want to see her man being mighty and domineering? Xiaona, Lin Lin, Letiseat. Don't let irrelevant people affect our mood. The three of them began to enjoy the food. During the meal, Ye Feng kept picking up food for Li Xiaona, which caused Yi Lin's strong dissatisfaction. In the end, he could only become a tool to pick up food. When the three of them had almost finished eating, Yi Lin said to Li Xiaona mysteriously, Sister Xiaona, let's go to my brother's place later. My room is very beautiful. Besides, we have a charity dinner tomorrow night, so it's not a good idea to bring our dresses to school. Okay, I also want to see what Brother Feng's house looks like. I heard that boys' homes are very sloppy. I wonder if they will notice Brother Feng's stinky socks. Hee. Seeing that Li Xiaona agreed, Yi Lin winked at her brother, as if to say, hurry up and thank your lovely sister. The three of them left Fengming Pavilion and rushed towards Thompson, first grade. When they arrived at the door of the house, Yi Lin asked Ye Feng to record Li Xiaona's fingerprints and irises, under the pretext that it would be convenient for Xiaona to ask her to come and play in the future. As for the real purpose, it was obvious. Sister Xiaona, come with me quickly. I'll show you my room. I spent a lot of effort to get this from my brother. Ye Feng smiled helplessly as he watched Li Xiaona being pulled away by Yi Lin. He thought his sister was going to create opportunities for him, but she left him in the living room. He had no choice but to lie on the sofa and watch short videos. I opened TikTok and looked at my former online name, Feng Shui Yigui Ren. Now I think it's a bit funny. It's just a name anyway, so let it be. A video suddenly caught Ye Feng's attention. This video was about what happened in Foaming Pavilion just now. After watching the comments, Ye Feng received mixed reviews. Some praised him for his generosity and lavish spending, while others said that he was too bullying and never gave in. After watching for a while, he skipped the video and a live broadcast screen appeared. A girl with a delicate face was singing. Ye Feng knew this person. She was his college classmate Feng Qi. There were not many people in the live broadcast room, less than 50 people, and there were very few gifts, only a few scattered lollipops. Host, you can't sing like this. You need to jump up and show off your body. Yes, Anchor. I see your cleavage is so majestic, it must be surging when you dance. The two old perverts upstairs have finished their appraisal. Little sister, come and touch me 18 times, and I'll give you rockets. At this time, a PK invitation appeared on the screen, and soon a sexy and charming woman appeared on the screen. I actually connected to Sexy Kitten. She's a big streamer with 2 million fans. Host, you have to catch this wave of wealth. This is the 9th-ranked kitten in the singing and dancing category. Xiao Chi-Chi, can we start the PK? A sexy voice came from the live broadcast. Feng Qi also knew that there were not many opportunities to connect with big anchors. This was an opportunity, a good opportunity to increase fans and become famous. Hello, Sister Kitty. We can start PK. Feng Qi said excitedly. Okay, then I'll tell you the punishment first. The loser has to remove his makeup on the spot and turn off the beauty filter. Xiaoma didn't think she would lose. How could the newbie on the opposite side possibly beat her? So the punishment was very harsh. Okay, Miss Kitty, let's get started. When the PK started, Xiaomao began a sexy dance with all kinds of seductive movements and charming eyes. Rockets, sports cars, and other gifts continued to appear in the live broadcast room. Soon, a big gap opened up between the two people's points. Xiao Chi-Chi's live broadcast room was extremely bleak at this time, with only a few lollipops and hearts. System, can I get cashback for giving gifts during live streaming? Host, in order to prevent malicious cashback, no cashback will be given for live broadcast rewards. Ye Feng thought he could find a way to get cashback quickly, but it was a pity. However, he had a huge amount of wealth in his hands, so it was no pressure for him to achieve a small goal. After recharging 10 million Chinese yuan, Ye Feng started to take action. After all, they were classmates, so he planned to help. Maple Snow Night returns Carnival *10. Maple Snow Night returns Carnival *50. Maple Snow Night returns Carnival *100. Xiao Chi-Chi's score immediately surpassed Sexy Kitten, and the people in the live broadcast room were excited. Oh my god, here comes the boss. I bow down to you. I got 100 carnivals in one go. Do you need any accessories, sir? Boss Feng Shui is so awesome. He killed 50,000 people on the opposite side in 1 second. Sexy Kitten also noticed something unusual and became anxious when she saw that she was overtaken. If she turned off the beauty filter and removed her makeup, her image would definitely be ruined. She pulled her clothes down, straightened her chest, and boldly made various sexy poses to seduce the big guy in the live broadcast room. Sexy Kitten's operations enabled her score to continue to rise and surpass others. Ye Feng performed another operation. Feng Shui Night Returner send Carnival *200. Feng Shui Night Returner gives away Carnival *500. Feng Shui Night Returner send Carnival *1000. Xiao Chi-Chi's score completely crushed the Sexy Kitten. The opponent had no idea of resisting at all, and Ye Feng was not finished. Feng Shui Night Returner sends Carnival *1300. Feng Shui Night Returner sends Carnival *1600. Feng Shui Night Returner sends Carnival *2000. Ye Feng didn't stop until he had spent 10 million Chinese yuan. At this time, the number of people in Xiao Chi-Chi's live broadcast room had risen by 10 plus, and the number of fans had reached 50,000. Xiao Chi-Chi kept thanking Ye Feng. She never dreamed that a PK scene would be watched by more than 100,000 people, and the gifts amounted to more than 10 million Chinese yuan. After deducting the platform share, she still had an income of 5 million. The Sexy Kitten on the other side had an extremely ugly expression on her face. She knew that she was finished. She regretted very much the punishment she had proposed. Looking at the word makeup removal that was flooding the screen in the live broadcast room, she wanted to die. She had no choice but to turn off the beauty filter and start removing her makeup. Here, isn't this a sexy kitten? Isn't this a swollen ant? Haha, baby Choo Choo's whereabouts are unknown. I thought it was a joke, but I didn't expect to see the real version. Didn't you notice that the top brother on the list ran away? Please tell me about the inner shadow of the big brother on the list. This time the host is in trouble, but the host really dares to take off his makeup. I respect you as a man. Seeing all the ridicule in the live broadcast room, Ye Feng felt that it was not interesting and quit the live broadcast. At this time, he found that his number of fans had increased from more than 180,000, and the private messages backstage were even denser. Most of them wanted to hug him and invite him to the live broadcast room, and some even directly sent private photos. Feng Qi also sent a private message saying that she wanted to treat him to dinner and expressed her gratitude to him in person. Chapter 33, Light Bulb Yulin. Ye Feng did not reply and exited the software directly. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, he thought that Xiaona would not leave today. It was a pity that the first time she came to his house, it was not a world for the two of them, and there was Yi Lin, a light bulb. Brother, Sister Xiaona is not leaving today. She is staying in my room. We're going to have a good chat in the evening. Please don't disturb us. Looking at the two people coming out of the room, Ye Feng asked, "Do you want me to prepare a quilt for you?" "Brother, I'll go get it from the guest room later." Hee, don't forget to send Sister Xiaona back to school tomorrow morning." After saying that, Yi Lin took Li Xiaona and took the quilt and went back to the room. "Sister Xiaona, there's a big bathtub in the bathroom. I'll go fill it with water and we'll take a bath together." "Hey, let me close the door first, or else the perverted brother will come in." "Brother Feng won't come in. He has always been very gentlemanly. How could he be a pervert?" Li Xiaona explained that. When she was with Ye Feng, it seemed that only she had taken the initiative to hug him and kiss him, while Brother Feng never seemed to take the initiative. Was it because she was not charming enough? "What are you thinking, Sister Xiaona? Don't you want to sleep with me, but with your brother?" "Hee. You little Yi Lin, you actually dare to tease your future sister-in-law. Look at my dragon claw hand that will grab her breasts." The garden was full of spring scenery for a moment, but unfortunately Ye Feng couldn't see it because he was taking a shower in the bathroom outside. His room did not have a separate toilet and bathroom like the room occupied by Yi Lin. After taking a shower and drying his hair, Ye Feng put on a pair of knee-length shorts and went to the living room with his upper body naked. He took out a bottle of soda water from the refrigerator, lay on the sofa, and watched TV. Half an hour later, the two women finished washing, but Li Xiaona was embarrassed to find that Yi Lin's pajamas were a little small for her, and the buttons on her top were almost about to break. Yi Lin looked at Li Xiaona, then looked down at herself, sighed, and said, "Sister Xiaona, how did you make it up?" "It's so big. Look at me. It's only this small. It seems I must have taken after my dad." Lin, don't worry, it will get bigger in the future. Let's go out and see what Brother Feng is doing." The two came to the living room and saw Ye Feng watching TV, so they sat over. When Li Xiaona just sat down, the top button finally gave way and hit Ye Feng's face by chance. Ye Feng was confused. Where did this hidden weapon come from? He picked it up and saw that it was a button. He looked at the two of them. Yi Lin was holding her stomach and laughing wildly, while Li Xiaona's face was flushed. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Ye Feng. "Brother, how does it feel to be hit in the face with a button? Just be happy about it. You will be blessed in the future." Haha. Ye Feng then realized that it was the button on Li Xiaona's chest. His girlfriend was truly a treasure girl. He would have a treat in the future. No, it was his child who would have a treat in the future. Li Xiaona looked at Ye Feng with a fiery gaze out of the corner of her eye and gradually calmed down. She had no reason to be shy when her boyfriend admired her so much. "Brother, wipe your saliva quickly. It's almost dripping onto the sofa. How about I move away first?" Yi Lin said at an inappropriate time. Ye Feng quickly retracted his gaze and coughed twice to cover up the embarrassment. This Yi Lin was too short-sighted. Should he send her back to Tianjin? "Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Yi Lin said innocently. Li Xiaona was also looking at Ye Feng at this time. He had solid muscles on his upper body, 6 abdominal muscles with obvious grooves and smooth lines. It would be better if Brother Feng had a darker skin color. "Sister Xiaona, why are you daydreaming? Aren't you feeling sorry for it? Let's go back to the room and let brother stay alone." After saying that, he ignored the resentful looks from Ye Feng and Li Xiaona and pulled her back to the room. Ye Feng had no choice but to return to his room, stop thinking, and go to sleep. Yi Lin returned to the room and lay on the bed and asked, "Sister Xiaona, what do you think of my brother?" "He's quite good. Sunny, cheerful, responsible, and very handsome. Li Xiaona said seriously. Don't you see that he has one biggest flaw? Li Xiaona shook her head. My brother's biggest shortcoming is that he is not good at expressing himself. He is very passive in everything he does. Just like when you are together, he pays attention to some details and always does things silently without expressing it. I believe he didn't say he loves you. He didn't take the initiative to hug you, right? In fact, he does not love you, but his behavior may make you feel that he doesn't love you. He himself may not be able to discover this problem. Sister Xiaona, if you want to be with my brother for a long time, you have to be bolder and tell him what you are thinking directly. Don't expect him, a pig, to guess a girl's mind. Li Xiaona agreed and said, Lin Lin, you are right. You said he loves me, but he never took the initiative to hold my hand or hug me. You said he doesn't love me, but you gave both of us the same watch. You treat me as your closest person. And the table we had dinner at today is also the table where we officially met. He pays attention to details, but they are easily overlooked. It seems that I have to be more proactive in the future. The two chatted for a while about Ye Feng's interesting childhood memories and then fell asleep. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room through the curtains, Li Xiaona got up quietly, afraid to disturb Yi Lin, who was still sleeping. She carefully went to the bathroom, looking at the rosy face in the mirror, and smiled foolishly. After washing up, she went to the kitchen with great anticipation and began to prepare breakfast. This was her first time cooking for Ye Feng. Li Xiaona was busy in the kitchen. Her movements were skillful and graceful, as if every step had been carefully calculated and rehearsed. The fire was jumping, shining on the surface of the pot, and she carefully poured oil into it, and then gently cracked a few eggs into it. The eggs quickly spread in the pot, making a sizzling sound, and she gently stir-fried them with a spatula to make them evenly heated. Soon, the fragrance filled the whole room, and the tempting aroma made people salivate. She took out some fresh vegetables from the refrigerator, cut them into thin strips, and added them to the pot. The vegetables instantly became emerald green under the high temperature, forming a sharp contrast with the golden color of the eggs, which looked delicious and tempting. Finally, she took out a piece of bread from the cabinet and put it in the oven to bake. Soon, the aroma of bread also filled the whole room, intertwined with the aroma of eggs and vegetables, forming a unique breakfast aroma. When everything was ready, Li Xiaona served breakfast on the table. Yi Lin was also attracted by the aroma, and her eyes lit up when she saw the prepared breakfast, but she found something was missing and quickly took out 3 cups and filled them with milk. This is perfect, Yi Lin said proudly. Chapter 34, Taking Over Cloud Villa. Ding, ding, ding. There was a knock on the door. Ye Feng opened the door and saw Yi Lin said excitedly, Brother, get up quickly. Sister Xiaona and I have prepared breakfast for you. It's absolutely delicious. Ye Feng was also very much looking forward to it. Apart from his mother, no one had ever made breakfast for him, so he quickly got up and went to the restaurant. When I arrived at the dining table, a plate of delicious fried egg sandwich appeared in front of me, with golden eggs, green vegetables, and perfectly toasted bread. Brother Feng, come and have breakfast, Li Xiaona said with a bright smile. Yes, come sit down and try it and comment on it, Yilin also said quickly. Ye Feng picked up the sandwich and took a bite. The aroma of eggs and vegetables burst out in his mouth. Every bite was filled with happiness and satisfaction. A warm current surged in his heart. This was the feeling of being loved. At this moment, he wanted to hug Li Xiaona tightly in his arms. It's delicious, thank you, this is the happiest day of my life. Li Xiaona felt very happy when she heard Ye Feng's praise. She felt extremely happy to be affirmed and recognized by her beloved. Brother, come and try the milk I poured for you. It must be delicious. Praise me too, Yi Lin said quickly when she heard Li Xiaona being praised. Ye Feng's eyes twitched. This girl, just pouring milk, is it necessary to be so exaggerated? But seeing her expectant look, he had to compliment her against his will. After the 3 of them finished their breakfast happily, Ye Feng sent Li Xiaona back to Shanghai University, but Yi Lin did not go with them as she planned to go out and play by herself. When Ye Feng sent her downstairs to the dormitory and was about to leave, Li Xiaona said, Brother Feng, can you hug me? Ye Feng turned around and hugged her tightly in his arms. Xiaona, you are so nice. I feel love from you. It's a sweet feeling. I am so lucky to meet such a nice person like you. After saying that, he kissed Li Xiaona passionately. They embraced each other in their passionate kiss, as if they had forgotten the time. It was as if there were only the 2 of them in the whole world. Their 2 hearts close to each other were worth more than 1,000 words. Ahem, classmates, please be careful. There are a lot of people gathered at the door. Seeing that more and more people were watching, the dormitory manager had to give a reminder. Li Xiaona blushed immediately and ran back to the dormitory without looking back. Ye Feng thanked the dormitory manager who reminded him and left in a hurry. When Li Xiaona returned to the dormitory, she was surrounded by her roommates, all of whom smiled at her with ill intentions. Xiaona, you didn't come back yesterday. Did you live with Senior Ye Feng? Yeah. Why don't you tell the truth? Just now I saw a couple downstairs kissing passionately. Facing her roommate's questioning, Li Xiaona had no choice but to say, I lived at Brother Feng's house yesterday, but I live with his sister Yi Lin. Don't say anything nonsense. You didn't run to Senior Ye's room that night? Tell me, is Senior Yi powerful? Did he conquer you? Jingjing, what's in your mind? It's not what you think. Brother Feng is a very gentleman. I just chatted with Yi Lin in a room for a long time. Nothing happened. Don't talk nonsense. Li Xiaona explained that. Seeing their disbelieving expressions, she stopped explaining and let them think about it. Yi Feng was driving towards the Yinduan villa at this time. After parking the car, a woman in her 30s came to meet him. She has a mature charm. Her manners are elegant and calm, and her smile is warm and subtle, making people feel safe and comfortable. Mr. Yi, my name is Bai Jie, and I'm the housekeeper of Cloud Villa number 6. Welcome back. Sister Bai, you can call me Yi Feng or Xiao Feng. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me in the future. Can you introduce me briefly? It is our responsibility to take care of you. There are 3 people in the villa responsible for hygiene, 2 cooks, 2 gardeners, and I a total of 8 people responsible for your daily life. The total cost is 2 million Chinese yuan a year. Yi Feng took out his cell phone and transferred 20 million Chinese yuan to Bai Jie. Sister Bai, from now on, all employees' salaries will be doubled. I don't live here very often, so please take care of the daily expenses and salary payments. Bai Jie looked at Yi Feng blankly. This was too embarrassing. He had doubled his salary when he came here, and he was so kind. It should be easy to work in the future. On behalf of everyone, I would like to thank Mr. Yi for his generosity. I will definitely do a good job to repay your trust in me. The 2 came to the villa, and Bai Jie announced Yi Feng's decision. All the staff were very happy. Their salary was not low to begin with, and it became more objective after it was doubled. Yi Feng, Mr. Shun left 2 invitation letters for you before he left. They are now placed in the study. Do you want to take a look? Okay. Take me to get it. The 2 of them came to the study room. There were 2 invitations on the table. When they opened them, they saw, as expected, that it was a charity dinner held by the Qin family, the first family in Shanghai tonight. Yi Feng collected the invitations and asked Bai Jie, Sister Bai, do you live in a villa? Yes, except for me. All the staff live on the first floor. If you find it inconvenient, I can arrange a dormitory outside. No, it's good to live here. It's convenient for anything. Sister Bai, why don't you live here? My husband and I live on the outskirts of the city, and I have a room here, so I stay here when he's away on business. Yi Feng, are you going to stay here today? I'll arrange for the chef to buy the ingredients in advance. Sister Bai, I have something to do tonight, so I won't be staying here. After Yi Feng had a look around the villa under Bai Jie's guidance, he drove away. He also had to pick up Li Xiaona to attend the banquet tonight. While driving to Shanghai University, Yi Feng received a call from Wang Chao, the 3rd roommate in the dormitory. Old 4, what are you busy with? I've been at INGU in the dormitory group for a long time, but you don't say anything. We're going to get our diplomas tomorrow. And the boss said we'll have dinner together tonight. Don't say you're busy. You have to crawl here tomorrow even if you have to. If Wang Chao hadn't said that, he would have forgotten that he was supposed to graduate tomorrow. And he quickly said, Don't worry, Lao San. I will definitely be there tomorrow, and I will drink you all down. You can just pretend. You're always the first one to fall. Okay, don't forget it tomorrow. I'm going to die first. After hanging up the phone, Yi Feng was a little silent. Time passed quickly. 4 years of college life was like a dream. In the blink of an eye, it came to an end. In these 4 years, he made 3 good brothers. They studied together, played together, and shared each other's joys and sorrows. Now that college life is about to end, everyone is about to embark on a new journey. I don't know if we will meet again in the future. Chapter 35, the banquet begins. Yi Feng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Even though he was reluctant, he had to face the separation. I arrived downstairs at the dormitory and sent a message. Soon after, Li Xiaona ran down happily and sat in the passenger seat skillfully. Brother Feng, why do you look a little unhappy? Nothing, I'm graduating tomorrow and I'm just a little sad. Well, let's go back and change clothes first. By the way, you can ask if Yulin is home. If not, let's go pick her up together. Li Xiaona said yes and picked up her phone to call Yulin. Sister Xiaona, you are done with get out of class. What's the matter? Brother Feng asked if you were home. If not, we'll pick you up. Don't forget that we still have a charity dinner tonight. I really forgot. You guys go home first. I can just take a taxi back now. See you later. Hearing that he didn't need to pick up Yulin, Ye Feng drove directly back to Thompson Epine. After they returned home, they went back to their rooms to change clothes. Ye Feng returned to his room, found the suit he bought yesterday, put it on quickly, went to the living room, poured a glass of water, and sat on the sofa waiting quietly. Not long after, Li Xiaona also changed into her dress and came to the living room and said to Ye Feng, Brother Feng, am I beautiful? Turning around, facing the setting sun, she was wearing a pure white dress, like a blooming lily. The setting sun shone on her, casting a golden halo on her, making her look even more dazzling. Her smile was warm and sweet, like the sunshine in spring, bringing endless warmth and joy to people. At this moment, Ye Feng was deeply intoxicated. A slight throbbing in his heart made him walk forward involuntarily, hugging her slender waist and saying softly, Xiaona, you are so beautiful. This moment will be fixed in my heart like eternity. Their eyes met, their heartbeats quickened. Their eyes met, as if time had stopped. He slowly approached her, and she closed her eyes, waiting for that sweet moment. Their lips touched gently, feeling each other's breath and temperature. At this moment, they seemed to be one, feeling each other's passionate love. However, the tranquility was broken by a sudden sound. Yi Lin's footsteps echoed in the living room. She curiously leaned out and saw this scene. Ye Feng and Li Xiaona's movements suddenly froze, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across their faces, as if they were suddenly interrupted from their dreams. Yi Lin stood at the door, wide-eyed, looking at them in surprise. There was a subtle awkwardness in the air, as if time had stopped at this moment. Brother, Sister Xiaona, please continue. I don't see anything. Why can't I see anything? Then Yi Lin pretended to be a blind person and groped his way into the room. Yi Feng sighed softly and said to Li Xiaona, It seems that we should send this girl back to Tianjin. The two smiled at each other, feeling both awkward and sweet. Li Xiaona tidied Yi Feng's clothes and shouted to the room, Lin Lin, it's almost time to leave. You should hurry up. Yi Lin stuck her head out to take a look, and when she found that the scene was not what she had imagined, she walked out confidently. Brother, Sister Xiaona, I'm ready now, let's go. The three of them drove to the Oriental Pearl Hotel. Yi Feng parked the car, opened the door for Li Xiaona, and helped her out of the car in a gentlemanly manner. Li Xiaona took his arm, and the two walked towards the Oriental Pearl Hotel. Yi Lin, who was still in the car, was full of questions. Is this the end? She was still in the car. This abominable brother, who forgot his sister for the sake of beauty. I will tell my mother. Then she quickly got out of the car and chased after the two. Yi Feng handed over the invitation letter, and the security guard checked it and let him in. When Shen Haoren saw Yi Feng coming to the banquet hall, he immediately greeted him warmly. Brother Yi, I missed you so much after not seeing you for a few days. Come, let me introduce you to my sister Shanghai Yue. Yi Feng looked at this legendary business genius. Her face was as delicate as a sculpture. Her eyebrows and eyes revealed a kind of confidence and strength. Her eyes were bright and energetic, as if she could see through everything. Her nose was high, giving people an impression of firmness and decisiveness. Her lips were slightly raised, showing a kind of confidence and calmness. Her face was clearly defined, and her lines were smooth, exuding a heroic temperament. She was tall and straight, and her manners were full of confidence and strength. No matter where she stood, she was an existence that could not be ignored. The two shook hands gently. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your help to my Shin family. Haoyue would like to thank Mr. Yi here. Miss Shin, you don't have to be polite. Brother Shin and I hit it off right away. Yi Feng turned to Shin Haoren and said, Brother Shin, these are my girlfriend Li Xiaona and my sister Yi Lin. After the two girls called Brother Shin, they stayed quietly beside Yi Feng. Brother Yi, if you're so close to me today, you will definitely attract the attention of the Feng family. You should be careful. Congratulations to the host. After spending 3 billion Huaxia coins, the cashback of 300 billion Huaxia coins has been put into the Supreme Black Card with the last number 8888. It seems that Brother Wu Hin has taken action again. He is really his lucky general. Before Yi Feng could finish his emotion, another prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host. The cumulative cashback has reached 1,000 billion huaxia coins, and additional rewards have been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Marrow Cleansing Pill *1. The primary defense talisman *10 can withstand the full attack of a Grandmaster-level warrior for 10 minutes, and the introduction to the Chaos Scripture of Kung Fu chapter can reach the Golden Elixir realm. Ye Feng's heart was like a storm, and it was difficult to calm down. The reward items opened up a new world for him, a world of immortal cultivators. Will he be able to fly with a sword in the future? Will he also be immortal? Brother Ye? Brother Ye! Shen Haoran called out twice when he saw Ye Feng in a daze. He was worried that Ye Feng was frightened, so he was about to comfort him when Ye Feng came back to his senses and said, "Brother Shen, I'm sorry. I was distracted by something I just thought of. Don't worry. If the Feng family dares to attack me, I don't mind making them disappear in the Magic City." The Shen family brothers and sisters were shocked when they heard this. Could it be that Ye Feng really had the strength to destroy the Feng family? That was a behemoth with assets exceeding 200 billion Chinese yuan, and it also had a very strong social background. Brother Ye, let's go over there and take a rest. Several people came to the rest area in the corner of the banquet hall. Seeing that the three had something to discuss, Li Xiana pulled Yi Lin to taste various delicacies. Shen Haoran looked at Ye Feng and said with some embarrassment, "Brother Yi, the Feng family's attack was interrupted by various forces and had to be temporarily stopped. Although it eroded part of the industry, the impact on the Feng family was not great. Ye Feng also knows that a big family cannot be defeated so easily, and his investment in the Shun family is only 10 billion, which does not matter to him, who is worth more than 1 trillion. Chapter 36 Banquet Conflict. Ye Feng took a glass of red wine from the passing waiter, looked at the Shun brothers and sisters and said, "Brother Shin, I don't care about this, and you don't have to feel guilty." Then Ye Feng looked at Shanghai Yue and said, "Miss Shun, I want to set up an investment company in Shanghai. I wonder if you are interested in serving as the company's CEO?" Shanghai Yue's eyes lit up. The current Shin family could not bring out her full talents, and revenge on the Feng family was just a fantasy. She urgently needed external help, but not many people dared to confront the Feng family head-on. Most of them were afraid that the Feng family would restrict them in every way. "Mr. Yi, I don't know how big your company is, but you should be aware that if I were to become the CEO of your company, you would definitely be suppressed by the Feng family," Shen Haoyue said calmly. Ye Feng also heard her concerns, but these were not a problem for him. He did not need to make money. As long as he could spend money in large amounts and get cash back easily, wouldn't that be great? The initial investment is 200 billion Chinese yuan, and there is no upper limit on the subsequent additional investment. I will not interfere with all your investments, and your treatment is an annual salary of 100 million Chinese yuan plus 5% of the company's profit dividends. Shen Haoran on the side opened his mouth in shock. This Ye Feng is too unbelievable. With a cash flow of more than 200 billion, this is the top existence in the whole of China. No wonder he dares to say that if the Feng family targets him, he can make the Feng family disappear. Brother Yi, if Hao Yue joins your company, can you help the Shun family target the Feng family? Shen Haoran said carefully. Ye Feng smiled heartily and said, "Brother Shen, as I said just now, I will not interfere with any of Miss Shen's investments. You can rest assured on this. Mr. Yi, thank you for your trust in Hao Yue. I will definitely live up to your expectations." After the three agreed on some details, Ye Feng directly transferred 200 billion huaxia coins to Shen Haoyue, making her fully responsible for the establishment of the company. At this time, the quarrel not far away attracted the attention of several people. After seeing clearly that the person quarreling was Yi Lin, Ye Feng immediately walked over, came to her side and asked, Lin, what happened?" Yi Lin said angrily, "Brother, they are too bullying. Sister Xiaona and I were eating here, and they pushed Sister Xiaona away, saying that we delayed their photo taking. I was so angry that I said a few words to them, and when Sister Xiaona pulled me away, they actually tripped Sister Xiaona." Ye Feng hurried to Li Xiaona and checked on her. Fortunately, she was not seriously injured, just her arm was a little red. After comforting Li Xiaona, Ye Feng looked at the three women in front of him with cold eyes and slapped each of them. 3 screams resounded throughout the venue, and everyone's attention was focused on it. "How dare you hit us? The 3 of us are internet celebrities with millions of fans. I must expose you. Just wait for the cyberbullying. That's right. We must expose this scumbag online and bring him to ruin." Shen Haoran and his sister also rushed over at this time and said to Ye Feng, "Brother Yi, do you want me to deal with it? This kind of internet celebrity is like a toad. It doesn't bite people, but it annoys people. No, I can handle it. Apologize now. Otherwise, the consequences will be something you can't afford. Ye Feng's cold voice came. At this moment, he was really angry to the extreme. Wow, you are so arrogant. How come I didn't realize there is such a person in Demon City? It's true that birds of a feather flock together. Anyone who hangs out with trash like Shenhauer must be trash himself. Fong Jiping, how dare you disrespect Mr. Yi? Shenhauer shouted. Ye Feng was still wondering where this fool who loves to offend people came from. It turned out to be the #1 eunuch in the Magic City. He glanced at Shanghai Yue with a strange expression and continued. It turned out to be Eunuch Fong. Nice to meet you. I have opened my eyes today. I didn't expect that after so many years since the fall of the Qing dynasty, I still have the honor to appreciate the elegance of the eunuch. The crowd started to talk. This young man really doesn't know how to live or die. He actually dared to bring up this matter in front of Master Fong. Does anyone know what this kid's background is? He's so awesome. He slapped the Fong family in the face. What a ruthless person. Isn't this the guy who bought Fengming Pavilion for 200 million yuan, which has been very popular on the internet recently? What kind of big shot is this? 200 million is nothing in front of the Fong family. I think this guy is doomed. Fong Jiping stared at Ye Feng with red eyes. This was his eternal pain. No one in Demon City dared to say this to his face. He suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and said coldly, Boy, you are the first one who dares to say this to my face. You are dead. Not only you, but also your family. I will not let any of them go. I will let them die painfully in front of you. Ye Feng's eyes also turned cold. It seemed that the Fong family had no need to exist anymore. You are courting death. You only rely on the Fong family. Without the Fong family, will you wag your tail and beg for mercy in front of me like a dog? Hao Yue, launch a full-scale attack on the Fong family and destroy them at any cost. Mr. Yi, please promise to complete the task. I have long wanted to destroy the Fong family. Shen Haoyue said excitedly. Her chance for revenge has finally come. The crowd dispersed, and 3 young men came over. The man in the middle looked at Ye Feng and Fong Jiping, who were on edge, and said slowly, Mr. Yi, right? And you, Fong Jiping, please give my Qin family some face, and don't cause trouble at my Qin family's banquet. Otherwise, I will have to ask the 2 of you to leave. Fong Jiping snorted coldly and turned away. It seemed that the Qin family and the Fong family were not on good terms. Ye Feng shrugged and said nothing. After all, he felt a little bad for making such a big noise at someone else's party. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called him. Brother Feng, why are you in the Magic City? I almost didn't recognize you just now. Ye Feng looked back and saw that the one on the left of the 3 young men looked very familiar. After recollecting, he realized that it was Zhao Peng whom he met in Tianjin. Zhao Peng, I didn't expect you to come to the Magic City. I thought you were back in Kyoto. Hey, I don't have anything to do. I heard there was a charity event going on, so I came here to join in the fun. Let me introduce you to my 2 cousins, Qin Tian and Qin Lang from the Qin family in Magic City. It turns out to be young Master Qin and second young Master Qin. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Ye Feng from Jincheng. Ye Feng also introduced himself. Seeing that Ye Feng and Zhao Peng knew each other, their expressions relaxed. After all, no one would look favorably upon someone who caused trouble at their own banquet. Since Brother Yi and Brother Peng know each other, why don't you go upstairs and chat together? Qin Tian invited. The guests should follow the host's wishes. Ye Feng is sorry to bother you. Ye Feng then followed the 3 people to a reception room upstairs. Chapter 37, the auction begins. Pushing open the door of the reception room, a faint sandalwood scent wafted into the nose. Under Qin Tian's guidance, several people came to a huge golden Namu tea table, which stood quietly in a corner like a work of art. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, revealing a faint luster, as if telling a 1,000-year-old story. Ye Feng looked at it carefully and liked it more and more. Brother Yi also likes this tea table? Qin Tian asked with interest when he saw that he was so absorbed in looking at it. After realizing what was happening, Ye Feng said embarrassedly, That's not the case. I'm just interested in all beautiful things. Haha, Brother Yi is indeed a wonderful person. I thought you also liked tea ceremony. It seems he was happy for nothing. Qin Lang said with a smile. Qin Tian glared at Qin Lang unhappily, then picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for each person. He picked up the teacup and took a sip of the tea before speaking. Brother Yi, I guess you're the one who invested in the Shen family. Otherwise, the Shen family would not have the capital to fight against the Fong family. You said before that you wanted to destroy the Feng family, but the Shin family alone is not enough. I wonder if Brother Yi has any backup plan? Mr. Qin, to be honest, I don't have any backup plan. I just have a lot of money. If 10 billion can't kill the Feng family, then 100 billion. If 100 billion doesn't work, then 1 trillion. I don't believe the Feng family can stop it. Hearing Ye Feng's heroic words, the three of them were stunned. This was too cruel. He just threw money at him. What kind of background did Ye Feng have? Was he the godson of the god of wealth? Brother Feng, you were kidding, right? How much money does it cost? My dad always says that I'm a prodigal son. Compared with you, I'm nothing. Brother Feng, how about you see how much I'm worth and take me in too? Zhao Peng said flatteringly. Brother Yi, forgive me for being so presumptuous, but I don't know which hidden family you come from. Looking across the whole of China, I haven't found any family or aristocratic family with the surname Yi that is as powerful as yours. If it's not convenient to disclose it, then forget it. Qin Tian said solemnly. Ye Feng did not explain, and he couldn't explain. The secret of the system must not be revealed, so it was better to keep it mysterious. Brother Yi, I wonder if my Qin family can participate in dealing with the Feng family? Qin Lang asked carefully. Okay, I don't care much about those industries. My interest is spending money and shopping. Ye Feng said indifferently. As long as it doesn't delay his cashback, it doesn't matter. Ah, thank you very much, Brother Yi. You must come to support the charity auction later. Qin Tian said happily. Brother Qin, rest assured, I will definitely support you. My biggest hobby is spending money, haha. Brother Yi, I'll excuse myself for now. I have to arrange some good items for you to enjoy. Seeing Qin Tian leave, Ye Feng also said goodbye and returned to the banquet. When Li Xiaona and Yi Lin saw Ye Feng coming back, they immediately came over and checked him carefully, fearing that he might be injured. What are you two doing? I just want to have a cup of tea. It shouldn't be like this, right? Ye Feng said helplessly. Brother, are you really okay? Sister Xiaona and I thought you might be injured. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. What are you talking about? You are my woman. If you are bullied, shouldn't I stand up for you? Don't be so cautious all the time. Remember, I am behind you. No one can let you suffer any injustice. At this time, the Shin family brothers and sisters also came over. Ye Feng explained that the Qin family would also take action against the Feng family, and emphasized to Shanghai Yue again that they should use money to kill the Feng family, and notify him at any time if the money was not enough. Dear gentlemen and ladies, the charity auction is about to begin. Please go to the venue upstairs. Hearing the host's voice, Ye Feng and others also went to the venue. The charity auction was solemnly and elegantly decorated, full of an artistic atmosphere. On the high platform in front of the venue was a neatly arranged auction table, below which were 5 tables, and behind which were rows of seats. People took their seats one after another, looking forward to the auction that was about to begin. Promotional posters of the Qin's Charity Foundation were hung around the venue, with photos of the beneficiaries and their stories printed on them, making people feel that the purpose of this auction is not only to raise funds, but also to convey love and hope. Ye Feng and his companions were originally sitting in the back seats. When Qin Lang noticed them, he enthusiastically invited them to the table in the front. Looking at the envious eyes of the people around him and in the back, Ye Feng smiled. It seemed that he had to show his support to the Qin family today. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of this seat. At this time, the auctioneer came to the stage. He was wearing a formal dress and holding a gavel. He looked at the seated guests and said loudly, Thank you all for coming to this charity auction. Thank you also to the Qin Charity Foundation for its attention to women and children in mountainous areas. Qin Tian and Qin Lang have brought out many precious items this time. They also said that all the proceeds from this auction will be used to improve the lives of women and children in mountainous areas. Please applaud. There was warm applause at the scene. The Qin family's investment in charity over the years is obvious to all. Otherwise, there would not be so many people attending this charity dinner. Thank you for your applause. Just now, Mr. Qin Tian and Mr. Qin Lang announced that they will donate another 100 million Chinese yuan to help women and children in mountainous areas. Thank you for your generosity. Now I declare that this auction officially begins. Please welcome the first lot, the colorful butterfly pattern vase from the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. The starting price is 2 million Chinese yuan, and each bid increase must be no less than 100,000 Chinese yuan. The Kangxi 5-color butterfly pattern vase in the Qing dynasty is 44 centimeters high, 12 centimeters in diameter, and 13 centimeters in foot diameter. The vase has a lipped mouth, a short neck, a full shoulder, and a gradually narrowing neck below the shoulder. It has a ringed foot. The whole body is decorated with white glaze and 5 colors. The middle of the neck is painted with a rui head pattern, a brocade flower pattern, and a dot pattern for 1 circle each. The neck and shoulder are connected by a brocade rui pattern for 1 circle. From the shoulder to the foot, flying butterflies are painted with dragonflies in between. Ganoderma lucidum is painted inside the double blue and white circles on the outer bottom. The painter used delicate brushstrokes to depict the scene of colorful butterflies in groups of 3 or 5, gathering or dispersing, which is extremely wonderful in sketching. Listening to the auctioneer's introduction, people in the audience began to bid. Moda Huahai Group offers 3 million Chinese yuan. Moda Huali Group offers 4.5 million Chinese yuan. After several rounds of competition, Shanghai Huahai Group finally won the first lot for 6.5 million Chinese yuan. Thank you, Mr. Chen from Huahai Group, for your support for charity. I also wish you success in your career. Now, let's bid for the second lot, Tiffany's Eternal Heart Necklace. The starting price is 80 million Chinese yuan, and each bid increase must be no less than 5 million Chinese yuan. The Heart of Eternity was designed by top designer Addis Raphael. It is composed of a rare 37.6 carat pink diamond as the main body and 18 1.2 carat pink diamonds as the auxiliary. It is an absolutely rare treasure. Chapter 38, I'm talking about 5 billion. There is no doubt that jewelry has an appeal to women, and all the women present were staring at the Heart of Eternity with longing eyes. Ye Feng asked in a low voice, "Do you like it?" Li Xiaona and Yi Lin nodded at the same time. Ye Feng said to Li Xiaona affectionately, "Then it is yours. I hope you can bring it with you when you marry me." Then he turned to Yi Lin and said, "If you like it, watch it more. Otherwise, you won't be able to watch it in the future." When Yi Lin was looking at Yi Feng with resentment on her face, someone made an offer. 200 million Chinese yuan. The person who made the offer was Ren Hongmei, the richest woman in Shanghai. Her excited expression showed how much she loved this treasure. "Sister Hongmei, my wife also likes this Heart of Eternity. Sorry to offend you. 250 million Chinese yuan." As a well-known, wife-loving man in the Magic City, Qi Guangming is determined to win the Eternal Heart. Seeing Ren Hongmei and Qi Guangming taking action, many women at the scene showed annoyed expressions, while the men breathed a sigh of relief. Soon the price soared to 500 million Chinese yuan, and Yi Feng knew that the time had come for him to take action. 1 billion Chinese yuan. Yi Feng quoted the price. The whole place was silent, and everyone looked at him in disbelief. The 500 million offer was already nearly double the price, and the 1 billion offer silenced everyone present. Any higher offer? 1 billion for the first time, 1 billion second time, 1 billion for the third time. Congratulations to Mr. Yi for successfully bidding for this rare treasure. I also wish Mr. Ye's love will be as eternal as this eternal heart. Yi Feng had no interest in the subsequent items, so he did not participate. He just chatted with Li Xiaona. Yi Lin looked at the two of them angrily from the side, still angry at Yi Feng for making her angry just now. Today our auction is about to end. I also feel everyone's support for charity. Now let's invite our last lot, a Patek Philippe Dragon Watch. The starting price is 10 million Chinese yuan, and each bid increase must be no less than 500,000 Chinese yuan. The Patek Philippe Dragon Watch was specially made for the last Chinese emperor, Huai. His English name Henry is engraved on the watch. This watch was brought to the Bear Country during his escape, and then to China. Due to the rarity and historicity of this watch, it can be called a historical relic. Although this Patek Philippe Dragon Watch is of great significance, the people present are not very interested in it. Yi Feng decides to buy it and keep it as a souvenir. Yi Feng raised 5 fingers to the auctioneer. Mr. Yi bids 50 million Chinese yuan. Thank you for your support for charity. Yi Feng shook his head and said slowly, "Auctioneer, you are wrong. I'm not bidding 50 million Chinese yuan, but 5 billion Chinese yuan." This, Mr. Yi, are you talking about 5 billion Chinese yuan? The auctioneer couldn't believe the number. After confirming it again and getting a positive answer, he finally dropped the hammer. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your contribution to charity. I deeply admire you. Please give Mr. Yi a warm round of applause for your generosity. Amid thunderous applause from the audience, the charity auction ended successfully, raising a total of 9.23 billion Chinese yuan. And Ye Feng alone contributed 6 billion Chinese yuan. The reporters in the audience took photos crazily. Tomorrow, Ye Feng's name will surely be heard throughout the Magic City and even the entire China. After going to the backstage to complete the transaction and successfully getting the cash back, Ye Feng and the other two were invited to the reception room by the Qin Tian brothers. Brother Yi, thank you so much for your support. Today's charity auction will surely go down in history. I would also like to thank you for your kindness on behalf of millions of women and children, Qin Tian said with emotion. Brother Feng, you are so handsome. I finally understand the difference between you and me. You spend all your money on the right things, but I am a real spendthrift. If I were to spend 5 billion Chinese yuan to bid for this Patek Philippe Dragon watch, I guess my dad would break my legs no matter if it is a charity auction or not. Zhao Peng's words made Yi Lin laugh so hard that she fell backwards. Girl, you should pay attention to your image. I'll see what you will do if you can't get married in the future. Ye Feng said speechlessly. Hey, Brother Feng, I think Yi Lin has a good personality and is very genuine. I think she and I can become sworn brothers. Ouch! Cousin, why did you hit me? Qin Tian looked at Zhao Peng, whose words were becoming more and more incoherent, and gave him a slap on the neck. If you don't know how to talk, just shut up. I think your uncle hasn't hit you enough. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Then he turned to Ye Feng and said, Brother Yi, this guy is just a fool. Don't mind me. I will deal with him later. Brother Qin, there's no need to be like this. I can still make a joke. If we were to be so formal every day, it would be boring to death. Ye Feng said with a smile. Zhao Peng, who was hiding far away, also interrupted and said, That's right. Look at my brother Feng, and then look at you. You act like an old-fashioned person every day. What's the fun in life? Looking at Qin Tian with veins popping out of his head, Ye Feng quickly said goodbye and said, Zhao Peng, you'll just have to fend for yourself. Ye Feng was driving on the way to Thompson Epine when a large truck came towards his G-Class. Ye Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly and turned it to the right to avoid the truck, but even though he tried his best, he could not change his fate of being hit. Soon after, the sounds of ambulances and police cars echoed throughout the street. Ye Feng gradually woke up and hurriedly looked at Li Xiaona and Yi Lin in the back seat. He felt relieved when he found that they were both fine. He looked at himself and found that he was fine except for a little fever in his chest. Ye Feng unbuttoned his suit and found that one of the primary defensive talismans in his suit pocket had turned to ashes. He understood that it was the talisman that saved his life. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. When the police saw Ye Feng wake up, they immediately called the emergency personnel to check. The doctor was also very surprised to find that the three people had no injuries. After all, the vehicle was seriously damaged, but the people were fine. In the end, it could only be attributed to a miracle. After the two girls woke up, the three were taken to the police station to take statements. During the period, the police also retrieved the surveillance footage of the incident. Ye Feng and the other two were not responsible at all. The truck was found to be fully responsible for drunk driving and running a red light, and the driver died on the spot in the accident, so the case could only be closed with this. Ye Feng called Qin Tian. Brother Qin, I need your help. Brother Yi, you are too polite. If you have anything to say, just tell me, and I will do my best. Ye Feng briefly described the situation and expressed his suspicions. Half an hour later, Qin Tian came to the police station, picked up the three people, returned to the Pearl Hotel, and arranged for the three people to stay in the presidential suite on the top floor. Ye Feng sent the two girls back to the room and came to the reception room where Qin Tian had taken him before. Chapter 39, Taking the Marrow Cleansing Pill. Qin Tian asked Ye Feng to sit down, poured him a cup of tea, and then slowly said, Brother Yi, the driver who caused the accident received a transfer of 5 million Chinese yuan 2 hours ago from an anonymous account abroad. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the Feng family who made a move on you. Ye Feng's face was cold. He took out an envelope from his arms and handed it to Qin Tian. Brother Qin, could you please help me deliver this envelope to Yi Wuhan, the person in charge of Jinsheng Huanyu investment? Please. Don't worry, Brother Yi. I will arrange for someone to deliver it right away and ensure it arrives early tomorrow morning. After Qin Tian saw Ye Feng off, he looked at the envelope in his hand, suppressed his curiosity, called one of his men, and arranged for him to deliver it immediately. After returning to the room, Ye Feng comforted the two girls, but did not tell me the truth about them. It was better to keep them away from these dark sides. Ye Feng took out 2 sachets, each containing a primary defensive talisman. Xiao Na, Lin Lin, you two must carry these 2 sachets with you. Remember, the 2 girls put away the sachets and nodded seriously. Okay, don't think too much, go to bed early. Ye Feng returned to the room. Recalling the car accident, he felt a chill. Now he was not able to protect himself and his family. If it were not for the primary defense talisman today, he, his sister, and Li Xiaona would most likely have died on the spot. Now he had to get rid of the Feng family as soon as possible. He picked up the phone and called Shanghai Yue. How are you? Ye Feng. From now on, we will launch a full-scale attack on the Feng family, regardless of the cost. I will transfer a sum of money to you later, and we will do our best to destroy the Feng family. Shanghai Yue was shocked. Although she had a plan a long time ago, if she destroyed the Feng family at all costs, many of her plans would be overturned. Something serious must have happened. Otherwise, Ye Feng would not be so decisive. Mr. Yi, what happened? Ye Feng hesitated for a moment and said, I just had a car accident, and the Feng family took action. Mr. Yi, don't worry. I'll arrange it right away. After hanging up the phone, Ye Feng transferred 800 billion Chinese yuan to Shanghai Yue. Ye Feng in the room took out the marrow cleansing pill that was rewarded by the system today. Looking at the 3 crystal clear pills in the jade bottle, he considered whether to take them. Cultivating immortals might be a smooth road, or it might be a road of no return. After thinking for a long time, Ye Feng took off his clothes and resolutely poured out a pill and swallowed it. Soon after, a sharp pain came, and beads of sweat the size of beans flowed down Ye Feng's forehead. His body felt like being gnawed by millions of ants. He almost fainted from the pain and gritted his teeth to endure the severe pain. He wanted to shout out, but no sound came out of his throat. Time passed bit by bit, and the severe pain in his body subsided bit by bit. A layer of black crystals had condensed on his body, and a warm current surged in his body. He felt his strength increasing, and his meridians became more resilient and powerful. He stood up suddenly, and the black crystals shattered instantly. A smooth and delicate body appeared in the room. Ye Feng suppressed his excitement and felt the changes in his body. He found that not only his physical strength increased, but all his 5 senses were greatly enhanced. Ye Feng poured all the black crystals formed by impurities in his body into the toilet and flushed them away. He had to clean them up because the smell was too sour. Now his body was spotless, but he still took a shower. Maybe it was a psychological effect. After rinsing, Ye Feng returned to the room, lay on the bed, and called the system. Systematically study the Chaos Sutra. Ye Feng felt a sharp pain in his head as a large amount of information flooded into his mind. This technique was based on chaos. Practitioners could master the power of chaos by practicing the Chaos Sutra and thus reach an extremely high level. Through the information, he also learned about the several major realms of immortal cultivators: the Qi refining stage, the foundation establishment stage, the golden core stage, the nascent soul stage, the spirit transformation stage, the fusion stage, the tribulation crossing stage, and the Mahayana stage. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he practiced the technique for a full cycle and felt that the spiritual power in his body had only increased a little. He had no choice but to give up practicing further. In this Dharma-ending age, the spiritual energy was too thin. If it were not for the effect of the marrow cleansing pill, he would not have reached the peak of his current strength and Qi training. He suppressed the urge to continue taking the marrow cleansing pill. Ye Feng began to think, wondering at what stage his strength as a warrior was now. It seemed that he would have to have a chance to communicate with Brother Wuhan. The next morning, the ringing of a cell phone woke Ye Feng from his sweet dream. When he picked up the phone and saw that it was Ye Wuhan calling, he immediately answered it. Brother Yi, someone delivered an envelope this morning, saying that you arranged for someone to deliver it. Upon hearing that the envelope had been delivered, Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This was the primary defensive talisman he had prepared to guard against the Feng family harming his parents. It seemed that Brother Qin was really efficient. Ye Feng kept this favor in mind. Brother Wuhan, there are 2 defensive talismans in the envelope. Please help me hand them to my parents as soon as possible and tell them to keep them with them. Ye Wuhan was shocked. Defensive talismans. That was the means of cultivators. Since the pre-Qin period, due to the thin spiritual energy, cultivators have gradually disappeared from this world, and martial arts have become popular. It seems that there are still many secrets in this world. Brother Yi, don't worry. I'll do it right away. Brother Wuhan, do you have any warrior friends? I would like to hire a few of them as bodyguards at a high price. Money is not a problem. Ye Feng asked tentatively. He also knew that the chance of this was slim, but he still wanted to try. After a moment of silence, Ye Wuhan slowly said, "Brother Yi, it's not that I won't help you. Warriors don't value money that much. It's very easy for them to get money. What they value is the improvement of their strength, such as elixirs, weapons, and natural treasures. Brother Yi, do you know the corresponding martial arts realm of cultivators?" Ye Feng asked expectantly. He wanted to know the martial arts realm that corresponded to his current peak qi refining strength. The specific comparison of strengths won't be too accurate. I only know that the foundation building stage of a cultivator roughly corresponds to the postnatal realm, which is the Grandmaster realm. Ye Feng understood that his peak qi training strength should be equivalent to the peak internal strength. After getting a satisfactory answer, Ye Feng ended the call. He still had to go to school to get his diploma today. Although it didn't mean much to him now, at least it was the result of 4 years of hard work and had great significance. After washing up and changing clothes, Ye Feng saw that Li Xiaona was still in a bad state, probably still a little scared about yesterday's car accident. However, Yi Lin was completely the opposite, with no effect at all. After packing up, the three of them prepared to go to Magic City University. Due to yesterday's accident, Yi Feng's G class could no longer be driven, so the three of them had to take a taxi. Chapter 40 Graduation. Arriving at the gate of Shanghai University and facing the familiar campus, I felt an indescribable reluctance to leave. For years have passed in a hurry. The roads I have walked, the scenery I have seen, and the things I have experienced all appear in my mind like vivid pictures. Now that they were about to say goodbye, a feeling of sadness welled up in his heart. Li Xiaona sensed his emotions and shook Yi Feng's hand vigorously and said softly, "Brother Feng, there is no need to be sentimental. Graduation is not only an end, but also a new beginning." After adjusting his mindset, Yi Feng took Li Xiaona's hand and strode towards the campus, leaving Yi Lin alone in the wind. The cell phone rang, and it was Yang Dong, the dormitory boss, calling. "Old Four, where are you? We are all here except you." "Boss, I'm at school. Where are you? I'll come find you. We are all in the school auditorium. Hurry up and come over." After hanging up the phone, Yi Feng took Li Xiaona and Yi Lin and hurried to the auditorium. It would be bad to be late for the graduation ceremony. As soon as Yi Feng entered the auditorium, he saw Wang Chao waving at him. He immediately walked over. When he got to the front, he saw 3 people looking at him with strange expressions. Then he realized what was going on. He also held Li Xiaona's hand, scratched his head embarrassedly, and said, "Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Li Xiaona, and the little girl with the pouting lips is my sister Yi Lin." "Hi, Old Four, great. You have good taste. My sister-in-law is really pretty, and my younger sister is also very cute. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yang Dong." "Old Four, I can't believe you're such a good secret writer. You have a girlfriend, but you didn't tell us." "Hello, ladies. I'm Chen Quen." "That's right, Lao Si. It's fine to keep such a beautiful girlfriend a secret, but it's not right to hide such a beautiful sister." "Hello, I'm Wang Chao." After they got to know each other, they found seats and sat down. The 4 brothers also changed into their school uniforms, and the school leaders and teachers on the rostrum had also taken their seats. As the host announced the start of the graduation ceremony, the audience burst into warm applause. First, the principal gave a speech. He reviewed the development of the school in the past few years, affirmed the efforts and achievements of the graduates, and placed high hopes on their future life. Then the representative of the graduates spoke. He shared his own experience and feelings in studying, expressed his gratitude to his alma mater and his confidence in the future. Then came the ceremony of awarding degree certificates. The graduates went on stage one by one to receive their certificates. At this moment, bright smiles appeared on their faces and determination gleamed in their eyes. "Brothers, we have graduated. No one is allowed to run around at night. I will make arrangements. Don't go home until you are drunk." Yang Dong sighed excitedly. "No problem. Boss, where are we going? The level can't be too low." "Huh? Yeah, boss, you have to prepare some good wine." Seeing his brothers so happy, Yi Feng decided to invite a few of them to his place. "Big brother, second brother, third brother, come to my place today. I have arranged everything. Give me a chance." Yang Dong was about to refuse when he was interrupted by Wang Chao. "Boss, let's rip off the 4th brother tonight and make him have a girlfriend without telling us. We have to teach this kid a lesson, otherwise he won't tell us when he gets into trouble in the future." "Yes, boss, I think what the 3rd brother said makes sense. Let's kill him today. 4th brother, get ready to bleed a lot today." "Huh?" Seeing his brothers all say this, Yang Dong did not insist. After all, they had been together for 4 years, so there was no need to be polite. Brothers, I will send the address to the group later. See you at 6 p.m. After they made their agreement, they all left. Ye Feng first notified by Jie and told her to prepare a dinner in the evening. He wanted to entertain his friends and be prepared for the reception. He also told her the names of the 3 people and asked her to notify the security to let them pass to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Then Ye Feng sent the location to the group and told them to just tell the security guard their name. Brother, where have we been? I've been with you for the whole morning. How are you going to compensate your lovely sister? Seeing that he had finished the call, Yi Lin came over and said, looking at this lively sister, Ye Feng decided to tease her. Well, seeing that you've been so busy today, I'll treat you to a meal in the cafeteria. Seeing Yi Lin's expression change like that of Sichuan province, Li Xiaona, who was drinking water, suddenly spit it out. Ahem. Brother Feng, please stop teasing my little sister. Look at her expression. It's so cute. Ye Feng also smiled and said, let's go to the cafeteria to eat something first, and then we'll go buy a car. I prepared a gift for Lin Lin before, but I never gave it to her. After returning from Tianjin, Ye Feng contacted Lu Wei, the salesman with whom he had a good relationship, and bought the house of the same type on the upper floor of Thompson 1 and put it in Lin's name. He asked Sun Ming to deliver the property certificate to Yunduan Villa, and it would be given to her tonight. They had a quick bite to eat and then took a taxi to leave. The 3 of them came to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Colorful balloons and banners were fluttering in the wind outside the store, and the store was crowded with people. It seemed that there was an event today. Seeing that the sales staff were busy introducing the performance and preferential conditions of the vehicles to the customers, Ye Feng remembered the salesperson Lin Yi, who had received him last time. So he went to the front desk and asked the lady, is salesperson Lin Yi here today? The lady at the front desk gave him a strange look and said, Lin Yi has been fired. Ye Feng asked in confusion, fired? Isn't her performance very good? How could she be fired? The lady at the front desk whispered, it seems that because a customer complained about him every day, and this customer has a strong background, the boss had no choice but to fire Sister Yi. Now she has gone to the Feichi Luxury Car Club across the street. I heard that the customer always goes there to cause trouble for Sister Yi. After understanding the general situation, Ye Feng decided to go over there to see what was going on. The 3 of them walked into the Mercedes-Benz arena and saw a man insulting Lin Yi. The people around him probably didn't dare to step forward to stop him because of the man's strength. Seeing this, Ye Feng immediately walked forward. When he saw the man's appearance, he immediately became furious. It turned out that the man was Wang Yong. Ye Feng went up and kicked him, knocking him to the ground. That was because he controlled the strength. Otherwise, with his strength at the peak of qi refining, he would definitely have kicked him to death. Wang Yong, you are really bringing shame to men. If you have the guts, go and cause trouble for me. What's the point of bullying a girl? Wang Yong, who was lying on the ground wailing, was extremely jealous when he saw Ye Feng appear, as if they were enemies meeting. He had been looking for Ye Feng to avenge the humiliation he suffered at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store last time, but he had never found him. So he came to trouble the salesperson who had spoken for Ye Feng in the past. Chapter 41, Bugatti Night Elf. Ye Feng, how dare you, you little beast, kick me? Do you really think I, Wang Yong, am easy to bully? I spared you last time, but believe it or not, today I will make you kneel down and bark like a dog. Ye Feng said coldly. Wang Yong looked at Ye Feng with disdain. He had asked someone to investigate Ye Feng before and found out that he was just an ordinary college student with average family conditions. Although he could afford a G-class for some reason, he could not compare with him, Wang Yong. Ye Feng, stop pretending. See how I deal with you today. Come on, brothers. Get him. Wang Yong's 3 younger brothers rushed towards Ye Feng, waving their fists. Ye Feng sneered and kicked 3 times, and the 3 men fell to the ground in a neat row. Wang Yong stared at the 3 people in amazement. How could Ye Feng be so good at fighting? When did he learn Kung Fu? At this moment, he hated the younger brother who investigated Ye Feng. Such important information was not reported. Seeing Ye Feng coming over, Wang Yong knelt on the ground in fear and imitated the barking of a dog. Ye Feng was stunned when he saw this scene. This plot was wrong. Shouldn't he refuse to admit defeat even if he was beaten to death? Uncle Ye Feng, now that I have learned how to bark as a dog, can I leave now? Wang Yong said tremblingly. You are a man of character. You can bend and stretch. Get out of here. Wang Yong raised his leg and ran out without even looking at the 3 brothers lying on the ground. Mr. Yi, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, I would have to change jobs again today. Lin Yi said gratefully. She had been bullied by Wang Yong for several days, and he wanted to leave Shanghai and go back to his hometown. You're welcome. After all, this happened because of me. I should be the one to apologize. Now start your job and introduce me to some cars. Ye Feng felt very sorry for her and wanted to buy a few more cars today to make up for it. Okay, Mr. Yi, do you want to see a sports car or a sedan? Let's take a look at them all. I want to buy a few more cars. Lin Yi led Ye Feng and the other two to the luxury car area. When they entered the auto show area, the first thing that caught their eyes was rows of exquisite cars. They were parked there quietly, but exuded an irresistible attraction. The lines of the cars were smooth and elegant, as if they had been carefully carved by an artist. The car logo was shining, showing the dignity and glory of the brand. A car with smooth lines, like a carefully crafted work of art on a separate booth not far away, attracted Tian Ye Feng's attention. Ye Feng walked quickly forward, stroked the pure black body of the car, and his eyes revealed love. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately introduced. Mr. Yi, this is the Bugatti Dark Knight Elf from the Bugatti Dark Knight series of Volkswagen. Each car in the Dark Knight series is unique. It is equipped with an 8.0 LW16 to 4 turbocharged engine, which can burst out 1,500 horsepower and accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 2.4 seconds. In terms of design, the handmade carbon fiber body, the windshield that seamlessly integrates into the side windows, and the 3D printed wheels all show its uniqueness, so its price is as high as 150 million Chinese yuan. Ye Feng waved his hand to interrupt Lin Yi's introduction and said, I want this car. Let's go and have a look at the others. Lin Yi looked at Ye Feng's relaxed look and felt that he didn't spend 150 million, just 15 yuan. Is this the world of the super rich? When buying things, they never look at the price, but only whether they like it. Brother, come here quickly. Look at this car. It's so beautiful. Why don't you give it to Sister Xiaona? She has a driver's license. She can teach me when she comes back. Yi Lin's voice came from not far away. Several people came closer, and Lin Yi introduced. This car is a Maserati President. It is equipped with... Before Lin Yi introduced Ye Feng, she said, no need to introduce. I want this one too. Xiaona, please don't refuse, or I will be sad. Yes, Sister Xiaona, it's so beautiful. You can't refuse it. You will have to teach me how to drive when you come back. Yilin also persuaded. The brother and sister blocked her words of refusal and finally had no choice but to agree. Lin Yi introduced a few more cars to the three of them. In the end, Ye Feng bought a Bugatti Night Elf, a Maserati President, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Porsche Cayenne, and a Mercedes-Benz S350. Mr. Yi, you're so generous. I feel like you were just shopping in the vegetable market. You buy whatever you like, unlike other customers who need to consider for a long time. Lin Yi sighed. It was also the first time for her to encounter someone buying a car like this. You'll get used to it. Remember to notify me if you get any top luxury cars in the future. Ye Feng said with a smile. Although he bought so many cars for daily use, it was more of a way to give back to Lin Yi because he caused her to be insulted by Wang Yong. After swiping the card to pay and receiving the cash back from the system, Ye Feng and the other two drove away the Bugatti Night Elf and the Maserati Quattroporte. The remaining cars will be sent directly to the Cloud Villa. Xiaona, I'll send you a location. Just follow the navigation. I'll drive slowly in front and wait for you. Remember, safety comes first. Nothing else matters. Ye Feng reminded Xiaona. He didn't know how good Xiaona's driving skills were and was afraid that something might go wrong. Brother, I'm in the same car with Sister Xiaona, so you better drive slower in the front. Two luxury cars were driving slowly on the road, attracting many passers-by to watch. Oh my God, Bugatti! When did one appear in our magic city? This is not just any Bugatti. This is the Bugatti Night Elf, the only one in the world, but why is he driving so slowly? This kind of top-notch supercar is only fun when you step on the accelerator to the bottom. Brother, you don't understand. If a supercar can't drive fast, it means you are either a novice or you are just showing off. We are fishing. Don't you see that the fish on the roadside have their eyes sparkling? Brother, you really see things clearly. How come I never thought of that? What do you mean by seeing through it? I've done the same thing before. I won't talk about it anymore. I'm gonna go move bricks now. Under the envious eyes of many passers-by, the three of them finally arrived at the Cloud Villa. After parking the car, Yi Lin immediately jumped out. Brother, this place is so beautiful. Are we gonna eat here today? Is this a private restaurant? Looking at the environment, it must be very famous. Sister Xiaona, have you heard of it? Lin Lin, I haven't heard of it either. Since Brother Feng brought us here, let's just follow his arrangements. Li Xiaona didn't know either. She also used the software to check, and there was no restaurant shown nearby. Just listen to Xiaona and my arrangements. Your trip today will definitely be worthwhile. There are many entertainment facilities and a swimming pool inside. You will definitely like it. Ye Feng said confidently. He bought this place at a high price, and it has all kinds of facilities. Chapter 42, Yang Dong and his two companions arrive. When they arrived at the gate, Bai Jie was leading many staff members to greet the three of them. Ye Feng found that there were a few more people than last time. After thinking about it, he understood that these must be the waiters specially arranged by Bai Jie for this banquet. Welcome home, Mr. Yi. The banquet is almost ready and can start at any time. Bai Jie said respectfully. Sister Bai, our friends haven't arrived yet. We need to wait a little longer. After saying that, Ye Feng heard the system prompt sound. It seemed that Shanghai Yue had started to take action against the Feng family. Congratulations to the host for spending 76 billion Chinese yuan and receiving a cashback of 7.6 trillion Chinese yuan, which has been deposited into the Supreme Black Card with the last number 8888. Congratulations to the host. The cumulative cashback has reached 9 trillion Chinese yuan, and the host is rewarded with an additional system space. A bottle of Breakthrough Pills *20, a bottle of Gathering Spirit Pills *50, a bottle of Detoxification Pills *5, a bottle of Marrow Cleansing Pills *5, a complete version of the Chaos Sword Technique, an Intermediate Defense Talisman *10, an Intermediate Attack Talisman *10, and a Top-Grade Spirit Stone *100. The items have been stored in the system space. Oh my god, this is going to take off. With these resources, not only can Ye Feng's strength be greatly improved, but he can also train several masters. Can this system space hold living things? And can you explain how to use this top-grade spirit stone? Host, at this stage, the system space cannot hold living things. A space core is needed to upgrade the system space. Spirit stones are divided into low-grade spirit stones, medium-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, and top-grade spirit stones. The exchange ratio for each level is 1 to 100. When practicing, you can directly absorb and convert it into spiritual power in your body. After finishing the conversation with the system, Ye Feng took the two girls into the villa. Brother, this place is much more luxurious than the East Lake Villa in Tianjin. There's also a swimming pool in the yard. It's so nice. Yilin was so happy that she chirped around Ye Feng like a lark. Brother Feng, is this the private restaurant that specializes in customized dishes as described in novels? Li Xiaona asked curiously. Didn't you hear what Sister Bai said just now? Welcome home? I bought this place a while ago, and Sister Bai is the housekeeper here. If you want to come here to play in the future, you too can come anytime. Ye Feng looked at Bai Jie and continued. Sister Bai, where did Sun Ming put the things he sent earlier? Bai Jie said respectfully. Mr. Yi, it's in your study. I'll get it for you right away. No, I'll go by myself. By the way, a few cars will be delivered soon. You can take them. There is a Cayenne and a Mercedes-Benz. They will be left for your daily travel. After saying that, Ye Feng took Li Xiaona and Yi Lin to the study. Brother, this place was really bought by you. It's so luxurious. By the way, where's the gift you prepared for me? Where is it? Let me see it. Ye Feng walked to the table in the study, picked up a file bag, opened it, took a look, and handed it to Yi Lin. Brother, what is this? Yi Lin asked puzzledly. You'll know if you open it and take a look yourself. Yi Lin opened the file bag and found a bright red real estate certificate lying quietly inside. She couldn't wait to take it out, opened it, and immediately smiled. Brother, you are so nice. I love you to death. Now I, Yi Lin, am also a wealthy woman with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. Haha. Lin Lin, which house is it? You look so happy. Li Xiaona asked quickly when she saw Yi Lin so happy. It's Thompson Epeen's house, and it's right upstairs from my brother. Sister Xiaona, would you consider moving in with me? Otherwise, I'd be so lonely. Would you be willing to let your lovely sister-in-law stay alone in an empty house? Ye Feng suddenly realized that he had shot himself in the foot and wanted to send this big light bulb away so that they could have some privacy. But he never expected that this light bulb would take his cabbage away. How could he do that? Little girl, you are trying to kidnap my girlfriend. I have to reconsider whether I should give you this house. No, you misunderstood me. What I meant was, I really can't make it up. Please tell me how to make it up. Seeing Yi Lin like this, Li Xiaona burst out laughing. I'd better live in school. If I live outside, it won't be good if my family finds out. Xiaona, your family is also from Shanghai. Please find a time when it is convenient for you. I want to visit my uncle and aunt. Ye Feng said seriously. Li Xiaona was very excited at this moment. Ye Feng's words warmed her heart. The fact that he said this showed that he was serious about their relationship and that he respected herself. Brother Feng, let me discuss this with my parents, and then I'll give you an answer, okay? Okay, I'll listen to you. Who makes me like you so much? At this time, there was a knock on the study door. Ye Feng walked over and opened the door. It turned out to be Bai Jie. Mr. Yi, your friend has arrived. Hearing that Yang Dong and others had arrived, Ye Feng immediately went downstairs to greet them. As soon as he got downstairs, he heard Wang Chao's voice. Old Four, what place did you find? I thought I came to the wrong place. It must cost a lot to eat here. You're gonna bleed a lot today. Old Four, this place is not simple. I don't think this is a private restaurant. What's going on? Ye Feng looked at the others and said, Boss, you are the one who has the most insight. This is definitely not a private dish. I bought it not long ago. You can also say that this is my home. You can all treat it as your own home and make as much as you want. Chungwen also spoke up at this time. Old Four, I just checked. This Cloud Villa district is the most luxurious villa in Magic City. Each villa here is priced at more than 800 million Chinese yuan. Are you being kept by someone? This sentence almost choked Ye Feng to death. Although he was handsome, he was not worthy of being kept by someone. He earned this status through his own hard work and by earning cash back bit by bit. Hey, I was planning to get along with you guys as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was alienation. I won't pretend anymore. I am a trillionaire. I'm going to show my cards. Get lost. You're still memorizing lines. Even if you were the leader of China, you have to serve your brother Chow well today. Ah, several people laughed together. Their feelings would not change because of their different identities and status. After Ye Feng arranged for Bai Jie to start the dinner, he took the three of them to the wine cellar on the second underground floor. Brothers, pick whatever wine you want to drink today. All you can eat. The three of them were dazzled by the dazzling array of famous Chinese and foreign wines on the wine rack. In the end, they chose Mao Tai. According to Wang Chao, Northern men are not used to drinking foreign wines. They still prefer our Chinese liquor, which is strong. Drinking without getting drunk is called drinking. Chapter 43, Brothers' Dinner. The four returned to the restaurant with 2 bottles of 1976 Matai and 2 boxes of Etihad beer. Wang Chao looked at Ye Feng and complained, You are such a rich bastard. You are so extravagant. This is the first time I've seen a villa with an elevator. I will get you drunk today. I'm not bragging. If you get me drunk today, I will write the name Yi backwards. Ye Feng said arrogantly. As a cultivator at the peak of qi refining, it would be embarrassing for him to be drunk by an ordinary person. Several people sat down one after another, and the sight of the various delicacies on the table whetted their appetite. Okay, Lao Si, the dishes are really good. The big lobsters and abalone are just what Chow likes. Oh, and give me 2 more boxes of caviar. It's just that something is missing. Didn't you notice? After Ye Feng looked at the various rare delicacies on the table, he slapped his forehead and quickly asked Bai Jie to prepare some smashed cucumbers and fried nuts. How could he drink without these 2 dishes? Brothers, we are graduating today. We will go our separate ways and won't have many opportunities to meet each other in the future. Let's have a drink. Let's toast to our everlasting brotherhood, Ye Feng suggested. The 4 of them raised their glasses and drank them all in one gulp. They smiled at each other and filled their glasses. Seeing Yang Dong was about to raise his glass again, Wang Chao quickly stopped him and said, Boss, let's go slow. We'll all be down soon if we keep drinking one glass after another. Let's eat some food first. It would be a waste if we don't eat a bite of this huge table of delicious food. Seeing Wang Chao say this, Yang Dong put down his wine glass and scolded with a smile. I think you were just greedy. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you guys that I am getting married in the second half of the year. Remember to come? Chungwen asked in confusion. Boss, you're getting married so soon? I haven't heard that you have a girlfriend. Yang Dong's eyes slowly said, It was given by my family. I met her since she was a child. She was 1 year older than me. When I was a kid, I always followed her. Sometimes she was beaten by her. I didn't know if I like her. I just feel comfortable with her. Boss, I wish you a happy marriage in the future. Cheers! The few of them drank another glass of wine. Except for Ye Feng, the faces of the other 3 people began to blush. and the topic gradually turned to life after graduation. Yang Dong, who was a little drunk, patted Chung Wen on the shoulder and said, "Second brother, how is your civil service exam going? If you don't have much hope, come with me to the Northeast and bring your parents with you. You may not become rich, but you will definitely be good enough." Chung Wen was touched, but it was hard to leave his hometown, and it was unlikely that his parents would go with him. After all, when people get older, they miss their hometown the most. "Boss, I want to go home and try to take the civil service exam. After all, parents in our province of Lu are obsessed with taking the civil service exam. Don't worry, I will come to you if I have any difficulties in the future. None of you can escape." Wang Chao, who was eating king crab legs at the moment, looked at Yang Dong with resentful eyes and said, "Boss, why don't you ask me? Maybe if you ask me, I will go with you." "Get out! Haven't you decided to stay in the Magic City? What's the point of asking you? Besides, the fourth brother is also in the Magic City. If you don't cling to him, you're a fool," Yang Dong said jokingly. Ye Feng picked up the wine glass and drank it all. "The boss has called on me. I have something to say. Please forgive me if I am not good at what I say. We have been together for 4 years and have supported each other without parting ways halfway. I think these are brothers God has given me, and there are also opportunities for us to choose our own brothers. I am saying this today. No matter who you are, if you don't tell me about any difficulties in the future, I will rebel and slap you in the face." Ye Feng values these brothers very much. Brotherhood is a kind of tacit understanding without words, a kind of strength to move forward side by side in the wind and rain, and a kind of warmth to support each other in difficulties. They may have different personalities and backgrounds, but they can find resonance in each other. They have laughed, cried, and struggled together, and experienced the ups and downs of life together. When the other party needs help, they will lend a hand without hesitation, no matter how many difficulties and obstacles there are ahead. Their friendship transcends blood, region, and interests, and has become an inseparable emotional bond. Even as time goes by, their friendship remains the same, and the trust and tacit understanding remain the same. "Third brother, why don't you come and help me? I have opened an investment company in Shanghai. Please consider it," Ye Feng said seriously. Top students at the Magic City University are very sought after, not to mention they are his brothers. If Wang Chao is trained under Shanghai Yue for 2 years, he will definitely be able to stand on his own in the future. "Old 4, I'll be counting on you from now on. It'd be best if you could find me a pretty young lady. I don't even have a girlfriend." Wang Chao's internship work was not going well at first, and he was often bullied by his superiors. Today, when Ye Feng mentioned that he should go to his place to help, he agreed. "Haha, there is indeed a young lady, and she is a great beauty. It all depends on whether you have the ability to woo her. I will take you to meet her tomorrow, and you will be directly under her leadership. Haha, don't worry, you don't know your brother Chao's charm yet. Just look at how I conquer my beautiful boss." "Hi, everyone cheers, I wish me to be single soon," as they toasted each other, except Ye Feng. All 3 of them were a little tipsy, but none of them wanted to leave the table. Perhaps they were afraid that after they left, they wouldn't know when they would meet again. Since ancient times, parting has always been a cold feeling, and who knows when they will meet again. Looking at the 3 people who were drunk on the table, Ye Feng refused by Jie's help and helped them back to the guest room one by one. In the Magic City, in an ancient manner, an old man with a gloomy face was loudly scolding a middle-aged man below. The old man was Feng Hongye, the head of the Feng family, and the middle-aged man was Feng Zhongyi, the father of Feng Zhiping. Do you know that Feng's assets have shrunk by nearly 1/3 in one day? 136 of the 200 downstream suppliers have stopped supplying us. Tell me why. Feng Zhongyi was sweating profusely. He was very afraid of this father, and this incident was caused by his youngest son. "Father, we must have been attacked by the Shun family." Feng Hongye cursed angrily. "Should? Is this how you do things? The Feng family suffered such a huge loss, and you can't even be sure who did it. What's the use of me having you? How can I have a useless son like you?" After that, he picked up the tea bowl on the table and threw it over. Feng Zhongyi did not dare to dodge and let the teacup hit him. The scalding hot tea wet his face, but he did not dare to make a sound. Chapter 44, Feng Family Night Talk. At this time, a smart and capable woman pushed the door open and walked in. Her eyes were as sharp as an eagle. She was dressed smartly and had an aura that should not be underestimated. She walked towards Feng Hongye with firm steps. This person was Feng Zhongyi's younger sister, Feng Meng Yue. "Father, the situation has been investigated clearly. Shanghai Yue of the Shun family launched this attack. She has completely acquired the 136 downstream suppliers. She is also negotiating with other suppliers. This number will increase soon. In addition, she has acquired more than 15% of our family's shares in the financial market. Fang Hongye's face became increasingly gloomy. He suddenly stood up and stared at Fang Mingyue like a man-eating tiger. This is impossible. How can the Shun family, a second-rate family, have such financial resources? Tell me, what is going on? Fang Mingyue looked at Fang Zhongyi with sympathy. She didn't dare to hide anything when the old man was so furious. Father, at the charity dinner held by the Qin family yesterday, Deepening had a fierce conflict with a young man named Ye Feng. Ye Feng is very close to the Shin family. It is basically certain that this young man instructed Shanghai Yue to target our Feng family. And I found out that Ye Feng had a car accident that night, which should have been arranged by Deepening. I also found out through some connections that a huge amount of money entered Shanghai Yue's account, which should be 1 trillion Chinese yuan. Mr. Feng seemed to have lost all his strength and slumped in his chair. 1 trillion Chinese yuan, which was 5 times the total assets of his Feng family, could easily destroy the entire Feng family. He asked Fang Mingyue with a trembling voice, "Is there any other way to save the Feng family?" Fang Mingyue shook her head. Facing such a situation, she really had no idea what to do but to cut off her arm to survive. Father, I suggest that we sell all our assets, sell all our shares, and immigrate abroad. If we are late, our family will be left with nothing. Fang Zhongyi, who was standing by, objected immediately after hearing this. I disagree. As one of the 4 major families in the Magic City, how can we retreat without a fight? Mr. Fang shouted angrily. Shut up. The reason why our Fang family has fallen to this point is because of your disappointing son. Then he asked Fang Mingyue carefully, Mingyue, if I personally take Deepening to apologize to Ye Feng, will there be a turnaround? Fang Mingyue did not answer immediately. She thought seriously for a moment and said, Father, I don't think it's impossible, but you have to be prepared to give up Deepening, and it will cost you an unimaginable price. Okay, Mingyue, you contact him and tell him that I will come to apologize in person tomorrow. After saying that, old man Fang waved his hand and motioned the two to leave. At this moment, he felt that he had instantly aged a lot. He never thought that he was already half buried in the ground, and he would have to come to apologize to a young man in order to have a chance to save his family. Fang Zhongyi, outside the door, looked at his sister with dissatisfaction. He couldn't understand why the Fang family had to apologize in such a servile manner when they had so many friendly families and were not powerless to seek official help. Fang Mingyue saw his dissatisfaction and said, Brother, I just said that Ye Feng had a car accident last night. From the photos, I saw that the car was severely damaged, but the people inside were fine. Don't you understand? Fang Zhongyi also understood what his sister said at this time, and said tremblingly, Is he a warrior? Fang Mingyue nodded and said, I suspect he is a warrior from a hidden family, and his realm should be at the Grandmaster level. Brother, we should be thankful that the other party only used conventional means to deal with the Fang family instead of attacking directly. If Father cannot be forgiven tomorrow, the Fang family is doomed to be destroyed. Fang Zhongyi stood there in a daze for a long time. When he came to his senses, Fang Mingyue had already left. He hurriedly contacted his eldest son Fang Zhuwei and asked him to keep an eye on Fang Deepening and not allow him to go anywhere. In the Cloud Villa, after Ye Feng sent the 3 people to rest, he returned to his room and took out a bottle of realm-breaking pill from the system space. He planned to break through to the foundation building stage tonight. Ye Feng opened a bottle of realm-breaking pills. 5 crystal-clear pills exuded strong spiritual power. He quickly poured out one and swallowed it. As time went by, he gradually felt a strong force gathering in his body. His meridians began to heat up slightly, as if they were pierced by a hot air flow. His breathing became rapid and his heartbeat accelerated, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Suddenly, Ye Feng felt a violent vibration in his body, as if something was breaking. He felt a powerful force gushing out from his dantian, breaking through the restraints and instantly improving his cultivation. Ye Feng took a deep breath, feeling the surging spiritual power in his body, his heart filled with excitement. He knew that he had reached the foundation building stage, which also marked an important step for him from a mortal to a true cultivator. His physical fitness, mental strength, and perception of the spiritual power of heaven and earth have been greatly enhanced. His spiritual sense can now reach a distance of 100 meters and sense everything around him. It feels like a high-definition camera, and he can clearly see everything within 100 meters. Ye Feng's consciousness swept towards Li Xiaona's room. The exquisite curves made his heart beat. It was so big. Why didn't he notice it before? He resisted the rush of blood from his forehead and nose and continued to observe. When he saw the black birthmark on Li Xiaona's left calf, an inexplicable sense of familiarity came to his mind. Ye Feng tried his best to think about it, but he had no impression at all. However, the familiarity could not deceive him, as if it had been a long-standing agreement. A feeling of dizziness came over him, and his spiritual consciousness was suddenly interrupted. Ye Feng relaxed for a while, and the dizziness gradually disappeared. It seemed that his strength could not support the long-term use of spiritual consciousness. After feeling a little better, Ye Feng slowly said, "System, use the chaos sword technique." This time, due to the improvement in strength, Ye Feng only felt a slight pain and completed the memory inheritance. The chaos sword technique is a mysterious sword technique originating from ancient times. It is extremely powerful. When practiced to perfection, one can control the power of chaos. With one sword, all things come into being, and with one sword, all things are destroyed. Although the chaos sword technique is extremely powerful, the conditions for practicing it are also extremely harsh and require a large amount of resources. Fortunately, the most demanding condition, a trace of chaos energy, perfectly matches his practice. It seems that the system is quite considerate. Then Ye Feng extracted a bottle of Gathering Spirit Pill from the system space and observed it carefully. A bottle of Gathering Spirit Pill contains 30 pills, which can provide a large amount of spiritual power for practitioners. It can not only be used for daily practice, but also can be used to replenish spiritual energy in battle. It is a must-have pill in the early stage of practice. Ye Feng took 3 pills, felt the surging spiritual energy, and quickly started practicing his skills to absorb the spiritual energy. Chapter 45 System Mall Opening. Ye Feng practiced his skills to quickly absorb the spiritual power. The trace of chaotic power in his dantian also began to gradually increase, from the initial size of a hair to the thickness of a little finger. It was not until he broke through to the middle stage of foundation building that the 3 spirit gathering pills were completely absorbed. Feeling the improvement in strength, Ye Feng was very excited. Now his strength was comparable to that of a martial artist at the peak of the Grandmaster level. He wondered how strong Brother Wuhan was, and he would help him improve his strength next time they met. Congratulations to the host. You have spent 35 billion Chinese yuan, and the cashback of 3.5 trillion Chinese yuan has been deposited into the Supreme Black Card with the last number 8888. Congratulations to the host. The cumulative cashback has reached 10 trillion Chinese yuan. The system trademark has been activated. Cashback will no longer be issued in cash. For every 100 million Chinese yuan spent, 1 point will be awarded. The system is now starting to upgrade and is expected to be completed in 1 hour. Ye Feng was very excited when he heard the system prompt. He finally unlocked the system mall. It seemed that Shun Haoyue's targeting of the Feng family was very successful. He could go and find out the specific situation tomorrow. The system upgrade would still take some time, so Ye Feng used his spiritual sense to watch Li Xiaona for a while and then fell asleep. The next morning, after Ye Feng woke up, he opened the system mall excitedly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Ye Feng browsed the items in the mall. The first thing he saw was the currency exchange. 10 billion Chinese currency was worth 1 point, which was the same ratio as before. Then there were all kinds of elixirs, skills, and weapons. The prices ranged greatly from the lowest 10 points to 1 billion points. He would have to buy the entire blue star to exchange it. Browsing these products, Ye Feng felt that he wanted to buy all of them, but unfortunately he had no points. Then he found the space core needed for the system space upgrade, but the price made his eyelids twitch. 1 million points. Ye Feng sighed. It seemed that he had to spend money faster. Otherwise, he would feel very uncomfortable looking at so many good things but not being able to buy them. At this time, Ye Feng discovered a product that he really needed, Shadow Guard. The Shadow Guard possesses the strength of a junior Grandmaster. He can blend easily into the shadows in any environment, whether it is a bustling city or a quiet mountain forest, as if he is turned into an invisible ghost. His figure flickers in the interweaving of light and darkness, and even the most discerning eyes have difficulty catching his trace. This is definitely what he needs most right now. Seeing that the selling price is 200 points, he decided to work hard to earn points and then equip his parents, Yi Lin and Li Xiaona, with a Shadow Guard each. After all, the safety of his family comes first. Ye Feng scanned the villa with his spiritual sense. Li Xiaona had already gotten up and was washing up, while Yi Lin was still lying on the bed snoring. Yang Dong and the other two showed no signs of waking up. It seemed that they would have to sleep until at least noon. Seeing Li Xiaona walking out of the room, Yi Feng also withdrew his spiritual sense and walked out. Brother Feng, you got up so early? You guys drank so much last night. I thought you were going to sleep until noon. Looking at that pretty face, the scene of yesterday flashed through Yi Feng's mind. He could no longer control himself and pulled Li Xiaona over and kissed her. After a long while, he parted his lips, looked at her red face and said, "Xiaona, you are so beautiful. I feel like I like you more and more. Brother Feng, I like you too, and I'm very happy to be with you. By the way, the exam is coming soon, and I won't be able to accompany you these few days. You must not miss me. Otherwise, I will beat you until you cry." Li Xiaona said mischievously. Yi Feng hugged her lovingly and said softly, "Don't worry, I will think of you every day. Don't forget what I told you." Li Xiaona looked at him puzzledly and asked, "What did you tell me to do? Why don't I remember it?" "You little fool. You forgot that I said yesterday that I would visit my uncle and aunt. You didn't even remember such an important thing." Li Xiaona stuck out her tongue. She really forgot that it was the weekend today, and she had to go home. "Brother Feng, I'll go home and talk to my parents today. Hee, I'll leave first." After saying that, Li Xiaona left happily, like a clever little rabbit. Li Xiaona drove the Maserati present given by Ye Feng towards the suburbs. On the way, she called Li's mother. "Mom, your lovely daughter is home today. Are you happy? My dear daughter, remember that you still have a family. What do you want to eat? I'll ask your dad to go buy some groceries and cook for you." "Mom, there's no need to make any special preparations. I'll have something to tell you when I get back today, Well, be careful on the road, and we'll talk slowly when we get home." Yi Feng was eating breakfast at the moment. Yilin walked downstairs to the dining table, picked up a steamed bun, and stuffed it in her mouth, mumbling, "Brother, where is Sister Xiaona? I went to her room just now to look for her, but she wasn't there. Xiaona went home today. She just left not long ago. Do you have anything to do?" "It's nothing. Today is the weekend. I wanted Sister Xiaona to accompany me to buy some clothes or something. Now that she has gone home, I have to go by myself." After saying that, Yi Lin rubbed her fingers skillfully towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng's mouth twitched. This girl is almost like his own daughter. He sighed. After all, she is his own sister. He had no choice but to use his mobile phone to transfer 20 million Chinese yuan to her. After receiving the money, Yi Lin jumped away happily, which made his eyelids twitch. When Xiaona had the holiday, he would send this girl back to Tianjin to bring trouble to her parents. After quickly finishing breakfast, Yi Feng called Shin Haoyue. "Haoyue, how is it? Is the money enough? If not, I will transfer some more to you." Shin Haoyue on the other end of the phone rolled his eyes. Did Yi Feng think too highly of the Feng family, or did he underestimate his own abilities? If he couldn't deal with the Feng family with such a huge amount of money, he should just find a piece of tofu to kill himself. "Don't worry, Mr. Yi. Everything will go smoothly. We have sufficient funds. With such a large amount of funds, I am confident that we can even acquire Penguin, let alone take over the Feng family." Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't he think of this? He is worthy of being Shin Haoyue. How many points are needed to acquire Penguin? Haoyue, it seems that I am short-sighted. You are right. After cleaning up the Feng family, we should prepare to acquire Penguin. Don't worry about the funds. If you don't have enough, please tell me at any time. Shin Haoyue was so upset at this moment. She just said it casually, but Yi Feng actually took it seriously. "That's a penguin. How can it be so easy to acquire it?" Before she could say anything, Yi Feng said again, "Haoyue, do you have time at noon today? I want to hand my friend over to you to train him. Don't worry, you still have the final say in the company. You don't have to worry about him being my friend. Just train him hard." Chapter 46, Bringing Wang Chao to see Shin Haoyue. After a moment of silence, Shin Haoyue said, "Mr. Yi, I have acquired a building as the headquarters of Universal Investment. Let's meet there at noon. I will send you the address later." After hanging up the phone, Yi Feng received a location shortly afterwards. It was at Qingji Building on the financial street in the new district of Modu. He checked the distance using the navigation on his phone, and it was not too far, and he could get there in half an hour. Near noon, Yang Dong and the other two finally woke up. When they saw Yi Feng sitting on the sofa and leisurely watching short videos, their faces were filled with disbelief. "Fourth brother, I remember you drank a lot yesterday, but why do I feel like you're fine? Yang Dong said, puzzled. Yeah, it turns out that the fourth brother is always the first one to get drunk. This time he has become more capable and got the three of us drunk. Oh, I have brought shame to the province of Shandong. Chungwen also echoed. How dare you two talk to my boss like that? It's not normal for President Yi to get drunk with the three of us. Hey, old four, when are we going to set off to meet my beautiful boss? As soon as Wang Chao said this, he was immediately beaten up by Yang Dong and Chungwen. Third brother, you are such a traitor. How are our massage techniques? Are they comfortable? Fourth brother, you have to train this kid hard, or he will fall for the honey trap sooner or later. Looking at the three people playing around, Ye Feng said with a smile, don't worry, the good days of the third brother are over. His boss is a strong woman. Where are you going, boss? I'll take you there. The two of them refused because they knew that he would have to take Wang Chao to see Shanghai Yue later. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. Ye Feng greeted Wang Chao and prepared to go to Qingji building. The two came to the garage, and Wang Chao looked at the black supercar with his mouth wide open. Old four, is this the legendary Bugatti? Damn, you are such a luxury. What model is this? Never mind, I'll check it myself. After saying that, Wang Chao took out his mobile phone, opened the software, and found the photo recognition function. After some operation, he finally found the answer. After the two got in the car, Wang Chao slowly said, Old four, I thought that the people in the old family who were into mining were the top of the people I knew, but I didn't expect that you were the one who was pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. You, a rich man who lives in a villa and drives a supercar, actually stole my instant noodles when I was in school. You didn't even leave me a sausage that I was reluctant to eat. Ye Feng looked at his resentful eyes and consoled him. Brother Chow, it's my fault. I will buy you a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages so that you can eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, I will buy you more. The two soon arrived at Qingji building amidst the laughter and chatter. When Ye Feng parked the car and prepared to get out, he saw Wang Chao staring at the entrance of the building and said, Look, fourth brother, there's a beauty over there. Her figure and looks are at least 95 points, especially her long legs. I'm drooling at the sight of them. If I could marry her, I'd be willing to kneel on the washboard every day. Following Wang Chao's gaze, Ye Feng found that the person standing there was Shanghai Yue. He looked at him strangely, intending to trick him. Brother Chao, I think with your charm, you will definitely get her as soon as you make a move. Go ahead, charge forward for love, brother. I support you. Wang Chao became excited when he heard Ye Feng say that. He tidied his hair and got out of the car and walked toward Shanghai Yue. Ye Feng was secretly observing him in the car. If Wang Chao knew that the beauty in front of him would be his future boss, his expression would definitely be very interesting. Ye Feng observed the two of them with his consciousness. When he saw Shanghai Yue's expression getting worse and worse and the urge to take action, he rushed over. He just remembered that Shen Haoran had said that Shanghai Yue had kicked Feng Zhiping into an eunuch. He hurriedly came to the two of them. Hao Yue, this is my friend Wang Chao. He will study under you from now on. Wang Chao, this is Shanghai Yue, CEO of Huanyu Investment. From now on, he will study hard with Mr. Shen. Wang Chao's face turned green and white, and he gritted his teeth and said, Fourth brother, you cheated me. Ye Feng pretended not to hear, looked at Shanghai Yue, who looked not very good, and said softly, Hao Yue, you see it's quite hot outside. Why don't we go in and chat? Qingji building has a total of 23 floors. Under the leadership of Shanghai Yue, the two came to the president's office on the top floor. Seeing Shanghai Yue still looking gloomy, Ye Feng had no choice but to apologize. Hao Yue, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make a joke and let you know Wang Chao's character. He is a bit eccentric, so you have to be strict with him in the future. Shanghai Yue's expression gradually relaxed, and he invited the two to sit down. Mr. Yi, let's forget about today's matter. Please don't make such jokes in the future. I don't like it. Let's get down to business. I have acquired 142 downstream suppliers of the Feng family. Now, all cooperation with the Feng family has been terminated. As of now, 17% of the Feng family's shares have been acquired. The Feng family's assets have shrunk by 1/3. If the plan goes well, it will take about a week to cause a devastating blow to the Feng group. If the Feng family is to be completely destroyed, it will take at least a month. Hao Yue, you've done a great job. What are the company's next plans? Shanghai Yue thought for a while. Universal Investment Company had just been established, and there was still a lot to be prepared. If she hadn't transferred some people from the Shun family, she would not have been able to complete the acquisition of so many companies. Mr. Yi, the company is still short of staff. I have already found a headhunter to recruit people. In terms of legal affairs, I have also reached a cooperation with Yuen law firm, which ranks among the top 3 in Shanghai. They will be responsible for the company's legal affairs. In terms of finance, we have also reached an agreement with Tongda accounting firm. The company will be officially established in about 2 days. Yue, you've worked hard. I suggest that if possible, you should try to completely acquire the 2 law firms and form the company's legal and financial departments. As for the staff, you may wish to increase their salaries. After all, talent is hard to come by. Mr. Yi, I understand. I will do as you say. I will arrange for Wang Chao to be the cleaner for a month. Do you have any objection? Ye Feng automatically ignored Wang Chao's protest and agreed to Shun Haoyue's arrangement. Haoyue, when I came here, I saw 2 residential buildings not far away. They should not be sold yet. If you have time, please contact them and we can buy them as employee dormitories. The regulations stipulate that if an employee has worked for 15 years, the ownership will be automatically transferred to the employee. No problem. I'll arrange for someone to contact you right away. Shun Haoyue called his secretary and asked him to contact the developer immediately and take Wang Chao to report to the cleaning department. Looking at the resentful look in Wang Chao's eyes when he left, Ye Feng was helpless. He had said that Shun Haoyue would be in full charge of the company, and he could not go back on his word. Chapter 47. Misunderstood Li Xiaona. Thanks to book friend Tong Yifan for the likes. In Tiana community on the outskirts of Mo City, several middle-aged women were sitting in the garden chatting. A plump woman with a black mole on the corner of her mouth said mysteriously, "Last week I saw the daughter of the Zhang family in Building 5 driving a BMW 5 Series. I later found out that it was a gift from the Zhang family's future son-in-law. The Zhang family is so proud now that their daughter has married a rich man." The fat woman touched the mole at the corner of her mouth and said disdainfully, "Look up? Forget it. The future son-in-law of Lao Zhang's family is 2 years older than Lao Zhang." Lao Zhang was so angry that he didn't have a heart attack at that time. "Oh, this is big news. I was wondering why the Zhang family hasn't come out these days. It seems they are too embarrassed to come out. Yeah, these kids are really something nowadays. They always want to get something for nothing. Yang Qin, your Xiaona is not young anymore. You have to take good care of her. These children have never had a hard life. Don't let her go astray." Yang Qin was Li Xiaona's mother. After sending her husband away to buy groceries, she came out to chat with people. Yang Qin said disdainfully, "Our Xiaona is not that kind of person. This child listens to us, and even said today that she would come home to see me." While they were chatting, Li Xiaona drove to the community. After parking the car, she saw her mother chatting in the garden, so she came over to greet her mother and go home. Seeing the mother and daughter leave, the woman with the black mole curled her lips and said, "Look at how confident Yang Qin was just now," but she didn't expect to be slapped in the face now. The car her daughter drove back is called a Maserati, which is worth at least 2 million Chinese yuan. I only knew about this car when I saw the girl driving it last time when I introduced her to a blind date. It looks like there will be some fun to watch at old Li's house today. I just wonder if Yang Qin will be embarrassed to come out tomorrow. What will she do if she finds a son-in-law older than herself? Will the son-in-law call her mom and she call him brother? Just thinking about it makes me laugh so hard that my stomach hurts. When the mother and daughter returned home, Yang Qin stared at Li Xiaona. She had just seen her daughter driving back. There were too many people in the garden at the time, so she was too embarrassed to ask. She returned home and asked with a grim face, "Xiaona, how did you drive back? Where did you get the car? If you did something bad outside, I will break your legs." Li Xiaona was puzzled. What had she done wrong? How come she didn't know about it? "Mom, what's wrong with you? You don't know your precious daughter yet. What bad things could I do? That car was given to me by my boyfriend. I came back today to tell you about this." At this time, Li Chonglin, Li's father, also came home from shopping. Seeing that the atmosphere between the mother and daughter was a little tense, he asked in confusion, "Yang Qin, what's going on? Why is my precious daughter quarreling right after she came home?" Yang Qin looked at the puzzled Li Chonglin and said angrily, "Your daughter has a boyfriend. You don't care at all. Isn't it normal to have a boyfriend? Xiaona is not young anymore. We were both married when we were her age," Li Chonglin said indifferently. Seeing his nonchalant look, Yang Qin became even angrier. "You old man, what do you know? Xiaona drove home a car worth more than 2 million today, saying it was a gift from her boyfriend. When one day I bring you a son-in-law who is older than you, I wonder if you can still smile." At this time, Li Xiaona finally understood why her mother was so angry. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. When she thought that Brother Feng was thought to be a man in his 50s, she could no longer control her laughter. Yang Qin pointed at her daughter and said angrily, "Laugh. You still have the nerve to laugh. I'm telling you, Li Xiaona, I don't agree. If you want to recognize me as your mother, return the car immediately and cut off all contact with him." Looking at her angry mother, Li Xiaona suppressed her smile and explained, "Mom, you misunderstood. How could I possibly date an old man? My boyfriend is my senior, 2 years older than me, and he just got his diploma from Magic City University." Li Chonglin was relieved after hearing his daughter's words and said to Yang Qin, "Old woman, you are the same. You got so angry before you even figured out the whole thing. If I didn't know, I would have thought Xiana had done something wrong. You should spend less time with those old women in the future. They gossip all the time." Yang Qin also realized that she had misunderstood and quickly sent Li Chonglin to cook. "Xiaona, you didn't explain it to me clearly, and I was worried for so long. Come and tell me about your boyfriend." Li Xiaona was also speechless at this time. "Mom, you didn't even give me a chance to explain. You started scolding me as soon as I entered the door. Well, how should I put it? Brother Ye Feng is very handsome and very capable. I went home today because Brother Feng asked me to ask you and my dad when it would be convenient. He wanted to come and visit you too." Li Chonglin popped his head out of the kitchen and said, "I can do whatever you want. It depends on your time." Yang Qin glared at him unhappily and continued to talk to Li Xiaona. "Just arrange your time. If your dad is busy, I will ask him to take a leave." Seeing that her parents agreed, Li Xiaona felt relieved. "Mom, after I finish my exams and have a holiday in a few days, I will bring Brother Feng to our house. What do you think?" Yang Qin nodded and agreed with her daughter's idea. "Xiaona, you must tell me in advance when you come so that I can prepare in advance. Also, you have to take Ye Feng for a walk around the community." Li Xiaona was a little confused. Why did she have to walk around the neighborhood? Was her mother trying to show off? Yang Qin looked at her and said, "You don't understand, do you? You drove back today, and those old women are still making up rumors. Your father is right. I will have less contact with them in the future. They just gossip all day long." Soon after, Li Chonglin prepared the meal and invited the mother and daughter to eat. In the Feng family manor in Magic City, Mr. Feng looked at his daughter, who had just entered the house, and asked hurriedly, "Meng Yue, have you found out where Mr. Yi is?" Meng Yue looked at her nervous father and said slowly, "Father, I just got the news that Mr. Yi is meeting Shanghai University at Qingji Building right now. What are we waiting for? Let's get going." Meng Yue stepped forward and stopped Mr. Feng. "Father, are you ready? This trip may require the sacrifice of Deepening, and most of the Feng family's assets will also be donated. I think it would be better to sell all the assets and live in seclusion abroad." Old Master Feng sighed and said, "I know this is the case. I also sent people to investigate Mr. Yi. All the information shows that he is an ordinary person. But how can an ordinary person have such strength? You may not know that one of Mr. Ye's subordinates in Jincheng is named Yi Wuhan. Your Uncle Ian told me that Yi Wuhan has the strength of the peak of internal strength. He alone can destroy our Feng family. We can't escape. We can only ask for peace." Chapter 48. The Feng Family Apologies. After hearing what Grandpa Feng said, Meng Yue stopped trying to stop him. She knew Uncle Ian, the head of a martial arts family with a nearly 300-year heritage, who was over 70 years old and only had the strength of the late stage of internal energy. It was obvious that her suspicion was correct, and Mr. Yi definitely possessed the strength of a grandmaster. In the CEO's office of Qingji Building, when Shanghai University was telling Ye Feng about the next steps, there was a knock on the door. After receiving permission, Shanghai University's secretary came in and said, "Mr. Shen, Mr. Feng, and Meng Yue are downstairs at this time, asking to meet you and Director Yi." Shanghai University looked at Ye Feng, and seeing that he had no objection, she asked the secretary to go down and bring a few people up. Ye Feng asked with some confusion, "I thought you wouldn't see them. Is it because of Meng Yue?" "That's right. If Feng Hongye came by himself, I wouldn't see him, but I can't help but see Meng Yue. She and I used to be best friends, and it was thanks to her mediating after that incident. Otherwise, our Shin family, it has long ceased to exist. I hate the Feng family, but I don't hate Meng Yue." Soon after, the knock on the door rang again, and the secretary brought Mr. Feng and Meng Yue to the office. Feng Hongye looked at Ye Feng and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi is indeed a handsome man, a rare talent. The Feng family has offended me many times before. I have come here to apologize. I hope Mr. Yi will show mercy and spare our Feng family." After saying that, he bowed deeply to Ye Feng. Ye Feng raised his eyebrows and said in a cold voice, "Mr. Feng, you just let me release your Feng family with a single move of your lips. Isn't that too easy? If I didn't have some skills, I would have died in the hands of your Feng family long ago." Feng Hongyan knew that it was impossible to be forgiven so easily, so he sighed and said, "Mr. Yi, the car accident was caused by Feng Zhiping alone, and no one in our Feng family knew about it. Feng Zhiping is downstairs now, and you can let Mr. Yi deal with him. Our Feng family will not ask about it. In addition, I am willing to give Mr. Yi 90% of the Feng family's assets to make amends to Mr. Yi." Ye Feng looked at Shanghai Yue and saw her nod. Knowing that she had no objection, he continued, "Mr. Feng, I am a law-abiding citizen, and I will not do such things as killing people and robbing them of their money. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. Our Feng family is willing to give you 90% of your assets for 1 Chinese yuan. As for Feng Zhiping, he will go fishing on a yacht tomorrow. As you know, the sea is rough, and there are bound to be accidents." Ye Feng was still very satisfied with Feng Hongya's attitude. What does manhwa currency mean? Isn't this delaying his own points? So he proposed his own plan. "Mr. Feng, I will purchase all the assets of your Feng family at the original price, but you have to use 90% of the funds for charity, otherwise the consequences will be serious." After saying that, Ye Feng asked Shanghai Yue to calculate the assets of the Feng family. Not long after, Shanghai Yue and Meng Yue brought a detailed list of assets, which amounted to about 130 billion Chinese yuan. Ye Feng waved his hand and asked Shanghai Yue to transfer 140 billion Chinese yuan. He felt very happy as he got 1,400 points. Ye Feng opened the system mall and bought 4 shadow guards, which ensured the safety of his family. But he ignored the fact that there were still people at the scene. For people in black, 2 men and 2 women suddenly appeared in the office. They were so cold that the 3 people present dared not move. Ye Feng was also embarrassed. Fortunately, he reacted in time and shouted angrily, "Shadow guard, contain your momentum and hide." The 4 figures disappeared in the room in an instant. After the 4 disappeared, the 2 women collapsed to the ground. Ye Feng hurriedly helped them up and sent them to sit on the sofa. Looking at the swaying figure of Mr. Feng, he said, "I'm sorry, I didn't discipline you and disturbed you." Mr. Feng barely managed to steady himself, thinking to himself what kind of lax discipline this was. This was a warning to himself, telling him not to have any tricks, but he still said flatteringly, "Mr. Yi, it's okay. Your men may have sensed danger and suddenly showed up. You should also pay attention to safety." Feng Meng Yue, who had recovered from the shock, asked carefully, "Mr. Yi, your subordinates are really strong. I wonder if they have reached the Grandmaster level." Ye Feng did not hide it and nodded and said, "All shadow guards are at least at the Grandmaster level, so the Feng family had better not play tricks, otherwise you will definitely regret it." Hearing Ye Feng's threatening words, the father and daughter did not dare to feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction and hurriedly said goodbye and left. At this time, Shanghai Yue's face was pale and weak. He looked at Ye Feng, who was familiar yet unfamiliar, and murmured, "Mr. Yi, is this the power of a warrior? It's so scary." At that moment, I felt like my body was about to be torn apart. "You also know the existence of warriors? Logically speaking, with the strength of the Shun family, they should not be able to come into contact with warriors. Could it be that the Shin family has other backgrounds? I know a little. I heard my father once say that when he was young, he met a warrior who could break through a tree as thick as a man's embrace with his bare hands." Ye Feng nodded. "This should be an internal force warrior. How Yue, the world of warriors is very cruel. If you can avoid it, try not to. Your current task is to arrange for people to take over the Feng family's assets. If you have any questions, you can call me. Also, please take good care of Wang Chao for me. Don't let him be a cleaner all the time. Otherwise, I will be nagged to death by him. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After leaving Qingji building, Ye Feng just got into the car when he received a call from Zhao Peng. "Brother Feng, what are you busy with? Let's go out and have some fun tonight. I found a great place these past 2 days. Are you interested in relaxing together? What good place can you take me to? It won't be some place with sex, right?" Ye Feng said with a smile. "Brother Feng, you're looking down on me. I am just a spendthrift, not a vulgar person. I would never go to a place like that. The place I am talking about is similar to a brothel in ancient times. It's the same thing, kid. Believe it or not, I'll tell Brother Qin to take care of you." "Brother Feng, that's boring. Why are you still complaining? I think you may have a misunderstanding about ancient brothels. High-end brothels sell art, but not bodies. The ladies inside are all extraordinary women who are proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. Of course, if you are talented and can conquer one of them, it is not impossible for something to happen. He. Hearing Zhao Peng's words, Ye Feng also became interested and planned to go and see it. The two of them set a time, and Zhao Peng came to pick him up in the evening. Ye Feng drove back to Yunduan Villa. Ye Feng lay on the sofa leisurely. Bai Jie brought him a cup of hot tea and left. He didn't know how Xiaona was doing when she got home. What gift should he prepare? Chapter 49 Brothel. Ye Lin shot Burok Ye Feng's tots. Brother, come and help me. There are too many things. I can't carry them all. Seeing his sister carrying a lot of bags, Ye Feng was speechless. How could she get into Magic City University? He hurried forward to take part of it. Lin, you bought so many things. Why didn't you ask them to deliver them here directly? You even brought them back yourself? Aren't you stupid? Yi Lin looked at him in confusion, blinked her eyes, and said, How can it be like this? No one told me? If I had known, I would have bought more. I still have a lot of things to buy. Yi Feng ignored her and asked Bai Jie to help her take the things upstairs while he went to the study. He came to the study and called out the shadow guards, and 4 figures immediately appeared in front of him. Yi Feng named them Ing Yi to Ing Si for convenience. He looked at the 2 middle-aged men, Ing Yi and Ing Er, and said, You two should go to Jincheng immediately to protect my parents. Don't let them get hurt. Shadow 1 and Shadow 2 both bowed and then disappeared into the darkness in the room. Shadow 3 and Shadow 4 were assigned to protect Yi Lin and Li Xiaona. At about 6 o'clock in the evening, Bai Jie knocked on the study door. Mr. Yi, there's a man named Zhao Peng outside the door who wants to see you. He said he has an appointment with you. Would you like to ask him to come up? No, he and I are going out. I'll just go down. Seeing Yi Feng coming, Zhao Peng said excitedly, Brother Feng, I have reserved a seat. Let's set off quickly. Ha, the place will definitely make you linger. Yi Lin, who was eating secretly in the kitchen, immediately rushed over and said, Zhao Peng, where are you taking my brother to play? Can you take me with you? I don't even know where there is any fun place. Zhao Peng said proudly, Yi Lin, I found a great place. Not only are there many beautiful women, but they are also multi-talented. It's like an ancient brothel. Yi Feng looked at Zhao Peng with a dark face. How could this stupid teammate tell everything to others? And in front of his sister, he was going to ruin himself. Yi Lin stared at Yi Feng and said, Brother, you have become so capable. You're going to visit a brothel. Believe it or not, I will tell Mom and Sister Xiaona. Humph, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. At this time, Zhao Peng realized that he might have said something wrong and quickly explained it to Yi Lin. Yi Lin said suspiciously, Why do I feel like you two are fooling me? No, I want to go today too, otherwise I won't believe it. And I will tell my mom and Sister Xiaona. Humph. In the end, Yi Feng had no choice but to take her with him. The brother and sister got in Zhao Peng's car and headed to a manor on the outskirts of the city. The 3 of them came to the manor, which was like a paradise far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. The bright moonlight sprinkled on every corner of the manor, as if covering it with a mysterious veil. The manor is brightly lit, and the warm light shines through the windows, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding darkness, like a lighthouse shining alone in the silent night. The breeze blows gently, blowing the wind chimes on the window lattices, making pleasant sounds, making people feel happy and comfortable. The 3 of them came to an exquisite 2-story building. The word Qinglu was engraved on the plaque on the lintel, and under the plaque was a couplet. First couplet, the melodious sound of the zither conveys elegance. Second line, the dancing posture reflects the moonlight. Horizontal banner, wind and moon are boundless. Zhao Peng led the brother and sister to the reserved private room, which was on the 2nd floor. By opening the window, they could get a good view of the panoramic view of the platform on the 1st floor. Not long after the 3 of them sat down, the waiter brought up a table of delicious food. Yi Lin said while eating, Brother, why is this brothel different from what I imagined? Before Yi Feng could say anything, Zhao Peng explained, Yi Lin, you have been misled by the TV series. The kind of place you imagine where a group of gorgeous beauties rush over as soon as a customer comes in is a brothel, not a brothel. A brothel is a place where talented men and beautiful women recite poems and discuss the elegance of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. You may not believe it, but some of the courtesans in ancient brothels were not only beautiful in appearance, but also had the talent of the top scholar. Do you think such people would give themselves to others casually? Yi Lin nodded thoughtfully, stopped asking questions, and concentrated on eating. Ye Feng, on the other hand, chatted with Zhao Peng while drinking. As night fell, a couple in ancient costumes came to the high platform on the first floor. The woman sat next to the guqin, while the man stood beside the woman holding a flute. The sound of the piano is like the gurgling of water, clear and melodious, while the sound of the flute is like the solitary orchid in the valley, pure and elegant. A song of swordsmen with piano and flute sounded from the high platform to everyone's ears, with the piano as the main sound and the flute as the auxiliary sound. The two echoed each other, interweaving into a picture full of the atmosphere of rivers and lakes, making people immersed in it. Yilin also stopped eating, went to the window and looked down with an intoxicated look on her face. After the song was over, the two did not leave but played another song, Shanghai University. Listening to the song, Ye Feng also hummed along. This brothel was really interesting. They actually played such a song full of the atmosphere of the rivers and lakes. After the performance, a heroic woman wearing a horse-faced skirt came onto the stage. Thank you all for coming to our brothel today. I am Xie Xiaoqing, the host of tonight. After playing 2 pieces of music, you should know the theme of today. Yes, today's theme is Jianghu. Let me ask you a simple question first. What is Jianghu? Yilin stood by the window and shouted, I know. Martial Zhang said that the martial arts world is not about fighting and killing. The martial arts world is about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Xie Xiaoqing looked up at the second floor and said in agreement, Thank you for the answer, beautiful lady. That's right. China has been a society of favors since ancient times. The word favor runs through our entire history. There is the friendship between Bo Ye and Ziqi, and the brotherhood of the peach garden. Now, I will write a poem on the theme of Jianghu love. If anyone's poem is favored by my lady is willing to meet with you. The people in the audience immediately started talking. They all said that Miss Hua Linger from the brothel was extremely beautiful, but people had never seen her show up. Today, they were lucky enough to see her true face, and people were extremely excited. Yilin looked at Ye Feng and asked, Brother, as a great talent at Magic City University, why don't you sing a song to please this courtesan? Stop it now. If I dare to meet this courtesan, your report will be blown away. I still want to live a few more years. Yilin gave a look that said, You'd better be sensible, and continued watching the singing and dancing downstairs. Zhao Peng came over at this time, looked at Ye Feng, and said flatteringly, Brother Feng, why don't you write a poem for me? I want to meet this courtesan. Chapter 50 Young Master of the Han Family. After thinking for a while with his head down, Ye Feng murmured, Let me borrow 2 ounces of ink from the world. Describe the love and evil in the world. Take another lamp from Lingshan. Forget the past and the passing of good times. After saying that, he started drinking by himself, while Zhao Peng on the side came to the table as if he had found a treasure, picked up the brush, and quickly wrote down the poem. Yilin also came over, looked at the poem on the rice paper, and commented, Brother, don't say that Zhao Peng's level is not very good, but his ink and color painting is really good. Zhao Peng scratched his head awkwardly and said, Yilin, you are too kind. My poem is nothing. Brother Feng's poem is still better. He. Yilin took the poem and handed it to the staff outside the door, then quickly came back and said, Brother Peng, look how much my brother and I have helped you. How are you going to thank us? Zhao Peng did not hesitate and said generously, Whether we can meet the courtesan or not, how about I arrange for us to go to Australia City to play for a few days tomorrow? It's not like China. There, as long as you have money, you are God. Ye Feng also became interested at this time. He had never been to Macau, and his impression of the place was just a rough understanding from a few God of Gamblers movies shot in Hong Kong. Yilin on the side was extremely excited. Great! Let's set off early tomorrow morning. I once aspired to become a female gambling saint, but unfortunately my mother ruthlessly killed me in my studies. Ye Feng also laughed. He still remembered that when he was a child, after watching Stephen Chow's movie, Yilin secretly used his pocket money to buy 3 dice and practice secretly with the water cups at home. Maybe he was too young at that time, and he broke several cups, which made his mother beat him. In the end, the dice were confiscated by his mother, and she used them to play mahjong. The singing and dancing downstairs ended, and Xie Xiaoqing returned to the stage. My dear friends, my lady has read the poems you all wrote. Now please congratulate Mr. Zhao Peng on the second floor for getting the chance to meet her. There were voices of people talking from the crowd downstairs. Does anyone know who this Zhao Peng is? There's no such person in Demon City, right? There's no such person in nearby Hangzhou City or Sioux City either, right? Which kid is so lucky that he can meet Miss Hua Ling? If I know who it is, I will definitely let this kid know how powerful I am. Seeing this, his friend next to him immediately reminded him, "You kid, you are risking your life." That's the son of the Zhao family in Kyoto and a relative of the Qin family, the first family in Magic City. When people learned of Zhao Peng's identity, they no longer dared to speak out for fear of retaliation. Zhao Peng in the private room on the second floor was dancing with joy. Seeing him like this, Ye Feng hurriedly urged him to go and meet him. "Brother Feng, I'm going first." Everyone says that Hua Linger is as beautiful as a fairy and as wise as Zhuge Liang. I didn't expect that Zhao Peng, could get a glimpse of her beauty today. I'll have something to brag about when I return to Kyoto. After opening the door, a man with a gloomy face stood in front of Zhao Peng. When he looked up, he found that it was Han Xiaoqing, the young master of the Han family in Kyoto. The Zhao family and the Han family were of similar strength, but the gap between their identities was huge. Han Xiaoqing was the future heir of the Han family, while Zhao Peng was just a recognized prodigal son. "Zhao Peng, I didn't expect you to come to the Magic City. Everyone says you are a prodigal son, but I didn't expect a loser like you could get the favor of Miss Hua. I advise you to get out of here. Miss Hua is not someone you can covet," Han Xiaoqing said coldly. He knew some of Hua Linger's background from his family. Behind her was a hidden sect with extremely terrifying strength, so he came all the way from Kyoto to establish some relationship with her. "Humph. Han Xiaoqing, you are so arrogant. What's it to you if Miss Hua wants to see me? I'm going to see her. What can you do? Bite me if you have the guts?" Zhao Peng didn't tolerate him and made sarcastic remarks immediately. Yi Lin, who was standing by, laughed so hard she rolled over when she heard what Zhao Peng said. She held her stomach and said, "Haha, Zhao Peng, I didn't expect that besides being good at spending money, you're also so good at scolding people." Han Xiaoqing was so angry that his face turned purple. He was the young master of the Han family and was looked up to by others wherever he went. How could he have been bullied like this? "Uncle Feng, help me teach these two fools a lesson." A middle-aged man suddenly jumped out from behind Han Xiaoqing and attacked Zhao Peng and Yi Lin fiercely. Ye Feng looked at the two coldly and did not make a move. It was simply a pipe dream for a warrior in the late external force stage to hurt Yi Lin, who was protected by Ying San. When the middle-aged man was about to approach Yi Lin, a black shadow flashed by, and with a muffled sound, the middle-aged man slammed heavily against the wall, spitting out blood from his mouth. Several people looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in surprise. Yi Feng ordered before they could speak. "Ying San, cripple his arm." All I saw was a black shadow. Han Xiaoqing let out a scream, and his left arm was broken and fell down helplessly. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead, and a pair of resentful eyes stared at Yi Feng, as if wishing to tear him into pieces. Yi Feng looked at him with disdain and said coldly, "You should be thankful that your guard didn't kill you just now. Otherwise, neither of you two would be able to leave this room. Remember, my name is Ye Feng, and you can come to me anytime if you don't agree." Although Han Xiaoqing was unwilling, he had no choice but to help the middle-aged man leave in embarrassment as the situation was stronger than him. Yi Lin looked at her brother in admiration and said, "Brother, you were so handsome just now. Who was that girl in black? Is she your friend?" Yi Feng looked at his sister and couldn't understand it. Most girls would have been scared to tears after seeing this situation, but Yi Lin seemed very excited. "Is she so thick-skinned? This is the bodyguard I assigned to you. Her name is Ying San. She will take action whenever you are threatened in the future. But you have to be careful. Ying San can kill people. If you don't want to see that kind of bloody scene, don't put yourself in danger in the future." Yi Lin nodded, not because she was afraid, but because she didn't want to cause trouble for her brother. Zhao Peng, who was standing beside her, was looking at Yi Feng with a flattering face, which made him feel creepy. He quickly said, "Don't look at me like that, or I'll let Ying San deal with you. I know what you mean. I don't have many master-level guards, so forget it." Zhao Peng was so shocked when he heard this that he didn't know how to speak. "Grandmaster-level guards? Not even a few? Are you sure you're not kidding?" As one of the top families in Kyoto, the Zhao family has been passed down for nearly 1,000 years, and the most powerful warrior is only at the peak of internal strength. "Brother Feng, low-level ones are fine too. I'm not picky. No, go meet your Orin quickly. Otherwise, I'll have Ying San throw you over." Zhao Peng walked slowly, looking back every few steps, until Ling San's figure slowly emerged. Then he fled in panic. Chapter 51. Qi Yuanshan, a national master of traditional Chinese medicine. After leaving, Zhao Peng, led by Xie Shaoqing, came to a quaint courtyard. The lights in the courtyard were sparse, and a woman in white and wearing a veil was sitting at a stone table in the courtyard. Zhao Peng tried hard to see the woman's face clearly, but it was always like seeing flowers in the fog. He came to sit down at the stone table, and the faint fragrance coming from the opposite side made his heart flutter. Hualinga was not surprised by this. She stretched out her jade hand and poured a cup of tea. She gently pushed it in front of Zhao Peng and said softly, "Master Zhao, please have some tea. I have some questions. Can you help me solve them?" "Miss Hua, please feel free to speak up. Zhao Peng will tell you everything he knows. From what I understand, poetry is not your strong point. How come you can come up with such a poem today?" "To be honest with you, Miss Hua, this poem was written by my brother Feng. He has no intention of competing, so he gave it to me. Could it be Master Ye Feng, who has a close relationship with Master Zhao?" "That's right, Brother Feng is truly a dragon among men. If Miss Hua has the opportunity to meet him, she will definitely gain a lot. Master Zhao, I'm a little tired today, so I will take my leave first. Please don't blame me. Miss, please take care." Zhao will take his leave now. After Xie Shaoqing sent Zhao Peng back, he returned to the courtyard and looked at Hua Linger and said respectfully, "Saintess, young Master Zhao has been sent back. Do you have any other instructions?" Hua Linger is the contemporary saint of the Baiwa sect. She is ordered by the sect leader to go into the world to gain experience and discover talents. "I am very curious about Ye Feng now. Go and investigate." After Xie Shaoqing agreed, he bowed and left the courtyard. On the other side, Ye Feng saw that Zhao Peng was not in a good state after returning. So he immediately pointed his finger at his forehead and injected a trace of spiritual power into him, and shouted, "Wake up!" Zhao Peng's eyes gradually lit up, and he regained consciousness. "Brother Feng, wasn't I drinking tea with Miss Hua? Why are you back?" Ye Feng knew that he was bewitched. It seemed that this Miss Hua was not simple and should also be a cultivator. He just didn't know whether it was because of the technique she practiced or her physique. "Zhao Peng, you were just sent back by Xie Shaoqing. Don't think about it. It's time for us to go back." Yilin also came over and said, "Yes, I'm looking forward to the trip to Australia City tomorrow." Zhao Peng simply stopped thinking about it, and the three of them left quietly. At the first hospital of Shanghai, Director Xi Jingyang and a group of orthopedic experts were carefully looking at an X-ray film. The arm in the film had been broken into more than a dozen sections. Xi Jingyang said seriously, "How is your research going? Is there any way to save young Master Han's arm?" No one dared to say anything. They knew that even if injuries of this degree could be treated, they would never be restored to their original state. Given the Han family's background, they would most likely be held accountable afterwards, so everyone remained silent. Xi Jingyang also knew their concerns, so he could only return to the dean's office alone. After thinking for a long time, he took out his cell phone and called the Han family. "Master Han, I'm Xi Jingyang. I'm very sorry. We are limited in our abilities. Young Master Han's injuries are too serious. If we rashly perform surgery, it is very likely that your left arm will become inconvenient in the future. I wonder what Master Han thinks." Han Fuli, who was far away in Kyoto, had a cold expression on his face and said slowly, "I understand. I will arrange for someone to take Shaoqing back to Kyoto. Before that, you must ensure that Shaoqing's condition will not deteriorate. Otherwise, you know the consequences." After hanging up the phone, Han Fuli's wife hurried forward and asked, "Fuli, how is Shaoqing doing?" "The situation is not good. Don't worry, I still have a way. Shaoqing will be fine. Go and prepare now. Shaoqing will arrive at the airport in about 2 hours. I will go and invite Mr. Qi now." Mr. Qi's real name is Qi Yuanshan. He comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. His family has medical books and secret recipes passed down from generation to generation and a unique inheritance of medical skills. He has superb medical skills and noble medical ethics, and is known as a treasure of China. In a 3-story courtyard house on the second ring road of Kyoto, an energetic old man was sipping tea and teaching a young woman various pharmacological knowledge. These people were none other than Qi Yuanshan, a national master of traditional Chinese medicine, and his granddaughter Qi Jingyin. At this time, a young man came over and said, "Master, the head of the Han family wants to see you." Qi Yuanshan put down the teacup, feeling a little confused. He had not heard that anyone in the Han family was seriously ill, So why did the head of the Han family come to their house in person? Please invite Master Han to the reception room. Master Qi came to the reception room, and soon after his disciple arrived with Han Fuli. Master Han is visiting so late at night. I am sorry for not welcoming you. Please forgive me. Han Fuli did not dare to be arrogant. He even said that Mr. Qi was not only a doctor, but also a martial arts master with a huge network of contacts. Even the number one person in China respected him. Mr. Qi, I am visiting you late at night today because I have something to ask for your help. My son Xiaoqing offended a warrior, which resulted in his left arm being broken. I beg you, Mr. Qi, to help him. After saying this, he bowed deeply. Old Qi also frowned secretly. Generally, warriors would not attack ordinary people, and the future heir of a family like this must be protected by warriors. It seemed that Han Xiaoqing was seriously injured, but considering his friendship with Old Man Han, he agreed. Master Han, please lead the way. I will accompany you. Han Fuli was overjoyed. Mr. Qi was not so easy to invite. It was extremely difficult for many important figures to meet him. I will definitely remember Mr. Qi's kindness and kindness. Qi Yuanshan hurried out of the room, his steps eager and firm. He quickly crossed the corridor and came to the storage area. He picked up the medicine box in the corner and checked whether the medicine inside was complete. Then he carefully picked up a brocade box next to it and gently stroked the exquisite pattern on the surface of the box. After doing all this, Qi Yuanshan took a deep breath and followed Han Fuli to the Han family. At this moment, the Han family finally took Han Xiaoqing back home. When they saw the painful look on their son's face, Han's mother felt a pain in her heart. She held her son's hand tightly, tears in her eyes, unable to suppress her anger and hatred for the person who hurt him. Every subtle expression and every weak moan deeply hurt Han's mother's heart. She couldn't understand how there could be such a cruel person in the world who could have the heart to do such a cruel thing to her precious son. Anger surged in her heart like a tide, and Han's mother secretly swore that she must make the murderer pay the price. Xiaoqing, please be patient. Your father has gone to ask Elder Qi for help. Don't worry, Elder Qi will definitely be able to cure your arm. Han Xiaoqing's face was pale, his bloodless lips trembled slightly, and he said in a low and firm voice, Don't worry, mother, I can still bear it. But, how is Fangbo now? Humph, don't worry about that loser. He can't protect my son. He deserves to die. Chapter 52 Arrival at Macau City. At this time, Han Fuli was anxiously leading Qi Yuanshan back home. Along the way, his pace seemed particularly hurried. When they arrived at the door of the house, they rushed straight into the house before they had time to catch their breath. When Han's mother saw Mr. Qi, it was as if she had seen the last straw of life. A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. She rushed forward without hesitation, grabbed the corner of Mr. Qi's clothes tightly, and pleaded with a trembling voice, Mr. Qi, please help our Xiaoqing. After saying that, Han's mother couldn't help but burst into tears. Han Fuli rushed forward, stretched out his hand, and pulled Han's mother Li Xinyue aside, saying, Xinyue, get out of the way first. Don't hinder Elder Qi from checking Xiaoqing's injuries. Li Xinyue staggered a little after being pulled away, but she did not resist. She looked at Xiaoqing lying on the bed with worry in her eyes. She knew that now was not the time to argue, and her son's safety was the most important. Han Fuli stared at Qi Lao, hoping to read some information about Xiaoqing's injury from his expression. The whole room was filled with a tense atmosphere, and everyone held their breath, expecting Qi Lao to give a clear diagnosis. Old Qi looked solemnly and carefully at Han Xiaoqing's injured arm with a frown on his face. After a careful inspection, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the injury looked quite serious, it could still be recovered and was not completely untreatable. Judging from the condition of the arm, it can be inferred that the person who attacked was obviously cautious. If the arm was really to be disabled, this attack would definitely cause more terrible consequences. Thinking of this, Qi Lao couldn't help but feel a little curious about this mysterious warrior, who is so cruel and yet kind. At this moment, Han Xiaoqing, who was lying on the bed, was as pale as paper, with his eyes closed, as if he was enduring great pain. Qi Yuanshan performed his family's medical skills with a solemn expression. His technique was skillful and precise. He gently lifted his injured arm and carefully checked the location of the broken bone. Then, he took out a ball of purple ointment with a mysterious aura from the brocade box he carried with him. This was his family's secret medicine, the purple crystal bone repairing ointment. Qi Yuanshan gently applied the purple crystal bone repairing ointment on Han Xiaoqing's arm. The ointment seemed to have life, quickly penetrating into the skin and tightly combining with the bones. As time went by, the ointment gradually took effect, and the originally broken bones began to reconnect, showing new vitality. During this process, Qi Yuanshan was fully focused and did not dare to slack off. He knew very well the preciousness and magic of the purple crystal bone-repairing ointment, but he also knew that only by treating it with heart could it achieve the greatest effect. Every movement was so cautious and delicate, as if he was carving a rare treasure. After completing the treatment, Qi Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief, with a relieved smile on his face. He slowly stood up, tidied his clothes, and nodded to Han Fuli and Li Xinyue, indicating that everything was over. Han Fuli held Qi Yuanshan's hand gratefully and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, Mr. Qi. You are really a great benefactor to our family. Without your help, Xiaoqing's arm would definitely be crippled." Li Xinyue, who was standing by, also hurried forward, her face filled with joy and gratitude, and she said softly, "Mr. Qi, thank you for saving Xiaoqing's arm. We will never forget this kindness." Qi Yuanshan smiled and waved his hand, saying humbly, "You're welcome. This is just my duty as a doctor." After that, he turned and walked towards the door with steady and calm steps. Han Fuli and Li Xinyue accompanied Qi Yuanshan to the door and expressed their heartfelt thanks to him again. The couple returned to the room, stared at their son, whose complexion was gradually improving, and asked softly, "Xiaoqing, what exactly is going on? Please tell us the whole story in detail." Han Xiaoqing did not dare to hide anything and told the whole story. After hearing this, Han Fuli was secretly glad. Feng Kai is a strong man in the late stage of external strength. Such a powerful person couldn't even take a move from the other party's guard. How powerful must the enemy be? When he thought of this, Han Fuli couldn't help but feel a little scared. After giving Han Xiaoqing a few words of advice, he took Li Xinyue away. After returning to his room, Han Fuli looked at Li Xinyue seriously and said in a solemn tone, "Li Xinyue, I want to solemnly warn you that you must never retaliate against the other party." His eyes revealed a firmness and determination, as if he had made up his mind. Li Xinyue was stunned when she heard this. She had originally been thinking about how to teach the person who hurt her son a lesson, but now after hearing what Han Fuli said, she said unwillingly, "Did my son's injury go to waste? The other party is at least a strong internal force master. If you want to destroy the Han family and your Li family, then go and take revenge." After saying that, Han Fuli left without looking back. Near noon the next day, Ye Feng and his two companions had safely arrived at the bustling city of Australia. As an international metropolis, Macau City is full of tall buildings, busy streets with cars and people coming and going. Ye Feng and the other two stood on the street, feeling the unique atmosphere and vitality of the city. Yi Lin looked around curiously, her eyes full of the desire to explore the unknown world. Zhao Peng suggested that the three of them go to the Ouching Resort, where there are large casinos, shopping malls, and high-end restaurants. This idea immediately received an enthusiastic response from Yi Lin, so they decided to set off immediately. The three of them took a taxi to the Ouching Resort, which is located on the beautiful seaside, surrounded by lush greenery and sea breeze. As soon as they got off the car, they were shocked by the grandeur of the resort, with tall buildings and spacious courtyards, revealing luxury and comfort everywhere. Zhao Peng offered to check in so that the brother and sister could relax first. So he took his luggage and walked to the front desk of the resort. While waiting for Zhao Peng, Yi Lin was not idle. She took Yi Feng to admire the garden of the resort, looking at the colorful flowers and green trees, and occasionally hearing the sound of waves in the distance. When Zhao Peng finished the check-in formalities, Yi Lin pulled Yi Feng's arm and said, "Brother, I'm a little hungry. Please treat me to a big meal." When it comes to eating, Zhao Peng becomes excited. "Brother Feng, Yi Lin, I know a very unique local restaurant. Let me take you there." Led by Zhao Peng, they came to an elegantly decorated restaurant and ordered several local specialties. Soon, delicious dishes were served one after another. They began to taste the fresh seafood, tender steaks, and local specialties with good color, aroma, and taste. Yi Lin was very satisfied with the food. Chapter 53. Gambling Saint Yi Lin. Yi Feng looked at the food on the table and asked with a smile, "Do you want me to order some more for you? I see you guys have eaten everything, and the tourists next to you keep looking over here." Yi Lin rubbed her stomach and said contentedly, "No, I can't eat anymore. My stomach will explode if I eat any more." Zhao Peng stared at the tourist next to him with a rogue look on his face. Ye Feng looked at the two of them, sighed helplessly, and shook his head, and had to take them back to the hotel in the resort. The three of them returned to the hotel. Yi Lin pulled Ye Feng and begged, "Brother, take me to the casino tonight, so that the people in Australia can open their eyes and see how powerful I, the gambling saint of Tianjin, am and how I can kill everyone." Zhao Peng, who was standing by, heard this and his eyes lit up. He approached Yi Lin immediately, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, "Yi Lin, I didn't expect you to be in this business. To be honest, I'm known as the gambling devil of Kyoto. Today, if we join forces, we will definitely kill them without a single piece of armor left." Ye Feng looked at the two of them bragging to each other so shamelessly, speechless for a moment, then turned and walked towards his room. Back in the room, Ye Feng walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, closed the curtains, and started practicing the Chaos Sutra on the bed. Looking at the negligible spiritual energy, Ye Feng had no choice but to take out the spirit-gathering pill, poured out 3 pills, and swallowed them. The effect of the soul-gathering pill was still strong after he broke through to the middle stage of foundation building. Just 3 pills made the spiritual power in Ye Feng's body surge. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and concentrated, and began to circulate his spiritual power according to the Chaos Sutra. After the technique was activated, Ye Feng felt a stream of warm currents flowing through his meridians, as if countless spiritual powers gathered into a river, rushing endlessly in his body. His breath gradually became steady and powerful, as if he had merged with the world. As time went by, Ye Feng's cultivation level was steadily improving. He could clearly feel his meridians expanding and his stored spiritual power increasing. This feeling made him feel extremely excited. As the spiritual energy contained in the spirit-gathering pill gradually receded like the tide, Ye Feng was still a long way from the late stage of foundation building. He swallowed 2 more spirit-gathering pills without hesitation. The effect of the soul-gathering pill exploded in his body again, and Ye Feng felt a strong spiritual power pouring into his limbs. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and began to go all out to impact the late stage of foundation building. Finally, after one impact after another, Ye Feng felt a powerful force burst out from his body, as if breaking through the shackles that bound him. His cultivation level instantly improved and reached the late stage of foundation building. He opened his eyes, feeling the powerful spiritual power in his body, his eyes flashing with excitement. At this moment, a crisp knock on the door suddenly sounded. Ye Feng closed his eyes slightly, and a powerful spiritual consciousness instantly gushed out, covering the entire room like an invisible net. He immediately sensed that the person standing outside the door was his sister, Yi Lin. It seemed that this little guy could no longer suppress his inner impulse and couldn't wait to go to the casino to try his hand. Ye Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart, thinking, "This little girl is really impatient." He slowly stood up, walked to the door, stretched out his hand to open it. Yi Lin stood at the door with excitement and expectation on her face, staring at Ye Feng with her eyes, as if urging him to act quickly. "Why are you losing your temper so early?" Ye Feng asked with a joking smile, his lips slightly raised. "Oh, brother, I'm just curious. I've only seen those casino scenes in movies before, but never had the chance to experience it myself. Today, I finally have the chance to feel that exciting and tense atmosphere in person, so of course I'm anxious." While Yi Lin was explaining, she grabbed Ye Feng's hand without saying a word and dragged him out of the house. Under the guidance of Zhao Peng, the 3 of them soon arrived at the casino in the resort. As soon as they stepped into the casino, Ye Feng and Yi Lin were deeply shocked by the extremely luxurious and magnificent scene in front of them. A waiter in a fine uniform and smiling keenly noticed the 3 guests with extraordinary temperament. He immediately took the initiative to greet them and enthusiastically led them to the place where they could exchange chips. With the assistance of this professional waiter, Ye Feng successfully exchanged a full 2 million chips. Ye Feng carefully put one of the chips worth 10,000 yuan into his pocket, then smiled and said to Yi Lin, whose eyes were shining with excitement, "Two gambling gods, please start your wonderful performances." As soon as the words fell, Yi Lin couldn't wait to rush to the American roulette table not far away. She grabbed a chip worth 1,000 yuan and bet on the number for without hesitation. "My lucky number is 4. Let me try my luck today." Yi Lin stared at the spinning roulette wheel with great anticipation, confidence and excitement flashing in her eyes. The experienced dealer skillfully swung the roulette wheel, and the black ball jumped happily on the wheel as if it had been given life. Everyone's eyes were focused on the small ball, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Finally, the ball slowly stopped and finally settled on the number 27. Seeing this, Ye Lin couldn't help but frown slightly and muttered, "Humph, this gambling saint is just trying out his skills and hasn't used his full strength yet. Come on, Zhao Peng, let's go play the dice game. That's what I'm best at." After saying that, she pulled Zhao Peng's arm and walked towards the dice area with great interest. Looking at Ye Lin, who was ignorant of the immensity of the world and spoke wildly, Ye Feng smiled helplessly and had to follow her. This time, Ye Lin actually bought the leopard for 10,000 chips. Zhao Peng on the side was stunned and amazed in his heart. He is worthy of being the gambling saint. He dared to buy the leopard right at the start. As the dealer opened the dice cup, it was obvious that Ye Lin lost again. But she was unwilling to accept this and bought 6 more leopards. Zhao Peng was stunned and muttered to himself, "When it comes to losing money, I don't admit defeat to anyone but Ye Lin." Gradually, Ye Lin had fewer and fewer chips, and her face became uglier and uglier, like an eggplant hit by frost. How could Ye Lin, who was very competitive, give up? She dragged the two of them to the baccarat table again, secretly competing in her heart. This time it's a choice between 3. I don't believe that I can't win. Ye Lin took out 50,000 chips without hesitation and placed them heavily on the player. After getting the right to open the cards, she crumpled the cards vigorously and slammed them on the table. 19 points. The banker has 13 points. The player has 19 points. The player wins. As soon as the dealer finished speaking, Ye Lin jumped 3 feet high in excitement. She shouted triumphantly, "See, I was just trying out my skills just now. Watch how I sweep away thousands of enemies next." Chapter 54. Gambler Ye Feng is online. However, the good times didn't last long. Not long after, Ye Lin lost all her chips. She stared at Ye Feng with wide eyes, full of expectation, hoping that he would exchange for some more chips. Ye Feng saw through her loss of reason at a glance, so he used a trace of spiritual power without hesitation and shot it towards Ye Lin's head. In an instant, Ye Lin came back to her senses as if she had been enlightened, and her heart was filled with guilt. She looked down at Ye Feng and whispered, "Brother, I'm sorry." Ye Feng gently stroked her hair and comforted her. 9 out of 10 times you lose. This is the nature of gambling. I brought you here today to teach you how to control your desires and never indulge in them. It doesn't matter if you lose. Don't take it to heart. Ye Lin nodded obediently and answered in a low voice, "Brother, I understand. I will never do this again, but I still feel unwilling. That's all money, and it was all gone in just half an hour." Ye Feng smiled slightly, looked at Ye Lin, who was full of worry, and said comfortingly, "Don't be unhappy. Cheer up, and see how I can help you win back what you lost. Have you forgotten? I still have 10,000 chips in my pocket." Ye Feng brought the two of them to the American roulette wheel again. With a gentle wave of his hand, the 10,000 chip fell steadily into the number 0 area like a precise arrow. As the wheel turned, a trace of imperceptible spiritual power flowed silently into the black ball like a trickle. Ye Lin's mood was like an ignited flame. Watching the jumping ball in the roulette wheel like a dancing elf, and finally falling into number 0, her excitement was beyond words. "Brother, I won. It's 35 times. You are so awesome." Ye Feng smiled and gently placed the thick stack of chips he won in Ye Lin's hand, then turned and walked towards the dice area. His steps were steady and confident, as if everything was under control. This time it was easier. Ye Feng used his spiritual sense to scan the dice, and the number of points on the dice was clearly visible. He directed Ye Lin to place bets, and each bet was accurate. Before long, he successfully won back the 2 million chips he had lost before. Zhao Peng, who was standing aside, was full of admiration at the moment. He stared at Ye Feng intently and said excitedly, "Brother Feng, you are really amazing with your superb gambling skills. Even if the legendary god of gamblers came to the scene, I'm afraid he would have to admit defeat to you." After hearing this, Ye Feng raised his lips slightly, revealing a playful smile, and responded, "You two call yourself a gambling saint and a gambling devil. How can I be qualified to teach you? Besides, there is nothing new here. Do you know of any other fun places to go?" Zhao Peng's eyes flashed with a mysterious light, and he lowered his voice and said, "Brother Feng, have you heard of gambling on stones? Hey, I recently heard that there is a very exciting gambling on stones upstairs." Hearing what Zhao Peng said, Ye Feng also became interested. It is said that even gods cannot tell the quality of jade. He wondered if his divine sense could see the jade in the raw stone. The atmosphere of the gambling stone field is completely different from that of the casino. There is no noisy noise here, only occasional knocking sounds and low conversations. Ye Feng, Yi Lin, and Zhao Peng walked to the gambling stone stall and saw pieces of jadeite raw stones of various shapes placed on the table. They lay there quietly, as if waiting for the arrival of the destined person. Yi Lin looked at these raw stones and couldn't help but feel curious. She reached out and gently touched a piece of raw stone, feeling its cold and hard texture. She turned her head, looked at Ye Feng, and asked, "Brother, why are there still people selling stones here?" Before Ye Feng could speak, Zhao Peng explained, "Yi Lin, this is not an ordinary stone. This is jadeite rough stone. You know jadeite. It is a very precious gemstone, known as the king of Oriental gemstones. The jadeite rough stones here are uncut jadeite. They may contain jadeite of sky-high price, or they may just be an ordinary stone. Whether you can get good jadeite depends entirely on luck and personal vision." Seeing Yi Lin's eager look, Ye Feng couldn't help laughing. He knew that this girl was going to show off her skills again, so he said, "Go ahead and choose. Buy any rough stone you like." Yi Lin jumped up with joy after hearing what her brother said. She started to select the rough stones, tapping here and there. Ye Feng was so upset that he thought this was not selecting rough stones, but buying watermelons at the market. He could not help but remind her, Lin, selecting rough stones is not the right way. You have to carefully observe the color, texture, and pattern of the rough stones. These are important bases for judging the quality of jadeite. Yi Lin listened to her brother's words, stopped what she was doing, and looked carefully at the rough stone in front of her. She tried to find some clues from the surface of the rough stone, but found that she found nothing. She shook her head in disappointment. "Brother, I can't tell. I feel they are all the same." Yi Feng used his spiritual sense to scan the raw stones on the stall. He found that his spiritual sense could penetrate the surface of the raw stones and see the internal structure. There was no jade on the raw stones on the stall. He said to Yi Lin, "These raw stones are not meant for you. Go to another store and choose the one you like." Yi Feng's consciousness slowly swept across the entire venue. His eyes passed through the stalls one by one. Among the many stalls, the raw stones on one stall were particularly eye-catching. They were colorful, like the palette of nature, exuding an attractive luster. Yi Feng's heart moved, and he walked over with Yi Lin and Zhao Peng. In front of the stall, Yi Lin's eyes were immediately attracted by a piece of raw stone the size of a watermelon. Its skin was as smooth as a mirror, like a gem polished by time, exuding a charming luster. Yi Lin squatted down and observed the raw stone carefully, as if she could feel the mysterious power contained in it. Yi Lin pointed to the raw stone and said in a firm tone, "Brother, I want this one. I don't know why, I just like it." Yi Feng smiled slightly, and his consciousness probed into the rough stone again. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. There was indeed a fist-sized red jadeite hidden in the rough stone, with bright color, pure texture, and priceless. He nodded, indicating that Yi Lin could buy this rough stone. Then he also selected 3 rough stones. The stall owner looked at the 3 customers in front of him, and his heart was filled with joy. He had run this stall for many years, and although he had seen many buyers, it was still unusual for them to buy 4 jadeite stones at once like today. You know, these 4 jadeite stones are worth a lot of money. He cleared his throat and began to calculate the price. After some calculations, he came up with a satisfactory number. 3 customers for jadeite stones, a total of 3.5 million. Chapter 55, Top Quality Jade. After hearing the price, Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. He knew the condition of the jade in the raw stone. Even if the price was 10 times higher, he would buy it without hesitation. After transferring 3.5 million to the boss, the deal was finally concluded. The 3 of them happily borrowed a cart from the stall owner and slowly walked towards the stone-cutting area. Zhao Peng's eyes were sharp, and he quickly locked onto the figure of the stone-cutting master. After some bargaining, the 2 sides reached a consensus, and the stone-cutting work officially began. The first thing to be unraveled was naturally the rough stone that Yi Lin had carefully selected. The stone-cutting master was focused. His movements were gentle and cautious. He carefully placed the rough stone on the stone-cutting machine and fixed it firmly. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a dazzling red light suddenly gushed out from the inside of the raw stone, as if a red sun was rising, dazzling the eyes. It's actually glass-type, red jadeite. The stone-cutting master screamed in shock, and his cry was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up thousands of waves. The people around who were originally busy with their own things were attracted one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the place was crowded. Oh my God! Such high-quality red jadeite. This is the first time I have seen it in my life. There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. People widened their eyes with expressions of disbelief on their faces, as if they had witnessed the birth of a miracle. Looking at the people with shocked faces and mouths wide open enough to fit an egg, Ye Feng thought to himself, if a few more pieces of top-quality yellow jade and purple jade are unearthed later, I wonder how crazy they will go. So he raised his arms and waved his hands gently, signaling everyone to keep quiet. Everyone, please be patient. The master still has 3 pieces of raw stone that have not been cut. After the cutting work is completed, it will not be too late for you to come and discuss it again. As Ye Feng finished speaking, the originally noisy crowd gradually became quiet. The master of stone removal took a deep breath, calmed down, and began a new round of stone removal work. Time passed minute by minute, and after about half an hour, the 3 rough stones were finally completely unlocked. Present before everyone's eyes were a piece of crystal-clear top-grade purple jade, a piece of bright-colored top-grade yellow jade, and a piece of ice-type jade that, although slightly inferior in texture, was still of the highest quality. In an instant, a deafening cheer broke out from the crowd. What kind of incredible luck is this? All 4 rough stones have increased in price without exception. Even the worst one is an ice-level jadeite. Isn't it? Such rare and top-quality red jade, purple jade, and yellow jade are all made by the same person. It's really unbelievable. I even doubt whether I'm being deceived. I must be dreaming. I'm afraid even TV dramas wouldn't dare to film this kind of plot. Someone muttered to himself, as if he had just woken up from a dream. At this time, a fat, middle-aged man squeezed out of the crowd like a nimble fish and said with a flattering smile on his face, I am Meng Yue, the general manager of Wanlong Jewelry. I wonder if you're interested in selling these pieces of jade. Don't worry, price is definitely not a problem. After that, he took out a business card like a magic trick and handed it to Ye Feng. Yi Lin stared at Ye Feng vigilantly, as if he was a thief who might steal the treasure, and was afraid that he would sell such a beautiful jadeite. Ye Feng shook his head helplessly. He was not short of money, so why would he want to sell the jade? He said to Huang Yue, Mr. Huang, I'm so sorry. I don't have any intention of selling these jades. Please forgive me. Huang Yue looked regretful, as if he had lost something precious, and said, well, if you ever change your mind and want to sell these jadeite pieces, please feel free to contact me. The 3 men, carrying 4 pieces of precious jade, slowly left the rough stone field under the envious gazes of the crowd and walked towards a nearby hotel to have a good rest. At this moment, the rough stone stall owner looked at their backs as they walked away, feeling extremely regretful. He quickly returned to his stall, carefully put away the rough stones that he had regarded as treasures, and decided to open them himself to see if he could recover some of his losses. At the same time, the crowds around seemed to be attracted by an invisible force and rushed to the stall. In the blink of an eye, the rough stones on the stall were sold out. Those who bought rough stones were extremely excited and smiled, while those who failed to grab the rough stones they wanted were beating their chests and stamping their feet in regret. People who bought the raw stones could not wait to go to the stone cutting area and rush to cut the stones. However, the results were disappointing. Only a very few people were lucky enough to cut out some jadeite, but the quality was really hard to praise. At this time, the stall owner also joined the ranks of cutting the jade. He stared at the cutter in his hand nervously, and with one cut, a piece of crystal-clear ice jade the size of an egg appeared in front of him. This surprise made the stall owner ecstatic and almost speechless with excitement. Back at the hotel, Zhao Peng stared at Ye Feng, making him feel uncomfortable and covered with goosebumps. Ye Feng shook his head helplessly, then took out the ice jade from his arms, threw it to Zhao Peng, and said with a hint of sarcasm, Look at you. You don't look like a young master of the Zhao family in Kyoto. If your father saw you, he would definitely beat you up. You are such a disgrace to the Zhao family. Zhao Peng received the jadeite as if he had found a treasure, and then carefully put it into his arms, as if it was some rare treasure, afraid that there would be any damage. After he packed it up, he turned around and said to Ye Feng, Brother Feng, don't underestimate this jadeite. Although it is not as good as the 3 top-grade jadeites, if it is sold on the market, it is definitely a first-class good thing, at least worth tens of millions. Yi Lin, who was sitting next to him, was drowsy at first, but woke up instantly after hearing this. With shining eyes, she approached Zhao Peng and asked, "How much is my red jade worth?" Zhao Peng frowned and pondered for a moment, then replied, "Well, I can't really say, but it will definitely not be less than 100 million Chinese yuan." Seeing Yi Lin's twinkling eyes full of money, Ye Feng quickly interrupted her reverie and quickly suggested going out for dinner. As expected, food always comes first for Yi Lin. She had just been thinking about the value of jadeite, but now she had already thrown it out of her mind and couldn't wait to pull the two of them towards the hotel restaurant. Chapter 56. Meeting Meng Yue again. The three of them walked into the restaurant. Although they had already missed the peak dining time, the restaurant was still crowded and bustling. With the enthusiastic guidance of the waiter, they came to an empty table and sat down. Yi Lin couldn't wait to pick up the tablet handed over by the waiter, tapped it with her fingers quickly, and then handed it to Ye Feng and Zhao Peng. After the two of them glanced at it quickly, they returned it to the waiter. Seeing their reactions, Yi Lin asked suspiciously, "Brother, Zhao Peng, aren't you hungry?" Yi Feng's forehead was covered with black lines, and he said helplessly, "You've ordered enough for 5 people. What else can we order? If you can't finish it today, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." At this time, Zhao Peng finally couldn't hold back his laughter, but when he felt Yi Lin's murderous eyes, he immediately stopped smiling and explained, "Yi Lin, don't think too much. I'm not making fun of your amazing appetite. I just suddenly thought of my dog giving birth to a baby, so I'm particularly happy." Hearing this, Yi Lin's cheeks actually flushed slightly. Soon, the waiters began to deliver the dishes to the table one after another. The three of them ate and chatted in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Just as they were immersed in the delicious food and pleasant conversation, a familiar figure suddenly entered Ye Feng's sight. That person was his extremely materialistic ex-girlfriend, Meng Yue, who had broken up with him long ago. At this moment, Meng Yue was wearing a luxury brand outfit, holding the arm of a middle-aged man, and walked towards the empty table next to them. At the same time, Meng Yue also noticed Ye Feng and looked at him provocatively. The middle-aged man seemed to sense that the atmosphere was a little strange and asked Meng Yue in a low voice, "Honey, do you know them?" Meng Yue showed contempt on her face and replied, "It's just a guy I dumped before. Don't worry, dear. You are the only one in my heart." Upon hearing this, Yi Lin immediately pouted and muttered, "I was wondering why the air suddenly became so smelly." It turns out that a fox appeared. Meng Yu's face suddenly darkened. She pointed at Yi Lin angrily and yelled, "How dare you scold me, you little bitch." Then, as if she had suffered a great injustice, she threw herself into the arms of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man stared at Ye Feng and the other two with a gloomy face and said in a cold voice, "I am Lu Fuda, the chairman of Hongqing Fuda Group. You young boys, don't be too arrogant. The sea in Australia is very deep, and you will be buried in the belly of fish if you're not careful. Hey, little beauty, why don't you come over and have a drink with me? As long as you are willing, I can buy you all kinds of brand-name bags, which will make you linger and enjoy it." Hearing what Lu Fuda said, Yi Lin was furious, thinking that this fat guy dared to have bad intentions towards her. She picked up the water cup on the table and poured it on him without hesitation. Lu Fuda, who was caught off guard and soaked, was instantly furious. He never expected that someone would dare to splash water on him. You know, he is a super rich man with assets worth hundreds of billions. Just as he raised his hand angrily and prepared to teach Yi Lin a lesson, Zhao Peng stood up suddenly and kicked him to the ground. Lu Fuda covered his chest in pain, his face extremely gloomy. He glared at Zhao Peng fiercely, and his eyes seemed to want to tear Zhao Peng into pieces immediately. Meng Yue, who was standing by, saw this and rushed forward anxiously. She pulled Lu Fuda up and asked with concern, "Honey, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Then, with her eyes wide open, she turned to Ye Feng and shouted, "Ye Feng, you're in big trouble now. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have a little money. Compared with our chairman Lu, you are even worse than an ant. Just wait for your severe revenge." Ye Feng stood up slowly, staring at the couple in front of him with cold eyes. He never expected that Lu Fuda would dare to openly tease his sister and even try to hit him. If he doesn't teach him a lesson today, he might get worse in the future. So, Ye Feng walked towards the two of them and said coldly, "Meng Yue, you were still so vain and stupid until now. I almost forgot about you, but you took the initiative to appear in front of me and get in my way. As for you, Lu Fuda, if you really want to seek revenge, Just come over. I'll be waiting for you at any time. But I'm afraid the consequences will not be something you can bear." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Feng secretly activated a trace of spiritual power and silently injected it into Lu Fuda's body. This trace of spiritual power quickly traveled between the meridians in Lu Fuda's body, accurately destroying the meridians in one of the key parts. From then on, Lu Fuda forever lost the ability that he should have as a man. Zhao Peng, who was standing by, boasted to Yi Lin about his heroic kick. When he saw Ye Feng scolding the two, he came over and said provocatively, "Lu Fuda, right? I'm Zhao Peng. Come and take revenge if you dare. If I frown, I'll take your last name." Lu Fuda knew very well that he was doomed this time, but he could only find another way to take revenge after he returned. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to barely get up from the ground. After uttering a few threatening words, he grabbed Meng Yue and left in a hurry. As soon as the two returned to the house, Meng Yue began to cry. "My dear, they actually dared to treat you like this. We must not let them go easily. We must teach them a lesson." Lu Fuda was also furious at this moment. After all, he had never suffered such a great humiliation since he grew up, so he gritted his teeth and responded, "Don't worry, I will never let them go if I don't take revenge. But for now, help me calm down first." Hearing this, Meng Yu's face flashed with an imperceptible disgust, but she quickly returned to her delicate and charming state and squatted down to serve Lu Fuda. But no matter how hard she teased, Lu Fuda never responded. Lu Fuda's face became increasingly gloomy, like a piece of charcoal, and he pushed Meng Yue away with all his strength. He was also very puzzled, as he had never had any problems with his body, so why did he suddenly become like this? On the other side, Yi Lin said to Ye Feng with guilt, "Brother, am I too impulsive and causing you trouble?" Ye Feng stroked her head gently and comforted her. Lin, you did nothing wrong. You should teach this kind of person a lesson. Otherwise, he will think you are easy to bully and then do more harm than good." Chapter 57 Arrival at Port City. Hearing her brother's words, the gloom on Yi Lin's face instantly disappeared. She held Ye Feng's hand tightly and said excitedly, "Brother, let's go shopping tomorrow. I heard that the Australia City shopping center is very big." Her words were full of anticipation. At this time, Zhao Peng on the side interrupted and said, "If you want to go shopping, I think it's better to go to Gangcheng. It's a famous shopping paradise. Not only are there a wide variety of goods, but also the latest styles of various fashion trends will be launched there first." As he spoke, his eyes sparkled. After hearing what Zhao Peng said, Yi Lin's eyes suddenly lit up and she looked at Ye Feng with longing, as if waiting for his decision. Ye Feng couldn't bear to disappoint his sister, so he nodded and agreed to their proposal. In this way, the three of them agreed to take the ferry to the port city early tomorrow morning to start a shopping trip. Afterwards, the three of them returned to their own rooms. Ye Feng sat on the bed, took out his cell phone, and sent a message to Li Xiaona. "Xiaona, have you told your uncle and aunt about our situation? When would be a good time for me to visit?" At this moment, Li Xiaona, who had returned to the dormitory, was lying on the bed looking at her phone. When she saw the message from Ye Feng, a sweet smile appeared on her lips. She quickly replied, "Brother Feng, after I finish the exam, let's go home together. My mother has been looking forward to meeting you." The words revealed, full of joy. After receiving Li Xiaona's reply, Ye Feng finally felt relieved. He was also very happy to know that his uncle and aunt agreed to his visit. "What do uncle and aunt like? This is my first time visiting. If I come empty-handed, won't my future mother-in-law kick me out?" Li Xiaona blushed when Ye Feng called her future mother-in-law. After thinking for a while, she replied, "You have to choose for yourself. If you don't choose well, then you won't be able to marry a wife as lovely as me." Brother Feng, I'll review first. You should think about what gift to buy." When her roommates saw Li Xiaona smiling foolishly while holding her cell phone, they knew that she must be chatting with senior Ye Feng again. Li Bingbing joked, "Oh, our Xiaona wants a man. I think you should just marry senior Ye Feng now. You can get married in college anyway." Shernan also agreed. "I think our Xiaona has been won over by senior Ye Feng a long time ago. She didn't return to the dormitory several times before. She must have been alone with senior Ye Feng." Li Xiaona's face immediately turned red to her ears after being teased by them. Although she and Ye Feng had not yet broken through that level of relationship, she had already determined in her heart that she was Ye Feng's person. "Don't think like that. It's really not what you imagine." Li Xiaona retorted with a blushing face. Sun Jingjing responded playfully, "Oh my, Explanation is covering up, and covering up is the truth. Shanna, look at your face. It's as red as an apple. After some laughter and joking, the dormitory returned to peace. At the same time, Ye Feng felt very conflicted. After all, this was the first time he met his future mother-in-law. What gift would be appropriate and satisfying? After careful consideration, he felt that this gift must not be perfunctory. It seemed that he had to carefully select it when he went to the port city tomorrow. The next morning, at Yi Lin's repeated urging, the three of them rushed to the dock early and boarded the ferry to the port city. About half an hour later, they successfully arrived at their destination, Hong Kong City. Then, they hailed a taxi and headed towards Harbor City, the most famous shopping destination in Hong Kong City. In Gangcheng Central Hospital, Lu Fuda sat in front of an old man with a grim expression. The old man was none other than Wu Mingxian, the most famous andrology expert in Gangcheng. He had rushed back to Gangcheng early in the morning since his little brother died yesterday, but there had been no response until now. Wu Mingxian frowned and carefully studied the test report in his hand. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly and said, "Boss Lu, according to this report, all aspects of your body's functions are normal, and there is nothing wrong. Think about it. Could it be that you have been too hardworking recently, or that you have too much psychological pressure?" After hearing this, Lu Fuda pondered over it. Indeed, he had indulged himself with the charming Meng Yue during this period, and had indeed overindulged himself. So, he really needed to exercise some restraint in the future. However, despite thinking so, the worries in his heart did not dissipate. He always felt that this situation was unusual. Although he was getting older and sometimes felt powerless, he would never be unresponsive. "Mr. Wu, are you sure that everything is fine? I always feel that something is a little strange this time. Why don't you prescribe some special medicine for me?" Lu Fuda pleaded stubbornly with a look of doubt on his face. Wu Mingxian shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, these so-called special medicines can certainly work quickly, but the damage they cause to the body should not be underestimated. Faced with Lu Fuda's repeated insistence, Wu Mingxian finally had to prescribe some special medicines with great reluctance. But at the same time, he also warned Lu Fuda to use them with caution. Ye Feng, Yi Lin, and Zhao Peng came to Harbor City Shopping Center together. As soon as she stepped into Harbor City, Yi Lin was attracted by the magnificent decoration in front of her. The gorgeous chandelier hanging on the ceiling was dazzling. The walls were covered with exquisite wallpapers with delicate and artistic patterns. The ground was covered with smooth marble floors, reflecting bright light. Everything was so intoxicating, as if she was in a dreamlike world. "Brother, I'm gonna go shopping by myself. You should also go and pick out some gift for Sister Xiaona," Yi Lin said excitedly, and then ran into the mall like a happy little bird. Ye Feng was a little worried about letting his sister run around alone, fearing that she would cause trouble again. So he turned to Zhao Peng beside him and said, "Zhao Peng, you should go and keep an eye on Lin Lin. Don't let her get into trouble. I'll go around by myself." After making the arrangements, Ye Feng began to stroll alone in this huge shopping mall. While admiring the dazzling array of goods around him, he thought about what kind of gift he should choose to express his respect and sincerity to Xiaona's parents. As he was walking, Ye Feng accidentally saw a store called Hong Kong and China Nutrition Products Store. The store door was open, and inside was a variety of nutritional supplements and health products. Just as he was hesitating whether to go in and take a look, a clerk noticed him and took the initiative to greet him warmly. "Hello, sir. Welcome to our Hong Kong and China Nutrition Products Store. We have all kinds of rare nutritional products and high-quality health products to meet the needs of different groups of people. Whether you give it to your parents to express your love or to your girlfriend to express your feelings, it is a very good choice. Is there anything special you need? Or I can recommend you some suitable products according to your requirements." The clerk introduced with a smile. Chapter 58 Shopping. Seeing the clerk's enthusiasm, Ye Feng said, "I'm thinking of buying some gifts for my future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Can you give me some recommendations?" When the clerk heard that Ye Feng wanted to buy gifts for his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, his eyes lit up immediately. He smiled warmly and said, "Sir, you are so thoughtful. We have many gifts suitable for the elders, such as exquisite tea, high-end health products, and exquisite handicrafts. If your father-in-law and mother-in-law like to taste tea, then our Longjing tea or pu'er tea is definitely a good choice. If they pay attention to health, we have a wide variety of health products to meet different needs. If they like collecting, our handicrafts are also very unique and valuable." After thinking for a while, Ye Feng said, "Can you recommend some high-end nutritional supplements to me?" The clerk looked at Ye Feng thinking, and she knew that Ye Feng was a capable young man who would not be careless in choosing gifts. So, she began to recommend some high-end nutritional products to Ye Feng. Sir, if you want to buy high-end nutritional supplements, we have several very good choices here. First, we have an imported fish oil health product, which is rich in omega-3 fatty acids and is very beneficial to cardiovascular health. Secondly, we also have a bird's nest product. Bird's nest is a natural tonic that can nourish the yin and kidneys, beautify the skin, and is deeply loved by the rich and celebrities. After listening to the clerk's introduction, Ye Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Immediately, Ye Feng said to the clerk without hesitation, "Give me 5 servings of each of those nutritional supplements and teas you introduced just now." It turned out that Ye Feng not only wanted to prepare gifts for his father-in-law and mother-in-law, but also planned to bring one back for his parents and girlfriend Li Xiaona as a token of his appreciation. After hearing this, the clerk immediately showed a very happy expression on her face. After all, she would definitely get a lot of commission if she could facilitate such a big deal. So, she said to Ye Feng respectfully, "Okay, sir, please wait here for a moment. I will help you pack these gifts beautifully right away." Ye Feng smiled and nodded to show his agreement. After paying the bill, he left the store with the clerk's enthusiastic farewell. After walking out of the store, Ye Feng looked around and found that no one around noticed him. Then, he quickly walked to a secluded corner where no one was, and with a thought, he put all the gifts into the system space. After doing these things, Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued to stroll on the street. Meanwhile, in another corner of the mall, Yilin was enjoying herself in a shopping spree, while Zhao Peng, who followed her, was miserable at the moment. He was covered in all kinds of handbags, looking like a mobile shelf. Zhao Peng looked at Yilin with a face full of resentment and begged in a tearful voice, "My dear aunt, have we bought enough? I really don't have any extra space on my body to hang anything else." Yilin couldn't help laughing when she heard what Zhao Peng said. She looked at the bags hanging all over Zhao Peng's body and felt that it was a bit too much. So she nodded to show her agreement. "Okay, let's go take a rest first," Yilin said. The two found a rest area and sat down. Yilin began to sort out her spoils. She picked up a handbag that contained a beautiful dress she had just bought. She looked at the shoes she had just bought and nodded with satisfaction. After a while, Yilin seemed to have remembered something important. She suddenly stood up, put the bag in her hand on the ground, and walked back without hesitation. Zhao Peng, who was sitting next to her, was completely confused and muttered to himself, "Is this young lady really planning to move the entire shopping mall back home?" Not long after, Yilin came back excitedly carrying 2 big bags, muttering, "Oh, I almost left behind the latest Chanel suit. Fortunately, there are 2 sets here. I'll keep one for myself and give the other to Sister Xiana. Well, let's go find my brother. I wonder what treasures he picked out." At this time, Ye Feng had just finished shopping and was about to store the Patek Philippe watch, LV belt, and wallet he bought into his system space. This time he spent a lot of money buying dozens of watches, dozens of belts and wallets in one go. These were all carefully selected by him, and he planned to keep them as gifts for relatives and friends in the future. Just as Ye Feng stepped out of the unnoticed corner, he bumped into Yi Lin and Zhao Peng who were walking towards him. Yi Lin frowned, her eyes full of doubt and suspicion. She stared at Ye Feng closely and asked, "Brother, why are you here? Are you following the beautiful lady here?" When Ye Feng heard this, 3 black lines suddenly appeared on his forehead. He muttered to himself, "Am I such a despicable person in the eyes of my sister?" He spread his hands helplessly and explained with a wry smile, "I thought this was the restroom, so I wanted to come in and take a look, but who knew it was a safe passage?" After hearing this, Yi Lin did not dispel her doubts, but turned her gaze to Ye Feng, who had nothing in his hands, and asked, "Brother, you have been strolling around for such a long time, but haven't bought anything? Look at Zhao Peng. He brought me a bunch of things." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and pointed at Zhao Peng beside her. Zhao Peng was covered with shopping bags of all sizes, looking like a human clothes hanger. Seeing this, Ye Feng tried to hold back his laughter and replied calmly, "I asked the clerk to mail the items directly back to Shanghai. It's so troublesome to carry so many things." Seeing Yi Lin, who wanted to continue asking questions, Ye Feng quickly changed the subject and said, "You should also hurry up and deal with the things you want to send. Look at Zhao Peng, he's covered in bags. Don't you feel sorry for him?" After that, Ye Feng used his spiritual sense to quickly scan the surroundings, looking for a nearby store that could mail items, and led the 2 of them to walk quickly. After arriving at the destination, They quickly completed all the mailing procedures with the warm reception of the store staff. At this time, Zhao Peng suddenly received a call from Beijing. His father's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone, urging him to rush back home immediately. Zhao Peng said solemnly, "Brother Feng Yulin, I'm really sorry. There is something urgent at home. I have to rush back to Kyoto immediately." Ye Feng nodded slightly and said, "It's okay. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions." After saying that, Zhao Peng rushed to the Hongqing airport like an arrow from a bow, took the earliest flight, and rushed towards Kyoto like a flying bird. Chapter 59, Baiwa Sect X. Yilin watched Zhao Peng walk away, and the high spirits of playfulness in her heart instantly disappeared. She turned to Ye Feng beside her and whispered, "Brother, why don't we return to the Magic City? I suddenly miss Sister Xiaona so much." Ye Feng nodded silently to show his agreement. Then, the brother and sister set out on their return journey together, heading towards the Magic City. Meanwhile, Lu Fuda also learned about the situation. He was furious and led his men to rush to the Harbor City shopping center. Unfortunately, they were still a step too slow. When they arrived, Ye Feng and the other three had already disappeared without a trace. Perhaps this was a blessing for Lu Fuda. If he really met Ye Feng, he would probably regret it. Turning his gaze to the Zhao family in Kyoto, the head of the family, Zhao Jianxi, was staring at his eldest son, Zhao Xingyu, with a serious face, and asked in a low voice, "Is the information you got reliable?" "Father, please rest assured, this news is absolutely true. My brother had a conflict with Han Xiaoqing in Shanghai. Although the Han family tried their best to block the news that Han Xiaoqing broke his arm and was seriously injured, and later recovered after being treated by Mr. Qi, was still passed on by the spies I arranged to lurk inside the Han family." Zhao Xingyu replied earnestly. Zhao Jianxi nodded slightly to show his agreement, and then said solemnly, "Okay, everything will be finalized after Xiaoping comes back. The most important thing at the moment is to pay close attention to the Han family's every move and never take it lightly, and beware of any retaliatory actions they may take." At this moment, the Magic City International Airport was crowded with people, and Ye Feng and Yi Lin had just stepped off the plane. Just as they were about to hail a taxi to return, a woman suddenly blocked their way. Ye Feng looked up and found that the woman looked familiar. It turned out that she was Xie Xiaoqing from the brothel. Xie Xiaoqing came up to him with a smile on her face and said to Ye Feng, "Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. My lady has long admired your talent and sent me here to invite you to have a chat. I beg you to honor me with your presence." Ye Feng thought to himself that since he saw Zhao Peng being enchanted last time, he began to suspect that Hua Ling might also be a cultivator. With the idea of finding out the truth, he decided to go with the flow and agreed to Xie Xiaoqing's request, and let Yilin return to the Cloud Villa first, while he followed Xie Xiaoqing and left together. About half an hour later, the two arrived at a quiet courtyard on the outskirts of the city. Hua Linger had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Ye Feng arrive as promised, she quickly bowed and said in a sweet voice, "Mr. Yi, I am very happy to have you here. I hope you can come in and talk to me in detail." After that, she personally led Ye Feng into the house. The two walked into the room. When Hua Linger was about to speak, Ye Feng suddenly interrupted her. "Miss Hua, since you specially invited me here, you must have investigated my situation in advance. We are all open-minded people, so don't beat around the bush. Just say it directly if you have anything to say." Seeing Ye Feng being so straightforward, Hua Linger stopped pretending to greet him. She smiled and said, "I have always admired and respected your talent, Master Yi. It would be great if you could be our sex agent in China. But after some in-depth investigation, I found that you are probably a very powerful warrior. I'm so sorry. I really didn't recognize you. Please forgive me. I wonder what level of cultivation you are in now." Ye Feng used his consciousness to quickly scan Hua Linger's body. As he expected, this woman was indeed a genuine cultivator, and her realm had reached the peak of the qi refining stage. It seemed that he might be able to get some news about the cultivation world from her. "Well, I just successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage not long ago." Ye Feng replied calmly. Hua Linger was shocked when she heard this. She originally thought that Ye Feng was just an ordinary warrior, but she didn't expect that he was also a cultivator and had already entered the foundation building stage. Such qualifications are rare. If he can be brought into the sect, it will greatly enhance the sect's strength. So, Hua Linger said to Ye Feng sincerely, "Master Yi, I am deeply impressed by your extraordinary talent today. On behalf of the Baiwa sect, Hualinger solemnly invites you to serve as the honorary elder of our sect. What do you think? After hearing this, Ye Feng did not answer immediately, but asked the system in his mind, System, if I purchase the position of honorary elder of Baiwa sect, is this considered a consumption behavior? In addition, if I use spirit stones to pay for the fee required for this position, can I also get the corresponding cashback? Soon, the system gave a reply. Host, please rest assured that if you are purchasing a position, it falls into the category of consumption. As for the consumption of spirit stones, you can also get cash back. Specifically, you can get 1 point for every low-grade spirit stone consumed, 100 points for every medium-grade spirit stone consumed, and so on. Hearing the system's answer, Ye Feng showed a satisfied smile on his face. He finally got the answer he wanted and could make a decision boldly. Then, he ended the conversation with the system and turned his attention back to Hualinger in front of him. Miss Hua, I wonder if positions in your sect can be sold? For example, how many spirit stones does an elder need? How many spirit stones does a grand elder need? Hearing this, Hualinger was struck by lightning and stood there in shock. She really couldn't figure out what Ye Feng meant. He didn't want the honorary elder for free, so did he want to spend spirit stones to buy it? Master Yi, the sect has never had a precedent of selling positions. I really don't know. Ye Feng said nonchalantly. Then you can contact the sect. I will offer 30. No, I will offer 50 top-grade spirit stones to buy the position of honorary supreme elder. Hualinger was so shocked that she couldn't express it in words. As the Saint of the Hundred Flowers sect, her cultivation resources for a year were only 50 medium-grade spirit stones, but Ye Feng asked for 50 top-grade spirit stones. Was he crazy? With so many spirit stones, couldn't he use them himself? Under Ye Feng's constant urging, she hurriedly contacted the leader of the Baiwa sect, explained the situation, and then began to anxiously wait for the results of the Baiwa sect's discussion. Chapter 60, Buying a Supreme Elder. The atmosphere in the meeting hall of Baiwa sect was solemn. Sect Master Hua Li and the elders sat together, discussing something with serious expressions. Master, this is simply unbelievable. Not to mention that casual cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, who is only in his early 20s, just talking about those 50 top-grade spirit stones. How is this possible? The top-grade spirit stone reserves of our entire sect are only this much. An elder frowned, his tone full of doubt. Another elder echoed, Yes, sect master, if it was a top-grade spirit stone, it would be somewhat believable, but this top-grade spirit stone is really hard to imagine. At this time, Huali slowly stood up, his eyes swept over every elder present, and then he said calmly, Elders, in fact, even I don't completely believe it. But if he can really take out 50 top-grade spirit stones, then we might as well grant him the position of honorary supreme elder. If he can't do it, giving him the title of honorary elder is not a bad idea. After all, such a genius. Even if he can't provide substantial help, it won't be a big loss for our sect, but will help to improve the overall strength of the sect. After careful consideration and heated discussion, the elders finally agreed with Hua Li's proposal and decided to convey the news to Hualinger. After Hualinger got the news, she did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately found Ye Feng and told him the good news. Mr. Yi, the sect has agreed to your previous suggestion. As long as you can take out 50 top-grade spirit stones as a contribution to the sect master will personally grant you the title of honorary supreme elder. Ye Feng was overjoyed when he heard the news, but he was worried that Hualinger would suddenly change her mind, so he took out 50 top-grade spirit stones from the system space without hesitation and quickly handed them to Hualinger. After all, these were not just 50 spirit stones, but also represented a huge amount of points. At this moment, a pleasant voice sounded in Ye Feng's mind. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully consumed 50 top-grade spirit stones and received a reward of 50 million points. Ye Feng was immediately beaming with joy, feeling extremely happy. So many points meant that he could buy many things he had longed for. At this moment, Hualinger looked at Ye Feng, who was grinning from ear to ear because of excitement, and couldn't help but chuckle. She had never thought that Mr. Yi, who was usually elegant and dignified, could actually have such an innocent and lovely side. Then, Hualinger said to Ye Feng, Master Yi, since the sect has agreed to your conditions, I wonder when it would be convenient for you to go to the sect? On the one hand, you can meet with the disciples of the sect and get to know each other. On the other hand, you can also receive your identity token. Ye Feng thought for a moment and replied, I'm a little busy recently, and I really can't spare the time. When I'm free, I will definitely tell you in advance. At this moment, Zhao Peng had already arrived at the Kyoto residence. As soon as he stepped into the house, his brother Zhao Xingyu grabbed him tightly and ran straight to where his father was. Brother, what happened? Dad is so anxious for me to come back. I haven't caused any trouble recently, nor have I ruined the family. Zhao Xingyu's face was solemn, and he responded with a tense face. You haven't caused any trouble yet? Then was Han Xiaoqing's injury caused by himself? Stop talking nonsense. My father is waiting to ask you. The two men hurried to Zhao Jianxi's study and stood aside respectfully, fearing that they would disturb their father, who was writing calligraphy. Zhao Jianxi looked at a piece of calligraphy he had just completed, showing satisfaction, and then asked calmly, Xiaoping, tell me the truth about the conflict between you and Han Xiaoqing. Seeing his father's serious expression, Xiaoping knew he couldn't hide it. So he told his father everything about how he went to the brothel with Ye Feng and his sister and met Hua Ling'er. He also mentioned how Han Xiaoqing's men attacked Yi Lin, but were defeated and crippled by Ye Feng's guards. Zhao Jianxi was deeply shocked after hearing the whole story. A master-level guard. Ye Feng's background was so terrifying. Han Xiaoqing was lucky not to be killed on the spot. Then, a kind smile like spring breeze bloomed on his face, and he said softly, Xiaoping, how is your relationship with Ye Feng? If you have time, invite him to our house as a guest. Zhao Peng proudly took out the icy jadeite from his arms and said, Brother Feng and I have a very close relationship. This piece of jadeite was given to me by Brother Feng. If you hadn't called me to urge me to come back, Brother Feng, Yi Lin, and I would have had to play in Gangxing for another 2 days. Looking at Zhao Peng, who was smug there, Zhao Xingyu couldn't help but find it a little funny. This kid was really lucky to have made friends with such an important figure. Did he have to learn how to be a spendthrift like him in the future? At this time, Ye Feng had returned to the Cloud Villa in the Magic City. He was browsing the System Mall in the study, as if he was exploring an endless treasure. He was pleasantly surprised to find that spirit stones could be purchased in the mall, and the exchange rate was 1:100. This was a great deal. It seemed that he could exchange spirit stones for more points in the future. In the end, he exchanged for a space core and 500 top-grade spirit stones without hesitation, spending a total of 6 million points. Although the other things were also very tempting, he could not use them for the time being, so he did not exchange them. System. Use the space core to upgrade the system space. Ye Feng muttered softly. Host, the system space has started to upgrade. It is estimated to take 12 hours. The system space cannot be used during this period. As the cold electronic sound rang out, Ye Feng knew that what he had to do next was to wait patiently. But he didn't plan to just wait around. After the system space started to upgrade, Ye Feng left the study. When he passed by the living room, he called Yi Lin by the way, and the brother and sister walked towards the restaurant talking and laughing. At this moment, the restaurant was already filled with tempting aromas. It turned out that Bai Jie had already asked the servants to prepare a sumptuous dinner in advance. The table full of exquisite and delicious dishes made Yi Lin salivate, and she couldn't wait to rush to the table and eat heartily. Ye Feng stood aside, watching his sister wolfing down her food, and couldn't help but smile dotingly. He thought, this girl is really a foodie. Once she sees something delicious, she can forget everything else. What's even more amazing is that no matter how much she eats, she won't gain weight. Lin Lin eats slowly. No one is trying to snatch the food from you. Be careful not to choke. Look at the way you eat. How are you going to get married in the future? Ye Feng teased half-jokingly. However, Yi Lin didn't care about what her brother said. She ate while mumbling incoherently. If I can't get married, then don't get married. Anyway, I still have my brother and sister Xiana. You can support me, After that, she picked up another piece of braised pork and stuffed it in her mouth, eating with relish. Chapter 61. Accepting Wei Ziyuan as a disciple. After the brother and sister finished their meal, Yi Lin went back upstairs to rest, but Ye Feng wanted to go out for a walk. Since he got this system, he hasn't walked on the street like this for a long time. At this moment, under the dim light of the street lamps, he walked aimlessly, his eyes sweeping around the busy figures. Not long ago, he was also among the crowd, striving and going all out to pursue a better life. However, things are different now. Now he has countless huge wealth and has successfully entered the field of cultivation. He is extraordinary and above everyone else. Before he knew it, Ye Feng had walked to the old lady who was selling snacks on the roadside. Seeing Ye Feng approaching, the old lady smiled kindly and asked softly, Young man, what do you want to eat? Ye Feng smiled slightly and replied, "Grandma, please help me blanch a few skewers." The old lady responded quickly and pointed to a small stool next to the stall and greeted warmly, "Young man, please sit down and wait for a while. I will bring it to you as soon as it is ready." Not long after, the old lady smiled and brought a large bowl, gently placed it in front of Ye Feng, and said softly, "Young man, if it's not enough, just tell me and I'll heat some more for you. Don't worry, I'll give it to you, no need to pay extra. You young people are under too much pressure nowadays, and your salary is not high. I don't have much ability, but it's not a problem for me to let you have a full meal." Looking at the steaming hot spicy hot pot in front of him, Ye Feng ate it slowly. Although it was not delicious enough, it warmed his heart. Seeing Ye Feng finish the spicy hot pot, the old lady smiled happily. However, this harmonious scene was ruthlessly broken by a few ferocious men. Three young men with ferocious faces and painted dragons and phoenixes came to the stall like hungry tigers, escorting a boy who looked like a student and was about 16 years old. One of them had a fierce look on his face, like a ferocious demon, and shouted viciously, "Grandma Wei, your Wei Zhong just scratched my bike. I won't blackmail you, just 2,000 yuan. Otherwise, don't blame us three brothers for being cruel." Seeing Wei Zuan in such a miserable state, Granny Zhang shouted anxiously, "Don't hurt my grandson. I am willing to compensate you for your losses." Before she finished her words, she quickly reached into her arms, took out a handkerchief that had been washed to a pale color, and carefully unfolded it. One of the young men was quick-witted and snatched the handkerchief and began to carefully count the money inside. However, when he found that the total was only over 300 yuan, he became furious. "Old woman, how dare you tease me? Humph, it seems I have to teach your grandson a lesson." After saying that, he raised his foot and kicked Wei Zuan hard in the abdomen. There was a shrill howl that was terrifying. It turned out that at the critical moment, Ye Feng acted decisively. The young man fell to the ground, holding his feet, as if he was hit by an invisible force. Ye Feng slowly stood up, looked at Wei Ziyuan and said, "Okay, now tell me what happened." Seeing this, Wei Ziyuan hurriedly explained to his grandmother and Ye Feng, "Grandma, this big brother, the truth is not as they said. I didn't scratch their bike at all. I was riding my bike on my way home when they deliberately knocked me down. Not only was I beaten, but I was also forcibly brought here." At this time, another young man glared at Ye Feng fiercely and said with gritted teeth, "Stinky boy, be smart and don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, don't blame me for punishing you too." Seeing that Ye Feng had no reaction, the two men immediately rushed over with their fists raised. However, in an instant, Ye Feng's figure flashed, and the two men flew backwards as if they were hit by an invisible force and fell heavily to the ground. Wei Ziyuan, who was standing by, was dumbfounded and thought to himself, could this be the legendary martial arts master? He has always had a special liking for martial arts novels, and since he was a child he dreamed of becoming a peerless master one day and eradicating all injustices in the world. Ye Feng's face was as gloomy as water, and he coldly shouted at the three young men, "Get lost now. If you dare to cause trouble again, don't blame me for making sure you can never get up again." Granny Wei saw Ye Feng drive away the three people, and hurriedly pulled Wei Ziyuan forward to thank him. At this time, Wei Ziyuan asked expectantly, "Brother Yi, can you accept me as your apprentice and teach me martial arts?" Ye Feng was startled when he heard this, thinking that Wei Ziyuan was really an interesting person who actually wanted to worship him as his master. He had to know that he was a cultivator, and not just anyone could embark on this path of cultivation. So he asked the system, is there any way to check whether a person is suitable for cultivation? Host, you only need to spend 100 points to test the cultivation qualifications of others. After hearing the system's answer, Ye Feng thought for a moment and decided to first test whether Wei Ziyuan really had the potential to practice before making any plans. He then gave an order. System, then help me test whether Wei Ziyuan has the qualifications to practice. After a moment, the system gave the result. Name, Wei Ziyuan. Qualification, top grade. Comprehension, top. Luck, top grade. Seeing Wei Ziyuan's outstanding qualifications, Ye Feng muttered to himself that it might be a good idea to take such a disciple for fun. At this moment, Wei Ziyuan was looking at Ye Feng eagerly, his heart full of anxiety and expectation. He knew that the mysterious person in front of him might be the key to changing his fate, so he did not dare to neglect him in the slightest. Finally, after a period of silence, Ye Feng said with a serious expression, "Are you really determined to take me as your master?" Upon hearing this, Wei Zuan nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, indicating that he would definitely not miss this rare opportunity. Okay, since you are so sincere and determined to become my disciple, I will accept you as my disciple. Ye Feng agreed with a smile. Wei Ziyuan was so excited that he danced with joy, jumping up and down like a child. At this time, it was getting dark, so he left his contact information to Wei Ziyuan and told him that he still had some things to deal with, and he would come and take him to practice after everything was done. After saying that, Ye Feng turned around and walked towards the cloud villa. Wei Ziyuan, who stayed where he was still immersed in joy. He held Grandma Wei beside him tightly and shouted excitedly, "Grandma, do you know? I finally have a master. In the future, I will be able to learn powerful martial arts and can protect you well." His words were full of longing and expectation for the future. Grandma Wei looked at her grandson with love and satisfaction, tears in her eyes, and smiled but did not answer. She knew that the child had grown up and began to understand responsibility. Perhaps this was the best arrangement of fate. Chapter 62, Meeting the Parents. The next morning, Ye Feng got up early at dawn. Today was the last day of Li Xiaona's exam, and he was secretly planning to give Li Xiaona a special surprise. Ye Feng walked towards the garage, glanced at the cars parked there, and finally chose the luxurious and noble Cullinan sedan. The engine roared, and the car rushed out like a wild horse, heading towards a nearby flower shop. As soon as he entered the flower shop, the owner, a young and beautiful girl, came forward and asked with a smile on her face, "Little handsome boy, what kind of flowers do you need?" Ye Feng answered generously, "Red roses, just fill the trunk of my car." Seeing that Ye Feng had such a huge demand, the shop owner quickly called her boyfriend, who was busy in the back of the shop, to help. The two worked together and began to carefully arrange the rose feast in the car. After a lot of hard work, they finally finished it. They cleverly used these beautiful red roses to piece together a lifelike heart shape in the trunk. Ye Feng looked at the masterpiece in front of him and was very satisfied. Then he gently placed the eternal heart necklace that he won at the charity auction on top of the heart-shaped roses, then paid the money, drove away, and went straight to Magic City University. It was during the exam period, and there were not many people on campus. Ye Feng drove slowly to the dormitory building where Li Xiaona was, and waited quietly for her to appear. Half an hour later, the exam room gradually became lively, and candidates began to walk out of the classroom in twos and threes. Among the crowd, a familiar figure caught Ye Feng's attention. It was Li Xiaona, who had just finished the exam. She walked towards Ye Feng with a smile on her face and a brisk pace. "Brother Feng, it's great to see you after the exam," Li Xiaona said happily. Looking at the girl with a bright smile in front of him, Ye Feng smiled gently and then took her to the back of the car. "I have a small gift for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he gently opened the trunk. The trunk slowly rose up, and a carefully crafted heart-shaped bouquet appeared in front of Li Xiaona. The bright red roses were clustered into a heart shape, exuding a charming fragrance. Li Xiaona's eyes widened, her face full of surprise and emotion. She couldn't help but throw herself into Ye Feng's arms and hugged him tightly. "Brother Feng, thank you. I really like this gift." Ye Feng felt the warmth in his arms and whispered softly in Li Xiaona's ear, "Don't be impatient. Take a closer look. There are other surprises inside." After hearing this, Li Xiaona loosened her embrace slightly and turned her attention back to the beautiful bouquet of roses. She carefully examined each petal, and suddenly her eyes were fixed on the center of the flower. There was a dazzling necklace hidden there. This necklace was exactly the heart of eternity. Li Xiaona could hardly believe her eyes. She covered her mouth with her hands and was so excited that she could hardly speak. Li Xiaona's roommates standing nearby witnessed all this with envy in their eyes. They silently took out their mobile phones to record this beautiful and warm moment without disturbing the two people who were immersed in happiness. Ye Feng had a faint smile on his face. His eyes revealed a hint of tenderness and expectation, and he said softly to Li Xiaona, "Xiaona, shouldn't you go back to the dormitory and tidy up? After all, you are on vacation, and it's time to take me to meet my future father-in-law and mother-in-law." Li Xiaona's cheeks instantly flushed like the sunset, as tempting as a ripe apple. She lowered her head shyly, not daring to look Ye Feng in the eye, and then fled back to the dormitory like a frightened deer. As soon as she entered the dormitory, she couldn't wait to take out her mobile phone and send a message to her mother, telling her that Ye Feng would come to visit today. Then, she quickly packed up her belongings. After receiving the news from her daughter, Yang Qin was overjoyed and quickly notified her husband Li Chonglin, urging him to take leave and go home as soon as possible. She herself hurried out to the vegetable market to buy food. Several neighbors in the community garden were surprised to see Yang Qin coming out to buy vegetables so early. They asked curiously, "Yang Qin, are there any guests visiting today? Why are you buying vegetables so early?" Yang Qin's face was filled with smiles, and she answered happily, "Yes, Xiana's boyfriend will come over today. I have to prepare well, and I must not neglect him." However, just after Yang Qin left, these neighbors began to whisper to each other. Look at Yang Qin's smug look. If her future son-in-law is an old man, I wonder if she will still be able to smile. That's right. The one who gave such an expensive car is most likely an elderly and wealthy person. On the other side, Li Xiana also quickly packed up, walked downstairs lightly to Ye Feng, said with a slight smile on her lips, "I also drove here. Then I'll send you the address. Let's compete to see who can arrive first." Her words were full of confidence and playfulness. Then, the two drove their own cars towards Tiana community. Halfway through the journey, Ye Feng saw an exquisite tobacco and alcohol store on the side of the road, and he stopped the car without hesitation and walked into the store. After careful selection, he bought 2 boxes of premium Matai liquor and 10 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes. When Ye Feng finally arrived at Tiana community, he found that Li Xiana had been waiting there for a long time. At this moment, she was standing there, looking around anxiously, as if she was eagerly looking forward to his appearance. Seeing Ye Feng appear, Li Xiana immediately revealed a sly smile and said coquettishly, "Brother Feng, you lost this competition, but it doesn't matter, come on, go home with me." After that, she took the initiative to step forward and take a large bag of Zhonghua cigarettes that Ye Feng took out from the back seat of the car, while Ye Feng carried the 2 boxes of Matai liquor and walked towards Li Xiana's house together. When they arrived at the door of their home, Li Xiana noticed that Ye Feng seemed a little uncomfortable, so she asked with concern, "Brother Feng, are you feeling okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Ye Feng's face showed a trace of nervousness, and he stammered, No, it's just my first time to meet the parents, and I'm a little nervous." At this moment, the door slowly opened, and Yang Qin came out with a smile on her face. She said enthusiastically, "Xiaona, why don't you invite Ye Feng in quickly? Ye Feng, don't be so reserved, relax a little." After that, she invited Ye Feng into the house. As soon as they entered the house, Yang Qin quickly brought a plate of fresh fruit to Ye Feng and asked him to try it first. Then, she gently took Li Xiana's hand, took her to the kitchen, and said in a low voice, "Don't forget what I told you last time." Li Xiana looked confused after hearing this. She blinked her big eyes and asked, "Mom, what exactly did you ask me to do? I really can't remember." Yang Qin sighed helplessly, patted Li Xiana on the shoulder, and reminded her, "Didn't I ask you to take Ye Feng for a walk around our community, especially to the garden? This will shut up those gossipers and prevent them from talking nonsense." Chapter 63, Meeting the Parents Part 2. Li Xiana returned to the living room, sat down on the sofa, and told Ye Feng what her mother had just said. Ye Feng listened with a smile, muttering to himself, "I just gave Xiana a car. Why was it spread like this? Xiana, why don't we go out for a walk and let those people see that I'm not an old man? Besides, there are still some gifts in the car that haven't been taken down." Ye Feng suggested. The two walked to the front of the car together, and Ye Feng took out the gift from the system space and placed it on the back seat. Then, he opened the car door, took out a set of tea and nutritional supplements, and handed them to Li Xiana, while he took the other 2. Then, he took out 2 Patek Philippe watches worth millions from the space and stuffed them into his trouser pockets. "Xiana, the one in your hand is for you. The 2 copies I'm holding are for my future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Hey, let's go for a walk in the community garden," Ye Feng said to Li Xiana with a smile. At this moment, a group of middle-aged women were chatting together in the community garden. They saw Ye Feng and Li Xiana coming from afar, and they were immediately cheered up. "Hey Xiana, is this your boyfriend?" one of the aunties asked first. Li Xiana held Ye Feng's hand tightly and introduced him to everyone with great joy. "Hello, aunties. This is my boyfriend Ye Feng. He came to visit me today." At this moment, a voice of praise suddenly came from the crowd. "Wow, look at the gifts he brought. They are really valuable. Xiana, your boyfriend is so good to you. Even the luxury car you drive is a gift from him, right?" Hearing this, Li Xiana's face immediately broke into a bright smile, and she replied coquettishly, "Oh, actually I said I didn't want it, but Brother Feng wouldn't listen and insisted on giving it to me." As she spoke, She revealed an expression of happiness and satisfaction. At this moment, Ye Feng politely greeted the elders present. "Hello, aunties. The two of us will go back first. It's not good to keep the elders at home waiting for us." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Li Xiaona turned around and walked towards home. After the two left, the ants around them began to whisper to each other. "TSK, TSK, TSK. The Li family is so lucky. They found such a handsome and wealthy young man as their son-in-law." That's right. And the key is that he is very generous and willing to spend money on Xiaona. However, just as everyone was discussing heatedly, the woman with a black mole on the corner of her mouth suddenly interrupted and said in a strange tone, "Don't talk so nicely. Although he is not an old man, in my opinion, this relationship may not last long. In today's society, how many rich people are not fickle and changeable? After a long time, there will definitely be problems." After that, she rolled her eyes to show her disdain. The two walked into the house together and happened to run into Li Chonglin, who had asked for leave and came home early. He was just coming out of the kitchen, and when he saw Ye Feng, he greeted him with a smile and expressed his satisfaction with the pile of gifts Ye Feng brought. "Xiao Feng, it's good that you are here. Why did you bring so many things? Don't spend money like this in the future. Just go home directly. Don't bring anything." Ye Feng was extremely nervous at the moment. After all, as the saying goes, a daughter is a father's little lover in the previous life and a sweetheart in this life. So he was always worried, fearing that Li's father would dislike him and not treat him well. "Uncle, this is my first time visiting you and Aunt. I'm not sure what you like, so I took the initiative to prepare some more gifts." Ye Feng it. At this time, Yang Qin walked over quickly, took the gift from Ye Feng, and said with a smile, "You two should sit for a while. The food will be on the table soon. Chonglin, don't just stand there. Come and help me. We can eat and chat later." Before long, a table full of delicious food was ready. Everyone sat down one after another, and the atmosphere was harmonious and joyful. At this time, Li Chonglin turned to Yang Qin with a little hesitation and asked softly, "My dear wife, Xiao Feng is visiting us today. How about I have a sip of wine?" Yang Qin glared at Li Chonglin unhappily, and then said, "For your sake, Xiao Feng, I'll let you drink a little wine today, but you are absolutely not allowed to drink too much." Although her tone contained a hint of blame, her eyes revealed concern. Hearing this, Li Chonglin immediately stood up, happily took out a bottle of Matai liquor that he had treasured for many years from the cabinet, and carefully opened the bottle cap. Then he skillfully picked up the bottle, first filled a glass for Ye Feng, and then filled his own glass. At this moment, the table was filled with the aroma of wine. Yang Qin kept picking up dishes for Ye Feng, each of which was a delicious dish she had carefully prepared. She watched Ye Feng eat with relish, and she felt so happy in her heart, as if she saw a picture of a happy and fulfilling life in the future. "Xiao Feng, please don't be restrained. Just tell your aunt what you like to eat, and I will help you get it. Xiao Na, don't just focus on eating by yourself. Take care of Xiao Feng," Yang Qin said happily. Li Chonglin also smiled and raised his glass, clinked glasses with Ye Feng, and drank it all. He said with emotion, "Xiao Feng, Xiaona is an introverted child, and sometimes she is not good at expressing her emotions. Even if she encounters something unhappy, she may keep it in her heart and not say it out. So I hope you can be more tolerant and considerate of her in the future. In fact, we as parents are really happy that you two can get together. A long time ago, Xiaona often mentioned you in front of me." After saying that, Li Chonglin's eyes flashed with a trace of relief. Yang Qin looked at the father and daughter in front of her and couldn't help but sigh. Great. It turns out that the daughter is the father's little lover in the previous life. She doesn't even tell me what's in her heart. There was a hint of anger and loss in her words. Seeing this, Li Chonglin hurriedly comforted. "Oh, my dear wife, don't worry about these details. But Xiaofeng, what do you think about the relationship between you two?" He turned his gaze to Ye Feng, his eyes full of concern. Ye Feng answered with a focused expression, "Uncle, Aunt Xiaona is on summer vacation now. I plan to take her to Tianjin to visit my parents. What do you two think?" After that, he waited quietly for Li Chonglin and Yang Qin's response. At this moment, Li Chonglin and Yang Qin looked at each other and said in unison, "We have no objection to this, as long as you two can discuss it." Their tone was very gentle, revealing their respect and trust for their children. Li Xiaona, who was standing at the side, had already blushed, her eyes full of happiness and sweetness. She stared at Ye Feng silently, Her shy and lovely appearance made people feel pity for her. Chapter 64, Yi Lin the Snitch. Afterwards, Li Chonglin and Yang Qin asked about Ye Feng's family situation with great interest. Facing the concerned and curious eyes of the elders, Ye Feng behaved very calmly and answered every question patiently and carefully. The whole atmosphere seemed particularly relaxed and pleasant, as if they were a close family. Time passed quietly, and as expected, Li Chonglin gradually became intoxicated by the wine. Seeing this, Yang Qin glared at her husband helplessly, and then carefully helped him into the room to rest. Seeing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. After all, it was not appropriate to let the future father-in-law get drunk and lose his composure on the first meeting. He looked at Li Xiaona with an innocent look on his face and asked softly, "Xiaona, will Annie be angry about this? Otherwise, I'd better slip away quickly." Li Xiaona smiled slightly and comforted him. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. Even though my mother always nags my father, she actually cares about him very much. They're the typical couple who love and hate each other." Hearing this, Yi Feng felt a little relieved, and at the same time he became a little curious about the unique way this couple got along. Then, Yi Feng took out two exquisite Patek Philippe watches from his pocket, handed them to Li Xiaona, and said, "This is a gift I specially selected for your uncle and aunt. I hope they will like it. Please pass it on. It's getting late, and I should go home." After that, he smiled and said goodbye to Li Xiaona, turned and left. Back in the car, Yi Feng circulated his spiritual power through his meridians, and the drunkenness instantly dissipated without a trace, and he became extremely sober. He started the car and sped towards the Cloud Villa. After arriving home, Yi Lin asked angrily as soon as she saw Yi Feng, "Brother, where did you go today? How dare you leave me alone?" "Humph!" Yi Feng looked at his sister's angry look and couldn't help laughing. He explained, "Today I went to visit your sister Xiaona's parents. It might not be appropriate to bring you to such a formal occasion. Besides, you were still lying in bed when I went out." After hearing what her brother said, Yi Lin knew in her heart that such an occasion was indeed not suitable for her to participate in, but she refused to admit defeat and argued, "Humph, it's your fault anyway. I don't care. You have to compensate me. As a punishment, you have to take me out for a big meal." Yi Feng nodded helplessly, thinking that this sister was really a little glutton. "Okay, Lin, I plan to go back to Tianjin in a couple of days, so you should make some preparations in advance," Yi Feng said to Yi Lin. Yi Lin asked suspiciously, "We are living well here. Why do we suddenly want to go back? Did something happen at home?" Yi Feng shook his head quickly and comforted her. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I just want to take Xiana home to meet our parents." Yi Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. She was delighted to learn that Xiana would also be there. She thought it would be fun, so she had to tell her mother so that she could make full preparations in advance. "Brother, you've been busy all day. You must be tired. Go and have a rest. I won't disturb you." As soon as she finished speaking, she ran back to her room like a happy little bird. Yi Feng looked at his sister's back as she left, and couldn't help feeling very confused. This little girl's way of thinking was really too unique. She was clamoring to enjoy a sumptuous meal just a second ago, and now she is transformed into a considerate and caring sister, urging herself to rest. After entering the room, Yi Lin couldn't wait to pick up her phone and dial her mother's number. However, before Yi Lin could even open her mouth to speak, Wang Meijuan's deafening roar came from the other end of the line. "You heartless girl! You've been out for so long, and now you think of calling me. What's the matter? Do you think you've grown wings? Believe it or not, I'll use your wings to make soup." Hearing her mother's fierce scolding, Yi Lin, who was standing next to the phone, couldn't help but tremble all over, but soon put on a flattering smile and responded flatteringly. "Oh, my mom, please don't be so quick to scold me. I have some important information about my brother. Do you want to hear it?" Wang Meiwan said nonchalantly, "Your brother has been sensible since he was young, so nothing could happen to him. It's you. You've been a troublemaker since you were young." There was a hint of anger in her tone, but more of it was doting on her daughter. Yi Lin had a look of despair on her face, muttering to herself, "I'm so lively and cute. How could I be a troublemaker? At most, I'm just a little restless." As she thought, she made faces at the air. Then, Yi Lin said excitedly, "Mom, I have great news for you. My brother is going back to Tianjin in the next few days, and he will bring my future sister-in-law with him. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Upon hearing the news, Wang Meiwan did not react much at first. "Isn't it just going home? What's the fuss?" It's not like I haven't been back before. Wait, what did you just say? Your brother is going to bring your future sister-in-law back. Her voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Yes, yes. Mom, you have to prepare well to welcome your future daughter-in-law, Yi Lin said with a smile on the other end of the phone. However, before Yi Lin could finish her words, Wang Meiwan couldn't wait to shout, Old Yi, old Yi, my son is bringing his girlfriend home. Then there was a burst of noise, as if Wang Meiwan was frantically looking for Ye's father to share the good news. Listening to the voice gradually fading away on the phone, Yi Lin shook her head helplessly and sighed in her heart. My mother is so old, but she is still so unstable. It seems that I must have inherited my character from my mother. After that, she hung up the phone gently, but a happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. On the other side, Wang Meiwan came to the villa courtyard with great joy. Seeing Yi Yuanhai tending to flowers and plants, she couldn't wait to shout, Old Yi, what great news! Our son is bringing his girlfriend home. Upon hearing the news, Yi Yuanhai was so excited that he immediately dropped the tools in his hands and responded excitedly. Really? Huh? That's great. The little pig in our family is finally going to start digging up cabbages. Tell me, when have they decided to come back? Wang Meiwan was amused by him, but suddenly realized that she was so happy that she forgot to ask Yi Lin about the specific date of her son's return home. She patted her head, then said with a smile, Oh, look at my memory. I didn't say when I would be back, but it should be in the next few days. By the way, let's go to the mall and buy some new clothes. Also, I have to do a beauty treatment and dress up to welcome my future daughter-in-law. After they come back, we will clean up the room. By the way, old Yi, what do you think of cleaning up a room for them? This way, we can have our grandchildren sooner. At this point, Wang Meijuan's face was filled with a smile of happiness and expectation. Chapter 65, Going to the Company. Ye Feng didn't know at this time that Yi Lin had already revealed the news that he was going to bring his girlfriend home to his mother, and he was very happy and wanted to give his mother a surprise. The next day, Yi Feng lazily got up near noon. He packed up casually and headed straight to Qingji Building. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Qingji Building, the security guards saw that it was the boss of the company and hurriedly let him in. After Yi Feng stepped into the elevator and arrived at the company, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him closely. He looked back and saw Wang Chao staring at him with resentment on his face. Yi Feng couldn't help but feel surprised. It has been several days. Why is Wang Chao still doing cleaning? It seems that Shanghai Yue was right when he asked him to do cleaning for a month. Third brother, how are you these days? Have you adapted? Wang Chao's face was filled with sorrow, and he lamented, Fourth brother, I'm almost being tortured to death. Do you think I can adapt? Torture? How could this happen? Don't they know that Wang Chao is one of their own? At this moment, a scolding voice came. Wang Chao, how dare you be lazy? Come over and clean the reception room. You have been so careless all day. You deserve to be a cleaner at such a young age. Hearing this, Ye Feng's face instantly turned gloomy, but Wang Chao just patted him on the shoulder, remained silent, and walked towards the reception room with a mop in hand. Ye Feng returned to the elevator, pressed the button for the 23rd floor, and went straight to Shun Haoyue's office. As soon as he got out of the elevator, the secretary saw Ye Feng, hurried forward to greet him, and led him into the office. In the office, Shun Haoyue was talking to Meng Yue. Seeing Ye Feng's angry face, he hurriedly asked, Mr. Yi, why did you come to the company today? You look unhappy. What happened? Ye Feng asked. How is the situation with the takeover of the Feng family's assets? Also, have 90% of the Feng family's assets been invested in charity? Shin Haoyue replied. The Feng family's assets are still being taken over, and as for charitable investment, it has just started. By the way, Mr. Yi, I want Meng Yue to join the company as vice president. What do you think? Yi Feng didn't respond and said to Meng Yue, Go back and tell Mr. Feng a message. Ask him whether he wants money or life. Let him choose one. You can leave now. Meng Yue felt cold all over. She didn't dare to refute and left quickly. She had to report to the old man. Yi Feng turned to look at Shin Haoyue and said coldly, Shin Haoyue, what's the situation with Wang Chao? Although I promised you to be in charge of the company and agreed to let Wang Chao be the cleaner for a month, a receptionist dared to yell at him and slander my brother in a sarcastic way. I want to ask you, is this what you mean? Shin Haoyue now understood why he was so angry. It turned out that it was because of Wang Chao. Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not thinking it through. I will punish those people. Yi Feng looked at her deeply and said, All relevant personnel will be fired, no matter who they are. Remember, I don't rely on this company to make a lot of money. I don't care even if I lose everything. As for the vice president, I will arrange for someone to come and enter the company as my representative. And I am very disappointed with your current performance. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left without hesitation, heading straight for the office area downstairs. After quickly locking his eyes on Wang Chao, he quickly stepped forward to grab him and was about to leave. But before they reached the elevator, they were intercepted by someone. Wang Chao, you are so brave. How dare you leave your post without permission? Are you not going to continue working here? Believe it or not, I will fire you immediately. A sharp and piercing rebuke suddenly sounded. Shanghai Yue, who rushed over, happened to see this sudden scene. Seeing this, she stepped forward without saying a word, raised her hand, and slapped the woman loudly. The woman's face was full of astonishment and disbelief. She stared at Shanghai Yue and yelled, "Cousin, you actually hit me because of a stinky cleaner?" Ye Feng stared at Shanghai Yue expressionlessly and responded coldly. "So this is someone from your Shin family? Humph. I'll give you 3 days to clear out all the parasites from the Shin family in the company. As for the vacant positions, directly entrust a headhunting company to recruit talents with 3 times the salary. I will explain this matter to Brother Shun in person." Before he finished speaking, he pulled Wang Chao up again and left the scene without looking back. The two of them came downstairs. Ye Feng asked Wang Chao to wait for him in the car first, and he picked up the phone to call Shinhauer. "Brother Shin, I just went to Huan Yu Investment Company and found that there were many relatives of the Shin family. They were very arrogant. Did you arrange this?" Shinhauer was a little embarrassed because he was the one who arranged all of this. "Brother Yi, I'm really sorry. The company was short of staff at the time, so I transferred some people there. If you are dissatisfied with this, you can replace them at any time. It's all my fault for not thinking it through. I hope Brother Yi will forgive me." Seeing Shinhauer apologize so sincerely, Ye Feng could not continue to pester him, and just nodded silently. Then, he opened the system mall and used 2,000 points to exchange for a 5-star business genius, and named him Ye Hongfei. Then, Ye Feng issued an order to let Ye Hongfei go to Huan Yu Investment to serve as vice president. After completing these arrangements, Ye Feng turned around and returned to the car. "Third brother, why didn't you tell me about the injustice you suffered this time?" Ye Feng asked while sitting in the car. However, Wang Chao responded nonchalantly, "It's not worth nagging you about such a small matter. Although I was excluded at work, the salary is not low. They probably thought that I must have offended someone by being assigned to be a cleaner, so they wanted to take the opportunity to curry favor with Shanghai Yue. So they deliberately made things difficult for me. In fact, this matter has nothing to do with Shanghai Yue." Ye Feng nodded slightly to show his agreement. After thinking about it secretly, he stopped worrying about it. Then he turned to Wang Chao and said, "Third brother, this afternoon a man named Ye Hongfei will come to serve as the company's vice president. From now on, let him take you to work. I still have some miscellaneous things to deal with. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can always call me. Let's not be estranged brothers." After speaking, Ye Feng pushed open the car door and got out of the car. He opened the trunk of the car, took out an LV belt and an exquisite wallet, handed them to Wang Chao, and said with a smile, "Didn't I go around the port city a few days ago and brought back 2 small things for you?" Wang Chao happily accepted the gift and said jokingly, "Hey, old four, you've grown up. You even knew to bring a gift for me. Since you're so well-behaved and sensible, go find your sweet girlfriend right away." Chapter 66, Qian Zhongwen Gets Into Trouble. Not long after Yi Feng left, his cell phone rang suddenly. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Zhang Jiwei, who was far away in Tianjin. "Brother Zhang, what wind brings you here today?" Yi Feng asked with a smile. Zhang Jiwei on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, then slowly said, "Brother Yi, Lao Qian is in trouble, and this time the problem is very serious. He specifically asked me not to tell you, but after thinking it over again and again, I think I should still inform you and see if I can help." Upon hearing this news, Yi Feng frowned. You know, Qian Zhongwen is a powerful figure in Tianjin City, and generally speaking, nothing can stump him. So, this matter must be very serious. "Brother Zhang, what exactly happened? Did the authorities intervene?" Yi Feng asked anxiously. Zhang Jiwei replied, "That's not the case. I don't know the details, but I heard it has something to do with warriors." Yi Feng was even more confused now. It seemed that he had to rush back to Tianjin to ask Brother Qian in person to find out the situation. "Brother Zhang, I understand. I will leave right away and return to Tianjin." After saying that, Ye Feng hung up the phone and immediately contacted Li Xiaona and Yi Lin, preparing to set off immediately. After more than 2 hours of flight, Ye Feng and his party of 3 finally arrived at Jincheng International Airport. As soon as they got off the plane, Ye Feng arranged for Yi Lin to take Li Xiaona home to rest, while he rushed to the East Lake Hotel without stopping. Yi Feng was worried about Qian Zhongwen's safety, so he hurried to his office. When he opened the door, he unexpectedly found Zhang Jiwei there. Qian Zhongwen was surprised to see Yi Feng suddenly appear. "Brother Yi, shouldn't you be in the Magic City? Why did you suddenly come back here?" Qian Zhongwen asked. Yi Feng stared at Qian Zhongwen, who looked haggard, and asked with concern, "Brother Qian, if it weren't for Brother Zhang telling me, I'm afraid I would still be kept in the dark. Tell me what happened." Qian Zhongwen stared at Zhang Jiwei helplessly, sighed deeply, and slowly said, "Alas, Brother Yi, I was also a well-known figure in the underworld in the past, but now I have encountered a sudden disaster. Gu Feihu, the son of the enemy who was once eliminated by me, came to me to seek revenge. What's more hateful is that this kid has transformed into a powerful warrior and has entered the initial stage of internal strength. On the other hand, I have just touched the level of external strength. If it weren't for Brother Wuhan, who happened to be there to help me last time, I'm afraid my life would have been lost long ago." After hearing what happened, Yi Feng frowned and thought for a moment, then said decisively, "Brother Qian, don't worry, the current priority is to find this person's whereabouts. As for the follow-up matters, let me handle it." After saying that, Yi Feng said goodbye and left. After all, Li Xiaona was still at home, and he didn't know how she was getting along with her mother. After Yi Feng left, Qian Zhongwen immediately began to mobilize all the interpersonal relationships he could to search for Gu Feihu's whereabouts. At this time, Zhang Jue patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "Old Qian, you can rest assured that Brother Yi will help you this time." However, Qian Zhongwen sighed deeply and responded, "I'm just afraid that it will cause trouble for Brother Yi. In my opinion, there is a very likely mysterious sect behind Gu Feihu. If this is true, I'm afraid even Brother Yi will be implicated." On the other hand, when Yi Feng stepped into the house, he saw his mother staring at him with a stern face, and he was immediately panicked. Could it be that his mother didn't like Li Xiaona? Or did they have a conflict? Just as he was about to ask, Wang Meiwan spoke first and blamed her. "You bastard! How could you do such a thing? Xiaona came all the way from Shanghai, and you ran away without a trace as soon as you got off the plane. I will teach you a lesson today." At this moment, Li Xiaona heard a noise coming from outside and came out curiously. When she saw Wang Meiwan preparing to teach Yi Feng a lesson, she hurriedly called out, "Annie." When Wang Meiwan heard the voice, her body suddenly stiffened, and the serious expression on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by a kind smile. She turned around and said to Li Xiaona gently, "Xiaona, you should go and rest for a while. This brat is really too much. How could he let you come here alone for the first time? If he keeps doing this in the future, it will be a big deal. So this time, we must teach him a lesson." Li Xiaona quickly helped Yi Feng explain, "Annie, don't be angry. Brother Feng has already told me that he does have something to deal with. And he also specifically told Yi Lin to take good care of me." Wang Meiwan glared at Yi Feng fiercely and said unhappily, "Humph, since Xiaona pleaded for you, I will let you go today. Xiaona, if he dares to bully you in the future, tell your aunt, and I will teach him a lesson." After saying that, she held Li Xiaona's hand tightly and turned to walk towards the room. Yi Feng, who was left standing there, looked bewildered and at a loss. Yi Lin, who was standing beside him, looked at him with a gloating look and said with a smile, "Haha, brother, now you finally get a taste of how I feel when my mother scolds you, right?" Yi Feng did not respond to Yi Lin. He was worried whether his mother would like Xiaona. However, from the current situation, his mother seemed to be quite satisfied with Xiaona. "Brother, where are we going to eat tonight? Mom hasn't prepared any food." How about considering the East Lake Hotel?" Yi Lin suggested mischievously. Yi Feng nodded in agreement and quickly picked up his phone to start arranging dinner. At this time, Yi Yuanhai also hurried back home. As soon as he entered the house, he couldn't wait to ask Yi Feng, "Where is my future daughter-in-law? Tell me quickly." Yi Lin couldn't help but giggle and replied, "My mom pulled me into the room to chat." Yi Yuanhai grumbled somewhat dissatisfiedly. "Your mother is really something. Why did she have to go back to the room to chat?" I hurried back, "But I haven't even seen my future daughter-in-law yet." "Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go into the house and change my clothes first." Seeing his father walk into the room, Yi Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Brother, your status in the family has plummeted since Sister Xiaona came. Haha. Chapter 67. Enthusiastic Wang Meiwan. In the room, Wang Meiwan held Li Xiaona's hand tightly and said earnestly, Xiaona, you are the first girl Xiao Feng brought home. It can be seen that he really likes you. If you graduate today, I can help you prepare for the wedding so that I can hug my big fat grandson sooner. Hearing this, Li Xiaona lowered her head shyly, her cheeks flushed like the sunset. She knew in her heart that Wang Meiwan was very satisfied with her, but it seemed too early to talk about having children now. Wang Meiwan continued, I heard from that naughty girl Yi Lin that Xiao Feng has visited your parents. What do they think about this? Li Xiaona replied softly, well, my parents also like Brother Feng very much. They don't have any objections. Wang Meiwan smiled and nodded, then said, that's fine. When you return to Shanghai, your uncle and I will go visit your parents. We can have a meeting and discuss your affairs. At this moment, Yi Lin opened the door and walked in, shouting happily, Mom, Sister Xiaona, my brother has already booked a table at the East Lake Hotel. It's time for us to set off. Several people drove to the East Lake Hotel, and after the car stopped, the door opened, and Ye Feng and his family stepped out of the car. At this time, Chen Tai, the hotel manager who had been waiting at the gate, immediately came forward to greet them. Mr. Yi, everything is ready. Please follow me. Chen Tai said respectfully and led Ye Feng and his family into the hotel. After entering the spacious and bright private room, everyone sat down. Chen Tai quietly left the room and went to the kitchen to instruct the chefs to speed up the serving. Before long, plates of exquisite and delicious dishes were served one after another. Yi Lin stared at the delicacies on the table with greedy eyes. When she was about to take out her chopsticks to eat, she was frightened by her mother, Wang Meijuan's stern eyes. She had to withdraw her hand in dismay and looked at the table full of delicacies pitifully. Wang Meiwan had a bright smile on her face. She turned to Li Xiaona and said, Xiaona, try this red clay braised pork. It's a famous dish in Tianjin, and this 8-treasure tofu is also a local specialty. Li Xiaona carefully picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in the bowl, then took a bite. Suddenly, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Wow, I thought such fatty meat would be greasy, but it didn't feel that way at all. It's really delicious. As Li Xiaona exclaimed, Ye Feng explained, of course. According to records, this was a specialty dish of an imperial chef in the late Qing dynasty. It requires more than 10 steps to make, and it is one of Tianjin's intangible cultural heritage. Seeing Li Xiaona start to eat, Yi Lin's big watery eyes immediately became pitiful, and she pouted and asked her mother coquettishly, Mom, can I eat now? When she got a positive answer, a bright smile instantly bloomed on her face, and then she couldn't wait to wolf it down. This cute and interesting scene made everyone present laugh. Wang Meiwan kept putting food into Li Xiaona's bowl and told her to eat more. Li Xiaona was flattered by such a warm hospitality and hurried to thank her. She said embarrassedly, Thank you, Annie, that's enough. I really can't eat that much. However, Wang Meiwan didn't care and smiled and comforted her, saying, It's okay, eat more. Don't worry about gaining weight. A little fatter will make you prettier and look more blessed. At this moment, there was a crisp knock on the door, and the door opened. It turned out that Qian Zhongwen, Zhang Jiwei, and Yi Wuhan walked in together. As soon as he entered the room, Qian Zhongwen walked straight to Yi Feng and said with a generous smile, Brother Yi, I just heard Chen Tai say that you were here, so I came here specially to see you. Could this young and beautiful girl be your sister-in-law? Yi Feng stood up quickly and responded politely, 3 brothers, today happens to be the first time my girlfriend visits you. Otherwise, I will stay with you for a while this afternoon, Brother Qian. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhongwen smiled and replied cheerfully, no problem. Since this is your sister-in-law's first visit, I won't bother you too much. Today's meal will be charged to my account. Please enjoy it and order whatever you want. After saying that, he nodded slightly to everyone and turned to leave. After a while, Yi Feng looked at his mother and Li Xiaona and said softly, Mom, Xiaona, take your time eating, don't worry. I'll go over to say hello to Brother Qian. After that, Yi Feng gently stood up and left the private room. Walking to the door of Qian Zhongwen's office, Yi Feng stretched out his hand and pushed the door open. As soon as he stepped into the room, he heard a hearty laugh coming from inside. Haha, I told you, brother, you will definitely come to see us, Qian Zhongwen said with a big laugh. At this time, Yi Wuhan also laughed and agreed. Well, Brother Qian really understands my brother. But even if you guess right, there is no reward. While speaking, Yi Wuhan waved to Ye Feng at the door, motioning him to come in and take a seat. Ye Feng walked quickly into the room, sat down on the sofa, then looked at Yi Wuhan and asked, Brother Wuhan, where is Nyonyo? Why didn't she come with you this time? However, before Yi Wuhan could answer, Zhang Jue at the side couldn't wait to interrupt and said, Hey, Nyonyo is with her godmother now. Wuhan's pretty secretary. Huh? Yi Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a smile, and said softly, Brother Wuhan, it seems that you have thought it through, which is good. There will be someone to take care of you and Nyonyo in the future. People always have to look forward and can't always be immersed in the past. Hearing this, Yi Wuhan's face suddenly turned red, and he said in an embarrassed tone, Yi Feng, please don't get involved. There's nothing wrong. It's just that Nyonyo likes Yalan more. I don't have that idea. Seeing this, Qian Zhongwen at the side could not help but tease. Wuhan, since Nyonyo likes her so much, you might as well try harder. After all, for the sake of the child, everything is worth it. And I think Lin Wanxiu is really good. Not only is she beautiful, but she also cares for Nyonyo. You can consider it. However, Yi Wuhan did not take up the conversation, but just sat there quietly without saying a word. Yi Feng knew that Yi Wuhan could never forget his deceased wife, so he took the initiative to change the subject. Brother Qian, have you found any clues about Gu Feihu's whereabouts? Qian Zhongwen frowned slightly, shook his head, and replied, There has been no progress so far. Since that day, this guy seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth. There is no news at all. Chapter 68, Strolling by the Lake. Yi Feng couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself. He couldn't stay in Jincheng for a long time, but if he left, he was afraid that Qian Zhongwen would encounter an accident. After thinking about it, if he really wanted to leave, he could only arrange a shadow guard, so he should give him a primary defense talisman now. Having made up his mind, Yi Feng pretended to be calm and reached into his coat pocket, but in fact he took out a primary defense talisman from the system space and handed it to Qian Zhongwen. Qian Zhongwen took the talisman with suspicion, and after looking at it for a moment, he asked puzzledly, Brother Yi, why did you give me this talisman? Yi Feng quickly explained, This is not a talisman paper. This is something that can save your life in a critical moment. It has the effect of resisting Grandmaster level attacks for up to 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhan and Zhang Zhui's eyes widened, and they stared at Yi Feng intently, as if to say, Where are ours? Hurry up and take them out. Yi Feng had no choice but to take out the remaining 4 talismans and said, That's all. Divide them among yourselves. In the end, after some discussion, Yi Wuhan took one of the cards, while Qian Zhongwen and Zhang Zhui each got 2. Yi Feng took out 2 more bottles of pills from his storage bag, one for the soul-gathering pill and one for the realm-breaking pill, and handed them to Yi Wuhan. He explained the effects of the 2 pills in detail, then turned to Qian Zhongwen and Zhang Zhui and said, These 2 pills are not suitable for you too, so I won't give them to you. Brother Wuhan, quickly find a quiet place to prepare for your breakthrough. I'll go ahead. After finishing his words, Yi Feng turned around and returned to the private room. As soon as he entered the room, Yi Lin came up to him impatiently. Brother, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go home early. So, the family of 4 left the East Lake Hotel and returned home. After arriving home, Yi Lin didn't say anything and directly pulled Li Xiaona to go to her room. At this time, Wang Meiwan hurriedly stopped them and said, Xiao Feng, it's still early now. Why don't you take Xiaona to the East Lake and enjoy the beautiful scenery there? Hearing this, Yi Lin instantly became interested and quickly agreed. Yes, brother, why don't we go to Happy Valley together? I really want to ride the roller coaster. However, Wang Meiwan coughed twice and then said to Yi Lin with a serious face, Xiao Lin, Mommy has something to tell you. Please come back to the room with me first. After the 2 left, Wang Meiwan said to Yi Lin in a bad mood, You are such a troublemaker. Can't you let your brother and Xiaona be alone together for a while? Why are you joining in the fun? You have no sense at all. You are just like your father, not like me at all. Yi Yuanhai on the side murmured helplessly, Why are the good parts like you, and the bad parts like me? I am being shot even when I am lying down. After leaving the villa, Yi Feng asked softly, Xiaona, do you want to go to the amusement park? Or should we go for a walk by the lake? Li Xiaona thought for a moment and replied, Brother Feng, let's go for a walk by the lake. Since Xiaona wanted to go to the lake, Yi Feng did not drive, but held her hand tightly and walked slowly to the lake. As night fell, the 2 of them looked at their shadows reflected on the lake. Li Xiaona took out her mobile phone and took a photo of the lake. She smiled and said, "Brother Feng, I remembered a poem. The moon under the sea is the moon in the sky, and the person in front of you is the person in your heart." Ye Feng hugged her waist tightly and said, "There is no one else in sight. You are everywhere." The two stood side by side, looking at the shimmering lake, quietly leaning on each other, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. At this moment, a soft and slightly timid voice broke the quiet atmosphere. "Big brother, big sister, buy a flower." Li Xiaona squatted down and stared at the cute little girl in front of her, who was about 4 or 5 years old. She asked with a friendly smile, "Little sister, it's so dark. Why are you still selling flowers here alone?" The little girl shook her head gently, pointed to a man who was setting up a stall not far away, and replied softly, "I came here with my father. My father once told me that only the happiest people can own these beautiful flowers, so I decided to come here and give it a try." Looking at the little girl's eyes full of expectation and desire, Li Xiaona couldn't help but feel a warm current in her heart. She bought a bright red rose without hesitation and handed it to Ye Feng. The little girl danced with excitement, ran away happily, and turned back and shouted, "Great! Now I have sold 3 flowers. As long as I sell another 96, my mother will come back." Li Xiaona was deeply moved by the innocent words of the little girl, and her eyes gradually became moist. She silently watched the little girl's back as she walked away. She stood up slowly, stared at Ye Feng, and said softly, "Brother Feng, I once read this passage by chance. It is said that the probability of a boy receiving flowers is only 0.01%. Many people can only receive their first bouquet of flowers at a funeral. Now I will give this rose to you. I hope we can hold hands tightly like this and accompany each other for the rest of our lives." At this moment, Ye Feng was deeply moved. He hugged Li Xiaona tightly and whispered softly, "Thank God for letting me meet such a beautiful you. I am also grateful that you love me wholeheartedly, which makes me realize that love is so wonderful and moving." Li Xiaona raised her head slightly, gazing at Ye Feng lovingly, and opened her red lips slightly. "Brother Feng, please kiss me." Ye Feng nodded and leaned closer, kissing her deeply with all his strength, as if time had stopped at this moment. At this moment, in their eyes, only the figure of each other remained. After a long time, the two finally parted their lips. Li Xiaona shyly raised her head and looked around, and found that there were many people gathered around to watch the fun. Her face immediately flushed, and she hurriedly pulled Ye Feng away quickly. After getting away from the crowd, Li Xiaona saw Ye Feng looking at her with a smile on his face, and said coquettishly, "Brother Feng, you actually laughed at me, humph. I will punish you severely. How about this? You must carry me home on your back." Ye Feng leaned forward slightly, and Li Xiaona jumped onto his back like a civet cat, leaning gently on him. The gentle touch from behind was like an electric current that struck Ye Feng's heart, causing ripples in his heart. His steps slowed down unconsciously, as if time also slowed down at this moment, and he slowly walked towards home. At this moment, he wished that this journey could be longer. Chapter 69. Yi Lin and Li Xiaona's Whisper. When they returned to the door of their home, Li Xiaona's face was flushed with shame, and she said softly and coquettishly, "Brother Feng, please put me down quickly. It will be so embarrassing if Uncle and Aunt see us like this." Hearing this, although Yi Feng felt a little reluctant, he still carefully put her on the ground. Afterwards, the two walked into the villa together. As soon as they stepped into the house, Yilin quickly grabbed Li Xiaona, who had just entered the house, and dragged her into her room without saying anything. Meanwhile, in a dark, damp, musty basement in Jinsheng, a burly, muscular man was drinking alone in a depressed mood. This man's name was Gu Feihu. A few days ago, he went to seek revenge on Qian Zhongwen, but unfortunately encountered Yi Wuan. Not only did he fail to get his revenge, but he was also seriously injured. Since then, he has been hiding in this dark place to recover from his injuries. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the basement door. Gu Feihu instantly became alert. His eyes became as sharp as a hawk. His right hand quickly reached for the extremely sharp dagger on the table and tightly grasped the handle, staring intently at the closed door. As the footsteps approached, Gu Feihu's heartbeat became faster and faster, and his nervousness continued to rise. Finally, the door slowly opened, and an old man with a bright and energetic look appeared in front of him. Gu Feihu shouted with joy on his face, "Master, why did you come here in person?" The old man in front of him is Gu Feihu's mentor, Zhang Linhe, one of the 5 elders of Konyu Valley. Zhang Linhe casually threw a good yuan pill to Gu Feihu and instructed, "Take this pill quickly to heal your injuries. I'll be waiting for you outside." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. Gu Feihu knew that time was running out, so he didn't dare to delay for a moment. He swallowed the pill immediately, then sat cross-legged and began to practice qigong and regulate his breathing. About half an hour later, he felt that his body had completely recovered, even stronger than before, so he couldn't wait to get up and look for Zhang Linhe. When they arrived at a pavilion in the community, they saw Zhang Linhe sitting there quietly with his eyes closed. Gu Feihu, who had hurried over, did not dare to disturb him and stood upright beside him, waiting for him to wake up. Not long after, Zhang Linhe finally slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Feihu, tell me, how did you get injured?" Gu Feihu responded respectfully, and then recounted the whole story in detail. After listening, Zhang Linhe taught him, "Don't be so reckless and impulsive in the future. You must find out the details of your opponent, make plans before taking action, and try to kill him with one blow. Tomorrow, your master will accompany you to settle this matter." In the East Lake Villa, Ye Feng lay flat on the soft and comfortable big bed, wondering in his heart why Yi Lin wanted to pull Li Xiaona into the room. Out of curiosity, he decided to use his spiritual sense to spy on the 2 people's actions in the room. When his spiritual sense scanned the room where the 2 girls were, Ye Feng saw Yi Lin holding a thick photo album, turning the pages one by one to show and explain the photos in detail to Li Xiaona. "Sister Xiaona, look at this picture. This was taken when my brother was in high school and he was out on a summer vacation with his classmates. At that time, I insisted on going with him. Do you see the beautiful girl standing next to my brother? Her name is Molly. Now she has become an enviable flight attendant, but she has always secretly loved my brother. She even mustered up the courage to confess to him, but unfortunately, she was ruthlessly rejected." Hearing this, Li Xiaona couldn't help but ask softly, "Lin Lin, are there a lot of people who like Brother Feng?" Yi Lin's face was filled with pride, and she answered proudly, "Of course. From childhood to adulthood, there are simply countless people who like my brother. Hee hee. Those girls have given me all kinds of delicious food in order to find out about my brother. The most impressive time was when a girl actually gave me a whole box of chocolates, just asking me to help her pass on a love letter written to my brother." Li Xiaona laughed so hard that her body shook. "You are really selling your brother for food. Did you send the letter?" Yi Lin raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a smug smile. "Hee, of course not. If he really is with that girl, wouldn't that cut off my source of income? I'm not that stupid." Hearing this, Li Xiaona laughed even harder and almost couldn't breathe. She rubbed her belly and said, "You little girl, you must have cut off so many romantic opportunities for Brother Feng. Fortunately, you were still in Tianjin when Brother Feng and I were in love, otherwise you would have separated us long ago." After that, she pounced on Yi Lin with her teeth and claws bared. After a while of laughing and playing, Li Xiaona suddenly calmed down and asked thoughtfully, "Yi Lin, do you know what Brother Feng likes?" Yi Lin frowned, thought about it carefully, then shook her head and said, I can't seem to think of anything he particularly likes. I always feel that he is a very boring person and a super straight man. When he took me to visit Shanghai University for the first time, he even asked me to remind him to buy you a bouquet of flowers. Oh my God, I really don't understand how such a stupid person like him could win you over." At this time, Yilin seemed to have thought of something and said playfully, "Sister Xiaona, I saw that Mom only cleaned up one room. It seems that you will have to sleep with your brother today. If you beg me now, I can consider letting you sleep here, Li Xiaona's cheeks were as red as ripe apples, and her eyes revealed a mixture of expectation and fear. She stood there in a daze, motionless like a sculpture, until Yi Lin stretched out her hand and waved it in front of her eyes several times, and then she came back to her senses as if she had just woken up from a dream. "You little brat are always making fun of me. How can my aunt make such an arrangement? You must have made it up," Li Xiaona said. Yi Lin stared at Li Xiaona, whose face was flushed, with great interest, a sly smile on her lips. "From what I see, you are probably eager to sleep in the same bed with my brother. Otherwise, why are you blushing? Sister Xiaona, your idea is not so innocent. It's so embarrassing." While the two were playing, Wang Meiwan opened the door and walked into the house with a friendly smile on her face. She looked at Li Xiaona tenderly and said softly, "Xiaona, the room has been prepared for you. It is opposite Xiaofeng's room. If you are tired, you can go there to rest at any time. Let Xiaofeng take you around tomorrow." As for Yi Lin, you should also go to bed early. Remember to go to the driving school to register tomorrow and work hard to get your driver's license this summer. Chapter 70. Gu Feihu's Letter. Yi Lin still held a glimmer of hope in her heart and wanted to work hard to get the chance to go out and play with them. But when she was about to speak, she was met with Wang Meijuan's extremely stern gaze and swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Helplessly, Yi Lin could only respond with a feeling of grievance. Okay, Mom, I got it. I won't disturb my brother and Xiaona from enjoying their world of two. There was obvious disappointment in her voice. Wang Meijuan seemed quite satisfied with Yi Lin's answer. She nodded slightly and turned away. Looking at her mother's receding back, Yi Lin said to Li Xiaona with a sad face, Sister Xiaona, in this case, you should go find my brother. I need some time to be alone. Li Xiaona smiled and comforted her. I think what Annie said makes sense. You have to get your driver's license as soon as possible. After all, Brother Feng promised before that he would give you a car as long as you get your driver's license. So don't be sad anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Xiaona turned around and returned to her room. When she passed by Ye Feng's door, she deliberately looked inside and happened to meet Ye Feng's eyes. After their eyes met, she walked into the room without hesitation and closed the door. After entering the room, Ye Feng gently patted the bedside, motioning Li Xiaona to come over and sit down. Li Xiaona obediently walked to the bedside and sat down. Facing Ye Feng's passionate and fiery eyes, she couldn't help but blushing. Li Xiaona gently closed her eyes, quietly waiting for Ye Feng's affectionate kiss. However, time passed by, and there was still no movement. Finally, she could no longer suppress her curiosity and slowly open her eyes, only to see Ye Feng tiptoeing towards the door. At this moment, Ye Feng suddenly pushed the door open, and Yi Lin stumbled and rolled into the room. Yi Lin brushed the dust off her body in a panic and explained with embarrassment, Brother, Sister Xiaona, please don't misunderstand me. I just saw a small ant crawling into the room, so I was anxious to catch it. Do you think my reason is sufficient? Yi Feng glared at her and said unhappily, Come on, I think you are the big ant who likes to eavesdrop. Go back quickly. You are just making trouble. Yi Lin scratched his head embarrassedly and said with a smile, Then I'll leave first. You guys continue, he. After that, he ran away. At this moment, Li Xiaona's face was full of shame, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She also stood up hurriedly and fled back to her room. Looking at the empty house, Ye Feng could only sigh helplessly. Other people's sisters know how to create opportunities for their brothers, but his sister is a troublemaker who loves to mess things up. The next morning, just as the sky in the east was turning pale, Wang Meijuan had already gone out to buy breakfast. At this moment, she was walking towards the dining table with the steaming breakfast in her hand, and happened to meet Li Xiaona coming to help, so she quickly waved her hand to stop her and said, Xiaona, don't bother, just let me do it. Go and call Xiaofeng and Linlin down to eat. At this time, Ye Feng also finished washing up and was walking downstairs. After hearing his mother's words, he raised his mouth slightly, revealing a smile, and said, Mom, don't expect Linlin to get up early. She has always been a person who goes to bed late and gets up late. Let's start eating first, and don't wait for her. After that, he walked straight to the dining table. Looking at the table full of breakfast, Ye Feng couldn't help but sigh. Mom, how much did you buy? Even if there are 5 more Yi Lins, I'm afraid they won't be able to finish all this. Wang Meijuan couldn't stop laughing after hearing what her son said. She explained, I don't know what Xiaona likes to eat, so I bought a little bit of everything. Xiaona, come and sit down. Do you like tofu pudding or soy milk? Oh, by the way, you may not be used to this noodle tea, but you can try it. Ye Feng nodded and agreed. Xiaona, come and try this pancake and egg fruit. They taste really good. But this pancake roll, I guess you may not like it very much, so I'll finish it first. After that, Ye Feng picked up a piece of pancake roll and started eating it. Wang Meijuan, who was sitting nearby, looked at the two of them with a pleased smile on her face. She patted Xiaona's hand gently and said gently, After dinner, ask Xiaofeng to take you out for a walk. It's not good to stay at home all the time. Breathe more fresh air. It's good for your health. However, before Ye Feng could speak, a cell phone rang suddenly. Ye Feng picked up the phone and saw that it was Qian Zhongwen calling. He was a little confused, but he answered the call quickly. Qian Zhongwen's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Brother Yi, it's bad. Gu Feihu has shown up. He asked me to go to an unfinished building in the far suburbs to settle our feud. After he was beaten by Wuhan last time, I didn't expect him to come back so soon. I'm afraid he has found a powerful helper. Yi Feng's heart tightened. He knew that this situation was very serious. Since the other party dared to provoke him again, he must have something to rely on. But no matter what, he couldn't let Qian Zhongwen face such danger alone. Brother Qian, don't worry. I'll be there soon. Remember, don't go there alone. Let us talk about everything after I get there. Ye Feng said as he stood up and prepared to leave. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Li Xiaona with an apologetic look and said, Xiaona, I'm so sorry. I may not be able to accompany you today. Li Xiaona naturally understood Ye Feng. She looked at him tenderly and said softly, Brother Feng, go ahead and don't worry, but remember to come back early. Ye Feng didn't dare to delay for a moment and rushed to the East Lake Hotel. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Zhang Zhuwei and Yi Wuhan were also there. However, Ye Feng didn't greet them at this moment. He walked straight to Qian Zhongwen and asked impatiently, Brother Qian, have you met Gu Feihu? Qian Zhongwen shook his head slowly and replied in a serious tone, Not yet. A letter from Gu Feihu was delivered to the front desk this morning. After that, he handed the mysterious envelope to Ye Feng. Ye Feng quickly opened the envelope and read the contents carefully. After reading, he raised his head and said to everyone with a firm look in his eyes, Brother Qian, there is no time to lose. Let's leave immediately. I'm with you. You don't have to worry. Just as the group was about to leave the hotel, Ye Feng suddenly turned to Zhang Zhuwei, who also wanted to go with them, and sincerely advised, Brother Zhang, this operation is full of variables and the risk factor is quite high. With your current ability, it is more appropriate for you to stay and wait for our news. Zhang Zhuwei knew very well that he was just an ordinary person and would hardly be able to play a role even if he went. So he nodded obediently and no longer insisted on following. Chapter 71, Jiang Linha vomits blood in anger. On the way to the agreed location, Ye Feng suddenly asked, Brother Qian, did you carry the talisman I gave you yesterday? Hearing Ye Feng's question, Qian Zhongwen nodded and replied, Don't worry, I carry both talismans with me. After all, this is something that can save my life. How dare I put it anywhere? By the way, Wuhan, did you give the talisman to Nyonyo? Yi Wuhan nodded silently, indicating that it was true. After taking the elixir yesterday, he successfully broke through to the Grandmaster level. Now his strength has greatly increased, and it is almost impossible for ordinary people to pose a threat to him. So he gave the talisman to Nyonyo. At this time, Qian Zhongwen took out a talisman from his pocket and handed it to Yi Wuhan, saying, Wuhan, I know you are very powerful now, but it is better to be prepared. Take this talisman first so that you can have a guarantee if you encounter danger. Don't be polite to me, and most you can return it to me after the matter is over. However, you are not allowed to cheat and not give it to me. Ha! Faced with Qian Zhongwen's kindness, Yi Wuhan did not refuse too much and readily accepted the talisman. The three finally arrived at the unfinished building they had agreed to build. It was desolate and looked extremely dilapidated. Ye Feng muttered to himself, I don't know which idiot would choose to develop a property in a place like this. It's obvious that they will lose money. Ye Feng's eyes slowly swept around and finally fixed on the two figures on the roof. He muttered to himself, These two guys are really sick. They have to run to the roof. Is the air upstairs better? Hey, come down. Ye Feng shouted at the top of his voice. At this time, the master and apprentice upstairs also responded, Come up. Ye Feng shrugged helplessly and shouted, I'm sorry, I'm afraid of heights, and I really can't go up. If you don't come down, then we have to leave. After saying that, he turned around and pretended to leave. Hearing this, the master and the disciple looked at each other and thought to themselves, Who on earth is this person? He doesn't have the demeanor of a warrior at all. He's simply a scoundrel. There was no choice but to go downstairs obediently. After all, they didn't want to waste their time and energy in vain. When the master and the disciple walked downstairs, Ye Feng said, Old man, what advice do you have for me? Why don't you write it down so that we can discuss it? Jiang Linhe was stunned. He never expected that the young man in front of him would call him old man. You know, he is the fifth elder of Konyu Valley, with an extremely noble status. Normally, everyone who sees him must be respectful. But today, he was treated so rudely by a young boy, which really made him furious. Jiang Linhe was so angry that veins popped out, and he pointed at Ye Feng and said, You. Ye Feng showed a look of realization and said, Old man, so you stutter? Don't worry, speak slowly. If that doesn't work, let's add each other as friends and talk on WeChat. By the way, can you type? Qian Zhongwen and Yi Wuhan on the side tried hard to hold back their laughter. They really couldn't help it and secretly admired in their hearts. This brother Yi is really a rare talent. At this moment, Jiang Linhe could no longer suppress the raging anger in his heart. His eyes widened, and he slapped Ye Feng fiercely. Feeling a sharp gust of wind coming, Ye Feng quickly dodged to the side, then pointed at Jiang Linhe and shouted, "Hey, you old man are so bad. You actually attacked me by surprise. Take it, I will regret it." Hearing this, Jiang Linhe's heart tightened, and he quickly retreated and took a defensive posture. However, he waited for a long time, but he never saw Ye Feng launch any offensive. At this time, Ye Feng showed an innocent expression, scratched his head, and explained, "Old man, I just said that casually just now. It doesn't mean that I will really use that trick. Look how nervous you are. Don't get angry easily. Be careful not to get a cerebral thrombosis. I'm so mad. You little brat. Today I'm going to risk it all and fight you to see who's better." Jiang Linhe roared in frustration, and then he pounced on Ye Feng again like a tiger. Seeing this, Ye Feng was not afraid at all and shouted at the top of his voice, "Try my 7-star chaos palm, shattered star." Before he finished speaking, he swung out a palm and hit Jiang Linhe's chest directly. Jiang Linhe thought to himself that the man in front of him was playing tricks and deceiving him again, but he did not feel alert, but rushed forward without hesitation. In an instant, the two of them swung their palms at the same time, hitting each other heavily, and then both flew backwards. Ye Feng struggled to get up from the ground, gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then said jokingly, "Old man, I'm really sorry I do know this trick. Are you surprised or not?" At this moment, Jiang Linhe finally couldn't suppress his inner anger and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. As for whether this was caused by the injury from the palm strike just now, or whether he was angry at Ye Feng, there was no way to know. Ah! Ah! Just as Jiang Linhe was about to charge again, Gu Feihu at the side quickly stopped him and said, "Master, please calm down. Don't act impulsively. This person is clearly trying to provoke you. Don't fall into the trap he has set." Seeing Jiang Linhe's emotions gradually calm down, Ye Feng couldn't help but secretly say that it was not good. In fact, when they first met, he had already noticed that the opponent was slightly stronger. If he chose to fight head-on, it would be difficult to win. The only way to provoke the opponent was to have a chance. Although he had many tricks up his sleeve, Qian Zhongwen was in danger. "Old man, how about we make a deal?" Jiang Linhe smiled disdainfully upon hearing this, then snorted coldly and said arrogantly, "Transaction? I am the 5th elder of Konyu Valley. How can I make a transaction with others casually? Who do you think you are? Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can be on equal footing with me." Hearing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but frown, muttering in his heart, "This old man is really arrogant." However, he did not show it, but quietly reached into his arms and quietly took out the intermediate attack talisman that he had received as a reward last time from the system. Then, he waved it at Jiang Linhe a few times in a demonstrative manner. "Old man, did you see it? This is a good stuff. Sometimes my hands shake unconsciously. It would be bad if I accidentally throw it out and damage the flowers and plants around. Otherwise, Ye Feng looked at Jiang Linhe with a sly smile. Jiang Linhe felt the powerful spiritual power contained in the talisman, and his face instantly became solemn. He hurriedly pulled Gu Feihu beside him, stepped back several steps, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. After Ye Feng put away the talisman, Jiang Linhe immediately put on a flattering smile, and his tone became much gentler. He said, "My friend, I apologize for the offense just now. I think your proposal is very good, and we can indeed discuss the transaction. After all, protecting these flowers and plants is also very important." Chapter 72, A Deal. Ye Feng looked at Jiang Linhe, who was full of flattery, and was a little surprised. He thought to himself, this old guy is really a talent. Just for this thick skin and ability to adapt to circumstances, no wonder he can become an elder. It can be said that he is truly able to bend and stretch. At this time, Ye Feng pointed to the side, where there were several bricks neatly arranged. He said to Jiang Linhe, "Old man, please don't stand so far away from me. We have to shout to hear each other. You should come over here and sit down to chat." Hearing this, Jiang Linhe's mouth twitched slightly, and he muttered to himself, "You want me to sit on the bricks? I am the 5th elder. How can I be so undignified? At least give me a cushion to sit on." Although he was dissatisfied, Jiang Linhe still walked over and sat down. Seeing this, Ye Feng continued, "Grandpa, this matter is actually not a big deal. It's just that my brother Qian killed Gu Feihu's father. Let's not talk about whether they are related by blood or not. Even if they are father and son, so what? Anyway, it wasn't my brother Qian who killed the man, and the younger brother who did it is already dead. How about this? I'll pay 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones as compensation, and we can end this feud here. Of course, I can also pay 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, as long as you go and kill Gu Feihu yourself. Zhang Lin has stared at Ye Feng with suspicion, thinking to himself, what on earth is this kid thinking? He is so angry about killing his father that he even said that the other party might not be his biological father. Now he wants to buy his disciple's life. However, these 2,000 high-quality spirit stones are really tempting. But if this matter gets out, won't others think that I killed my disciple for the spirit stones? Then where can I put my old face? After struggling for a while, Zhang Linhe finally spoke. My friend, you are right, but it is really difficult for me to deal with Feihu personally. How about we use 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones to resolve this feud? After hearing this, Ye Feng slowly stood up and pretended to return to the car. However, in reality, he successfully exchanged 100 high-quality spirit stones from the system mall. Then, he put these high-quality spirit stones into a worn-out, cracked plastic bag, and then returned to hand it to Zhang Linhe. Old man, to be honest, I don't have that many middle-grade spirit stones on me, so I can only use these high-grade spirit stones as a substitute. Zhang Linhe couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart when he saw this. He never thought that this young man would so casually put the extremely precious top-grade spiritual stone in such a tattered plastic bag. Moreover, this plastic bag was actually torn. If it was his own apprentice who did such a thing, he would definitely slap him so hard that his mother wouldn't recognize him. My young friend, since this matter has been settled, we, master and disciple, will now say goodbye. If you have free time in the future, you can come to visit my Konyu Valley. Just tell me my name, Zhang Linhe. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left, holding Gu Feihu's hand, who had an unhappy look on his face. After the two of them left, Gu Feihu muttered in a low voice, Master, how can I not avenge my father's murder? I really can't bear to see you leave like this. Zhang Linhe knew what he was thinking, but if they started fighting again today, it would be difficult for both the master and the disciple to escape. Feihu, it's not that I don't want to help you. You saw the talisman in that bastard's hand just now. It can easily kill both of us here. We still need to think about this matter carefully. But if we don't have a good plan to deal with that kid, we must not act rashly. At the same time, Qian Zhongwen finally felt relieved. It was not an easy thing to be secretly watched by an internal force master. Brother Yi, thanks to your help this time. I'll treat you later, and we'll have a good drink. Qian Zhongwen looked at Ye Feng with gratitude, his eyes full of sincerity. Ye Feng smiled and waved his hand, responding calmly. Brother Qian, you are too polite. It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. Besides, my mother specially arranged for me to take my girlfriend out for a walk today, so I'm really sorry that I can't drink with you. But then again, in my opinion, this Gu Feihu will probably not give up so easily. Before he has enough strength to deal with me, he will not attack you again. Qian Zhongwen nodded his head to show his understanding and said nothing more. Afterwards, the three of them returned to the East Lake Hotel together. After arriving at the destination, Ye Feng drove straight back to the Cloud Villa. When he arrived at the door of his house, Ye Feng parked the car, got out, carefully straightened his slightly wrinkled clothes, then gently pushed open the door and walked into the house. As soon as he entered the door, Li Xiaona came up to him with a smile on her face and asked with concern, Brother Feng, have you settled everything? Is everything going well? Ye Feng nodded slightly and replied softly, Well, it's okay. Although there were some minor troubles in the middle, it was generally smooth. Oh, by the way, where did Yilin go? Li Xiaona smiled and explained gently. Lin, her aunt urged her to go to the driving school to register. I guess she will be home soon. At this moment, Wang Meiwan heard the noise and came out of the room to the living room. Ye Feng saw his mother coming and asked, Mom, Dad is always away from home all day recently. Where has he been? Wang Meiwan glared at her son and said unhappily, It's all your fault. You forced your father to manage that crappy flower base, and now he can't wait to live there. If I didn't know his character, I would really suspect that he has set up another family outside. You take Shanna out for a walk while Yulin is not here. Don't stay at home all the time. After hearing what his mother said, Ye Feng scratched his head embarrassedly, then hurriedly pulled Li Xiaona out of the house. When they reached the door, Ye Feng turned around and asked Li Xiaona, Xiaona, are we going to the amusement park or to the Style Street? Li Xiaona thought for a moment and replied, Brother Feng, why don't we go to the folklore street? I heard that the folklore street in Tianjin is known as the World Expo, haha. After we finish shopping, we can also go and ride the famous Tianjin Eye Ferris wheel. Ye Feng held her hand, walked to the Aston Martin 177, opened the door, and said with a smile, Beautiful Miss Li, your exclusive driver is here. I will definitely satisfy you today. Li Xiaona raised her lips and answered happily. Mr. Yi, today it all depends on you. If you perform well, I will reward you. Chapter 73, Eye of Tianjin. Ye Feng carefully helped Li Xiaona into the car and then drove towards the city. At this moment, his mind was filled with the reward she mentioned, full of anticipation and curiosity. When he arrived at the destination, Ye Feng, who could not hold back his inner impulse, finally asked, Xiaona, can you tell me a little bit about what the reward is? Li Xiaona's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a bright smile, and then she gracefully lifted the trouser leg of her jeans. Ye Feng's eyes were instantly attracted, and his heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. Silken pants? His eyes became extremely passionate, and he thought to himself, Today I must do my best to satisfy Xiaona. I really want to touch it with my own hands. Li Xiaona noticed the change in Ye Feng's expression and deliberately teased him coquettishly. Brother Feng, if you perform well today, I can allow you to touch my beautiful legs, But don't become a pervert so quickly. Ye Feng took a deep breath, tried to calm down his excitement, and responded confidently. Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you today. The two got off the car. Ye Feng saw a place for renting tandem bicycles in front of him, so he took Li Xiaona's hand without hesitation and walked towards there together. Xiaona, what do you think about us riding bicycles to travel around? If you're worried about being too tired, there are also sightseeing carriages for us to choose. Li Xiaona thought for a moment and then replied, Brother Feng, I think we should ride a bicycle. This way, we can not only wander around as we like, but also stop to take pictures at any time. Remember to take beautiful pictures of me. The two carefully selected a tandem bicycle for riding side by side. Ye Feng carefully helped Li Xiaona onto the seat, then turned to the other side and easily jumped onto the bicycle. Then, they pedaled leisurely and slowly moved forward. Brother Feng, look, there's a wishing well over there. Let's go over and take a look. As soon as she arrived at the wishing pool, Li Xiaona couldn't wait to open her handbag, search for a long time, and finally found a coin. She happily threw it into the pool, then closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and silently prayed for her wish. I pray to God to bless me and Brother Feng to be happy forever, without quarrels, and that we will have a pair of children in the future, a well-behaved and lovely boy and a sweet and lovely girl, When she opened her eyes, Ye Feng immediately moved closer and asked curiously, Xiaona, what kind of wish did you make just now? Can you tell me a little bit? Li Xiaona's cheeks flushed with shyness like the sunset, and she said softly, Oh, I won't tell you. It won't work if you tell me. Her pleasant voice was mixed with a bit of playfulness and mystery, which made Ye Feng's curiosity even stronger. Seeing this, Ye Feng knew that it was futile to ask further, so he stopped asking and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a doting smile, silently staring at the quirky girl in front of him, and at the same time took out his mobile phone from his pocket and took several beautiful photos of her. Then, the two of them walked side by side, moving forward. Soon, they came to a lifelike sculpture. Li Xiaona blinked her big, lively eyes and asked suspiciously, Brother Feng, do you know who this statue is? Ye Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted, quickly took out his mobile phone to check some information, and then patiently explained to Li Xiaona, This statue depicts Marco Polo, now Italy. He visited our Chinese land during the Yuan dynasty and wrote the famous The Travels of Marco Polo. Hearing this, Li Xiaona's eyes lit up. Her face was full of excitement. She danced with excitement and shouted, Brother Feng, you don't know, I'm an expert at playing Mark. I'm amazing. Ye Feng helplessly stroked his forehead, muttering to himself he didn't expect that Xiaona, who seemed quiet and well-behaved, was actually an out-and-out internet addict. So he quickly changed the subject and suggested, Xiaona, there's a cold drink shop over there. Do you want to go in and sit down, or I'll buy you something to drink? Li Xiaona's cheeks flushed with shyness, and she said softly to Ye Feng, Brother Feng, please buy me a cup of hot milk tea, because I have my period today and I really can't drink cold drinks. Ye Feng understood immediately and rushed to buy a cup of hot milk tea, and also picked a cup of iced American coffee for himself. He handed the warm milk tea to Li Xiaona and asked with concern, Xiaona, if you're not feeling well, why don't we just go home and rest? Li Xiaona wrinkled her nose slightly, took a sip of the sweet milk tea happily, and then replied mischievously, "No, I still want to ride the Ferris wheel. Otherwise your long-awaited reward will be ruined, hee hee." As soon as the voice fell, she ran back to the two-seater car lightly like a happy little deer. Ye Feng looked at her figure going farther and farther away, and a happy smile appeared on his lips. He quickly took steps and trotted to catch up with her. After returning the double car, the two walked towards the eye of Tianjin City with great interest. At this moment, a long queue had already formed under the Ferris wheel. Perhaps because it was a holiday, most of the people in the crowd were in pairs. However, these were nothing to Ye Feng. Not long after, he used his strong ability to make money to get 2 tickets. He walked up to Li Xiana, gracefully shook the ticket in his hand, and asked softly, "My beautiful Lady Li, do you think I would be honored to ride this Ferris wheel with you and enjoy the charming scenery of Tianjin together?" Seeing this, Li Xiana smiled happily, walked forward quickly, took Ye Feng's arm affectionately, and responded playfully, "Oh, since Mr. Yi has invited me so warmly, how can I not accept it?" So, the two boarded the Ferris wheel together. As the Ferris wheel slowly rose, Li Xiana quietly nestled in Ye Feng's arms like a little bird, leisurely watching the scenery outside the window. Since the Eye of Tianjin is located on a magnificent bridge across the river, the beautiful scenery of the riverside can be seen from here. At this time, Li Xiana suddenly pointed to another bridge not far away and asked curiously, "Brother Feng, look at all the people gathered over there. Did something happen?" Chapter 74. The Curse of the Eye of Tianjin. Ye Feng looked in the direction of her finger and saw a large crowd of people. He was thinking about it, and suddenly an idea came to him. He couldn't help but smile. "What's wrong? You must have seen it in a short video before. It's the newly promoted 6A level scenic spot in Tianjin, the Diving Grandpa." When Li Xiana heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. She shook Ye Feng's arm with anticipation and begged in a coquettish manner, "Brother Feng, can we go over and take a look later?" Her voice was filled with endless excitement and curiosity. Ye Feng gently embraced her in his arms, stroked her slender waist, and responded softly, "Everything is up to you today. Wherever you want to go, I will accompany you." By the way, Xiana, I guess, are those young couples queuing below tourists from other places or locals? Li Xiana blinked her bright eyes, thought for a moment, and replied, "I think there should be both, but I feel there may be more local couples." Ye Feng reached out his hand and gently scratched her cute little nose, then laughed and retorted, "Haha, you guessed wrong this time. Those couples below are basically tourists from other places." Li Xiana looked at Ye Feng suspiciously and asked in confusion, "How is this possible? Brother Feng, how did you know?" Her words were full of confusion and curiosity. Ye Feng said mysteriously, "There is a strange curse circulating among the locals in Tianjin. It is said that any couple who rides the Eye of Tianjin will eventually break up, so the people of Tianjin gave it a special name, Breakup Wheel. Everyone says that if you are not truly in love, it is best not to try to challenge this curse easily." After hearing this, Li Xiana turned pale and asked weakly, "Then let's go down now. Is it too late?" Her trembling appearance made Ye Feng laugh. He was just joking, but he didn't expect her to be so superstitious. So he quickly comforted her. "Don't be afraid, baby. Our love is invincible. If you are really worried, why don't we just secretly take out our household registration books and go get the marriage certificate first? Then you should be relieved, right?" Seeing Li Xiana nod her head in agreement, Ye Feng was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Did Xiana really intend to go home and steal the household registration book? If her parents knew about this, wouldn't he be a villain who seduced an ignorant girl? At this moment, the Ferris wheel had slowly turned a circle. Ye Feng carefully carried Li Xiana down from her seat. "Xiana, let's go watch the diving master now." Li Xiana's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she nodded with an expectant smile on her face. She took Ye Feng's hand, and the two of them walked towards the crowd not far away. The surrounding scenery seemed to have lost its color, and only the two of them were left, holding hands and moving towards their common goal. They walked through the bustling crowd and came to the railing of the bridge. On a protruding platform below the bridge, there was an old man in red swimming trunks standing on the platform, preparing to dive. Li Xiana pointed at the old man excitedly and shouted, "Look, that's the diving uncle." Ye Feng looked in the direction of her finger and saw the old man leaning forward slightly, holding the railing tightly with both hands, his eyes firm and focused. He took a deep breath, then jumped suddenly. His body drew a graceful arc in the air and landed steadily on the water. Li Xiaona was stunned and amazed. Wow, this is amazing. I have only seen diving on TV before, but this time I actually saw it live. It's so cool. She turned to look at Ye Feng, only to see that Ye Feng's eyes fell on a young man who was walking towards the platform. Li Xiaona asked in confusion, Brother Feng, do you know that person? Ye Feng smiled and replied, I know him, but he may not know me. He is the world diving champion Chongge. I didn't expect him to be here today. Li Xiaona pointed excitedly to a place not far away and shouted, Brother Feng, look over there. There's a guy in a frog costume getting ready to jump. And look over there. There's another guy in a flowery cotton jacket. He doesn't even feel hot. At this time, people jumped into the river one after another, just like dumplings, and the scene was spectacular. At this moment, the diverse no longer pursued skills. They just enjoyed the happiness. Li Xiaona was infected by the joyful crowd and couldn't help but shout at the top of her lungs. Brother Feng, Tianjin really deserves the title of the City of Funny. It is simply a sea of joy. No wonder the depression rate here is the lowest in the country. In such an environment, who can still be depressed? Ye Feng laughed loudly upon hearing this and said, That's right. When people are happy, their appetites improve and they enjoy everything they eat. That's why the obesity rate in Tianjin ranks first in the country. Brother Feng, look over there. Li Xiaona pointed to a stall not far away and said, The old man selling candied haws looks really delicious. Let's go buy one. Ye Feng looked in the direction of her finger and saw an old man selling candied haws. The old man's stall was filled with colorful candied haws, each of which exuded an alluring aroma. He nodded and said to Li Xiaona with a smile, Okay, let's go buy a candied haw to try. The two walked through the crowd and came to the old man's stall. Li Xiaona excitedly picked the largest candied haws and handed it to the old man. The old man skillfully packed it for her and handed it to her. Li Xiaona took a bite of the candied haws, and the sweet taste spread in her mouth. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the wonderful taste. Then she opened her eyes, looked at Ye Feng and said, Brother Feng, you should also try this candied haws. It's really delicious. Ye Feng took the candied haws and tasted it. He nodded and said with a smile, Well, it's really delicious. But, Xia, do you know? The reason why the candied haws in Tianjin are so delicious is not only because of the grandfather's craftsmanship, but also because the air here is full of joy. Li Xiaona laughed out loud after hearing what he said. She pointed at the crowd around her and said, Yes, the people here are so happy that even the air has become sweet. Ye Feng looked at the overjoyed Li Xiaona and asked softly, Beautiful Miss Li, you are so happy today, so you must be very satisfied with my performance. When can I give you my reward? After hearing what Ye Feng said, Li Xiaona blushed shyly and said angrily, Brother Feng, why do you always think about this? Let's talk about it when we get home. Chapter 75, Heading to Kyoto. Ye Feng tried hard to calm his agitated emotions, held Li Xiaona's hand tightly, and said, It's getting late, it's time for us to go home. Otherwise, Mom will definitely be worried. Li Xiaona smiled slightly and responded coquettishly, Humph, Yu, don't use your aunt as an excuse. I can see clearly what you are thinking, you big pervert. Despite the verbal teasing, Li Xiaona still followed Ye Feng in the car and left. As the car engine started, the two ended their wonderful and fulfilling one-day trip. When they arrived at the Cloud Villa, they saw Yi Lin sitting on the sofa with a face full of resentment and anger, while Wang Meiwan came forward with joy and enthusiasm, holding Li Xiaona's hands and showing concern for her. Ye Feng sat down on the sofa leisurely and said jokingly, Hey Lin, who are you mad at? Could it be that the driving school dislikes your ugly appearance and directly rejected you? Hearing this, Yi Lin stood up instantly and retorted indignantly, Damn bad brother. He only knows how to tease me. I am a peerless beauty with a face that can overwhelm a country and shame the moon and flowers. How could they refuse to accept me? I was looking forward to you taking Sister Xiaona to Happy Valley today. I will rush over to meet you as soon as the registration is completed. Who would have thought that, in the end, I would end up playing alone for the whole day? Ye Feng tried hard to suppress the urge to laugh out loud. If they really went to Happy Valley today, then this wonderful world of two would definitely be ruined by this naughty girl. At this time, Yi Yuanhai also returned home. When Wang Meiwan saw him coming in, she couldn't help but complain. You just fiddle with your tattered flowers all day long. You used to help me with some things on your days off, but now you're nowhere to be seen all day. Do you want me to give you a model worker award? Yi Yuanhai smiled awkwardly and explained, Meiwan, you know that growing flowers and plants is my only hobby. Let me tell you, my precious Suwon lotus ding actually bloomed today. However, before he could finish his words, Wang Meiwan interrupted him rudely. All right, stop talking for now. I have something important to discuss with you. Come to the sofa. Ye Feng saw his parents coming over and quickly moved aside, wondering in his heart, I wonder what on earth my mother wants to announce. After everyone sat down, Wang Meiwan continued, Xiao Feng, when you return to Shanghai, your father and I plan to visit Xiao Na's parents and make arrangements for you two in advance. Ye Feng turned his head and looked at the charming Li Xiaona beside him and nodded slightly to show his agreement. Okay, Mom, I have no objection. After Xiaona and I discuss the specific time, we can set off. This way, you and Dad can also take this opportunity to have some fun in the Magic City. Hearing this, Yi Lin couldn't hide her joy and interrupted excitedly. That's great. Mom and Dad, let me be your tour guide and show you around. By the way, you can also take a look at the house that my brother gave me. At this moment, Ye Feng's cell phone rang again. He took out his cell phone and saw a call from Zhao Peng on the screen. After pressing the answer button, Zhao Peng's excited voice came from the other end. Hey, Brother Feng, I heard that you've returned to Tianjin. Huh? Do you want to come to Kyoto and spend a few days with me? My dad specifically told me to invite you to our Zhao family as a guest. Ye Feng thought about it for a while and found that he had nothing else to deal with, so he readily agreed. No problem. I will be there on time tomorrow morning. I want to see the demeanor of this legendary prodigal son of Kyoto. Ha ha ha. Brother Phone, don't worry. I guarantee that you will be amazed. I will call our old man now to report. Brother Phone, you can go ahead and do your thing first. After hanging up the phone, Yi Lin's eyes lit up immediately. She came over excitedly and asked, Brother, is that Zhaopeng? I really want to go, and I've never been to Kyoto. Wang Meiwan rolled her eyes when she saw this and said unhappily, What nonsense are you talking about, little girl? Didn't our family go to Kyoto together when you were a child? You even clamored to eat roast duck at that time. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin was stunned for a moment. Then she started to act like a spoiled brat. Oh, Mom, how can I remember these things when I was a child? Besides, it was so long ago. Brother, please, take me with you. You are the best brother in the world. Yi Feng really had no way to deal with this eccentric sister, so he had no choice but to say, Okay, stop shaking. If you keep shaking like this, my bones will be broken. Let's go together tomorrow? Okay. Tianjin and Kyoto are not far apart, and it may take a long time to drive there because of traffic jams. After careful consideration, they finally chose to take the high-speed rail, a more convenient means of transportation. The next day, when the sky was just getting light and the dawn was just beginning to appear, Yi Lin could not wait to run to Yi Feng's door and knocked hard. Brother, hurry up and get up, or you will miss the high-speed train. Hearing his sister's anxious cry, Yi Feng was somewhat reluctant, but he had to quickly get up, dress, and wash. After all, this little lazy bug who usually liked to stay in bed until the afternoon would become extremely excited and active once it came to going out to play. After Yi Feng finished washing up in a hurry, he was hurriedly dragged out of the house by Yi Lin. Looking at Li Xiaona, who was still sleepy, the two couldn't help but smile at each other, secretly sighing in their hearts that they really couldn't do anything about her. Afterwards, the three of them called an online taxi and headed straight to the high-speed railway station. They didn't talk much along the way and soon arrived at their destination. After entering the high-speed railway station, Yi Lin took the initiative to take the task of picking up the tickets and successfully took out the tickets that she had booked last night. Then, they successfully passed the security check and boarded the train to Kyoto. About half an hour later, the train arrived in Kyoto on time. As soon as she got off the train, Yi Lin took out her cell phone and called Zhao Peng. Hello, is this Zhao Peng? I have arrived safely at Kyoto South Station. Where are you now? Why don't you come and pick me up quickly? Her words revealed an excitement that was difficult to conceal. Chapter 76, Checking into Longwan Hotel. Zhao Peng was sleepy when he received the call. His mind was blank, and he had no idea what was going on. He glanced blankly at the clock on the wall and was puzzled. It was only a little after 7 in the morning. How could they arrive so early? Yi Lin, why are you here so early? I thought you would arrive around 10 o'clock. Just be patient, I'll be there soon. After saying that, Zhao Peng hurriedly washed his face and rushed to Kyoto South Station. Meanwhile, Yi Lin complained to Yi Feng and Li Xiaona angrily. Zhao Peng is such a lazy bug. The sun is shining on his butt, but he still stays in bed. Humph! When he comes, I'll show you how I'll deal with him. Sister Xiaona, what do you think of letting him treat us to roast duck? Oh, And there are also stewed dishes, stir-fried liver, braised pork in a copper pot, noodles with soybean paste, and bean juice. Well, forget about the bean juice, the taste is really unbearable. Li Xiaona, who was standing nearby, couldn't help laughing out loud. It's said that everyone in Tianjin is a cross-talk master, and that's absolutely true. Lin Lin, how are you punishing Zhao Peng? You're clearly just naming the dishes. Ha ha ha. Hearing Li Xiaona's words, Yi Lin scratched her head a little embarrassedly, realizing that she was greedy and said everything she wanted to eat. But this is also good. She can find more reasons to punish Zhao Peng. Thinking of this, Yi Lin secretly rejoiced in her heart and looked forward to Zhao Peng's arrival soon. Zhao Peng hurried over about 40 minutes later. Before he could say anything, Yi Lin put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "Good of you, Zhao Peng. You made us wait for so long. Tell me, do you want to be beaten or punished?" Zhao Peng was also very embarrassed. After all, he was the one who invited Ye Feng and the others, and he did not receive them well, making them wait for so long. This time it's all my fault for not being fully prepared. I am willing to be punished, Yi Lin. You can punish me however you want. I won't say no. Hearing this, Yi Lin showed a sly smile on her face and deliberately coughed twice before speaking. Zhao Peng, since you apologize so sincerely, I will be magnanimous and forgive you for now. However, punishment is still necessary. How about you treat us all to a roast duck meal? Zhao Peng heard this and waved his hand, nonchalantly responding, "Oh, I thought it would be a serious punishment. Turns out you just want to eat roast duck. That's easy. I'll treat you to as many roast ducks as you want. Even if you just take a small bite of a roast duck, that's totally fine." Then, Zhao Peng invited everyone to get on the car and turned to Yi Feng and said, "Brother Feng, let's go to the hotel first. I'll settle you down, and then we'll go to my house at noon and prepare a welcoming banquet for you." Yi Feng smiled and nodded to show his agreement, and half-jokingly said, "Haha, I'll just follow your arrangements." "I'm now looking forward to your arrangements, rich man." Several people walked into Longwan Hotel together. When the hotel manager saw Zhao Peng from afar, he immediately came over to greet him with a smile on his face. "Young master, what business have you come to today? Please feel free to tell me what you want. I have reserved the warm and romantic couple's double bedroom you reserved earlier for you." Zhao Peng's face suddenly turned red, and he coughed twice in embarrassment and hurriedly retorted, "Hey, what do you mean by that? I don't understand at all. My eldest brother is coming to Kyoto from another place today. Hurry up and prepare a luxurious presidential suite for me." Then, Zhao Peng lowered his voice and asked Yi Feng secretly, "Brother Feng, how about you and sister-in-law experience our couple's room together, and then let Yi Lin enjoy the presidential suite alone?" After hearing his suggestion, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a little tempted. However, when he thought that Xiaona's relatives had not left yet, he had no choice but to give up the idea. "Forget it, let's not go through so much trouble. We can just stay in the presidential suite. By the way, I just heard you say something about reserving a couple's king-size bedroom for a long time. Hey, you really know how to have fun, but you also have to take care of yourself, and don't indulge yourself too much." "Ha ha ha," Zhao Peng replied proudly. "Hey, I'm in great shape. I'm invincible. I can say I'm invincible and unbeatable." The hotel manager hurried to Zhao Peng's side and said softly, "Young master, your room has been arranged. I will take you and a few friends there." After that, he made a gesture of invitation and led everyone to the VIP elevator on the side. Zhao Peng called out to a few people and asked them to follow him. They entered the elevator together and went straight to the luxury suite on the top floor. After arriving at the destination, the hotel manager respectfully led them to the door of the suite, then bowed slightly and left the room. Yi Lin and Li Xiaona then chose the rooms they liked. Zhao Peng looked at Yi Feng, who was still there, and said with a smile, "Brother Feng, you guys take a rest first. I will go and inform my family that we have arrived at the hotel. I will wait for you in the hotel lobby at noon, and then we will go to my house together." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Peng turned and left. After Zhao Peng stepped out of the room, Yi Feng also randomly picked a room and walked in. He lay on the comfortable and soft big bed, but he always felt that he seemed to have forgotten something important. Just as he was thinking hard, Li Xiaona suddenly walked into the room, and then he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten the reward promised yesterday. At this moment, Yi Feng's eyes were full of desire and eagerness. He stared straight at Li Xiaona with a sly smile on his face. He teased, "Xiaona, are you here to give me the reward that belongs to me? Li Xiaona's pretty face instantly turned as ripe as an apple, and she shyly scolded, "Brother Feng, you are so annoying. You always think about those things in your mind. Who told you not to ask for it yesterday? The reward has expired, hee hee." Ye Feng did not bother her anymore. He used his spiritual sense to sense that Yi Lin was walking towards him. This little girl always made trouble at critical moments. It seemed that he could not take her out to play next time. Yi Lin pushed open the door and said with a smile, "Sister Xiaona, I knew you were staying with my brother. Hee hee, you two should just live together." Yi Feng rolled his eyes at her and said, "I know you still came in. I guess I can't let you follow me when I go out in the future. I'll let Mom watch you at home to prevent you from making trouble all the time." Chapter 77. Visiting the Zhao family. Yi Lin's small nose wrinkled slightly, and a pretended ferocious look appeared on her face. She said coquettishly, "Oomph, how dare you not let me follow you? I'm going to follow you. Let's see what you can do to me. I'm going to piss off your nasty brother to death." Before she finished her words, she tightly grabbed Li Xiaona beside her and walked out of the room without looking back. Yi Feng looked at the two people's backs as they walked away and shook his head with a helpless smile. It seemed that he had to teach this girl a lesson. Then he gently clicked on the system interface, entered the system mall, and successfully exchanged for a 1,000-year-old ginseng. He planned to give this ginseng as a gift when he visited the Zhao family. System, why do I feel that your presence has become weaker and weaker recently? Yi Feng suddenly muttered to himself. Host, it is not that the presence of this system has decreased, but that you have become more and more insignificant. You have neither ambition nor the courage to look down upon the sky and dominate the world. The system responded mercilessly. What's wrong with being a leisurely and carefree salted fish? You can do whatever you like every day and live a comfortable life. In the past, what I dreamed of was a life like this. Now that it has come true, I should naturally enjoy it. Yi Feng retorted nonchalantly. Faced with Yi Feng's remarks, the system was speechless for a moment. Hey system, why are you suddenly silent? Is it stuck? Seeing that the system had not responded for a long time, Yi Feng couldn't help but teased. I am too lazy to communicate with you, a lazy person with no ambition. The system replied unhappily. It was almost noon when Yi Feng slowly stood up and left the room. He casually put the 1,000-year-old ginseng into a handbag with the Longwan Hotel logo printed on it, and then gently called the two girls to go downstairs to the hotel lobby. As soon as they got downstairs, Xiaopeng saw them from afar and immediately waved his hands to signal them. When the three of them approached, he led them into the luxurious Maybach car parked in front of the hotel, and the car then drove towards the Zhao family at lightning speed. About 20 minutes later, the Maybach stopped steadily in front of a magnificent courtyard. On both sides of the door, a pair of lifelike and majestic stone lions stood tall, as if guarding this ancient and solemn mansion. Xiaopeng saw everyone's surprised expressions, and he couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. He showed a proud look on his face and introduced Yi Feng with a little exaggeration. Brother Feng, please come in. The scenery inside is even more beautiful. It is a unique one. After that, he personally opened the gate and invited everyone to come in for a visit. Xiaopeng led the crowd through the door lintel with carved beams and painted buildings, through the winding corridors, and came to an open courtyard. The rockery and flowing water in the courtyard, and the swaying green bamboos beside the winding water, made it seem as if they were in a quiet paradise. Brother Feng, look at this yard. Isn't it more tasteful than those tall buildings outside? Xiaopeng introduced proudly. Yi Lin couldn't help but sigh. It's so beautiful. The air here feels much fresher. Xiaopeng continued to take everyone to visit each room. Each one was decorated exquisitely and elegantly, and the furniture was of the highest quality. Finally, he led everyone to a study room, where the bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books, from classical to modern. This is my father's favorite place. You can read books, drink tea, and enjoy a quiet time here. Xiaopeng said, pouring a cup of fragrant tea for everyone. Yi Lin picked up the teacup, took a sip, and praised, this tea is really delicious. Everything here makes people feel comfortable and relaxed. Xiaopeng heard this and showed a proud smile on his face. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a neat suit and a serious expression walked quickly to Xiaopeng's side, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, Young master, the banquet is ready. Please come to the table with a few friends. The master is waiting for you to come. Xiaopeng nodded slightly to show that he understood, then turned to Yi Feng and said, Brother Feng, my father has already prepared a banquet. Why don't we go over there now? Hearing this, Yi Lin's face was full of excitement, and she couldn't wait to interrupt and said, "Then let's go." "Hey, Zhao Peng, let me make it clear first. This time it won't be considered as your punishment." So, under the leadership of Zhao Peng, the group walked through the courtyard and headed straight to the main hall of the quadrangle. As soon as they stepped into the main hall, they saw Zhao Jianqi sitting on the main seat. Seeing everyone coming, he quickly stood up, smiled, and greeted them, and said enthusiastically, "Oh, it is my great honor to have Mr. Yi come to my house today. Please take a seat." After everyone was seated, Ye Feng gently placed a handbag with the Longwan Hotel logo on the table, then smiled and said to Zhao Jianqi, "Uncle Zhao, this is my first visit, so I brought a small gift. I hope you won't despise it." Zhao Peng had sharp eyes. He caught a glimpse of the handbag at a glance and was immediately filled with curiosity. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Feng, what treasure is in it? You actually used the bag from my hotel." Ye Feng scratched his head awkwardly and explained with a smile, "There is 1,000-year-old ginseng in it. I saw a bag in the hotel room, so I put it in there." Zhao Jinshi's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately reached out to take the bag and carefully took out the extremely precious 1,000-year-old ginseng. He held it gently, as if he was holding a rare treasure, and then placed it in an exquisite mahogany box on the table beside him. However, when he saw the few broken roots left in the bag, he couldn't help but feel regretful and distressed. Zhao Peng was also full of curiosity and couldn't help picking up the bag that Zhao Jianqi put down and carefully searching it. Finally, he found a small piece of root from the gap in the bag and put it into his mouth to chew without hesitation. "Well, it's not as miraculous as the legend says. I didn't feel anything special after eating it," Zhao Peng said as he shook his head in confusion. However, just before he finished speaking, a surprising scene occurred. 2 streams of bright red blood suddenly gushed out of his nostrils, gushing out like a fountain. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden scene. Their eyes widened, their faces full of astonishment. Seeing this, Ye Feng was startled and hurriedly stepped forward to inject a stream of spiritual power into Zhao Peng's body to help him absorb the powerful medicinal power of the 1,000-year-old ginseng. After some effort, Zhao Peng finally regained his composure and his nosebleed stopped. Yilin witnessed all this and turned pale with fear. She secretly made up her mind that she would never eat anything carelessly again, especially the food given by her brother. After all, she didn't want to have a nosebleed fountain like Zhao Peng. Chapter 78, Educating Yilin. Zhao Peng quickly changed his bloodstained clothes and returned to the table to sit down. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, making him feel a little embarrassed. "Why are you all staring at me like that? I feel like I'm in great shape right now. Dad, how about we start eating?" Zhao Peng scratched his head and said with a smile. However, before Zhao Jianqi could respond, Yilin couldn't wait to pick up the food with her chopsticks. At this moment, Ye Feng's face suddenly changed, and his powerful consciousness surged towards Yi Lin like a tide. Yi Lin's face turned pale as paper, and her hand loosened, and the chopsticks fell to the table. Ye Feng turned to Zhao Jianqi with a slightly apologetic look and said, "Uncle Zhao, I'm really sorry. My sister is young and ignorant, and her behavior was a bit inappropriate. I hope you can forgive her." Zhao Jianqi also keenly noticed the fleeting fluctuation of Yi Feng's consciousness just now. He was deeply shocked and responded quickly, "Mr. Yi, please don't take it seriously. Today we are just a gathering of friends. There is no need to stick to those red tape. Everyone, stop staring and start eating." At this moment, everyone at the table picked up their chopsticks and started eating, but only Yilin was still sitting there blankly, as if she had not yet come to her senses. When she finally came to her senses, her face was full of grievances, and she stared straight at Ye Feng. Li Xiaona, who was standing by, noticed this and hurriedly stood up to comfort her. Ye Feng gently tugged at the corner of Li Xiaona's clothes, hinting that she didn't need to pay attention to Yilin. Seeing that Yilin was just looking at him eagerly, but was reluctant to pick up her chopsticks, he couldn't help but said coldly, "If you don't want to eat, you can leave now." At this time, Zhao Peng quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. He smiled and raised his glass to Ye Feng and said, "Brother Feng, come on, let's have a drink. Let me tell you, ever since I saw Hua Linger in the Magic City last time, those playboys in Kyoto have worshipped me as their idol." The two clinked their glasses and drank it all. Speaking of Hua Linger, Ye Feng couldn't help but remember that she had invited him to return to the Baiwa sect. It seemed like it was time to go there. Maybe he could take this opportunity to earn some points. Zhao Jinqi also raised his glass to thank Ye Feng, Mr. Yi, I'm lucky that you helped me last time. Otherwise, Xiaoping would have been hurt. After saying that, he drank the wine in the glass. Ye Feng took a sip from the wine glass, then smiled and responded, Uncle Zhao, you are too polite. Zhao Peng and I are good friends. It is only natural to help a friend in need. Please don't take it to heart. By the way, has the Han family caused trouble for the Zhao family because of this matter? Zhao Jianxi answered honestly, not really. Not only that, since this incident, the competition between the Han family and our Zhao family has become much less. And I heard that they specially invited Qi Yuanshan, known as the Chinese medical master, to heal Han Xiaoqing's arm. Hearing this, Ye Feng just nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Anyway, the patient has been cured, so he doesn't care so much. But if the Han family doesn't know how to live or die and provoke him again, don't blame him for being rude, because then it won't be just a matter of one arm. Afterwards, Zhao Jianxi toasted Ye Feng with another glass of wine, told Zhao Peng to entertain everyone well, and then left the banquet first. At this moment, Yilin suddenly burst into tears and said aggrievedly, Brother, you were so fierce just now. Seeing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but snorted coldly and taught her a lesson with a serious face. Look at you. You are so useless. I think I have spoiled you so much that now you don't even know the rules. If you continue to be so willful and reckless in the future, believe it or not, I will throw you abroad alone. Yi Lin's body trembled slightly, and she shrank back towards the seat behind her. Her beautiful eyes revealed grievance and fear, and her lips trembled slightly, but she dared not say anything more. Ye Feng was also not interested at the moment, so he signaled Zhao Peng to take the three people back to the hotel where they were staying. When they stepped into the hotel lobby, a graceful and charming woman came up to them like a whirlwind. She said in a coquettish voice, Mr. Peng, why haven't you contacted me recently? If I hadn't learned from my friends today that you were here, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find you. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhao Peng's face. He quickly glanced at Ye Feng, then pulled the woman aside and whispered softly, Baby, go to the room and wait for me first. After I send my friend to the room, I will come down to find you. Before he finished speaking, he gently patted the woman's round and firm buttocks. After entering the suite, Ye Feng stopped Zhao Peng, who was about to turn around and leave, and said with a teasing smile, Look at how anxious you are. You better take it easy later. Zhao Peng grinned and responded, Brother Feng, it's not that I'm impatient. It's just that the ginseng is too strong. I'm full of energy. Let's not talk about it anymore. I have to go quickly. After that, he ran to the door impatiently. Ye Feng raised his lips slightly, looking at Zhao Peng's receding back with a half smile, then turned back to his room. He closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and used his spiritual sense to explore the room where Yilin was. As expected, he saw Li Xiaona whispering to comfort Yilin, who was crying nonstop. At this moment, Yilin was full of grievances and dissatisfaction, and kept complaining to Li Xiaona. That annoying brother dared to bully me. I obviously did nothing wrong. Woo-woo, Sister Xiaona. You are the only one who treats me the best. I will never pay attention to him again. Li Xiaona looked helplessly at the future sister-in-law who was throwing tantrums in front of her and said earnestly, Yilin, haven't you noticed your recent changes? Although you were a little naughty before, you were still cute and sensible. But now you have become a little willful and capricious. Brother Feng blamed you not only because of what happened today. You have changed a lot in these days. If you can't reflect on your own problems deeply, sooner or later, even your good friends will leave you one by one. As soon as Li Xiaona finished speaking, she stood up and left the room, leaving Yi Lin alone sitting by the bed, hoping that she could calm down and think seriously. Seeing this, Ye Feng also silently withdrew his consciousness. He knew in his heart that Li Xiaona should be walking towards his room at this moment. Sure enough, not long after, the door of the room was gently pushed open by Li Xiaona. She sat quietly beside Ye Feng and said softly, Brother Feng, don't be angry. I have also talked to Lin Lin, and she has also realized her own problem. Ye Feng sighed helplessly and said, This girl is really spoiled. If she is not properly educated, who knows what she will become in the future. Chapter 79, Night at the Bar. Ye Feng shook his head vigorously and stopped thinking about it. He hugged Li Xiaona tightly and asked softly, Xiaona, have you told your uncle and aunt that my parents are going to the Magic City? Li Xiaona shook her head playfully and said coquettishly, Not yet. Don't be so anxious. I will tell them tonight, hee hee. Brother Feng, do you still want the reward you mentioned before? I'm already here. After saying that, she deliberately moved closer to Ye Feng. Ye Feng's eyes lit up immediately, and he stared at the blushing beauty in front of him with a sly smile. He gently pulled her, and the two of them fell on the soft big bed together. Ye Feng was like a hungry wolf. He could not wait to kiss those tempting red lips, and at the same time his hands also reached out to those towering breasts. Li Xiaona could not help but moan, and her slightly trembling eyelashes made his heart surge and became more excited. His hands gradually moved down, roaming and caressing her plump buttocks and slender and smooth legs. Just when he was about to touch that mysterious triangle area, Li Xiaona suddenly struggled, looked at him with a pair of charming eyes, and whispered shyly, "Brother Feng, my relatives haven't left yet." Ye Feng suppressed the heat in his heart and gradually sobered up. His eyes were filled with deep affection. He kissed Li Xiaona's forehead softly and said gently, "Xiaona, I really like you very much. Since you came into my life, I realized that love can be so sweet and beautiful." Li Xiaona also looked at him affectionately and gave him a passionate and long kiss in response. At this moment, Zhao Peng's voice suddenly came from outside the door of the presidential suite. "Brother Feng, have you guys had a good rest? I found a great place. Do you want me to take you there to play?" Hearing the sound, Li Xiaona hurriedly straightened her slightly wrinkled clothes and then ran back to her room like a frightened deer. Looking at Li Xiaona's back as she left, Ye Feng couldn't help but smile happily. Then, he got up from the bed, walked to the door, and opened it. Zhao Peng stood at the door with a flushed face and full of energy. He shouted to Ye Feng excitedly, "Brother Feng, that ginseng is so nutritious. You can't imagine how happy I was just now when I was killing people everywhere. Do you have any extra ginseng? Give me another one." Ye Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said teasingly with a hint of joking smile, "Hey, didn't I just send one to your home? If you need ginseng, just secretly take out your father's one and use it." Zhao Peng shuddered when he heard this. He knew very well that if he dared to touch the ginseng, his father would beat him half to death. Zhao Peng quickly changed the subject and asked, "Brother Feng, where's sister-in-law and Yilin? We are ready to go." Ye Feng walked to Li Xiaona's door, gently pushed it open, poked his head in, and asked, "Xiaona, pack up quickly, we are going out." Li Xiaona sat on the bed, shook her head slightly, and replied softly, "Brother Feng, you two go ahead. I want to stay here with Yilin. Have fun and be happy." Ye Feng understood Li Xiaona's decision and did not force her to go with him. He quietly left the room and left with Zhao Peng. After the two left, Zhao Peng suddenly showed a mysterious expression, leaned close to Ye Feng, and whispered, "Brother Feng, since sister-in-law and Yi Lin are not going, then let's go to another place. I guarantee you will be satisfied." There was a hint of cunning in his eyes, as if he had some special plan hidden from Ye Feng. Ye Feng didn't care at all. It made no difference to him where he went, so he just let it go. In the night of Kyoto, neon lights flickered, and the neon sign of the bar was particularly eye-catching in the night. Zhao Peng led Ye Feng into the bar called Night Never Ends, and as soon as they entered the door, they were surrounded by deafening music. As soon as the bar manager saw Zhao Peng coming, he came forward with a smile on his face, nodding and bowing, and said flatteringly, "Oh, Mr. Zhao, you are welcome. Please come in and take a seat. Your booth has been prepared." After that, he personally led Zhao Peng to the booth. After the two of them sat down at the booth, Zhao Peng immediately became generous and shouted to the manager, "My brother Feng is here today. We must entertain him well. Let's go straight to the dragon set. Hurry up and arrange the atmosphere team for me. I must let my brother Feng have a good time today." With the DJ's shrill scream, the lights suddenly focused on the front of the stage. A group of beauties in sexy bikinis slowly walked onto the stage, each holding a bottle of wine, twisting their bodies and walking coquettishly towards the booth where Zhao Peng and Ye Feng were. Seeing this, Zhao Peng's mood became even more excited. He turned to Ye Feng excitedly and said, "Brother Feng, do you think this scene is grand enough? If you are not satisfied, I will rearrange it. I guarantee you will be satisfied." However, Ye Feng did not seem to be very interested in such a scene. After all, it was his first time to come to such a place, and he was more out of curiosity. As the music got faster, the beauties in sexy bikinis began to dance. They twisted their bodies and walked towards the booth where Zhao Peng and Ye Feng were. Zhao Peng looked at them, his eyes flashing with excitement. He raised his glass, gestured to the beauties, and drank it all. Ye Feng sat quietly aside, watching all this happen. He didn't have too many waves in his heart, but just felt that all this was a bit novel and interesting. At this moment, a graceful woman came to Zhao Peng. She smiled and said to him, "Mr. Zhao, you look so handsome. Can I buy you a drink?" Zhao Peng was overjoyed when he heard this. He nodded and then raised his glass to drink with the woman. Afterwards, Zhao Peng was grabbed by the woman and dragged into the dance floor without explanation. The music was deafening, the colorful lights were flashing, and people were dancing to their heart's content on the dance floor, enjoying the lively atmosphere. At the same time, several sexy beauties in bikinis gathered around Ye Feng. They twisted their waists, looked affectionate, and touched Ye Feng with their bodies intentionally or unintentionally. One of the beauties was even more daring. Her plump breasts were looming, and her deep cleavage was almost touching Ye Feng's face. On the other side, another beauty sat directly on Ye Feng's thighs and gently rubbed his leg skin. Faced with such passionate and unrestrained behavior, Ye Feng seemed a little embarrassed and at a loss. At this time, the beautiful woman sitting on his lap said coquettishly, "Handsome guy, don't be so serious. You should have fun when you go out to play. Come, I'll toast you a glass of wine." Then, she handed a glass of wine to Ye Feng. Chapter 80 Conflict. Ye Feng took the wine glass without hesitation, raised his head, and drank it all in one gulp. His movements were quick and decisive. Seeing this, several other beauties in bikinis showed admiration and raised their glasses to drink with him. Then, Ye Feng was forcibly pulled into the dance floor by this group of passionate women, and a passionate and charming dance began. At this time, Zhao Peng also returned to the booth. He looked at Ye Feng dancing on the dance floor with a knowing smile on his face. Then, Zhao Peng raised his glass, drank it all in one gulp, and took the opportunity to hug the hot bikini beauty next to him tightly. However, just when the atmosphere was getting heated, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, I was wondering who is so arrogant. It turns out to be you, Zhao Peng, the ignorant prodigal son." The person who spoke was none other than Chu Mufeng, the second son of the first family in the capital. Hearing the voice, Zhao Peng's eyes instantly became sharp, and he responded coldly, "Chu Mufeng, after not seeing you for many years, your stinky mouth hasn't changed at all." Chu Mufeng snorted with a cold smile and continued, "You useless fellow, you only met Hua Linger once, and you were so proud of yourself. Let me tell you, if you have the guts, let's compete. Manager, show me a set of 9 dragons offering wedding ceremony. Let this prodigal son see what real pomp and circumstance means." The manager's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard this. These were 9 sets of Shenlong suits. "We were sure to make a fortune today." He immediately waved excitedly to signal his men to go and prepare. Chu Mufeng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. After glancing at Zhao Peng, he turned to the middle-aged man behind him and said softly, "Boss Liu, please take a seat. Don't let some worthless people disturb our mood." At this moment, the middle-aged man Lu Fuda stared at Zhao Peng fiercely with his eyes wide open, his heart filled with resentment. Recalling the last time Zhao Peng kicked him in Australia, he still felt weak and uncomfortable. Although he sought medical treatment everywhere, there was no effect at all. He hated Zhao Peng and Ye Feng to the extreme. Chu Mufeng noticed Lu Fuda's strange expression and became suspicious. He asked curiously, "Boss Lu, is there any dispute between you and Zhao Peng?" Lu Fuda gritted his teeth and replied indignantly, "It is because of him that I have no choice but to ask for help from you, Mr. Chu." Chu Mufeng immediately understood that the reason why Lu Fuda had spent a huge sum of money to ask him to help find Dr. Qi to treat the disease was actually because of Zhao Peng. "Mr. Lu, please be patient and take a seat first. This boy has a very powerful background, and it may not be easy to deal with him." Chu Mufeng reminded calmly. Lu Fuda knew very well that anyone who could argue with Chu Mufeng must have an extraordinary background, so he had to think carefully and act cautiously. At this moment, Zhao Peng glared at Lu Fuda with an arrogant attitude. After all, this is the capital, not like in Hong Kong, where there is no need to worry. If they really get serious, Zhao Peng is sure that he can easily defeat the other party. The DJ's voice sounded again. "Thank you very much to Mr. Chu from Kyoto for successfully opening the Kowloon Festival. I wish Mr. Chu a prosperous career and a bright future. Now let us all have a party together." After hearing what DJ said, Ye Feng returned to the booth. When he saw Zhao Peng looked unhappy, he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Zhao Peng pouted and replied, "Brother Feng, the person sitting next to me is Chu Mufeng from the Chu family, and the other one is Lu Fuda from Gangcheng. They seem to be deliberately making things difficult for me today. I just opened a bottle of the Shenlong, but he ordered Jiulong Xinchi right after. Isn't it obvious that he wants to overwhelm me? Ye Feng slowly turned his head, and his eyes fell on the young man. Yes, this person must be Chu Mufeng. Just when he noticed that Lu Fuda was staring at him fiercely, the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly rise, outlining a playful smile. Lu Fuda felt that this scene was a great insult. His eyes widened with anger, veins popped out on his forehead, and he shouted angrily, "What the hell are you laughing at? If you dare try laughing again, believe it or not, I will kill you in a minute." Facing Lu Fuda's angry rebuke, Ye Feng just sneered lightly, and then responded in a cold and sarcastic tone. "Just you? Are you qualified to shout at me? You are just a jumping clown who doesn't know your own limitations. People like you actually have the nerve to come to the bar to have fun? I think your thing has become a decoration a long time ago." Before he finished speaking, Lu Fuda's face instantly became extremely gloomy, as dark as the bottom of a pot. He stood up from his seat suddenly, his index finger almost poking Ye Feng's nose, and roared angrily. "You little bastard, keep your mouth shut. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhao Peng stood up quickly and stood in front of Ye Feng without hesitation. His eyes were as cold as ice, staring at Lu Fuda, and warned, "What do you want to do? Don't think we are afraid of you. If you dare to touch my brother Feng, I can guarantee that you will never be able to leave Kyoto alive." Chu Mufeng stepped forward and grabbed Lu Fuda, who was about to lose control. He looked at Ye Feng with cold eyes and said in a cold tone, "In my memory, there seems to be no such person as you in the capital. You must be an arrogant and wasteful playboy to be able to hang out with people like Zhao Peng. This is Kyoto. I advise you to be more restrained and keep a low profile." Ye Feng didn't care about it at all. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a disdainful smile, and responded, "Low-key? Ha, okay, then I'll let you see what real low-key means." Then he signaled Zhao Peng to call the manager and ordered a bottle of Spade Ace to be delivered to every table except Chu Mufeng's table. After doing all this, Ye Feng turned to look at Chu Mufeng jokingly and said provocatively, "Mr. Chu, why don't you show the demeanor that a noble son of a noble family in the capital should have?" At this moment, Chu Mufeng's face became extremely ugly. He never expected that Ye Feng in front of him would be so bold as to challenge him face to face. He was simply tired of living. "Boy, listen carefully. I have bad news to tell you. You have completely pissed me off. Of course you too, Zhao Peng. Just wait to bear my wrath and revenge." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Mufeng pulled Lu Fuda hard, turned around, and left angrily. Chapter 81. The Conspiracy Between Chu and Lu. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Zhao Peng spat in the direction they left with a look of disdain on his face, and then sneered with great disdain. This Chu Lao heir, pretending to be a rich young man all day long, is really disgusting. If he didn't have the Chu family to rely on, he would be a useless waste. Ye Feng found it very interesting, so he looked at Zhao Peng with a half-smile and said jokingly, "Oh, you sound very righteous when you say this. Don't you rely on the power of the Zhao family?" Zhao Peng felt a little embarrassed when Ye Feng said that. He scratched his head subconsciously, a hint of shyness appeared on his face, and he stammered to explain. "Hee, Brother Feng, please don't make fun of me. Your words almost choke me to death. I openly admit that I am a playboy who spends money like water, but that guy refused to admit it even if he was beaten to death." Ye Feng nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Indeed, Zhao Peng did not have the arrogance that children from aristocratic families often had. If not, it would be difficult for the two of them to become friends. "Okay, in that case, let's put all this aside for now and just enjoy drinking some good wine," Ye Feng said as he raised his glass to clink with Zhao Peng. At this moment, the group of beauties in sexy bikinis returned to the booths again. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with singing and laughter, and the atmosphere was very lively and cheerful. Afterwards, the two continued to have fun for a while. Seeing that Zhao Peng was still enthusiastic and still wanted to have more, Ye Feng greeted him and went back to the hotel to rest. In a villa in Kyoto, Chu Mufeng was sitting in the study with a sullen face, his brows knitted tightly, holding a document tightly in his hand. The atmosphere in the study was very depressing, and the moonlight outside the window shone through the window onto his body, making him look a little gloomy. Chu Mufeng stared closely at Lu Fuda, who was sitting in front of him, and said seriously, "Boss Lu, This Ye Feng is definitely not an ordinary character. From the information currently available, he actually controls a large company called Meng Yue Investment, whose business scope covers Tianjin City and Shanghai, and its scale is even more astonishing, reaching an astonishing trillion level. Hearing this, Lu Fuda was secretly shocked. He had gone through 30 years of ups and downs and struggled all the way, which was smooth sailing, to make his own Fidelity Group develop to the current scale of 200 billion. And how could this young man in his 20s have such a huge fortune? With a heart full of doubts and puzzlement, Lu Fuda cautiously asked, "Master Chu, could this information be wrong?" Chu Mufeng sighed helplessly and responded, "Alas, I hope all this is false. But to tell you the truth, I spent a lot of family resources and connections to find out this information. Not only that, as far as I know, all the funds in his hands come from abroad. So I seriously suspect that he is probably the spokesperson of a foreign consortium in our China. Fortunately, he has not been found to have any connection with the authorities, which can be regarded as an opportunity for us to take advantage of." After hearing these words, Lu Fuda felt a little more at ease. If the other party did not have an official background, then things would be easier to handle. At this moment, his mind was full of Ye Feng's huge wealth of up to 1 trillion, and he couldn't help but feel a strong desire and impulse in his heart. "Mr. Chu, since this guy has no official backing, and there is such a huge and tempting piece of fat in front of us, why don't we find a way to swallow it together?" Lu Fuda suggested excitedly. Chu Mufeng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile, and responded, "Haha, I think so too, Mr. Lu. After I take you to meet Mr. Chi tomorrow, we will discuss the specific plan in detail. In addition, I need to investigate further to see if he has other opponents. If so, we can unite to deal with him together. Otherwise, if our two families want to swallow this big piece of fat meat alone, I am afraid it will arouse the envy and jealousy of others." Lu Fuda also nodded with a smile on his face to show his agreement and said, "Okay, then I'll trouble Master Chu to arrange it. Then I will take my leave today and look forward to working with you again tomorrow." At the same time, Ye Feng, who had returned to the door of the presidential suite of the hotel, used his powerful spiritual power to secretly spy on the situation in the room. When he found that Li Xiaona was in Yi Lin's room, he immediately flashed and slipped into his room quietly. Because he had to quickly wash off the strong smell of perfume left on his body, otherwise it would be difficult to explain to her later. He hurried into the bathroom, as if afraid of being discovered, and turned on the shower head impatiently. The water poured down like a stream, hitting his solid muscles, splashing water. He slightly adjusted the water temperature until he felt it was just right, and then he began to clean his body meticulously, especially those places that might be stained with perfume. He rubbed them repeatedly, as if to expel every trace of fragrance. He wiped the skin vigorously, praying silently in his heart, hoping that the strong fragrance would disappear with the water. Finally, when he could no longer detect the faint scent of perfume, he nodded with relief, expressing his recognition of his efforts. Then, he changed into a set of loose and comfortable pajamas and returned to the bedroom contentedly. At this moment, a slight noise came from the originally quiet room. Li Xiaona pushed open the door and took a step outside. She could smell a faint scent of perfume in the air. She frowned slightly, wondering what was going on. She went straight to the bathroom to find out. After entering the bathroom, her eyes fell on the clothes hanging on one side, and then she sniffed carefully and found that the fragrance came from these clothes. So, Li Xiaona rushed into Ye Feng's room angrily, without saying a word, stretched out her hand and grabbed his ear tightly, and asked coquettishly, "Well, you conscienceless guy, your clothes are full of perfume. Tell me the truth. Where did you and Zhao Peng go to fool around?" Faced with the sudden questioning, Ye Feng suddenly showed a trace of embarrassment. He secretly complained that he was only concerned with washing off the odor left on his body, but completely ignored the fragrance that was still left on his clothes. At this moment, he could only bite the bullet and try to explain everything